Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Minato's Hidden Bloodline? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The impact was overwhelming. For a moment that felt like hours, nothing could be seen through the thick, foggy dust. The wind seemed to have stopped, and the grass no longer swayed as if time had paused. Everything froze for a moment, or perhaps for an eternity. A light groan echoed from a limp body at the bottom of the crater, instantly disturbing the stillness. As the air began to clear, a boy lay motionless, his chest faintly rising and falling, indicating that he was still alive. His clothes were torn beyond recognition, but the remnants of his once vibrant orange jumpsuit stood out under the thick layer of dirt. The only sensation he could feel was the pain in his stomach. None of his senses seemed to function normally. He struggled to breathe, but the simple act felt impossible. Muffled voices echoed around him, as if he were submerged in water. He groaned again faintly as debris rained down on him, and someone rushed to his side, slipping down the edge of the crater. "Hey, wait, that could be dangerous," another voice shouted, sending more small rocks onto his already battered body. "Does he have a headband or anything to identify him?" A gentle touch brushed his hair away from his face. A soft escaped him at the sensation, and his eyes slowly fluttered open. But the only thing that registered in front of him was something blue, perhaps the sky. A silhouette appeared above him. When he blinked and tried to focus, the harsh sunlight stabbed at his eyes. He attempted to raise his hands to shield his face, but they fell back to the hard ground. "Hey Blondie, stay still. I'll help you," someone whispered gently above him. The lingering dust irritated his lungs and throat, and he felt a tightness in his chest as he fought the urge to cough. However, the sudden pain made it difficult to do so. A warm sensation spread through his stomach, and a green light filled his vision. He tried to speak, to push out any words, but all he managed was another groan. The pain in his abdomen intensified, and he welcomed the embrace of unconsciousness. Muffled noises rapped harshly against his sore ears. He tried to express his displeasure but found himself unable to make a sound. Consciousness returned slowly as he began to hear a conversation nearby. He vaguely registered a sterile scent as his mind began to clear, but he kept his eyes closed. He focused his senses, trying to detect any other presences in the room. "So, how is our patient today?" He heard the faint sound of pages flipping. Only two men were talking around him. They carried the sense of disinfectant, blood, and illness-likely medics, he mused as he felt the uncomfortably hard bed beneath him. Surprisingly well after how he arrived here. I bet he will regain consciousness soon with his extremely high regeneration process. "Want to join the bet? I'm all finished with my shift," he was the last one. "Want to grab some coffee? We can discuss the bet there." "Sure." His eyes snapped open as he heard the door close, but he immediately regretted the motion. The sudden light pierced through, causing him to squeeze his eyes shut once more. Gradually he attempted to open them again, blinking rapidly to clear the fog from his vision. All around him was white ceilings, white walls, and white machines beside him. It was unmistakably a hospital. He closed his eyes again, trying to think. He had been fighting, but then it hit him hospital. He jerked upright in bed, only to double over immediately, gripping his stomach as a sharp pain shot through him. His cry echoed through the room, likely reaching the entire section. Chapter 2, At the Doorstep of a New Life. Minato's voice resonated in the small hospital room as he questioned the young blonde about his lack of memory. This was not a new occurrence for him. Many captured shinobi resorted to this tactic, especially during the last few years of the war. He muttered to himself about the unoriginality of claiming amnesia. It was disappointing. He pressed the boy for the last thing he remembered. The young blonde blinked, his frown deepening as he concentrated. He recalled seeing Minato standing above him, but before that, there was nothing but a blank void. His breath quickened, and his azure eyes darted around the room like a cornered animal, revealing his rising panic. Minato could hear the rapid thumping of his heart. Another spy pretending to be helpless, he thought, though at least the boy seemed to know how to play the part. Finally, the boy managed to regain some composure, his wild blue eyes locking onto Minato's. His voice trembled as he asked where he was. Minato, lost in thought, remained silent as he observed the boy. The question of who he was lingered in the air, unanswered. The boy then asked if he was a criminal, to which Minato replied that it remained to be seen, his gaze calculating. He ran his fingers through his blonde hair, frustration evident on his face. He had hoped for a more interesting explanation for the boy's behavior. Minato decided to inform the medics and the Hokage about the boy's condition and consciousness. He instructed the boy to stay still and not to attempt anything. The boy nodded, forcing himself to calm down and regain control over his breathing and emotions. As Minato left the room, he glanced back at the boy, who managed to lift his head slightly from the bed and offered a small, hopeful smile. Minato shook his head and closed the door behind him. 10 minutes later, Minato stood before the Hokage Tower in the heart of the village. With a sigh, he approached the entrance, nodding at the Chunin stationed by the elaborate wooden door. His eyes wandered over the intricate carvings, a ritual he performed each time he entered. He admired the details crafted by skilled hands during the first Hokage's reign, focusing on the central carving that symbolized the village's identity, surrounded by otherworldly plants that framed the will of fire. Shinobi passed by him as Genin and Chunin teams received their mission scrolls, embarking on their next tasks. Minato ascended the stairs and stood before another wooden door leading to the Hokage's private office. After taking a deep breath, he knocked and entered upon permission. He bowed to the man behind the desk, who returned the gesture with a nod. Minato walked to the center of the room and sat in a chair facing the large desk, already cluttered with papers and scrolls despite the early hour. He surveyed the chaos and smiled faintly, commenting on the start of a long day. The Hokage shrugged, wearily, asking what Minato wished to report. Minato's demeanor shifted as he straightened up, informing the Hokage that the boy found in their training ground was awake and claimed to have amnesia. The Hokage sighed, closing his eyes and gesturing for Minato to continue. Minato explained that the boy did not recognize him and had no recollection of anything before waking up, despite his initial reaction to seeing Minato in the hallway. The Hokage frowned deeply, his expression reflecting concern. He inquired about Minato's thoughts on the situation. Minato expressed his uncertainty, noting that if the boy was a spy, he was either incompetent or exceptionally clever. He questioned why a spy would reveal their strength without assessing the situation first. The security seals indicated that no one suspicious had crossed the gates, suggesting the boy should not even be there. If he was lying, it would indicate a level of experience beyond his years. Minato concluded that the boy genuinely seemed confused and disoriented, mentioning that he had thanked Minato for his help before he left. The Hokage opened his eyes, looking at Minato with a serious expression. He asked if Minato had any reasonable ideas about the situation. Minato suggested that they should properly interrogate the boy and involve a professional from Konoha's torture and interrogation force before drawing any conclusions. If he truly was a spy, then a full mind scan from a Yamanaka would be necessary. The Hokage contemplated Minato's words, chewing on the end of his pipe. He decided to entrust Minato with the case and instructed him to make the necessary arrangements. Minato nodded, standing from his chair, pausing to look back at the Hokage. He asked if the Hokage was certain he had never met the boy before. Sarutobi assured him he was certain, noting the boy's unique appearance and affirming that he was not old enough to be senile. Minato bit his lip, hesitating for a moment before accepting the answer. He bowed respectfully and left the Hokage to contend with the ongoing challenges of bureaucracy. Sarutobi Hiruzen focused on the closed door, a deep frown etched on his face. The sudden appearance of the boy troubled him, and he was also concerned about Minato. After returning from his last mission in Kusa, the promising young man had fallen into a state of depression. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts before he could dwell further on the blonde. Minato lay in bed, arms crossed behind his head, staring at the ceiling without blinking. He had been trying to sleep for the past hour, but his restless thoughts kept him awake. Turning his head, he glanced at the slim woman beside him. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically with her breathing, and her long ruby-red hair framed her peaceful face. He reached out to gently brush a tuft of hair from her face, but as she stirred in her sleep, another strand fell into place. A gentle smile appeared on Minato's lips as he turned back to the ceiling, his mind wandering to the blonde boy. Conflicting feelings surged within him as he recalled the recent events. The security seals had not detected the boy's presence. It was conceivable that someone could reduce his chakra levels to near depletion, but that was unimaginable. No one could suppress chakra to that extent. It was simply impossible. Every living being radiated a minimal amount of chakra, and only the deceased were completely devoid of it. The boy was clearly alive. The idea of underground or aerial entry was also unlikely. The seals surrounding the village acted as an invisible barrier, ensuring that any intruder would be sensed. A space-time ninjutsu could be a possibility, but it seemed far-fetched. With such severe injuries, it would be impossible for anyone to perform a high-level jutsu like that. The seals would have triggered upon his arrival. However, if someone else had performed the jutsu on him, that seemed the most plausible explanation, yet it would still activate the security system. Minato nodded slightly to himself. After surviving a near-death experience, the boy exhibited remarkable healing abilities. This was not entirely new, though it had become rare since the destruction of the Whirlpool country and the Uzumaki clan. Minato's gaze instinctively shifted to the woman beside him before returning to the ceiling, his eyes narrowing as he considered the next question that kept him from sleep. The ANBU had checked the boy's belongings but found nothing significant aside from a scroll and some seal tags. He did not possess a hitayate, which suggested he may have lost it before arriving. His clothes were tattered beyond recognition, and no clan symbols could be identified on the remnants of the fabric. Minato had already examined the scroll and seal tags. The tags were simple exploding tags, modified for varying potency, which explained why they had not been recognized immediately. This was an uncommon practice, and a quick inspection was sufficient for him. The only truly intriguing item was the scroll, which frustrated him immensely because he could not open it. As a rare seal master, he found it disheartening that he could not decipher a teenager's seal. The closing seal required a specific type of chakra combined with blood identification and 3 other methods that remained unclear to him. The symbols were a confusing jumble. When the boy had first awakened, confused and disoriented, speaking of a genjutsu, it had provided some comfort to those around him. It was not unheard of for a shinobi under the pressures of war to break and suffer mental damage. There was a case of a man who had been trapped in a high-level genjutsu for weeks during the first year of the war, unable to accept reality for days, paranoid and seeing enemies everywhere. However, the boy was conscious and aware of his surroundings, which did not align with that previous case. One thing was certain, he repeatedly mentioned a person with red eyes, and the combination of genjutsu and red eyes pointed to one possibility, an Uchiha. Konoha's police force had been informed and instructed to investigate, but they reported no known confrontations with the boy from the clan. No one admitted to it, at least, and there was no apparent reason for them to keep it secret. If his opponent was not from the clan, it meant someone outside the village was wandering around with a Sharingan. Minato's frown deepened. The boy recognized both him and Sarutobi, but that was not particularly surprising. Sarutobi was the Hokage, and Minato was well known as Konoha's Yellow Flash. What troubled him were the emotions the boy had displayed. The sadness, sorrow, and shame in his eyes were puzzling. He had not even had the courage to meet Minato's gaze. When faced with an enemy, Minato knew he would typically see fear or panic in their eyes upon recognizing him, but not shame. If the boy had been captured in enemy territory, Minato was certain he would not feel what Sarutobi had observed in the boy's eyes. Respect, perhaps, but not shame. One should always respect their enemy, especially a powerful one, but he was certain that hope and relief would be the furthest from his mind if he found himself face to face with any of the Kages. He would never refer to any of them in a disrespectful manner. He shook his head to banish the unpleasant thought of his demise should he ever address the Tsuchikage that way and tried to calm his mind. His panic attack was understandable, but its cause was not. The real issue wasn't that he faced strong opponents, it was that he realized he truly wasn't under a genjutsu. The real question was, what had happened to the boy that made it difficult for him to accept this reality? He let out a soft sigh and turned toward the ruby-haired woman next to him. Minato had already accepted the boy's sensing skills. They were not a threat but rather a significant advantage on the battlefield. Inoichi had gathered some very interesting information during his time in the boy's mind. The basic knowledge he had matched that of a seasoned shinobi. But itching powder? A small smile appeared on his face, though it quickly faded with his next thought. Minato's mind drifted to the memory fragment that Inoichi had shown them, recalling the words the boy had used during that memory. The boy's voice echoed in his mind, expressing a desire to break the cycle of hatred and find peace. Those sentences convinced him that the boy did not intend harm to the village. No spy would choose such a noble goal. Minato turned over and crossed his arms beneath his head, watching the ceiling. Evidence pointed to a struggle. His injuries, torn clothes, and chakra exhaustion indicated that someone had tried to eliminate him, and they had almost succeeded. Someone had used space-time ninjutsu to transfer the boy to Konoha, perhaps to dispose of him, and that someone was an Uchiha. He turned to his partner, pulling her closer to him, hoping to finally get some sleep. His eyelids soon became heavy, and he let them fall, surrendering to gravity and exhaustion. He nestled closer to his peacefully sleeping companion, enjoying her warmth as she stirred slightly at his gentle touch. Minato smiled with closed eyes, remaining still so as not to disturb her dreams. A loud snore erupted from Kushina, causing Minato's eyes to snap open. She continued her symphony of snores until he sighed, silently cursing to himself, and closed his eyes again, attempting to block out the irritating noise. Minato observed the teenage boy in front of him as he nearly inhaled his 5th cup of instant ramen for breakfast, while he himself held his 2nd cup of coffee. After another long night, he had woken up before the alarm to submit his full report to the Hokage about their guests' activities over the last 3 days. The Namikes watched the boy with amusement, unable to suppress the words that slipped from his mouth, noting that ramen was not the healthiest breakfast option. The young boy drank the last bit of the soup and patted his stomach with satisfaction before leaning back in his chair, which creaked under his weight. He acknowledged the comment with a wide, toothy grin. Minato considered continuing the topic but chose to be straightforward instead, asking if there was any news about the boy's memory. The boy shook his head and focused on the floor, counting the tiles beneath him to avoid eye contact. He admitted that he had hoped to dream about his life but had only experienced blackness again. Minato's frown deepened as he sipped his coffee, trying to gather his thoughts. The boy hesitated before speaking again, revealing that he might not want to remember. His voice dropped to a whisper as he confessed that he had mourned for a blonde girl he did not even know, and it still hurt. He expressed a desire for a new life, one that was happy, and he did not want to start it with grief over people he had never known. His voice was filled with determination, but he looked down again, shame washing over him. He insisted that it didn't hurt if he didn't remember anything, more to convince himself than to reassure Minato. The Jounin had been observing the boy for several minutes with a wary expression, but he remained silent, shifting to a more comfortable position in his chair before attempting to lift the boy's spirits. Minato suggested that if the boy wanted to start over, they should find him a fitting name. The boy expressed his dislike for being called Blondie, finding it annoying. Minato couldn't help but smile widely, suggesting the name Kane. The boy responded with skepticism, muttering that it wasn't much better than Blondie. Minato chuckled and proposed Goldie, to which the boy replied with a sarcastic remark. Minato then asked if he had any particular name in mind, but the boy shook his head. Minato suggested Odaoroki Toraku, explaining that it suited the boy as a wonder that had fallen from the sky. Every time he looked into the boy's azure eyes, he felt a strange connection, as if looking into a mirror reflecting his own soul. The boy tried out the name, Toraku, rolling it on his tongue and tapping his chin thoughtfully. He eventually smiled, expressing his approval. Minato grinned, declaring that it was settled Toraku was the boy's new name. The newly named Toraku returned the grin and adjusted himself to a more comfortable position. "Can I go outside?" Toraku asked, his eyes hopeful. "In the future. But not today, I'm afraid," came the response. Toraku's disappointment was evident, but he nodded in understanding. He had taken the first step toward his new life, and for now, that was enough. He felt a sense of satisfaction, yet a lingering sourness remained in his mouth throughout the day. He understood that Konoha was still far from trusting him, but he longed to explore the village. The isolation was becoming unbearable, even though it was only his 3rd day. Boredom consumed him, and he craved the outside world. His room was small and plain, furnished with a bed in the corner, a desk with 2 chairs, and a small bathroom. It was clear that comfort and entertainment were not priorities here. Still, it was a welcome change from the hospital room, with its unpleasant odors of illness and disinfectant. Leaning back on the bed, he contemplated his situation after Minato had left. The first night had been challenging. After the ANBU had escorted him to this room, he felt utterly drained. He collapsed onto the bed fully clothed, but after hours of tossing and turning, he gave up on sleep. Though he wished to avoid thinking, it was the only way to pass the time. He lay on his back, arms crossed beneath his head, staring at the pale ceiling while another familiar blonde was doing the same on the other side of the village. His mind drifted to the only memory of his past life that he could recall, and it filled him with unease. He felt sorrow and regret for the blonde girl, sinking deeper into despair as he mourned the young kunoichi. He was certain she had been a ninja, just as he was. During the questioning, when Makoto had asked about various topics, he had understood perfectly, even without any clear memories to connect the dots. He knew about ninjutsu and chakra release, yet before hearing those terms, he had no idea they existed. The knowledge seemed to have been buried deep within him, lying dormant until he needed it. Makoto had mentioned several names, like Kurama, which conjured an image of an animal in his mind, though he couldn't identify it. Perhaps a dog? Uchiha brought forth a bittersweet feeling, a mix of hatred and care, but no clear memories, just vague emotions. When he thought of the pink-haired kunoichi, his heart swelled with adoration, but an uneasy feeling began to stir in the back of his mind. Sakura. That was her name, or had been. As the image of the deceased blonde girl resurfaced, he shook his head, unwilling to revisit that painful memory. He didn't want to feel that sorrow again. He had been given a second chance to become a better and perhaps happier person. His own voice echoed in his mind, vowing to break the cycle of hatred and find peace. Those were strong words, the words of someone who had endured a difficult life. He questioned whether he was ready for such a burden or if he even wanted it. The thought of turning away made his heart constrict. Legacy. His thoughts flickered back to another memory. I don't go back on my word. That is my nindo. That statement filled him with determination and pride, a pleasant feeling. It was a path he felt he should follow. But how could he change the world and bring peace? He closed his eyes and turned to face the wall behind his bed. He struggled between a new future without memories and a past that seemed to promise only pain if he regained them. His thoughts returned to Minato's words. He could stay and join Konoha, or he could leave freely. But what would he do if he left? Where would he go? Toraku sighed, trying to distract himself from those depressing thoughts. His gaze drifted to the ceiling, where a tiny spider was settling into its new home in Konoha. It had begun to weave a delicate web, slowly forming a perfect spiral from the nearly invisible threads. I'm bored to death, he muttered. Minato raised an amused eyebrow at the frustrated boy. Was he whining? Toraku expressed his desire to do anything. Yes, he was whining. Despite Minato's more frequent visits, he felt restless. Although he had been given books by one of the ANBU guards, he missed the outside world and the normal connections with people. A frustrated groan escaped him as he crossed his arms in front of his chest, pouting. Minato couldn't help but laugh at the sight. You've only been here for a week, and you slept through most of it. Just endure it a little longer, Minato chuckled, reaching into his vest pocket to retrieve a small book, which he handed to Toraku. I brought you something that might help. Toraku grimaced, flipping through the small print. Another book? I don't want to seem ungrateful, but reading just isn't my style. It contains brain teasers. I want you to solve them by this afternoon. I'll come back at 3 to pick it up, so you have roughly 6 hours to finish. Toraku raised an eyebrow at Minato, eyeing the book suspiciously. Why? It'll keep you occupied, Minato replied with a smile. Toraku frowned but finally opened the book. Keep me occupied, my butt, he groaned. Once Minato left him alone, Toraku sat on the bed with his legs crossed, staring at the book in his lap. After reading the first 2 pages, he realized what it was about. The book contained tests on various skills and knowledge. This was a frustrating test of intelligence. He shouted into the empty room, yearning for a response that never came, desperately seeking interaction with anyone or anything. His gaze drifted to the corner where a small black spider resided, hoping it would react, but it remained unresponsive. He muttered his disdain for books, shook his head, and returned his focus to the book in his lap. After rereading the last exercise, he sighed, quickly wrote down his answer, and flipped the page. Minato had received the book from one of the ANBU responsible for Toraku. It was just past 1 o'clock, and he had managed to finish it more than 2 hours before the deadline. Eagerly, he flipped through the pages to check the answers, only to realize that there was a reason he had received the book much earlier. It was only half complete. Several pages were left unfinished or untouched, as if Toraku had lost interest halfway through. This seemed likely, given that similar exercises had been neatly completed a few pages earlier. His brows furrowed as he noticed several sketches in the margins. His frown deepened as he continued flipping through the pages. The drawings changed from simple scribbles to a complex spiral shape. Minato narrowed his eyes, focusing on the sketches as he turned the pages. A moving form emerged from the drawings, resembling a whirlwind or perhaps the eye of an unstoppable storm. It could mean a lot or it might signify nothing at all. A deep frown settled on Minato's forehead as he opened the book again to summarize the answers. During a morning visit, Toraku asked with a sullen tone how many points he had scored. It had been almost a week since he returned the book, and Minato had not mentioned it. When asked about his IQ, Minato replied that it was average. Toraku shot him a skeptical glance but remained silent. Minato then mentioned that he had spoken with the Hokage the previous day and had asked for more freedom for Toraku. This caught the boy's interest, and his eyes widened with surprise and hope. Minato continued, revealing that the Hokage had granted permission for Toraku to leave the institution, but only under supervision. Toraku's face broke into the widest grin Minato had ever seen, and he mirrored the expression, albeit more moderately. Minato then urged Toraku to get moving, and the boy jumped from his bed, stretching his arms behind his head, still grinning. They stepped outside, and Toraku relished the warm breeze and sunshine on his face, closing his eyes and letting out a satisfied sound. He turned to Minato, asking if they could pick up something to eat. Minato reminded him that he had just finished breakfast and doubted he had any money. Toraku sheepishly admitted he had forgotten about that and suggested they could just walk. Minato smiled and gestured for him to follow. They strolled through the wide streets without a specific destination, allowing their legs to choose the path. They passed countless shops filled with goods and traveling vendors, each shouting about the freshness and quality of their products. Eventually, they reached a bustling square filled with people attending to their daily tasks. Toraku paused to observe the crowd, watching as everyone moved with purpose. A man in standard shinobi attire leaped down from a window, landing gracefully nearby. He acknowledged Minato with a nod before vanishing into the crowd with a flicker of chakra. Moments later, a woman in casual clothes walked along the wall of a building, defying gravity as she navigated above the throng. Toraku smiled, captivated by the vibrant life of Konoha. He listened to the village's pulse, harmonizing with the rhythm of the gentle breeze. It felt like the peaceful moment when the first warm sunbeams of spring coaxed one out of a long, cold winter, inviting them to settle under a tree and listen to the buzzing of the first bees as they searched for nectar. He gazed up at the monument of the previous Hokage, tilting his head to the side. After several minutes of contemplation, he shook his head in discomfort. Minato approached him, curious about his thoughts. Toraku acknowledged the mementos of their past leaders but expressed a feeling that something was missing from the monument. He shook his head and gave one last suspicious glance at the structure, suggesting it would look better with some added colors. Minato responded with a disapproving frown. A group of children ran past them, laughing and arguing about their next game. Suddenly, Toraku swayed, nearly losing his balance as one of the children, too caught up in their excitement, bumped into him from behind. The child shouted indignantly, demanding Toraku watch where he was going. Minato observed the scene from the corner of his eye, curious about how Toraku would handle the situation. Toraku narrowed his eyes and leaned closer to the boy, reminding him to be mindful of his surroundings and to apologize for the collision. A silent standoff ensued between the two boys, interrupted only by a girl from the running group. "What's that on your face?" Toraku blinked in surprise and touched his left cheek as he turned toward the girl, only to realize that the boy's entire group was now staring at them alongside the other villagers. He gently stroked a finger along one of his whisker marks while straightening up to face her. "It looks creepy," declared the mischievous boy in front of him. "You know, your face isn't any better with those marks under your eyes," Toraku replied, snapping his head back toward the arrogant child. "This is our clan's symbol, you fool." Toraku narrowed his eyes and tilted his head. A single word slipped from his lips, igniting tension. "Shrimp." The boy's eyes narrowed in response, his muscles tensing as he prepared to unleash a torrent of insults at the blonde. Before the argument could escalate, Minato stepped between them. He suggested it was time for them to leave. "No," Toraku asserted in a commanding tone, halting Minato mid-turn. Minato blinked, surprised by the unexpected response. He was rude and disrespectful. "I'm staying until he apologizes." Minato sighed, but before he could respond, Toraku turned his attention back to the boy. "Take responsibility for your actions. You bumped into me and instead of apologizing, you insulted me. Learn some manners. If you're from a clan, then you'll become a ninja, and shinobi can't be irresponsible. Every decision has consequences. An irresponsible ninja is reckless and will meet an early end." He crossed his arms and stared intently into the boy's eyes for what felt like an eternity. Toraku was filled with excitement as he sat on the bed, grinning widely and ignoring Minato, who was still speaking. He was finally getting out of this isolation, and that was all that mattered. He longed to roam the streets and start building his new life. "Toraku, are you even listening to me?" "Yes, sure." "Then what was the last thing I said?" "Something about extra conditions and supervision." Toraku scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, prompting a sigh of irritation from Minato. "I can't believe he's doing this. I told you, besides the approval, there are conditions and they are important. I would really appreciate your attention." Sorry. I'm listening now. Toraku offered an apologetic look. To become a shinobi, we first have to assess your skills to place you in one of our ranks. We have seen some of your abilities, but I believe they barely scratch the surface. You will participate in a sparring match tomorrow. Do well, and in time, you will be assigned to one of the teams. Will I fight with you? Minato only smiled in response. You know, I don't think I really thought this through. I have the knowledge, but I don't know how to bring it out. I'll probably be beaten badly. That's why you'll do it tomorrow. What about today? We're going to the training grounds to test your basic knowledge and gain experience on how to access that knowledge in action. I want a proper assessment, and I'm afraid if you go there in this state tomorrow, you will definitely be defeated. Besides, Inoichi will also check on your memories today and will do so every weekend until the Hokage deems it necessary. Toraku's expression saddened, and he looked down, fiddling with a wrinkle in the sheet. He doesn't trust me, does he? I think that's understandable. You appeared from nowhere under suspicious circumstances. And you? Toraku looked up to meet Minato's familiar blue eyes. Do you trust me? What I think isn't important. Minato replied, his expression neutral. However, Toraku's face betrayed his emotions, revealing disappointment and a hint of betrayal, though he also sensed that Minato understood his situation more than he let on. I see. Come on. Inoichi is waiting. 5 minutes later, they entered the familiar interrogation room with pale white walls, finding Inoichi leaning against the wall, playing with the ring on his finger. Sorry for the late arrival. It's okay, I just got here too. Hello, Inoichi. Toraku waved a hand, and the man raised an eyebrow at the greeting. You seem more energetic than the last time we met. The young boy responded with a wide grin. Inoichi gestured toward the chair in front of him, and Toraku sat down without a word, closing his eyes. You can start any time. Inoichi nodded and placed his hand on Toraku's forehead, causing the boy to roll his shoulders at the uneasy sensation as he entered his mind. The seasoned shinobi navigated the familiar passage filled with books and scrolls to reach the symbolic door to Toraku's memories, prepared for the blinding white scene. He tilted his head, observing the calming white desert once again. As he turned to take in his surroundings, he spotted a long table filled with files, sorted by date, with small leaflets and markers for the most important ones. These were the memories of the past week. Not much for a week, but understandable, as Toraku had spent most of that time in isolation without any companions or entertainment. As Inoichi stepped back to examine the files on the table, he noticed something different in his peripheral vision. He moved his head around the pleasant landscape and soon realized the obvious change. The white sky had turned blue, with thin clouds floating lazily within it, making the boy's mindscape feel more peaceful and natural, if that was even possible. The tall blonde shinobi shook his head in irritation. How could he have missed something like that? With slow steps in the fine sand, he reached the table and the files, randomly choosing one and flipping through the pages for a quick check. He had dreamed about the blonde girl again and wished he knew her name. At least then he would be able to finally tell a proper prayer for her soul. Today, he was allowed to visit the village for the first time. It was fantastic, the plethora of people, the crowd, and the continuous bustle. He really missed it. But he was finally able to share his decision with Minato. Inoichi closed the file and placed it back in its original spot, letting out a small sigh as he tried to savor every moment in this place before he had to leave. As he sniffed the air, he recognized the familiar scent of lilies. He turned around slowly for one last time to memorize every little detail of this dreamland and inhaled the calming scent, hoping it would last until he headed home. The blonde let out a final sigh and left the boy's mind to return to his own consciousness. Toraku sat, breathing heavily, but it wasn't as bad as the first time. When he managed to catch his breath, he looked up at Inoichi with curious eyes, only receiving a slow shake of his head in response. Inoichi mentioned that he had found only the past week's memories and that nothing new had appeared. Toraku nodded, waiting patiently for the shinobi to continue. Inoichi asked if he liked lilies, which caught Toraku off guard. He responded with a mask of confusion, wondering if the question was about the flower. After a moment, he admitted that they had a nice smell, so he guessed he liked them. Inoichi nodded and smiled before leaving the room without any further explanation, waving a quick goodbye to Minato, who looked after him with curiosity. Toraku gave a confused look at the door where he last saw the blonde locks swing, shrugged, and turned back to his companion. Toraku had been staring after the vanishing silhouette of the Sandaime Hokage for several minutes from the same spot. He thought about how strong the Hokage was. He couldn't recall when he had drawn out the staff or moved to use it. The old man was still fast and incredibly powerful. However, he felt relieved. After witnessing the ANBU and the Hokage in action, he was sure his actions had been unnecessary, even if he had sensed the intruder a moment before they did. With a last shrug, Toraku made his way toward his room on the narrow path back to the village. He was lost in thoughts about his previous fight with Kakashi. He had performed much better than he initially thought he would, but a new feeling troubled him. The enormous rage he had felt was concerning. What if the same thing happened during a real mission, and he froze in the middle of a life-and-death situation against a strong opponent? Or what if his emotions overwhelmed him during a sparring match with a friend? He couldn't let that happen again. He had to harden himself and lock away everything from his old self to prevent a future catastrophe. As he walked toward the village, he suddenly stopped and looked up, realizing he was alone. He was outside his room for the first time since waking up in the hospital. While he wasn't completely alone and Anbu was hiding nearby, he felt a sense of freedom. A smile appeared on his face, and warmth filled his chest. It was a feeling of taking his first steps to gain their trust. With this thought, he continued his journey toward the village, smiling and enjoying the nature around him as the warm breeze gently brushed against his cheeks. Sarutobi looked up from the long and tedious scroll in front of him when he heard a knock on the door. He had been expecting this visitor and wasn't surprised when he sensed the familiar chakra signal. He welcomed Minato inside. Minato bowed and approached with graceful, confident steps. He informed Sarutobi that he had heard about the recent events. Sarutobi acknowledged that Inoichi was a very efficient shinobi and shared that their guest from IWA had originally been a spy, unable to contain his emotions. However, his hiding skills were extraordinary. Minato appeared confused as Sarutobi explained that the spy's mission was only observation. Inoichi revealed that the spy's younger brother had died during Minato's last mission in IWA. When the spy saw Toraku, he mistakenly thought he was a relative and couldn't suppress his killing intent. Minato frowned, noting that while he and Toraku resembled each other, it was ridiculous to think they were related. Sarutobi's eyes darkened, suggesting there was more to the story. Minato felt a growing unease as Sarutobi hinted at something important without revealing it outright. Sarutobi finally decided to share more information. He pulled out a thick file and activated the privacy seals in his office. He intended to inform Minato on his terms, but after the incident, he felt he could no longer delay it. Minato raised an eyebrow, surprised by this side of Sarutobi. He hesitated before opening the file, which contained all the information they had gathered about Toraku since his arrival. A small picture of the smiling teen was at the top right corner of the first page above the report. Minato studied the picture for a moment before carefully reading the contents. The file noted that Toraku's original name was unknown, and he was referred to by the code name Odoroki Toraku, along with details about his gender, weight, height, special identifications, found belongings, hospital reports, and known skills. Relatives. Test subject 14 confirmed. Minato looked up to meet Sarutobi's darkened eyes, but his own azure ones were filled with confusion. Thoughts raced through his mind like lightning as he gathered his emotions. He already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear it from the Hokage's own mouth. He asked calmly, without revealing his frustration, who test subject 14 was. Sarutobi regarded him seriously, puffing on his ever-present pipe before stating matter-of-factly that it was him. Sarutobi observed him without motion, waiting for a reaction from the blonde. When none came, he continued in the same steady tone. According to the tests, the subject was a very close relative, either a father, son, or brother. Minato stared at the file in his hands, maintaining a professional demeanor and focusing solely on the facts. They could easily assume that the first two options were impossible, leaving only one possibility: he was Minato's brother, or more likely, his half-brother. It was hard to forget his mother's PRNY, so the only option left was an affair of his father. Minato remarked with a hint of bitterness that, given the age gap, it was one of his father's last acts. He already anticipated the next step in this troubling game. Sarutobi pressed on, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. If the boy's memory was erased to infiltrate Konoha and be near Minato, if he was there solely because of him, it posed a dangerous threat to the village. He asked if Minato was prepared for the decision that awaited him. Minato nodded slowly, his expression revealing no emotion. He closed his eyes and shook his head, his calm facade beginning to crack. It could be a coincidence, he thought. What did Sarutobi expect of him? To kill a teenager who could be his only living relative? His calm was fading. He had suspected there was more to the boy, that they might be connected in some way. But the suggestion of executing the boy made his eyes twitch. Minato expressed his discontent, stating that executing the boy would make them merciless killers. Sarutobi observed him with curiosity, noting that soon Minato would have to make decisions like this. Minato acknowledged this but insisted that they were different people. He refused to sacrifice anyone based on mere speculation. He doubted Sarutobi would act that way either. His voice lowered as he gathered himself, calming his nerves once more. They arrived in Konoha in record time, much to Minato's satisfaction, and the journey was uneventful. Even Toraku had cut down on his teasing of Kakashi after their earlier conversation. Minato was pleased with their performance. They dismissed the team at the gates of Konoha, and he headed toward the Hokage Tower to report to Sarutobi. Toraku tensed as he sensed the familiar chakra signal of his shadow while turning toward his apartment. He hopped from rooftop to rooftop, eager for a satisfying shower and the comfort of his bed. However, the temptation to tease was too great. He grinned and jumped to a nook, landing gracefully in front of a surprised and alert female Emi. He greeted her playfully, earning an irritated response before she quickly moved out of sight, leaving Toraku to continue on his way after a quick shrug, looking forward to his well-deserved shower and sleep. The next day passed without incident after their arrival. Toraku spent most of the day with Minato and Kushina, who insisted on visiting him. He understood Kushina's intentions. She wanted to help build their relationship, and he appreciated that, as he was unsure how to start. Her cheerful presence helped ease the familiar awkwardness during their conversations. Minato shared stories about his family, his mother, and their seemingly shared father. Toraku learned that Minato's parents had died during his academy years when he was still very young, and he even managed to see some photos of them. Another awkward silence fell over them, prompting Minato to excuse himself to the kitchen for drinks. Kushina burst into the living room like a whirlwind, carrying dozens of scrolls. She informed Minato that she had gathered everything they needed from the library to continue their project. Minato eagerly helped her organize the scrolls in their bedroom, placing them neatly on an empty shelf. He then sat down to open a large scroll on the desk, frowning as he read. Kushina approached Toraku with an apologetic look, explaining that she felt bad for stealing his company. He reassured her that it was fine, but she insisted he call her simply Kushina, as the formal address made her feel old. Toraku grinned and agreed, surprised when she mimicked his expression, albeit in a more subdued manner. He enjoyed Kushina's company, it always lightened his heart. They discovered a shared interest in pranking and teasing the ANBU. In the remaining time in the dining room, Toraku assisted her in refining a clever prank involving pink hair dye and the Inuzuka clan's monthly grooming routine. When they finished most of the planning, the blonde's interest shifted toward his relative in the next room. The redhead paused for a moment, contemplating how to respond, when an excited yelp reached them. Kushina grinned at the confused Toraku as they moved toward the bedroom to stand behind Minato, who was now writing on the large scroll, frowning in concentration. Toraku waited, curious about when Minato would stick out his tongue, but instead, he looked up from his work after finishing the last symbol and turned to Kushina. "Finally, I know where we went wrong," Minato exclaimed, his expression brightening like a 10-year-old boy on his birthday. Kushina moved closer as they examined the wide scroll, and Minato began explaining, pointing to various parts of the intricate drawing. "Look here. I just had to reverse these two symbols, and with this small alteration, it will become more stable but still flexible enough to function as we intended. However, this could also affect its resistance, but it will still be powerful enough to deflect an upper B-ranked jutsu." The redhead frowned as she studied the scroll, analyzing every detail. We're close but still not quite there," she remarked. Toraku moved closer, also examining the image before him. The complex pattern formed an inverted square, surrounded by several symbols, kanji, and marks pointing inward, where a small spiral was centered among the surrounding symbols. Toraku frowned as he scrutinized the seal, his eyes tracing every curve and line, every single brushstroke on the fine paper. He tilted his head, paused for a moment, then reached for Minato's hand, which still held the brush. The couple froze at his movement, watching curiously as he took the brush from Minato's hand, leaned forward between them, and began to paint additional symbols on the scroll, frowning in concentration. Minato watched in awe as his newly discovered relative worked on the seal, not daring to breathe as he observed the skilled hands moving swiftly and precisely, without a single mistake or unnecessary movement. Every brushstroke was flawless. He glanced at Kushina, who mirrored his expression, her eyes wide and her mouth slightly agape as she stared at the focused teen. After 10 minutes of work, Toraku leaned back to assess his progress, tapping his chin thoughtfully, only to lean forward again and continue in silence for another 15 minutes. When he finally finished, he placed the brush down and returned to reality. Minato frowned and scratched his cheek as he contemplated. As you reversed the two symbols, you disrupted the barrier's entire chakra circulation system by pairing two contrasting elements. You attempted to compensate with these symbols, but it would still remain unstable, and as you mentioned, it would affect efficiency. By placing the water and earth symbols here and here, it will be more balanced, and with the additional kanji I used on the meridian, it will become more powerful. A small power upgrade is always beneficial. I also added a wind symbol here, making the barrier more manageable, and with this adjustment, I modified the barrier's restraining level. It will remain stable from the outside but will allow for attacks from the inside, like a one-way road. Toraku tilted his head and tapped his chin, deep in thought, seemingly oblivious to the two shinobi beside him. You used the compass rose as the base, which is good for creating a strong, generic barrier, but it's not very creative. If you use the guardians of the beams, you could create a more flexible and effective barrier with much less chakra usage. The light of consciousness gradually replaced the sheer panic, fear, and darkness of the dream. The urge to run, to flee as far as possible from that door, lingered. His body flinched at the thought of the entity behind the iron door, desperately trying to break free. The sensation faded as his dream became increasingly foggy, its memory growing distant. One thing remained clear: the anger and the brilliant, glowing crimson red he sensed behind the rusty door. He felt something heavy on his arm, something very heavy yet soft, though the numbness was unsettling. As he slowly opened his eyes and turned his head, he saw a ruby-red head resting on her crossed arms, pressing against his arm. He carefully moved, trying not to wake her, and gently slipped his hand free. Sitting up slowly, he turned his head in the white room to meet a pair of blue orbs and a tender smile under blonde locks. "What happened?" he asked, confusion evident on his face. "You don't remember?" came the response. "Who are you?" he inquired, his expression reflecting his bewilderment. The small smile on Minato's face immediately vanished, replaced by a look of shock and worry. His mouth opened in surprise. A moment later, his expression shifted to anger, then annoyance, as Toraku couldn't contain himself any longer. He clasped his hands over his mouth, struggling to hold back laughter. The violent trembling of his body betrayed him, and a small, soft pillow struck him in the face from Minato's direction, but he caught it before it could disturb Kushina's dreams. After a brief moment of silent struggle, he felt something moving slowly at his side. When he glanced down, he met two worry-filled green eyes watching him. "Hey, how are you feeling?" Kushina asked, concern etched on her face, misinterpreting his tremors. "Too good," Minato replied, irritation in his tone, prompting Toraku to burst into laughter and point at him. Now that was just priceless. If only he could see his own face. Toraku waved his hand apologetically, and his laughter faded into small chuckles. It had been quite the amusing moment. Kushina, sitting nearby, straightened in her chair, her eyes sparkling with childish curiosity. She turned to Toraku, pride evident on her face as she patted his shoulder approvingly. Minato, however, looked serious as he addressed Toraku. He explained that the attack had severed an artery, causing Toraku to lose consciousness from blood loss. Thankfully, Kushina had managed to heal him and stabilize his condition until they reached the hospital in Konoha. He had been unconscious for 3 days, during which they had captured the renegade along with the scroll. 3 days? Toraku was taken aback. Kushina's expression darkened as she recalled the events. It was her fault he had been hurt. She shook her head, trying to push away the disturbing memories. She remembered pressing her hands against the wound, channeling chakra to stop the bleeding. Just when she thought she had it under control, she felt an overwhelming force pulling at her, as if her very essence was being drawn into Toraku. The familiar red chakra surged around her, moving of its own accord, wrapping around her limbs and flowing toward Toraku's body. In a moment that felt like an eternity, she watched as the tainted energy filled him, behaving like molten lava, first causing destruction before miraculously rebuilding his tissues. Toraku's body arched in pain before he finally lost consciousness. As she observed the two blondes arguing about Toraku's release date, she felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. Minato had chosen not to reveal the truth about her secret, the dark energy that had almost cost Toraku his life. He shouldn't have survived after that chakra entered his system, yet the medics confirmed he was healing well, with no damage to his chakra coils. However, They were puzzled as to why he remained unconscious. After several examinations, they could only speculate that it could take hours, days, or even weeks for him to wake up. The entire team was worried, with someone always by his side, even Kakashi. Minato was particularly affected. Despite Toriku's sudden appearance, he had developed a bond with his newfound relative. A troubled sigh escaped Kushina's lips as she turned her green eyes toward Minato. She asked why he had jumped in front of the attack. Toriku clenched his teeth and slowly turned his head toward her, knowing this question would come but lacking answers. He admitted he hadn't been thinking at the time. Minato expressed that he could have deflected the attack, but Toriku remained at a loss for words. He stared down at the bed, fiddling with the wrinkle in the white sheets. Everything had happened so quickly. He had acted on instinct without considering that Kushina might have been able to handle it herself. Kushina left the room, sending him a warm, encouraging smile as Minato turned to face Toriku. The tension in the air was palpable as Toriku finally spoke, acknowledging he had disobeyed a direct order. He couldn't bear the thought of leaving Minato behind and took full responsibility for his actions. Minato, calm yet serious, explained that orders were given for a reason. He had instructed Toriku to retreat because he and Kushina could manage the situation, and they were still uncertain of Toriku's full potential. Minato emphasized the recklessness of Toriku's actions, explaining that he had not only jeopardized the mission but also endangered his teammates and himself. He reminded Toriku of his desire to avoid sorrow, urging him to follow orders in the future. Toriku, however, was resolute. He couldn't abandon anyone, especially not family. Minato rubbed his forehead, trying to ease the headache forming from the conversation. Toriku insisted he wasn't the kind of person who would leave anyone behind, regardless of his past. They fell into silence, the weight of their conversation hanging in the air until a nurse entered, breaking the tension. After some negotiation, she agreed to discuss Toriku's early release with the medics. She informed him he should stay for 1 or 2 more days, to which he expressed his disdain for hospitals, joking that they would have to reapply the seals if they wanted to keep him longer. Minato acknowledged that their conversation wasn't finished but decided it was enough for the day. Toriku nodded, and they shared no more words as the moments settled between them. They left the hospital together in complete silence. Toriku sat next to one of the 3 thick poles protruding from the soil of their training ground, the place where he first arrived in Konoha. After being released from the hospital, he returned to his apartment, but after 2 hours of staring at the ceiling, he decided to take a walk. His legs moved independently of his mind, leading him to this spot. As the sun began to set, casting a warm orange hue across everything, he leaned against the pole with his eyes closed, savoring the last warm rays of sunlight while lost in thought. He could sense the presence of his masked companion nearby, hidden behind a mayflower bush, their heartbeat steady and calm. Frustration bubbled within him as he gently thumped the back of his head against the pole's rough surface, channeling his hopelessness into the innocent structure. He felt fear of his own emotions, fear that he had ruined everything by declaring he wouldn't follow orders if it meant leaving someone behind. He worried that he had lost the trust he had built over the past weeks with one simple statement. He thought to himself that his companion must see him as unreliable, and perhaps he was right. His mind drifted to Minato and Kushina, contemplating family and the reckless emotions he felt toward them. It was odd, he hadn't viewed Minato and Kushina as family before. They had been friends, neighbors, merely a few familiar faces in his life. Yet, when Minato had ordered them to leave, something had shattered within him. In the heat of the moment, with adrenaline coursing through his veins, he had spoken without thinking. The word family had slipped from his lips, and he questioned how he could express such a sentiment when they barely knew each other. He wondered if he was merely an assassin waiting for the right moment to strike, to harm them. He shook his head slowly, dismissing those thoughts. He sighed when he sensed someone approaching from the woods. Without opening his eyes or moving, he felt the figure settle next to him at the other pole. The soft rustle of fabric against the rough would accompany the sound of the figure sliding down to the ground with a dull thud. They remained still for several minutes, enjoying the warmth of the sun and the gentle breeze. A small animal darted from the woods, perhaps a rabbit, while birds continued their songs in the trees, and the breeze played with the branches and leaves like strings of a harp. A cicada joined the symphony of nature. Toriku broke the silence, asking softly about Kakashi's presence without opening his eyes. Kakashi responded that he had talked to a friend. They fell into silence again, each lost in their thoughts, listening to the harmonious sounds of nature, until Kakashi finally spoke again. He expressed his gratitude to Toriku for what he had done in Kumo for Kushina, admitting he hadn't been fast enough to reach her. Toraku felt embarrassed, thinking he had made a fool of himself, but Kakashi insisted on thanking him nonetheless. Toraku opened his eyes and looked up at the first stars appearing in the darkening sky. He shared a memory from his past life, recalling a blonde girl he had watched die while another girl tried desperately to save her. He had not known her name, but the pain lingered. He had mourned for her during his first night in Konoha. When Minato had ordered them to leave, and he had seen the girl attacking Kushina, he could only see that girl's face. He sighed, acknowledging that Minato had been right. He was reckless. He recognized that Kushina was strong and could have deflected the attack, but he feared someone could have died if the enemy had not retreated. He felt like a useless shinobi, his voice softening as he expressed his doubts about gaining trust from Minato or Kakashi if he couldn't even follow a simple order. He leaned his head onto his hands, resting on his knees, feeling weary. Yet he believed he had done the right thing, even if he didn't fully understand why he was sharing these thoughts with Kakashi. Kakashi took a moment before responding, reflecting on something someone had told him not long ago. He shared that those who break the rules are considered trash, but those who disregard their companions are even worse. As he turned to face Toraku, his visible eye conveyed warmth, and Toraku felt a smile creeping onto his face. Kakashi raised his hand, waiting for Toraku to take it, and they shook hands slowly and gently. Kakashi welcomed him to the team, and Toraku felt a grin spread across his face. They sat in silence for a few moments, both looking up at the nearly ink-black sky, watching the stars twinkle and multiply in the night. Curious, Toraku asked who had shared that wisdom. Kakashi revealed it was Obito, recalling how Obito had said it to him when he had been about to leave Rin behind for a mission. He reflected on his past, admitting he had been foolish, prioritizing rules over his comrades. But something had changed within him after that day when Obito had made the ultimate sacrifice. Toraku reflected on the weight of his thoughts, feeling a profound sense of determination. He believed he would willingly become anything, even trash, if it meant saving someone. The silence between him and Kakashi was thick, each lost in their own reflections about the truths that had just been shared. Kakashi broke the stillness, suggesting that if Toraku had met Obito, they would have likely gotten along well, as they shared similar traits. Toraku pondered the comparison, wondering if it was about talent or something deeper. Kakashi, with a weary sigh, dismissed the notion, calling Obito an irritating, loud-mouthed moron. Toraku apologized for his earlier behavior, struggling to find the right words to express his regret. Kakashi offered a couple of suggestions, and after a moment, Toraku admitted his shortcomings. Laughter erupted between them, breaking the tension. Toraku felt a burden lift, a sense of camaraderie blossoming. However, the relief was short-lived. After returning home from the hospital, he had hoped to speak with Minato, who had indicated that their conversation was not finished. Yet, 2 days had passed without a word from him, and Toraku sensed that Minato was deliberately avoiding him, masking his chakra. With a resigned sigh, Toraku knocked on his neighbor's door, hoping to catch Minato. Instead, he was greeted by Kushina, her green eyes brightening the doorway. She informed him that Minato was not home, and as disappointment washed over him, he began to turn away. However, Kushina invited him in, mentioning that she had just finished dinner and didn't want to eat alone. Hesitant but intrigued, Toraku accepted her invitation and followed her inside. As they sat at the small dining table, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Normally, their banter filled the air, but tonight was different. Toraku fidgeted, eager to escape the awkwardness. Kushina broke the silence, asking what he wanted to discuss with Minato. Taken aback by her directness, Toraku took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. He wanted to resolve things with Minato, to address the complexities of their relationship and his actions during their last mission. Kushina shared her insights, revealing that Minato was frightened, grappling with uncertainty and fear after their recent experiences. She explained how Minato had been worried sick when Toraku was unconscious in the hospital. He had tried to maintain professionalism but was now struggling to confront his own emotions. Toraku listened intently, realizing the depth of Minato's feelings and fears. Kushina continued, explaining that Minato had ordered them to back off to protect them, unsure of his own leadership and their abilities. After losing Obito, he had vowed not to lose anyone else dear to him. The mention of family struck a chord with Toraku, who was surprised to learn that Minato sometimes referred to him as a brother, even if unconsciously. Toraku expressed his gratitude for Kushina's honesty, feeling reassured that Minato shared his feelings. However, he also confessed his fears of losing everything again, admitting his confusion about how to approach Minato. He recounted the moment when Minato had told him to back off, describing how it had shattered something within him. He felt lost, unsure of how to regain Minato's trust after disobeying orders. Kushina listened patiently as Toraku shared his struggles, reflecting on a recent conversation with Kakashi about Obito. He had made a decision he believed was right, but it had come at a cost. He feared he had jeopardized the trust he had worked hard to build. Toraku chuckled softly, realizing the irony of lecturing a child about responsibility while failing to heed his own advice. After a long silence, Toraku concluded that if saving someone meant sacrificing himself, he would gladly pay that price. He was relieved that Kushina was unharmed and would continue to make that choice time and again if necessary. When he finally met her gaze, he was met with a warm smile that filled him with a sense of comfort and belonging. Kushina's words resonated with him, affirming his uniqueness. Just then, a new voice interrupted the moment, teasingly calling him a special but idiotic shinobi. Startled, Toraku nearly fell from his chair as he turned to face the newcomer, recognizing the voice instantly. The blonde figure leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed in front of his chest, a gentle smile on his face. Minato moved closer to adjust the seat back to its original position next to the still shocked teen, whose wide eyes reflected alertness and fear. Kushina offered a small smile and quietly left the room, heading toward the small balcony to give the two blondes some space. Minato took a deep breath, acknowledging the tension in the air. He wanted to apologize for his earlier behavior, admitting that he had acted foolishly. Toraku remained still, staring at Minato, who had taken the seat that Kushina had just vacated. Minato expressed his regret, recognizing that he should be grateful to Toraku for protecting Kushina instead of scolding him. He reflected on his recent encounter with Kakashi, who had scolded him fiercely, revealing a side of the usually reserved boy that Minato had never seen before. It was a wake-up call, reminding him that Toraku and Kushina were not just children, they were capable shinobi of the leaf, deserving of his trust. He continued, acknowledging his selfishness in ordering them to leave him behind. He realized he had abandoned his own advice about the importance of teamwork. Minato assured Toraku that he would never force him to abandon his comrades again, reiterating his apology. Toraku hesitated, wanting to respond but struggling to find the right words. When he finally met Minato's gaze, his frustration faded as he felt warmth in his chest. A small smile appeared on his face, and he leaned onto the table, feeling more at ease. He reassured Minato that he did not see him as unreliable, recognizing that he could trust Minato with anyone's life. However, he pointed out that Minato was still reckless when it came to his own well-being. Minato acknowledged this truth with a smile, and Toraku let out a relieved sigh. They sat together in silence for a few moments, the atmosphere becoming slightly heavy. Eventually, Toraku broke the silence, asking what they would do about their newfound brotherhood. Minato responded that they would define it on their own terms. They shared a light-hearted moment, their smiles growing into grins and then laughter, filling the room with a sense of camaraderie. Kushina peeked into the room, observing the joyful scene with disbelief. Minato chuckled, inviting her to join them. She hopped into his lap, and the three of them settled into a cozy atmosphere. As they began to chat, a dull knock sounded from the door, and Kushina returned with a confused Kakashi, who eyed the two blondes, surprised to see them so relaxed. Kakashi joked about delivering a reprimand to Minato but found that his sensei seemed to have already moved past it. Minato gestured to an empty chair, welcoming Kakashi to join them. Once they were all gathered, Minato reminded Toraku about the small barrier tag he had mentioned. Toraku blinked, momentarily confused, but then recalled his promise. He assured Kushina that it was not a secret and went to retrieve it. As he turned to grab his keys, he noticed that Minato had vanished. Toraku felt a vain throb in his forehead, waiting impatiently for Minato to reappear. Moments later, Minato materialized in the middle of the room, holding the open pouch and searching for the tag. Toraku, feeling exasperated, confronted Minato about marking his apartment without permission. Minato stepped back, a nervous smile on his face as he apologized. Toraku ran a hand through his hair in frustration, letting out a growl before shifting his focus to Kushina. Minato chuckled, offering Toraku his pouch, which Toraku accepted with a slow shake of his head. He soon found the small paper tag and handed it to Kushina, who admired its unique design. Toraku explained that while it could counter a single attack effectively, its size limited its capabilities against stronger foes. Kakashi, trying to follow the conversation, turned to Minato, recalling a previous incident involving Toraku's clones and the Hiration technique. He asked when the paralysis seal would finally be removed from him. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing during a mission, but Toraku wondered how he would manage to win their next spar if Minato had instant access to his clones. He crossed his arms, and the last part of his statement came out as a muffled sound, met with Minato's chuckle. Toraku's wide grin suggested he saw it as a challenge. Minato noted that he had learned a lot since their first match. Kakashi, with his arms folded and a confident glare from his visible eye, expressed his desire for a rematch. Minato smiled warmly at the blonde teen, chuckling at the camaraderie. "You've become quite the popular sparring partner," he remarked. "Because I'm just that amazing," Toraku replied, and Minato rolled his eyes at the boastful claim. He noticed Kakashi's curious gaze on Toraku and decided to ask about a previous incident. "Why did you collapse to the ground back then?" Kakashi inquired, causing Toraku to blink in surprise. "Another flashback?" Minato asked, but Toraku shook his head. "Actually no. Just a headache. A pretty intense one. I thought my brain was going to explode," Toraku explained, and Minato nodded in understanding. "How did you find their captive inside that barrier?" Minato's curiosity piqued as he turned his attention back to Toraku. "I followed the scent. My clone was underground. That barrier seal was impressive, but it wasn't entirely secure from below, and the smell leaked into the ground. My nose is pretty good, you know. After you took out the guard, it was still challenging to deactivate that seal," Toraku replied. Minato acknowledged this with a nod. Toraku sighed and glanced at Kushina. "I really hope to see you in action, Kushina. I'm eager to see you fight." "I'm too special to display my skills," she responded with a playful wink, earning an eye roll from Minato. "I don't want to seem rude, but I've had a long day and I'm about to collapse. Could we continue this conversation tomorrow?" Minato said with an apologetic smile. "Oh, sorry. Of course," Toraku replied, quickly getting up from his chair. The two boys left the apartment, leaving Minato and Kushina alone. Minato let out a weary sigh and moved toward the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed face down in his clothes. Kushina followed him and sat beside his head. "You should at least take off your clothes," she suggested. Minato turned his head toward her with a cocky smile, saying that the task was waiting for her. Kushina rolled her eyes and playfully hit his head with a pillow. Minato chuckled and sat up to remove his clothes. As he did, Kushina silently observed him for a moment. "Why did you lie to Toraku?" she asked, causing Minato to freeze for a moment before slowly continuing to undress. "About what?" he replied. "You told him that you would trust anyone's life in his hands. Have you ever heard that eavesdropping is impolite?" Minato countered, but Kushina remained silent. He let out a weary sigh and turned to face her. "I don't know. Maybe because I want to believe it," he admitted. "Minato, you're giving him false hope." "What do you expect from me, Kushina? Should I tell him the truth? That I don't know how to feel about him? That maybe one day I might have to make a difficult choice? I know you don't trust him, but he tried to save my life, and you can't deny it. Working hard to earn your trust and acknowledgement. Remember, he's just a teenager, confused about everything. Don't make it worse. I know you're already attached to him, no matter how much you try to deny it." "Yes, I'm attached and that's the problem. I know my responsibilities. Believe me, I understand that I might have to make a tough decision one day. You know he was suspicious from the start. Then there's this whole relative thing. You know what that could mean, don't you? Then why are you acting like a caring big brother?" Kushina pressed. "Because I want to believe that I'm really his brother." Minato snapped, his irritation evident. "Then choose," she urged, watching as his anger faded into confusion. "Choose what?" "Choose one option. Be his brother, or be one of his superiors and judge him, but stop playing this two-sided game. It's not right. I'm ashamed of how you're acting. I thought you were a direct person who never wore a mask." An oppressive silence filled the room as Minato absorbed her words, calming his nerves by burying his head in his hands and letting out another sigh. Kushina remained quiet, hoping he would finally open up to her about his doubts and thoughts. They had never properly discussed this since the Sandaime revealed their blood relation, and she could see Minato struggling with his emotions ever since. In the beginning he had liked Toraku. They had quickly become friends, and Toraku had a positive impact on Minato after Obito's death. Their meetings, visits, and Toraku's small jokes had brought warmth back into Minato's life. When Kushina finally met Toraku, she felt as if she had found something long lost within herself, a sense of wholeness that had been missing for a long time. Kushina watched Minato with concern. She knew that his trust had vanished the moment his connection to Toraku was revealed, and she understood the implications of that. But she didn't want to think about the possibility that the sweet boy could be an assassin targeting Minato. Over the years of war, Minato had gained many enemies, especially from IW. Toraku could very well be part of a carefully orchestrated plan. They had found a relative, his long-lost brother, and perhaps they had trained him for this very moment. Kushina sighed and leaned closer to Minato, gently stroking his hand. He remained still, lost in his thoughts about Toraku. "Minato," she began. "I'm thinking, Kushina," he replied. "Then tell me. What are you thinking about?" "I don't know. It's just too complicated. Everything was so perfect until 2 months ago." Minato was not concerned about death or the possibility of his own assassination. He finally lifted his head from his hands, gazing at Kushina with weary eyes that seemed to age him by a decade. He sought her guidance, asking what he should do. Kushina advised him to enjoy his time with his new brother, a special and valuable shinobi. She reassured him that when the time came, he would know what to do and would act accordingly. Until then, she encouraged him to accept his feelings rather than struggle with them. Minato remained silent for several minutes, then slowly grabbed a towel and headed to the bathroom, leaving her behind without a word. Kushina shook her head and sighed, reflecting on the stubbornness of blondes. The news spread throughout the village hidden in the leaves like wildfire. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, had begun negotiations for a ceasefire with the other elemental countries. Missions to the battlefields were delayed, and the guard posts at the borders were reinforced, resulting in more shinobi waiting in the village than it could accommodate. The bars and restaurants were crowded, and the most frustrating aspect for the trio of 2 blondes and a young silver-haired jonin was that every available training ground was occupied. Toraku turned to his companions after letting out a disappointed sigh at the farthest training ground in Konoha, asking if they had any other suggestions to pass the time. Before anyone could respond, an eagle appeared in the distance, approaching their small group. The majestic bird floated effortlessly on the winds, hovering around Minato high in the sky. Minato observed the eagle and sighed, realizing their wish had been granted. They were to head to the Hokage Tower. Toraku looked at Kakashi in confusion, and the jonin pointed upwards at the eagle, explaining that it was a summoning sign for jonins from the Hokage, specifically directed at Minato. Understanding the implication, Minato urged his companions to join him, and he placed a hand on their shoulders before they vanished from the path in a flash of gold and silver. They reappeared in front of the Hokage's desk almost instantly. Toraku rolled his shoulder to ease the aftereffects of the technique and turned to see a tall man with straight, waist-length black hair observing Minato with narrowed eyes and folded arms. The man's gaze shifted to Toraku, and he frowned upon meeting Toraku's blue eyes with his own amber ones. Toraku found himself unable to look away from the man's split pupils, a shiver running down his spine as cold sweat trickled under his clothes. His mind went blank, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the world around him fading as anger simmered within. He squeezed his hands into fists, feeling his nails dig into his palms as he struggled to maintain control. The amber eyes with the split pupils consumed his vision, and a boiling rage surged through him. Just then, a familiar voice broke the tension, pulling Toraku from his trance. The man, Orochimaru, greeted Minato without shifting his gaze from the young teen. Orochimaru acknowledged the intriguing new companion and remarked on the boy's fascinating qualities. A half-smile crept onto his pale face as he liked his lips, causing Toraku to step back instinctively, nearly colliding with Minato. Minato, maintaining a chill in his voice, mentioned hearing rumors about Orochimaru's apprenticeship with a young girl. Orochimaru confirmed this, referring to Enko as a promising kunoichi. The atmosphere shifted as Sarutobi, resting his chin on his fingers, redirected the conversation, reminding them of the serious business at hand. The 3 newcomers bowed respectfully to the village leader, and Minato dismissed his team. As Toraku glanced back from the doorway, he locked eyes once more with the amber ones, quickly averting his gaze and almost fleeing the office. He noticed his hands were damp with sweat and still trembling, so he shoved them into his pockets to hide them and hurried after Kakashi, who was already making his way toward the stairs leading outside. The 2 young shinobi walked down the passage, and once they reached the open air, Toraku lifted his head to soak in the warmth of the sun. He felt as if he had been frozen inside, and he welcomed the sun's rays. He turned to Kakashi, who reassured him not to be too hard on himself, admitting he had also felt overwhelmed when he first met Orochimaru. Toraku expressed his disdain for the man, recalling the chills that ran down his spine whenever he felt Orochimaru's gaze. Curious, he asked Kakashi who Orochimaru was. Kakashi explained that he was one of the 3 legendary Sannin, a powerful shinobi and a former student of the Hokage. Toraku nodded in understanding, casting one last glance at the Hokage tower before following Kakashi in silence. Thoughts of Orochimaru lingered in his mind, and he felt another shiver creeping up his spine. Meanwhile, back in the office, Sarutobi was left alone with the two men, and with a swift motion, he sensed the departure of 4 chakra signatures as his personal ANBU guard exited the room. Sarutobi prepared for a serious discussion as he reached for his pipe, expertly knocking out the remaining ashes without making a mess. He replaced them with fresh tobacco, then ignited it with blue chakra flames that flickered at his fingertips. After taking a few puffs, the old Hokage leaned back in his chair, observing the 2 shinobi before him. He gestured toward the chairs in front of his desk, inviting them to sit. The silence stretched on for a moment before he closed his eyes, gathering his thoughts, and placed the pipe down. As he began, he informed them of the delegations he had sent to the elemental countries to negotiate a peace treaty. The 2 shinobi nodded in acknowledgement, and Sarutobi took another puff from his pipe. He continued, noting that the end of the war was near, but other important matters required attention. Toraku abruptly woke from his sleep, startled by the moonlight streaming through his window. He sat up, crossing his legs and burying his head in his lap, attempting to calm his racing heart. After a moment, his breathing steadied, leaving the room silent except for the distant ticking of a clock. His damp shirt clung to his skin, making him shiver uncomfortably. He glanced at the alarm clock beside his bed, realizing it was 3 in the morning. Frustrated, he leaned back, hoping to settle his adrenaline-fueled body back into sleep, but the thought of another nightmare loomed. He shook his head, trying to dispel the haunting images of struggling in a dark sewer, the rusty door without a handle, and the ominous presence lurking behind it. With a resigned sigh, he headed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Meanwhile, a small group gathered in Minato's apartment, having arrived on time as per his direct order, particularly emphasized for Kakashi, who surprisingly complied. The team and Kushina waited impatiently in the living room for Minato, who had insisted on punctuality. Kushina, visibly irritated, tapped her cheek with increasing speed while leaning against her palm on the couch. She expressed her frustration, threatening to make Minato sleep on the couch if he didn't arrive soon. Toraku and Rin exchanged amused glances at her antics, while Kakashi, maintaining his usual stoicism, rolled his eyes and took a sip of water. No one seemed to know Minato's intentions for the gathering, and Toraku agreed with the others that he had simply given instructions and disappeared. Just then, Toraku sensed Minato's familiar chakra signature approaching from the bedroom. Minato entered with an apologetic smile, explaining that he had been delayed. Toraku playfully remarked that Minato had been close to sleeping on the couch, which earned him a nod and an annoyed glare from Kushina. Curious, Rin asked why they were all gathered. Minato's grin widened as he revealed that they were there because Kushina had lost a bet. Kushina, confused and annoyed, demanded clarification, but Minato remained silent, only smiling more. Toraku muttered in disbelief, questioning if they were truly there for a bet. The atmosphere grew tense as Kushina's frown deepened, and she finally asked which bet Minato was referring to. He confirmed it was the bet, and Kushina's expression shifted from confusion to shock as she processed the information. Minato explained that the Sandaime had spoken to him the previous day and made the offer. The room fell silent, with Minato's smile still bright amidst the tension. In an instant, Kushina lunged at Minato, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him down to the floor. The rest of the team watched, alternating their gazes between the two and the unfolding scene, where Kushina sat on Minato's chest, laughing uncontrollably. Toraku cleared his throat to regain their attention, but it took a moment for the laughter to subside. Once the laughter faded into chuckles, Toraku asked what had just happened. Minato, still smiling, explained that the successor of the 3rd Hokage had been chosen, prompting Kushina to chime in beside him, still holding her laughter. What I thought happened actually did, Kakashi realized, his usual stoic demeanor slipping as his eyes widened. He pointed a trembling finger toward the blonde's chest. Toraku, looking confused, turned his gaze to Minato, who bowed dramatically with an exaggerated hand movement, still grinning. Minato introduced himself as the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, Namikaze Minato. After a brief silence, everyone except Minato erupted with disbelief, congratulations, and questions. Kakashi managed to regain his composure, stating that it made sense why Minato and Orochimaru had been summoned the day before. Minato simply nodded in response. Kushina, sitting next to him, shot him an annoyed look and asked why he hadn't mentioned it earlier. Minato explained that he wanted to announce it when everyone was together. Kakashi interjected, asking if it was already official. Minato clarified that it wasn't yet official. The final council meeting would take place in 2 days, and the announcement would follow weeks later. However, Sarutobi wanted him involved in the negotiation process, meaning he would be out of town frequently in the near future. He chuckled at the thought of Sarutobi wanting to hand over his responsibilities to enjoy retirement. Rin finally voiced the question that had been on everyone's mind: what would happen to their team? Minato shook his head slowly, admitting he didn't know yet. Until Sarutobi fully transferred his duties, they would remain together as Team Minato. He reflected on the bittersweet reality that their small team might not last long. They might get another Jonin sensei, but that wasn't a long-term solution. Kakashi was already a Jonin, far ahead of Rin's level, and Toraku. He glanced at the teen in front of him, but quickly averted his gaze to meet Kushina's narrowed blue eyes. The breeze gently swayed the grass on the training ground under the morning sun, creating a living sea of emerald. At the edge of this green sea, 4 figures sat by a cliff, waiting impatiently for the last member of their team to arrive. Toraku muttered in frustration that he had told them to fetch him at home, while Minato rolled his eyes. He suggested they could start without Kakashi, but Toraku insisted he wanted to spar. Jiraiya, overhearing their banter, chimed in that if they continued arguing he would place them under a genjutsu until Kakashi arrived. Rin chuckled softly at the scene. Toraku, feeling bored, pulled out a scroll, ink, and a calligraphy brush from his vest. Minato leaned over to see what he was doing, curious about the open scroll in his lap. Toraku explained he wanted to finish a seal. Minato inquired if it was another barrier seal, to which Toraku replied it was a trap. Jiraiya, intrigued, moved closer to examine the scroll. He pointed out that the design looked flawed. Toraku defended his work, insisting he wasn't an amateur. Jiraiya, still skeptical, asked why he was even there. Minato explained that Jiraiya was there to watch their spar. As Minato examined the design more closely, he noticed something unusual about it and questioned what would happen to the captives. Toraku smirked, revealing that it would drain their chakra coils dry, and added that the lightning incorporated into the design was a surprise. Minato, after studying the design for a moment, acknowledged that it was indeed a significant trap. Suddenly, Toraku shifted his attention, indicating that it was time for something. Just then, Kakashi appeared with a swift movement, only to receive a playful snap on his head from Toraku. Kakashi rubbed his head, annoyed, and greeted everyone as he approached the group. He acknowledged Jiraiya with a small bow before turning to Minato, eager to start. Minato informed him that he had a rematch waiting. An unexpected smirk appeared on Kakashi's face as he turned to the blonde, who had folded his arms, ready for the challenge. 5 minutes later, the 2 teens faced each other in the center of the clearing, anticipation hanging in the air. Kakashi took a stance, his Sharingan activated, while Toraku stood confidently, observing his partner with a relaxed demeanor. Jiraiya glanced at Minato, who nodded in acknowledgement, but he couldn't help but notice Rin's concerned expression as her eyes darkened. Jiraiya sighed and directed his voice toward the 2 teens, instructing them to stay in the clearing. Toraku waved dismissively in response. He then eagerly asked Kakashi if they could begin, his tone playful and cocky. Kakashi simply nodded. With a smirk, Toraku leaped in front of Kakashi, launching a kick toward his face. He moved with the grace of a dancer, producing a kunai from his weapon pouch in the next instant. Suddenly, 2 clones appeared beside him, forcing Kakashi to retreat from the center. The scarecrow sent a shuriken toward the nearest clone, which vanished upon impact. Another clone took its place, only to meet the same fate shortly after. Jiraiya observed the intense taijutsu battle, noting Toraku's fluid movements. He remarked on the absence of hand signs, and Minato confirmed that Toraku had not used any signs with his wind element ninjutsu either. Jiraiya continued to watch as Toraku executed a perfect backflip, landing on his right arm while sending a kunai toward Kakashi with his left hand, seamlessly transitioning back to his feet to charge at the Jonin once more. Minato commented on Toraku's intriguing fighting style, which was a blend of techniques that made him unpredictable. He noted how much Toraku had improved since their last encounter, where Kakashi had been able to counter him without relying on his Sharingan. Toraku, smirking, interjected that he had been practicing extensively and had discovered many new moves, though he felt something significant was still missing from his fighting style. Minato, in a playful gesture, tapped Toraku on the head, causing him to puff away in a cloud of chakra. A furious snort erupted from the clearing, and the clones surrounding Kakashi turned to Minato with indignation, one of them pointing a finger at him. Kakashi jumped back, forming a series of hand seals before slamming his hands into the ground. Electricity surged through the earth, creating a loud crackling sound as it raced across the clearing, dispelling the clones in its path and heading toward the remaining blondes. 2 clones caught Toraku and tossed him into the air to avoid the attack, allowing him to gracefully descend toward Kakashi. The jutsu struck the clones, causing them to vanish in a puff of smoke. In midair, Toraku performed hand seals, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a torrent of water toward Kakashi. The water struck him just as he attempted to release his own jutsu, causing a surge of lightning chakra to course through him, momentarily numbing his muscles. Toraku landed in a puddle, and Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Toraku facing a log. Suddenly he felt a grip around his ankles and looked down to see a lightning clone, which exploded into a shower of electric sparks, sending jolts through his body. Toraku staggered back, ruffling his hair in frustration as he declared his disdain for lightning releases, vowing to retaliate. He took a moment to calm himself, adopting a relaxed stance and closing his eyes to sense the air around him. A questioning look crossed his face as he sensed a significant amount of chakra approaching. A satisfied smile formed on his lips as he opened his eyes and began a long series of hand seals. Once completed, he stomped the ground, unleashing a powerful fire technique. The earth cracked and split, forming a perfect circle as Toraku clapped his hands together. The center of the circle erupted in an explosion, sending dust and debris into the air. He murmured to himself, closing his eyes again, his right eye twitching with anticipation. He declared that if Kakashi wanted to play hide and seek, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Crouching down, he placed his hand on the ground, channeling a massive amount of chakra. The soil erupted like a volcano nearby, and Kakashi burst forth from the crater, accompanied by 5 clones. Kunai were clenched tightly as shuriken flew across the clearing, with Kakashi dispatching his attackers one by one while casting a quick glance at Toraku, who remained crouched with his eyes closed. 2 clones appeared beside him as the real Toraku began another series of hand signs, preparing for his next move. His eye remained closed as the 2 clones placed their hands on his shoulders. Kakashi's eyes widened when the meaning of the hand signs registered in his mind, and his Sharingan interpreted the chakra flow from the 3 blondes, but he had no time to react. The ground erupted around him, and the Jonin found himself in the center of a swirling tornado. The wind whipped around him at an incredible speed, lifting leaves and small branches into the air, only to disintegrate into dust upon contact with the razor-sharp wind chakra. Kakashi felt a static charge from the wind wall accompanied by a chirping noise, and the sweet scent of rain and wet soil filled his nostrils. He quickly snapped his hands together, moving through hand signs with blurring speed. But before he could complete the sequence, thunder rumbled through the clearing, and a bolt of lightning struck the ground, forcing him to halt his hand signs and leap backward to evade the rapid attack. Another lightning strike hit his other side just as his feet touched the ground, compelling him to dodge once more, leaving him with no opportunity to counterattack or escape the trap. Jiraiya tapped his chin thoughtfully, arms folded, observing the scene with narrowed eyes. He glanced at Minato from the corner of his eye, noting a similar expression on his face that gradually shifted to amusement. Jiraiya remarked on the complexity of the attack, acknowledging the incredible feat of mixing 3 elements into one assault. He noted the manipulation of form and element, utilizing each one's strengths simultaneously: wind to separate the target, water as a conductor, and lightning to strike. Minato nodded in agreement, his focus unwavering as he examined every detail of the attack. He recognized the concentration on the faces of the 3, the control required to manipulate the elements, and the need to limit the attack's intensity. A thought crossed his mind about the potential devastation if the teen unleashed a massive amount of chakra. Kakashi braced himself and finally completed the hand seals. With narrowed eyes, he slammed his hands onto the ground between 2 lightning strikes. Electricity surged through the soil in a zigzag pattern toward the blondes, forcing them to jump aside as he released his hands from the ground, the jutsu dissipating with a loud thunderclap. A powerful air pressure swept through the clearing, sending dust, leaves, and debris flying. Minato executed a series of hand signs and moved his palms forward with a stoic expression, while Toraku mirrored his last movement without hand signs mere milliseconds later. An invisible wall of wind collided with the incoming air pressure, neutralizing the aftermath of Toraku's abruptly dismissed technique, leaving the 3 and Toraku unscathed by the massive surge of elemental chakra. Toraku glanced at the small group with concern but quickly turned back as he sensed Kakashi charging toward him. The Jonin leaped forward, kunai in hand. Toraku narrowed his eyes at the panting boy, a grimace forming on his face as the metallic scent of blood reached him. With a graceful movement, he deflected Kakashi's attack as if brushing dust from his clothes. A small stream of blood trickled from Kakashi's hairline, staining it a light pink next to his ear. The injury was minor, just a deep scratch, but the razor-sharp wind chakra had struck a sensitive area on his head. Toraku jumped back to evade the intense taijutsu, leaving a heavily breathing Kakashi behind. Toraku suddenly stiffened as the three tomo began to whirl slowly in Kakashi's crimson eyes. A chill ran through him, followed by a surge of heat that boiled within him, causing his body to tremble with rage. The world around him faded as the genjutsu enveloped him. He forced his chakra flow to stop completely, then unleashed a massive amount of chakra into his coils, letting it surge wildly through his body toward the caster in the clearing. The reality hit him hard when he opened his eyes and saw Kakashi helplessly suspended in midair, who finally managed to turn and land awkwardly, staring back at him with wide, shocked eyes. Toraku straightened himself, his voice devoid of its usual warmth. He warned Kakashi never to use that technique on him again, and Kakashi nodded slowly, still in shock. Minato observed Toraku carefully, noting the significant chakra he released, even more than during their encounter at the hospital 5 weeks prior. He glanced at the equally stunned Rin, then returned his gaze to Toraku, who was calm and composed, his emotionless eyes locking with Minato's for a moment before shifting to Rin, who trembled slightly. Toraku's demeanor softened as he scratched the back of his head, apologizing to Rin for going too far. Her mouth fell open, eyes wide with disbelief, and she shook her head in response. Rin took a deep breath, forcing herself to relax, and offered a nervous smile to Toraku, who chuckled in embarrassment while scratching his cheeks. He turned back to the now-sitting Kakashi, flashing a cheeky smile at the Jonin. He declared that the rematch was his, but Kakashi waved dismissively and dropped back onto the grass. Toraku smirked, stepping closer to offer his hand to the teen, who accepted it and stood up, brushing the dust and soil from his clothes. The blonde folded his hands behind his neck and moved toward the group on the other side of the clearing with a wide smirk, followed by Kakashi, who was still trying to make his appearance less disheveled in his torn and dirty clothes. Rin stepped next to the Jonin, examining his head with narrowed eyes before placing her hands near his temple to heal a small wound. Kakashi let out a sigh as the warm, tingling sensation numbed his brain and relaxed his weary muscles. Toraku turned toward them, his hands still at the back of his head, curiously eyeing the teen in front of him, who closed his eyes to enjoy the warm healing chakra. Kakashi remarked that he had been tricked, slowly opening one eye and allowing a satisfied smirk to spread across his face beneath his mask. He acknowledged the cleverness of Toraku's chakra technique but noted that his sensitivity extended beyond just his nose. Kakashi shrugged when Rin removed her hands from his head, turning to the blonde to check for any injuries, but found him untouched, not even sweaty or weary like himself. Toraku stretched his arms above his head and turned to Minato with a cheeky smile, declaring that now that he had finished warming up, they could move on to a more serious matter. Minato raised an eyebrow, suggesting that Toraku might be scared, to which Toraku responded with a playful jab about Minato's age. Minato's right eye twitched, and a satisfied smile appeared on Toraku's face, realizing he had struck a nerve. Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of knowing amusement as he observed Minato's reaction. As Minato calmly walked into the center of the clearing, Toraku celebrated his victory with a punch in the air and jogged toward the blonde with a wide grin. Toraku insisted that Minato could not use his permanent seal, to which Minato agreed, asking if they could start. Toraku nodded and immediately took a stance, while Minato remained casual, his hands diving into the pouch of his pants. Toraku narrowed his eyes, his muscles tensing, ready to spring into action. Before he could react, he felt a palm slam into the middle of his back, sending him flying toward a tree, narrowly passing by the stoic Minato. He managed to turn midair and land on the tree, parallel to the ground. As he rolled his shoulders to ease the discomfort in his spine, he eyed the two Minatos standing calmly in the clearing, their expressions stoic with hands in their pockets. Toraku crossed his fingers in front of his chest, a cocky smile forming on his face as he called upon the multiple shadow clone technique. The clearing suddenly filled with blonde locks as hundreds of clones appeared around them, prompting a loud snort from Jiraiya and an emotionless look from the two Minatos as they surveyed their surroundings. The original Minato tilted his head from side to side, letting his joints pop, and a wide, satisfied smirk appeared on his face, erasing Toraku's confidence. Toraku found himself overwhelmed by the speed of the clones as they began to disappear, flooding his mind with memories of their confusion and the yellow flashes that accompanied their vanishing. The aggressive flow of information left him dizzy and disoriented. Moments later, he was thrown down hard to the ground, the force knocking the wind out of him as he was pinned to the soil by a strong clone. The clone forced his hands into a painful angle while pushing a leg into his spine, eliciting an involuntary sound of discomfort from him. Minato crouched down, leaning close with a still stoic expression, asking if Toraku had any complaints. As the clone forced his hands higher, Toraku shook his head, and Minato nodded in satisfaction. When the clone released him, Toraku's arms fell limply beside him. He slowly rolled onto his back, massaging his aching hand and glaring at Minato. Toraku accused Minato of overdoing it, to which Minato replied that it was time to teach him some manners. Toraku protested that Minato had cheated by using his permanent seal. Minato chuckled and offered his hand to Toraku, who winced as he put weight on his sore wrist. Minato clarified that he hadn't used the existing mark but had placed a temporary one when he struck him. Toraku hummed in acknowledgement and began to walk back to the group, facing a knowingly smiling Jiraiya, a satisfied Kakashi, and a concerned Rin, who was now inspecting his red wrists. Jiraiya asked if the lesson had been learned, to which Toraku grimaced and pointed a finger at Minato, vowing that next time he would win. Jiraiya chuckled, reminding Toraku that the training ground had been filled with his clones in less than a minute, questioning his eagerness for a rematch. Toraku simply hummed in response as he removed his Chunin vest, examining the black marking on its back with narrowed eyes. He resolved to figure out how to counter Minato's annoying Hiration technique. Jiraiya snorted and rolled his eyes, while Minato chuckled, wishing him luck with that. Kakashi calmly noted that the title of Hokage meant being the strongest shinobi of the village, not just a fancy name, and asked Toraku how his wrists were. Rin moved closer, concerned for his hands. Toraku reassured her that he would be fine, claiming it would heal quickly. He demonstrated by moving his joints and smiling back at Rin. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, aware that Minato had nearly wrenched his wrists, but chose to remain silent, acknowledging the impressive healing abilities of the young medic. Minato stretched his arms behind his back, declaring that they were finished for the day. Before they left, Toraku wanted to explain why Jiraiya was present to observe their performance. He mentioned that Jiraiya would be the new sensei of the team, and Toraku turned to the Sannin with a knowing look. Jiraiya reassured them that they would be in good hands, encouraging them not to be afraid. Toraku snorted and waved a hand toward Minato, feeling a sour grimace cross his face as he turned away from Minato's sad smile. Toraku acknowledged Minato's concern without needing to hear more. He sighed and turned back, forcing a grin onto his face. He then expressed his hunger, suggesting they find something to eat. After leaving a barbecue restaurant, only Jiraiya, Minato, and a content Toraku remained, the teen leaning back and stroking his noticeably fuller stomach with closed eyes. Minato chuckled at the sight, while Jiraiya looked at him with annoyance, remarking that he didn't want to be responsible for paying for Toraku's food. Toraku opened one eye, stretched out, and shrugged, claiming he might have starved in a past life. Minato inquired about Toraku's training, noting that while he had regained much of his basic knowledge, he hadn't demonstrated much new. Toraku calmly admitted this, explaining that most of his techniques were quite radical and that he couldn't use them against Kakashi. He mentioned needing to learn more lower-level techniques to avoid being outmatched. When asked about Doton techniques, Toraku nodded but admitted he struggled to make them work properly. Minato's eyes narrowed in thought, recognizing the potential in Toraku's abilities. Toraku revealed he had practiced a powerful jutsu at home, as all training grounds were full. Minato was shocked, realizing the risk involved in trying such a technique in his apartment. Toraku simply waved a hand, summoning a clone to retrieve a scroll from his pocket. Jiraiya commented on Toraku's laziness, to which Toraku shrugged, claiming he was too full to move. Minato opened the scroll, studying the barrier seal it contained. It was perfectly designed, powerful enough to withstand an S-class technique while masking its energy. Minato realized that the seal not only dismissed the attack's chakra but used it to strengthen itself, adapting to the level of the attack. He chuckled at Jiraiya's astonished expression, pleased to see his old sensei so impressed. Toraku grinned, satisfied with his design but noted it consumed a lot of chakra during its initial activation, indicating he would need to make adjustments. Toraku then asked Minato when they could finally go on a mission. Minato instructed him to come to the Hokage Tower the next day, which prompted a satisfied smile from Toraku as he got up from the table. However, Minato warned him that if he ever attempted any jutsu inside a building again, he would finish what he had started at the training ground. Toraku gulped and nodded, feeling the weight of Minato's serious tone before leaving. Jiraiya leaned over the table, asking about the mission details. Minato explained that they would be escorting a delegation to Suna, hinting that something from Toraku's past might arise. The next morning, 4 figures stood before Minato's desk, including a Chunin and Sarutobi. Minato smiled at Jiraiya while handing over the mission scroll, which had been discussed the previous night. He informed them that the envoy would be waiting at the village gates at 10 o'clock and reminded Kakashi to be punctual. Toraku was instructed to go incognito for the mission, which puzzled him. Minato explained that he would be acting as an ANBU during the mission. Toraku grunted in annoyance but nodded, a cheeky smile creeping onto his face, prompting Minato to warn him against any teasing. A silent battle of wills ensued between the two blondes until Toraku finally sighed in defeat, crossing his arms and turning slightly away. The Chunin raised an eyebrow at their exchange, while Sarutobi chuckled. Jiraiya cleared his throat, signaling it was time for the team to prepare for their trip. The team gathered at the designated time, with Kakashi surprisingly arriving punctually. They met the envoy, a tall man wrapped in a white robe and half-mask, revealing only his brown eyes. The man remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement as they approached, and continued to do so throughout their journey. Unfortunately, the man was a civilian, which would significantly slow down their movement. The journey to Suna would take at least a week, with half of that time spent traversing the hot, empty desert, and then the same amount of time returning. Additionally, they would need to account for the time spent in the city while the envoy conducted his business. Thoughts raced through Toraku's mind as he observed their mysterious companion. He raised his hands to scratch his forehead but halted when his fingers met cold porcelain instead of his warm skin. Frustration bubbled within him, and he moved to detach his mask, but Jiraiya grasped his hands firmly. No touching, and he wasn't allowed to remove it, not even while sleeping. From now on, his name would be defined by his mask. Toraku shot a pair of angry blue eyes at Jiraiya, narrowing them into thin lines, but ultimately he only responded with a displeased groan. He stood there in his complete NBU outfit, minus the white surcoat, folding his arms across his white vest and turning away from the Sannin without another word. Jiraiya merely shook his head. The team prepared to depart, and the 3 teens nodded, positioning themselves around the envoy. Together, they stepped through the giant gates of Konoha and vanished into the woods of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya kept a watchful eye on Toraku from the background, a small smile creeping across his face as he sensed a trickle of chakra moving toward Kakashi's face beneath the mask. The silver-haired Jonin narrowed his eyes and began scratching his face beneath the thin fabric, clearly annoyed by the blonde's attempts to push the mask down. An irritated snort escaped Kakashi as he shot an angry look at Toraku, then covered his face with a thin layer of his own chakra to separate his skin from Toraku's probing energy. Toraku, feeling a bit childish, shrugged off the comment. He turned back to Rin, asking if she had seen Kakashi's face. She simply shrugged with a cheeky smile, leaving Toraku puzzled and slightly irritated. He then turned his attention to the left, where he sensed a faint but rapid heartbeat as they passed a tree. A smile crossed his face as he caught the scent of a fox lurking beneath the bushes. Gently, he stroked the mask on his face, feeling the fine curves resembling a fox's long nose and the 3 freshly painted red markings on each side of its white surface. When he first laid eyes on the fox mask in Jiraiya's hands, a genuine animalistic grin had spread across his face, and he couldn't help but laugh until his sides ached. Before donning the completely white mask, he had felt an urge to add his own artistic touch, painting red markings on either side. The strange satisfaction that followed filled his mind as he traced the painted whiskers once more, rolling his shoulders with a sigh of boredom. Suddenly, a clone appeared beside him, raising an eyebrow at Toraku. He shrugged, indicating it was worth a try. The rest of the team watched him curiously as the clone placed its hand above Toraku's extended palm. The 2 blondes closed their eyes in concentration, and a small amount of wind began to circulate between their palms. The wind intensified, forming a perfect circle, almost invisible from the side, but not much larger than a medium-sized shuriken. The clone frowned, squeezing its eyelids in concentration. Kakashi moved his hands to uncover his Sharingan, examining the swirling chakra within the crimson orb. He observed as the chakra from Toraku's left arm paused momentarily in his wrist before flowing into his palm, drawn in by the small technique. The clone mimicked the process, adding its own chakra to the swirling energy. The combination began to glow with an unnatural orange light, reminiscent of iron heating in a forge. The wind's movement increased once more, and Toraku narrowed his eyes, instructing the clone to maintain the current level of energy. A painful hiss escaped Toraku's lips as the spinning plate wobbled between their palms. Jiraiya, maintaining a calm tone, inquired about their progress. Toraku, too focused to engage in small talk, hissed between clenched teeth as they released the technique, which dissipated into the air, leaving behind a faint scent of ozone. The clone shook its head while Toraku examined his red palm, noticing the blister forming. They needed to refine this technique. It required more precise control than the larger ones. Toraku nodded in agreement, letting out a sigh as the clone vanished in a puff of smoke. He fell back to walk beside Rin, who offered him an apologetic smile, rolling her eyes slightly. She gently placed her hands over his red palm, channeling green chakra into the wound, providing a soothing sensation to his burning skin. Toraku asked Rin if she could teach him, prompting a snort from Kakashi and laughter from Jiraiya, which earned Toraku an annoyed glance. Rin, feeling a swell of pride, smiled and nodded, though she modestly claimed she wasn't the best teacher. Toraku insisted that he needed her help, especially with his chakra control, which he felt was lacking. He wanted to master the smaller techniques, and he believed Rin was the only one who could assist him with medical jutsus. Jiraiya watched the exchange with a gentle smile, noting the importance of mastering the finer details of their craft. Kakashi, crossing his arms behind his neck, expressed skepticism about the need for smaller techniques, but Jiraiya countered that true power often lay in the details, tapping Kakashi's head playfully. Kakashi groaned in frustration, running a hand through his silver hair. The blonde nodded approvingly. It was true that he could be very deconstructive, but he needed techniques that wouldn't endanger those around him, and that was what he lacked. Toraku slowly shook his head, letting out a weary sigh as he turned once more to Rin. He asked her if she would help him. Of course, she agreed. She began to think aloud, focusing on fine-tuning his abilities. After a moment, she turned to Toraku, noting that he didn't have problems manipulating nature and form. This indicated that the main issue wasn't with his direct control but rather with the amount of chakra he was using. She asked which technique required the least chakra that he struggled with. Toraku grimaced as he mentioned the Bunshin technique. He slowly moved his hands together and performed the necessary seals, causing a shapeless form to appear beside him, only for it to fail and fall to the ground limply. He let out an irritated sigh as the caricature of a human disappeared. Kakashi frowned at the scene and turned his head curiously to Toraku and Rin, inquiring where they should start. Rin suggested that Toraku should work on that technique first. He nodded and returned to his place, closing his eyes. Around 100 copies of Toraku appeared behind the small group, moving in sync with them. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, intrigued, but his expression quickly shifted to concern. He asked what the Kage Bunshins were for. Toraku, with a cheeky smile beneath his mask, urged Kakashi to just watch. The clones began forming the necessary hand seals, and 100 ordinary Bunshins appeared, marching behind them. Toraku commanded them to form 4 groups and to dismiss every 15 minutes, receiving a chorus of enthusiastic responses. Jiraiya watched with amusement, acknowledging Toraku's point. Kakashi shot a confused glare at Jiraiya, while Toraku shrugged and began working on the technique himself. Near the end of the first 15 minutes, one of the clones let out a victorious cheer as a man-like clone appeared next to him, wobbling on thin legs. Toraku nodded to the clone, which vanished instantly, leaving the others looking puzzled. He announced a 5-minute delay until the first group disappeared, and the clones nodded, continuing their efforts. Surprisingly, this time almost every new Bunshin was able to at least stand. Kakashi expressed his confusion, prompting Toraku to explain that when a shadow clone is dismissed, he regains all the memories it gathered. Originally, they were used for scouting, and with the memories, he also acquired what they learned. This allowed him to compress years of training into weeks, but it came with its own risks. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, asking about those risks. Toraku replied that not only did the memories return, but also the exhaustion, which he shrugged off despite Rin's worried gaze. The group continued toward their destination in silence. After the last group of clones dismissed, Toraku managed to create a normal-looking Bunshin, though it had a faceless head and soft orange clothes. It could take only a few steps before wobbling and falling flat, dismissing itself. Toraku let out a weary sigh, shaking his head in disappointment. He reflected that this was harder than he had anticipated. Jiraiya approached him, tapping his shoulder and advising him not to push himself too hard, or he would also fall flat. Toraku nodded, understanding, and stretched his arms behind his head, expressing his frustration over the difficulty of an academy-level jutsu. Jiraiya pointed out that Toraku had too much chakra for fine-tuning and suggested he focus on what he was good at. Determination shone in Toraku's blue eyes, reminiscent of Minato's stubbornness. Jiraiya smiled, turning to the others and announcing they would make camp in an hour, as the sun was nearly set. The team nodded, and their quiet companion let out a relieved sigh after the long journey. 2 hours later, the camp was set up with a cheerful campfire at its center, surrounded by sleeping bags. However, only 4 were occupied, as Toraku sat above them on a thick branch in a nearby tree. He sensed a familiar chakra signature approaching, and the silver-haired Jonin joined him silently. Kakashi urged Toraku to get some sleep, but Toraku raised an eyebrow at the honorific, anticipating the question he knew would follow after he had shared the Kage Bunshin technique. Kakashi asked if Toraku could teach him the technique. Toraku let out a weary sigh, running his hands through his spiky blonde hair. He explained that while he could teach it, it wouldn't be very effective for Kakashi due to his limited chakra. However, it could still be useful for scouting. Kakashi nodded, already aware of this limitation. Toraku warned him that he wouldn't be able to use his Sharingan this time and would have to learn the hard way. Kakashi, though confused, nodded in agreement. Toraku pointed toward a small clearing about 20 meters away, and 5 clones appeared on the tree, standing in various directions. They spread out around their sleeping companions while the 2 teens prepared to train. After an hour, they returned to find Kakashi visibly weary, nearly collapsing into his sleeping bag, with scratches visible on his skin. Yet he had managed to create a proper clone. Toraku shook his head, dismissing the clones before returning to his spot on the branch. He leaned against the rough bark of the tree, gazing up at the ink-black sky. He always found comfort in watching the stars and the moon, as it calmed his nerves and relaxed his mind. He sighed as another presence settled next to him, wondering what would come next. Jiraiya snorted and waved his hands, asking if Toraku wanted to learn something from him. Toraku nodded but kept his gaze fixed on the stars twinkling in the night sky. For a moment, the Sannin was silent. He then inquired about Toraku's progress with his shadow clones. Toraku admitted he wasn't doing too well but suspected that wasn't the reason Jiraiya had come to see him. Jiraiya asked why he had taught a forbidden technique to Kakashi. Toraku shrugged, explaining that he wanted them to become strong. Even if Kakashi couldn't use it for training, it might save his life or Rin's one day. He had faith in Kakashi's potential, believing he would become a powerful and elite shinobi. Although Kakashi often displayed a stoic demeanor, Toraku sensed something had been troubling him since they learned they were heading to Suna. When Jiraiya asked how much Toraku knew about Kakashi's background, Toraku slowly shook his head. He didn't know much, just that Kakashi was an orphan and had a difficult past in IW. He glanced down at Kakashi, who was resting nearby, listening to the soft sounds of his breathing. Jiraiya continued, revealing that Kakashi's father was Hatake Tsukumo, known as the White Fang of Konoha. He was a powerful and respected shinobi, comparable in strength to Jiraiya himself. Tsukumo had faced a tough decision during a mission, choosing to save his comrades over completing a critical objective. This choice led to significant repercussions for the Fire Country, and despite saving lives, he was blamed by those he had helped. The pressure became too much for him, and he ultimately took his own life. Toraku listened in shock, his mouth agape. After that tragedy, Kakashi became rigidly devoted to the rules of the shinobi world, burying his emotions to redeem the Hatake name. Jiraiya noted that something had changed in Kakashi after the loss of their teammates, but he didn't know the details, as Minato was reluctant to discuss it. Toraku sighed, revealing that he had an inkling of what had caused that change. He recalled a conversation with Kakashi after returning from Kumo, where Kakashi had shared something during a moment of vulnerability. It seemed that the Uchiha had made a significant impact on him, prompting a drastic shift in his demeanor. Jiraiya nodded, focusing intently on Toraku. When Jiraiya asked about Toraku's own situation, he blinked in surprise at the sudden question. He turned to face the sage, hesitating as he grasped his mask. Jiraiya encouraged him to remove it, and Toraku pushed it up to rub his tired eyes. He pulled out a ration bar and began to chew, not out of hunger but to buy time to gather his thoughts. Jiraiya observed him patiently, waiting for a response. Eventually, Toraku set the remnants of his food aside and leaned forward, avoiding Jiraiya's gaze. He acknowledged that Jiraiya was there to stop him if he ever went rogue, recognizing the strength that implied. Although he sometimes played the fool, he wasn't naive. He understood that he might be an assassin or a spy, but he hoped that if he regained his memories, he wouldn't lose his current self. He shook his head, glancing down at his sleeping comrades. Toraku expressed his desire to protect those dear to him, including Minato, Kushina, and the younger shinobi. A small smile crossed his face as he turned back to Jiraiya, asking for his thoughts on the situation. Jiraiya chuckled, revealing he had his own assumptions about Toraku. He mentioned having read reports about him, which indicated that Toraku experienced flashbacks. Toraku shrugged, explaining that these weren't true memories but rather feelings that felt familiar, like déjà vu. Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued when Toraku mentioned the name Nagato, but Toraku felt confused and frustrated, trying to grasp the significance of the name. When he asked Jiraiya about Nagato, the Sannin remained silent for a moment, prompting Toraku to request a favor. He asked Jiraiya to promise that if things went wrong and he lost himself, he wouldn't let him harm anyone. Jiraiya watched him closely, waiting for any sign of wavering determination, but Toraku's calm and solemn azure eyes remained steady. Jiraiya assured him he would be quick and merciful if it came to that. Toraku offered a dry chuckle and a soft smile, but Jiraiya maintained his serious demeanor. They sat in silence for a while, listening to the sounds of nature surrounding them. Toraku finally broke the silence, playfully urging Jiraiya to return to rest, insisting he wouldn't drag him along to Suna if he grew too tired. Jiraiya snorted and attempted to playfully slap the back of Toraku's head, but Toraku leaned away, chuckling softly at the light-hearted exchange. He felt a sudden sense of déjà vu wash over him, and a soft smile spread across his face as he looked again at the Sannin. Jiraiya remarked on Toraku's intriguing nature, calling him a troublesome and cocky young man. Toraku chuckled in response, while Jiraiya settled down into his sleeping bag, ready to fall into a deep sleep. He assured the team that he would take over in 4 hours. Toraku nodded and turned his gaze back to the sky, spotting the glowing evening star once more. The sun hung high above the horizon, casting hot beams down on the weary team. Toraku turned to take in the landscape, where sand stretched endlessly in every direction. The wind sculpted the soft, silky sand into dramatic dunes and towering formations, creating a mesmerizing view. Only a few abstract cliffs broke the monotony of the golden sea, and Toraku felt a pang of longing for the green hues of nature. They had been marching through the sandy expanse for 2 days, with only a few ancient trees and scattered cacti to break the barren scenery. In the distance, he spotted something that was distinctly not sand and not a natural formation. It appeared too straight and regular, yet it lacked an industrial feel. He squinted and stopped walking, focusing on the thin line on the horizon. Jiraiya turned toward him and nodded, explaining that it was the wall surrounding Sunagakure no Sato. He expressed his eagerness to reach their destination, humorously claiming he would go berserk after another night in the desert. A shiver ran through Jiraiya, and Toraku smiled in understanding. Despite the harsh conditions, he found solace in the desert nights. The warm embrace of his sleeping bag contrasted with the coolness of the outside world, and he enjoyed the peacefulness of stargazing without distractions. With a weary sigh, he closed his eyes, recalling the dreams that had haunted him since entering the desert. He leaned down, letting the silky sand flow through his fingers, relishing the sensation. Jiraiya inquired if he had memories of the place, but Toraku simply shook his head, continuing to play with the sand like a child. A warm smile graced his face as he savored the moment. After a while, he straightened up and turned to his companion, who gestured for him to catch up with the others. Toraku took one last look at the endless dunes before jogging to rejoin the small group. After 2 hours, they reached the walls of Suna, and Toraku's sense of familiarity grew stronger with each step. There were no doors, but several guards eyed them suspiciously, particularly focusing on Jiraiya and Toraku. As they approached the entrance, a Jonin leaped down in front of them, raising a hand to signal them to stop. The team remained calm but alert. Jiraiya stepped forward and presented a small scroll to the shinobi, explaining that they were escorting a political envoy from Konoha and that all details could be found within the scroll. He requested passage through the gates, mentioning their appointment with the Kazekage. The Jonin scrutinized the scroll, opening it carefully before nodding to 4 men who appeared beside him. He rolled up the scroll and handed it to one of the men, instructing them to escort the group to the Kazekage. The Jonin then turned to Jiraiya, warning him not to cause any trouble, reminding him that the advantage of home was on their side. Jiraiya rolled his eyes in annoyance and waved a hand toward their small group. They passed through the narrow passage, and as they reached the end, Toraku halted, nearly causing one of the Suna Jonin to bump into him. The blonde scanned the area, taking in the round forms of the brown and golden houses that resembled clay, the narrow streets, and the abstract shapes that warmed his heart. A soft smile formed on his lips as he felt a connection to this place. Jiraiya observed him closely, contemplating whether Minato had been right about Toriku's origins. By his reaction, it was clear that aim was a dead end. One of the Suna shinobi cleared his throat, prompting Jiraiya to refocus his thoughts. The Jonin called out to Kitsune-san, but there was no response. He tried again, but it was Toriku who interrupted, expressing his frustration at the situation. Kakashi had startled him, causing Toriku to jump aside, surprised by the gentle spark of Kakashi's finger. Toriku questioned why Kakashi had done that, to which Kakashi simply stated it was an order. Toriku expressed his disdain for such actions, punctuating his words with a playful smack to Kakashi's head, which earned him an annoyed glare. Rin chuckled softly at their antics. Jiraiya rubbed his throbbing forehead as the two teens continued their playful argument, oblivious to the amused and irritated Suna shinobi nearby. Feeling a vain pulse with each heartbeat, Jiraiya moved closer and placed his hand on the tops of their heads, halting their bickering. He asked if they were calmed down enough. Toriku shot Jiraiya a fiery glance, but the Sannin merely sighed wearily. As they continued their journey toward the heart of the village, they attracted curious glances from villagers and nearby shinobi, who eyed their Hittite with suspicion. They navigated through various passages until Toriku paused at the entrance to a narrow alley. He squinted and turned to one of the Suna Jonins, inquiring about a ramen stand. The young shinobi looked confused and informed him that there was no ramen stand in Sunagakure. Toriku frowned but shrugged it off as he continued past Jiraiya, who was watching carefully. After a 10-minute walk, they finally arrived at the main building of the village. The sight of the Kazekage's office warmed Toriku's heart as he admired the round structure adorned with numerous small windows. He stepped out from the group, confidently leading the way toward the great wooden door, earning suspicious glances from the guards. As he approached a winding staircase, his confidence wavered. He blinked and turned around to see Jiraiya's raised eyebrow and the frowning Suna Jonins on either side of the stairs. Days and weeks flew by since their return from Suna. The peace talks with other nations were progressing better than anyone had anticipated. The conflicts at the borders had settled, with disputes limited to political discussions and verbal exchanges in offices and meeting rooms. Toriku sighed wearily as he reflected on why he was spending hours in contemplation. Despite the external calm, his inner turmoil grew stronger. He felt himself drowning in a recurring dream, the door holding firm against the increasing cracks and wear. After a brief reprieve following their return from Suna, the dream had returned with unprecedented intensity. Toriku gazed down at the sleeping village from the top of Minato's newly carved head on the Hokage monument. It had been nearly 3 months since he had integrated into the daily life of Konoha, and just over 2 months since he became a shinobi of the village. They had undertaken several missions, primarily transporting reports and supplies to the borders and various guard posts across the Fire Country. However, missions unrelated to the war had begun to surface, and occasionally he assisted in tracking with other teams, though those opportunities were rare. A satisfied smile spread across his face as the sun's first rays warmed him. The village began to stir, and he could already smell the sweet aroma of freshly baked goods. An ANBU squad leaped from rooftop to rooftop, heading toward the village gates, likely departing for a mission. A kunoichi emerged from the shadows of one of Yandame's spikes and sat beside the smiling young Chunin. He recognized most of the ANBU assigned to watch over him and had mostly given up on pranking them. Well, mostly. The devil never sleeps, and he couldn't resist seizing the opportunity to showcase his skills. Though he was still adjusting to being followed constantly, he had come to terms with it, as well as the weekly checkups with Inoichi. They had started meeting on weekends, forming a bond that was not quite friendship yet. He understood it was for everyone's safety and begrudgingly appreciated Sarutobi's insistence on maintaining surveillance despite Minato's request. Ultimately, Minato respected his sensei's wishes as the third Hokage, even though he had the authority to change that as the new Hokage. Toriku knew his brother held the old man in high regard and chose not to complain any further. The kunoichi asked how long he would stay there, to which Toriku shrugged, not turning to face her. He mentioned that he preferred to wait until the streets became crowded. Stretching his arms behind his back, he leaned back with a satisfied sigh. She remarked that she had seen him in the jewelry store the previous day, and he assured her he had only caught a glimpse of her back, recognizing her by her scent. The girl reacted with a furious snort, quickly getting up and retreating into the shadows, muttering under her mask. He looked over his shoulder at the kunoichi, who remained silent, and shrugged, thinking that nothing seemed good enough for girls. With a sigh, he returned his attention to the village rising below him. The team lined up in front of a long desk, waiting for their next mission. Minato let out a weary yawn, scratching his burning eyes to ease the discomfort. He glanced toward another desk in the corner of the room, where a tired-looking blonde clone frowned, leaning on his hands above a large stack of papers. The clone grimaced at a request, lifting a signet to mark it with a red disapproval, muttering angrily about unnecessary desires. Minato nodded toward the clone, who waved his hand in irritation and pulled out another document, snorting in disapproval. Minato sent a grateful glance toward his brother, who had suggested using a clone to help him catch up on paperwork after he nearly collapsed on the futon upon returning home. Peace talks came with an overwhelming amount of bureaucracy, and Hiruzen had neglected to mention that when he offered Minato the position, he would have gladly delayed his nomination by half a year had he known. Jiraiya cleared his throat, pulling Minato from his thoughts. Minato cleared his throat as well and leaned toward a pile of mission scrolls, handing the correct one to his former sensei. This time, they were assigned to the Kusa borders to relieve a sedentary force at one of their posts. With a week until the next relay, they needed to prepare equipment for that duration. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow but ultimately nodded, and they left the room after a brief bow and wave from Toraku. As they approached their destination, where they had lost a teammate and friend, tension filled the air. Toraku, unusually quiet, sensed their mood and moved closer to Jiraiya to chat during their trip. They had become friends over the past month, and Toraku was beginning to appreciate Jiraiya, despite his annoying antics around girls. He found himself respecting the Toad Sage, especially since their first meeting, where Jiraiya had treated him with a natural demeanor rather than suspicion like others. In some ways, Toraku trusted Jiraiya more than anyone else in the village, including his brother, despite their growing bond since Minato's official nomination. Since the public ceremony, people had started to recognize him, greeting him with smiles. Although they did not announce their relationship, anyone observant could see their resemblance and how they interacted. Rumors began to circulate in the streets of Konoha and among the shinobi ranks about their connection and Toraku's sudden appearance, especially when he trained or sparred with Jiraiya or Minato. A proud smile crossed his face as he recalled their last spar, despite the bruises he had sustained. He could mostly keep up with Minato until he used his irritating Hiration. Toraku had spent many sleepless nights trying to figure out how to counter that troublesome seal, but he remained hopeful that a solution was near. He thought back to the public ceremony when Sarutobi handed over his hat, and Minato placed it on his own head. Minato's eyes shone with emotion, joy, pride, and overwhelming determination. Toraku felt a similar pride as he stood silently in the background with Jiraiya, Kushina, Rin, and Kakashi, but he was also aware of a fleeting pang of envy. An unconscious grimace crossed his face, but it was replaced by a smile as he remembered the small, green, and evidently old toad that had appeared after the ceremony. He recalled laughing when the old toad addressed Jiraiya as Jiraiya-chan and lectured him like a grandfather. After congratulating Minato, the toad handed him a small pack containing a short-sleeved white coat with flame patterns on the edges and bright red kanji proclaiming him as the Yandame Hokage. Toraku chuckled at the endless teasing Minato received from him and Kushina when he first wore that coat. As they approached the post, he felt the strain in his muscles but pushed on. They slowed down to avoid raising suspicion from the guards and walked toward the bunker. A shinobi jumped down from the flat roof, eyeing them cautiously, but then let out a weary and relieved sigh upon recognizing Jiraiya. "I'm glad you arrived, Jiraiya-sama," the shinobi said, bowing and smiling at the white-haired man. "You are careless. What if we were IWA forces under a disguise?" Jiraiya replied, shaking his head with a chuckle. "The chances are minimal, and I doubt any of them would dare transform into you, especially not into Toraku-san," the shinobi said. Toraku raised an eyebrow, carefully assessing the man, but he did not recognize him. In the end, he shrugged it off as a result of Minato's fame. The man gestured for them to follow him as they entered the sparse facility. Toraku instinctively expanded his senses to map his surroundings, noting 3 more shinobi around the post, one on the rooftop, one outside, and one more inside. Jiraiya turned to the shinobi. "Is there anything we should be aware of?" he asked. The shinobi shook his head. "Nothing happened during the last week. Everything seems peaceful. Only some patrolling IWA troops passed the post from a distance, but they did not show any hostility." Jiraiya nodded and handed over a scroll to the shinobi, who accepted it and stowed it inside his pocket. He offered to escort them around, expressing his eagerness to finally sleep in his own bed. Jiraiya chuckled and placed a hand on the ninja's shoulder. The man efficiently showed them around, and they finished on the roof where the rest of his team was already waiting, packed and ready to leave. The shinobi pointed out several parts of the landscape where they would find the sensing seals and asked Jiraiya to place more in other areas. After a half-hour report, he nodded to himself in satisfaction, and they headed back to Konoha. Jiraiya turned to face the team, pointing toward Kakashi and Toraku. He instructed them to take the first watch shift, implementing 12-hour rotations. He reminded them to stay alert as they might be nearing peace, but one could never be too sure. The boys nodded, and Jiraiya directed Toraku to send out some clones to check the seals, suggesting they could upgrade them since they were barrier seals. Toraku nodded and grinned as 50 clones appeared beside him, dispersing in every direction. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, muttering about the energetic youth, while he and Rin returned to the establishment to rest before taking over for the boys. Toraku laid back on the roof, crossing his arms behind his head, and began watching the night sky. An annoyed snort echoed on the roof as Kakashi approached him, his eyes narrowed. Kakashi questioned Toraku's actions, and Toraku remained still, only turning his eyes toward the Jounin. He explained that he was guarding the post. Kakashi kicked his leg, prompting Toraku to sit up and meet his gaze. Kakashi admonished him, stating this was not a game. Toraku sighed, explaining that he had sent out 50 clones to enhance security seals along the border and reassured Kakashi that nothing would happen. Kakashi remained silent, moving to the edge of the roof to scan the forest. Toraku sighed and joined him, urging Kakashi to calm down, emphasizing their preparedness. After a moment, Kakashi hesitantly acknowledged that he was a bit tense. Toraku noted that he understood why Kakashi felt that way, but reassured him that they were well prepared. Kakashi clenched his fists, expressing his discomfort near the IWA borders. Toraku reminded him that Minato had sent them there for a reason, and Kakashi acknowledged that he understood but still felt uneasy. Days passed slowly, with nothing significant occurring. The most eventful moment was when one of Kakashi's summons chased a fox away from the post. Toraku sat on the edge of the flat roof, his legs dangling freely as he observed the forest. He closed his eyes, extending a thin layer of chakra to sense any disturbances, but nothing emerged. He sighed wearily and glanced back at Kakashi, who had sent one of his trained ninken to patrol. Toraku had grown fond of the dog, despite their rocky first encounter. He still remembered the sharp fangs of the small pug around his ankle, though he understood it was likely due to the pup's limited communication skills. Just then, the small ninken reappeared in the tall grass, making a straight line toward the tower in the vegetation. Kakashi acknowledged the returning Pakken, who hopped onto the vertical wall and ran up to them, panting heavily. The dog looked up at Kakashi with bright, intelligent eyes, wagging his tail lightly. Still young and in the early stages of training, Pakken lacked the stamina for long runs or real fights but possessed a stubbornness comparable to Toraku's and an exceptional sense of smell. Kakashi asked if Pakken had found anything, but the small dog shook his head. Kakashi dismissed him, and Pakken disappeared in a puff of smoke after nodding at Toraku. Toraku stretched and yawned before returning to his previous spot on the roof. Curious, Toraku asked Kakashi about his recent activities with Jiraiya regarding some scripts. Kakashi's visible eye twitched, and Toraku could almost see the embarrassment creeping into his demeanor, but Kakashi did not respond, merely waving a hand dismissively and turning away, tensing his shoulders. Toraku raised an eyebrow but shrugged, his curiosity piqued for later investigation. They remained in silence for several minutes until Toraku rubbed his tired eyes and let out a weary sigh, yawning again. He then suggested that Kakashi should talk to Rin. Kakashi, with a doubtful expression, countered that he was perfectly fine, but Toraku pointed out that he hadn't slept more than 6 hours since their arrival. Kakashi's irritation was evident as he insisted he was all right, but Toraku pressed on, noting that Kakashi was exhausted and relying on soldier pills to stay awake. Toraku warned that if Kakashi did not speak with Rin, he would take it upon himself to do so, suggesting it would be better for Kakashi to approach her first. Toraku would still yell at you for your messy hair, but perhaps she could help you find something to ease those nightmares. He visibly flinched at the thought, yet eventually let out a long, weary breath and closed his eyes. His mind quickly began to numb, and he could no longer deny the truth he was utterly exhausted. He decided to speak with her when she awoke, his voice faint but resolute. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Toraku stiffened, a shiver running down his spine. He scanned the area and expanded his chakra from the rooftop, prompting a confused and worried expression from Kakashi, whose muscles tensed, ready to react if necessary. Toraku dismissed the concern, insisting that nothing was out there. Kakashi frowned as 5 clones appeared beside Toraku, leaping down from the roof and racing toward the forest line. Toraku explained it was just a precaution. Kakashi moved closer to Toraku, revealing his left eye beneath his forehead protector. The tomos began to whirl slowly as he surveyed the landscape, searching for any hint of chakra in the woods near the seals. After a moment, he nodded and replaced his forehead protector, though he did not relax his tense muscles. The two remained alert for hours, with only a solitary deer emerging from the forest, crossing the clearing before vanishing as quietly as it had come. Toraku let out a weary sigh, feeling his eyelids grow heavier as exhaustion took hold. He shook his head in an attempt to dispel the weariness, but it lingered. Despite expanding his senses to their maximum, he couldn't shake a strange feeling that something was amiss. He sighed again, moving to the edge of the flat roof. A blonde clone appeared beside Kakashi, announcing its intention to patrol and report back if anything was found. Kakashi nodded, watching as his blonde comrade landed gracefully in a crouch and sprinted toward the edge of the woods, several clones popping into existence around him and dispersing in different directions. A nervous frown crossed Kakashi's face, his muscles tensing unconsciously as the last golden figure disappeared from view. Toraku landed in a small clearing, crouching as he approached an ancient, giant oak tree. He performed a quick series of hand signs and gently placed his palm against the rough surface of the tree. A complex, ink-black spider web pattern formed in the clearing, crafted from kanji, symbols, curves, and straight lines. Leaning closer to the center of the pattern, he infused it with a small amount of chakra, examining it carefully for anything suspicious regarding the predominant seal that controlled all the others along the district's border. He sighed wearily, rubbing his burning eyes, wishing for a long nap. A clone materialized beside him. Toraku had been wandering for hours through the empty corridors, and his feet began to ache. It was unusual for him, he knew the way well. He passed a burnt-out gaslight but paused before leaving it, instinctively tapping the burner. Nothing happened. He narrowed his eyes and repeated the action, and on his third attempt, he was blinded by the sudden yellow light. He stepped back, rubbing his eyes as the brightness pierced his vision. Once the pain faded, he looked back at the gaslight with a satisfied smile before continuing through the water. Finally reaching his destination, he glanced anxiously at the rusty metal door, its surface cracked and bulging. He studied the unidentifiable forged pattern before looking down at the water, waiting for whatever lay on the other side to attempt to force its way out. But nothing happened for several long minutes. Silence enveloped him. There were no snarls, rustlings, or sounds of impact as the creature charged against the door. Toraku narrowed his eyes, observing the black water around his ankles. Something felt different. He focused on the rusty door again, examining it inch by inch, but he couldn't pinpoint what was bothering him. Everything appeared the same as before. Letting out a defeated sigh, he returned his gaze to the concrete floor beneath the water. He couldn't see it, but he could feel the rough edges beneath his bare feet. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he turned his head toward the door, nearly stumbling into the water as he grabbed the handle. A handle! There was a door handle. He froze in an awkward position, hesitant to move or touch the handle. Shaking his head to dispel his worries, he leaned closer to the door, placing his ear against the pleasantly warm surface and closing his eyes, concentrating on the sounds behind it. Silence reigned, save for the sound of dripping water. His thoughts raced. There was a handle. He could open it. He could finally see what lay beyond. As he slowly opened his eyes, the warmth from the door intensified, tempting him to push down on the handle. Doubts and worries began to fill his mind. Suddenly, he heard a sound from behind him, not from the door but just inches from his back. A soft rustle, perhaps silk, filled the air, and the scent of vanilla wafted through the sewer. He felt an urge to turn around, but his instincts screamed at him to run. His muscles tensed, ready to leap at a moment's notice as another thought surged through his mind. His thoughts calmed to an almost unnatural level. He could now imagine himself falling asleep in his dreams as he closed his eyes. Just run, he urged himself. He felt the burdens disappear from his shoulders. His soul settled down, like a lake on a summer day without any breeze to ruffle its surface. The screaming voice faded to a whimper of fear. Why not? You are going to kill me. A soft smile spread across his face. Have faith in me. Everything will be all right. With this last thought, The sensation behind him faded away, as did the voice in his mind. He slowly turned his head and glanced over his shoulder, but only the empty tunnel winked back at him. He closed his eyes once more, let out a breath, and pushed down on the door handle. It moved smoothly, without a hitch, until it finally reached its final destination and the bolt left the socket. The door was now open. He just had to pull it. He slowly opened his eyes and gently pulled it toward himself. The tired hinges squeaked plaintively, and several small waves appeared on the water's flat surface with the small movement as the door opened a small slit, then stuck on the rough surface of the concrete floor. Toriku narrowed his eyes and applied more strength to the next pull, and the door bumped over a knob on the floor, which tripped its unsteady frame, creating bigger and bigger waves around his ankles. He glanced toward the slit. It still wasn't enough. He gathered his strength and this time tugged on the door with more power. The rusty hinges finally gave way, releasing the wall. Toriku felt the enormous weight of the rusty door starting to fall on him, and at the last second, he managed to roll out from under it as it hit the water with a loud splash. The sound of the impact echoed throughout the empty tunnels, amplified by the walls and bouncing back as reverberations. Toriku remained seated, his legs outstretched, leaning on his arms secured behind his back, out of the way in the shallow water. The blond boy blinked and stared into the newly opened passageway with wide eyes. It was empty. Empty and perfectly identical to where he was now. The same dull yellow lighting all the way down, the same brick pattern on the walls, and the same pipes running along the ceiling. Toriku narrowed his eyes and stood up. The sound of the waving water gently echoed toward the new passage in front of him. He moved his legs, feeling the patterns of the still warm iron door with his bare feet. He slowly and carefully stepped onto it, watching as the small waves of his movement reached the doorframe and beyond it. He made one more hesitant step, then stopped again to stare at the emptiness in front of him. He exhaled the air he didn't realize he was holding back, and determination crossed his face. His hesitant steps were replaced with confident strides toward the new corridor. Jiraiya watched with wide eyes as Toriku suddenly froze, his eyes snapping up. Only the whites visible. Kakashi immediately forgot about Kitsuchi and jumped to Toriku when he started to fall onto the hard ground. The Jounin gently placed his body down, panic racing through his mind as he began to examine the teen. The Sannin crouched next to him to check him and let out a relieved sigh. It was okay. He had just passed out from exhaustion. He was sleeping. What did you give him? The IWA ninja only blinked, still confused and stunned by the boy's previous statement, but didn't answer. The Sannin narrowed his eyes dangerously, still examining the blonde teen lying on the ground in front of him. They probably gave him a lot of sedative. It's most likely an overdose. But with his healing abilities, I don't think it will be a problem. He is just sleeping. Kakashi nodded, relieved, and his tensed muscles began to relax. Jiraiya looked back at the motionless commander, then shifted his gaze to the unconscious enemy shinobi scattered across the field. Make sure the others won't wake up. The Sannin gathered several sealing tags from his pouch and handed them to Kakashi. Here, chakra binding and paralysis seals. Place each of them on their bodies while I notify Minato. Kakashi nodded and moved toward the shinobi after one last concerned look at Toriku. Jiraiya sighed and summoned a small orange toad, which immediately disappeared after the Sannin finished his report to the Hokage. He bit his fingertip once more, and this time a much bigger toad appeared, who, to Kakashi's horror, simply swallowed the four ninja and disappeared with a loud puff. The gates loomed ahead. Naruto slowed down, almost stopping, but when Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at him, he grinned back and continued toward the two giant wings. A nostalgic feeling rose inside him as he looked toward the small post next to the gate, searching for a black-haired chunin with a bandage running across his face and his ever-present companion with hair held down in front of one eye by his hitate. Suddenly, he realized they couldn't be there because they had probably just graduated from the academy. He glanced toward the desk and found two shinobi behind it, as per usual, but the scene forced him to blink. A very young, very scarless, and very bored Marino Ibiki faced their direction, on the verge of falling asleep with his head in his palm. A cheeky smile spread across Naruto's face at the sight of the feared interrogator of Konoha. Jiraiya slowly shook his head and moved closer to the interrogator, who finally turned toward them and let them pass after a quick chat. They reached the Hokage Tower within minutes, and Naruto became increasingly nervous. He was going to meet his father. Okay, he had already met him hundreds of times. No, it wasn't him, it was Toriku who had met him. Just calm yourself, or they will think you got back your memories. Naruto suddenly stopped and palmed his forehead, cursing to himself while he heard Kurama chuckle in the background. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow but made no comment, noting it as another strange act after the incident with IWA. They stopped when they reached the doors of the office, and Naruto forced himself to calm down when he sensed the chakra signature of his father on the other side of the door. He let out a long breath, but before they could open the door, it burst open, and Minato stepped out, looking at him with concern. He then took Naruto's hand and pulled him into the office, dispelling any weariness with the sudden movement. Naruto stared blankly at his father's narrowed eyes, sneaking a glance at Jiraiya, who shrugged in response. Minato's attention shifted to Naruto's confused expression, and a relieved smile spread across his face. He gestured toward the empty chairs, and they finally took their seats. Minato observed them carefully, one by one. Naruto seized the opportunity to examine his living and breathing father. He took in Minato's eyes, features, hair, scent, and the sound of his heartbeat. Most importantly, he felt the warmth of his chakra, alive and powerful, yet soothing, harsh, yet playfully teasing like a gentle spring breeze ruffling his hair. He heard Kurama's muffled voice in the back of his mind, but it gradually faded until it was completely silent. His consciousness drifted away from the office, and all he could see was Minato's familiar face looking back at him, as if he were an idiot. Naruto blinked and turned to see everyone watching him with odd expressions, waiting for something. He raised his hand to scratch his cheek, a sheepish smile forming on his face. He apologized for spacing out. Minato rolled his eyes and sighed wearily, reminding him that he needed a detailed report about what had happened. Naruto acknowledged this with a simple, okay. Minato then asked if he was sure he was alright, noting that he looked somewhat off. Kakashi suggested the word, musing, and Minato nodded, while Naruto scratched his head. Naruto admitted he had been feeling a bit strange but reassured them he was okay. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, sharing a knowing look with Minato, who immediately understood the implication. The sparkle in Minato's eyes dimmed slightly, though it was not noticeable to anyone who wasn't paying close attention. Jiraiya had seen it, though, and Minato sighed as he rubbed his forehead. He dismissed the three young shinobi, telling Toraku he would check on him later and asking Jiraiya to stay for a moment. After a brief goodbye, Naruto glanced back at his father with a small smile before closing the door. Minato moved to sit on the desk, eyeing Jiraiya curiously. Minato recommended a checkup with Inoichi as soon as possible. When Jiraiya asked why, Minato explained that Naruto had been acting strangely over the past 2 days, too quiet and often lost in thought, even while looking at something. He hoped he was just overthinking it, but Rin had mentioned something odd as well. When Naruto first woke up, she thought he didn't recognize her. Minato had felt something was off when Naruto saw him afterward, unable to place his reaction. He suggested they make an appointment for safety's sake. Minato sighed and walked to the wide windows of his office, watching his old team in the square in front of the Hokage Tower. He observed as Toraku playfully poked Kakashi, who tried to swat him on the back of the head in mock annoyance, but Toraku easily evaded the attempt, laughing and pointing at the young jounin. Minato closed his eyes, letting out another sigh as they disappeared around a corner. He instructed Jiraiya to talk to Inoichi, stating he would bring Toraku in half an hour and wanted to be there. Jiraiya nodded, but Minato kept his back turned. Jiraiya expressed concern that he hoped it was just his imagination, but if it wasn't, Minato's eye twitched in response. He nodded without turning to face his former sensei. Once Jiraiya left the office, Minato leaned his forehead against the cold window, hoping it would calm his racing thoughts and rising fears. Minato sighed at the doorstep of Toraku's apartment. He sensed the calm chakra signature of his brother inside, likely sleeping, and he was there to take him to Inoichi. He closed his eyes, steeling his emotions for the village, then knocked on the pale orange door. He felt a small spike of chakra as Toraku woke up and slowly approached the door. A warm smile appeared on Minato's face when he was greeted by two sheepish blue eyes beneath a messy tuft of blonde hair. Toraku's eyes were only half open, still foggy from sleep, and he let out a wide yawn. He greeted Minato, expressing happiness to see him but questioning if something was wrong. Minato apologized, explaining that there was something urgent that couldn't wait. Toraku stretched and yawned before stepping aside to let Minato enter. He scratched the back of his head, blinking to shake off his weariness. Minato informed him they needed to visit Inoichi, a routine for everyone who had been captured. Toraku blinked, his foggy brain clearing, but instead of fear or betrayal, he felt annoyance. A small wave of relief washed over Minato's thoughts. Toraku asked why they couldn't have gone right after arriving. If Minato had doubts about the IWA Nines messing with his head during their captivity, he should have mentioned it earlier. Toraku lamented that he had been having a sweet dream. Minato couldn't find any inconsistencies in Toraku's demeanor, unable to tell that he was no longer looking at his brother. Toraku had little trouble adopting his cheerful persona. He had worn that mask since childhood. He had learned to put on a facade of happiness long ago, even when he wanted nothing more than to curl up in a corner and cry. The ability to act so convincingly was so ingrained that he could outshine a real actor. Over time, that mask had transformed into genuine happiness, but if the mask was ever needed, it could easily be put back in place. Acting outside his true feelings and hiding his emotions was one thing. Lying to them was another. Lying straight to Minato's face was something Naruto was unsure he could manage. While he appeared simply annoyed, his thoughts raced, running through several possibilities as he suppressed his starting panic. They knew. He decided to play along, reminding himself that he could change the subject or act oblivious if necessary. Restraining a retort, he yawned once more and slowly walked back to the bedroom to grab a t-shirt and pants. After pulling them on, he casually returned to Minato. Naruto asked if they could use the Hiration this time, expressing that he wasn't in the mood to drag himself across the village. The fourth Hokage chuckled, a soft smile spreading across his face as he placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished from the empty apartment. Inoichi was already waiting nervously in the familiar room of the interrogation and torture department, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. When Jiraiya had appeared at his home, requesting an out-of-turn checkup on Toraku, his heart had stopped for a moment. He sighed and folded his arms across his chest. Over the past month, he had really befriended the cheerful blonde, even meeting outside their weekly checkups for ramen. To his surprise, Toraku had encouraged him when he confessed his desire to run a small business, with his wife continuously suggesting a flower shop. It was awkward for the leading interrogator to be interested in flowers, but Toraku always made light of it with a small joke. Now, however, Inoichi hoped it was just a false alarm due to the IWA scum he had been working on before. He would truly miss the boy if he regained his memories and posed a threat to Konoha. Inoichi sighed, and at that moment, the door opened. Minato stepped inside the small room with a smiling Toraku. Relief washed over Inoichi as he watched the cheerful teen, who called him Ajizan, waving his hand enthusiastically. Toraku took a seat, still smiling, and closed his eyes. Inoichi stepped closer, placing his hands on Naruto's forehead. He felt a small vibration as a shiver ran through the blonde's body when he entered the familiar mindscape. The interrogator quickly bypassed his basic knowledge to enter the door, concealing the boy's memories. The landscape had changed significantly since his first visit. Unlike the initial white Zen garden, Naruto's mindscape had gradually transformed with each visit. The sky had become bluer, and during his third visit, small blades of green grass appeared beneath the soft white sand, stretching toward the azure sky and fluffy clouds. On his last visit, larger green patches began to blend together, and he was sure that, with time, the white sand and remnants of old memories would disappear beneath the growing meadow, dotted with wildflowers. Inoichi stepped onto the soft grass, watching it sway in the warm breeze as the scent of lilies filled the air. He took in the sight of the green fields, noting the fewer white dunes, and moved toward the increasing number of shelves a little ways from the door. Walking through a small field of dandelions, he stirred the white ball, filling the air with fluffy parachutes that playfully circled around him. Just like last time, he ran his fingers along the titles and let out a breath of relief when he found the oldest date in a file the day they first met. A smile crossed his face as he left Toraku's mindscape without a second thought, unaware of the small, almost invisible wave in a spot of the landscape when he dismissed his jutsu. It was okay, nothing was messed up. A wide grin appeared on Naruto's face, but it was quickly replaced with a yawn. Kurama expressed irritation, questioning why a simple genjutsu in his mindscape hadn't been the first course of action. Naruto pondered why he couldn't just tell them the truth, feeling a mental pout forming. Kurama explained that revealing too much would make them think he was a threat, especially if he shared information he shouldn't know. He emphasized the importance of keeping a low profile to ensure safety, even for his own existence. Naruto nodded, perhaps a bit too quickly, causing the two blonde men in the room to mistake his movement for exhaustion. Minato commented on how tired he looked, and Naruto admitted he was ready to drop from fatigue. Minato smiled, feeling a great burden lift from his shoulders, and offered to give him a lift. With Minato's arm around Toraku's shoulders, they vanished, leaving Inoichi alone in the room. The two blondes appeared in the middle of the apartment, and as Naruto turned toward his bedroom to finally get some well-deserved sleep, he paused and turned back to Minato. He started softly, eyeing the floor while the yellow flash of Konoha frowned. Minato expressed that if Naruto's suspicions arose again, he should just ask him. He acknowledged his odd behavior over the past 2 days and assured Naruto that he would never harm him or Konoha. An apologetic expression crossed Minato's face as he stepped closer, placing his hands on Naruto's shoulders. "I'm sorry," he said, and to Naruto's surprise, Minato pulled him into a tight hug. Naruto froze for a moment, his heartbeat quickening, but then he relaxed, almost melting into his father's embrace. He hesitantly raised his arms to return the hug, but the moment passed as Minato stepped back, breaking the connection before he could complete the gesture. Frustration replaced the warm sensation that had just been there. Naruto watched as Minato, with a gentle smile, exited his room. Rubbing his tired eyes, he let out a weary sigh and turned to collapse onto his bed, still dressed, his mind blank. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya paced anxiously between the walls, waiting for Minato's return with news. His long, spiky white ponytail swayed with the rhythm of his restless movements. He froze when Minato finally entered his office. The yondaime noticed the curious, concerned, and demanding gaze of his teacher as he walked toward his wooden desk and sank into the soft chair. Jiraiya's nerves were taut with anticipation, but he mimicked Minato's posture, slumping into the nearest chair with a resigned sigh when Minato smiled and nodded. His memories are still missing. It was a false alarm, Minato reported. Jiraiya sighed again, a frown forming on his face. Then I don't understand his earlier reactions and behaviors, Jiraiya said. Minato shook his head slowly. Neither do I. However, when I spoke with him, I didn't notice anything suspicious. According to Inoichi's report, he assured me that no mere human could hide anything from him in the mindscape. Jiraiya nodded, though the frown remained as Minato shifted the topic. How is the progress with his scroll? Jiraiya's frown deepened as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. I'm still working on the last 2 parts. Minato nodded, and they fell into a contemplative silence. Their quiet was briefly interrupted when a half-smile appeared on Jiraiya's face. You know, Minato, when he quoted from my book in Kumo, I believed in him. Minato mirrored the small smile. Yeah, I know what you mean. The first rays of the rising sun brushed against Naruto's forehead, gradually reaching his eyes. His eyelids twitched at the uncomfortable sensation, and as sleep faded, he began to process his surroundings. With a frustrated groan, he buried his face deeper into the soft pillow to escape the stinging light. He lay still for a moment, hoping to drift back to sleep, but eventually gave up. An enormous yawn escaped him as he turned onto his back, stretching and scratching his belly beneath his rumpled shirt. He heard a voice teasing him about his laziness, and he wondered how long he had been asleep. For 16 hours. It's almost 7 in the morning. I'm bored to death. Naruto chuckled and sent an apologetic thought to his ever-present companion. I was exhausted. He frowned and sank into his mindscape to converse with Kurama, who rested his head on his giant paws. We should start thinking about a plan, Kurama suggested, nodding in agreement. There are many things we need to address. Obito is out there, possibly already influenced by that villain. Nagato might still be himself, and Yahiko is still alive. Tsunade is away from the village. Shikaku may already be sealed inside Gaara in his mother's womb. The other Jinchuriki and the Bijou. Orochimaru. The Uchihas. The Hyugas. Naruto scratched his face, still frowning as he delved deeper into his thoughts. We need to eliminate Obito and Madara as soon as possible. That must be our top priority. Everything else can wait. Naruto frowned and sat in front of Kurama, leaning his chin on his palm. Madara could be anywhere, possibly far from the borders. We only know of 3 times when we could strike. When Rin dies, after Yahiko's death in AIM, and at your birth. We should let things unfold as they should. Our best chance is on the 10th of October. At that time, only Obito will be alive, and he is an easier target than the 2 together. Naruto remained silent for a long moment, his face settling into an emotionless mask before shifting to sadness. His soft voice filled the landscape around him. You speak of the greater good. Sacrificing Rin, Yahiko, pushing Kakashi into despair, driving Obito and Nagato into madness, risking my parents' lives, and possibly hundreds of others when you appear in Konoha. Letting Orochimaru roam free for almost a year. Who knows how much blood will stain his hands? Civilians, children. I can't just sit and wait. You can't weigh human life so lightly. Maybe hundreds of lives for the lives of thousands. An acceptable sacrifice. I can save them without sacrificing anyone. I must. You can't save everyone. You are still the idealist. And you are still underestimating me. We have plenty of time. Almost a year. You've already changed many things. Naruto frowned and nodded, recalling how he had met Minato only once. Kitsuchi had never been captured by Konoha, and who knew what other small changes he had made that could influence the outcome by his mere presence. We need to reform the Shinobi Alliance. That must be done in time. The fox let out a doubtful snort. Humans are different this time. The alliance was formed only because there was a common enemy. This time, there is none. There is. They just don't know about him. Kurama narrowed his eyes. What's on your mind? Naruto shook his head slowly, uncertain himself. I don't know yet, but the alliances between the nations must be strengthened. The timing is perfect with the peace talks. Naruto looked down at his hands, gathering his thoughts and prioritizing the upcoming events he was aware of. Let me remind you of something. You aren't the political type. It requires a calm head, and that is what you lack the most. You can act politely only when your life depends on it. Sometimes that threat isn't even enough. Kurama snorted and shook his head. For now, just stay out of sight until we have a solid plan. We must focus on Madara. Naruto nodded slowly and rose from his position, leaving his mindscape. I know, he whispered softly, glancing out the window toward the blue sky. A long scroll lay on the mahogany desk, obscuring its fine surface. A man in black and gray robes examined its contents with narrowed eyes. It was a report about his last attempt to eliminate a potential threat to Konoha. Danzo slowly rolled up the scroll and placed it in the corner of his empty desk. The old veteran closed his visible eye and remained motionless for several minutes, contemplating his next move. His spies and undercover agents throughout the village reported every action of the newly appointed Chunin. Although his connection to the Namikaze was never officially acknowledged, a helpful nurse at the hospital had provided Danzo with copies of the blood test results. The thought of brothers caused a frown to form on his face as he sent this information to IW, along with his report and the date when the boy would be near the borders. He hoped they could eliminate him, which would open a new path for him to finally claim his seat as the Godame. It was meant to be a clean job, with no ties to him, but incompetence prevailed. No foreign shinobi could surpass his elite forces. The frown deepened on his already wrinkled face. If one wanted something done, they had to do it themselves. The war veteran rose from his seat and left the room, the sound of his heavy robes brushing against each other the only noise in the forsaken passageway. Naruto stood in front of a familiar door that led to his neighbor's apartment. He sensed two familiar chakra signatures inside, one belonging to a man he had met and another that felt soft, warm, and flawless like the finest silk. His arm hesitated before the door, stopping just short of knocking. A worried sigh escaped his lips, and he forced himself to move. Two muffled knocks were all he managed before his arm fell limply to his side. Closing his eyes, he swallowed hard, reminding himself to moisten his dry throat and lick his parched lips. A small spike of chakra was felt inside the apartment, and almost soundless footsteps approached the door, which slowly opened to reveal a tuft of blonde hair. A soft smile graced Minato's features as he nodded at Naruto, inviting him inside. The Hokage raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Naruto nodded in understanding and entered the living room quietly. Minato moved toward the kitchen, and Naruto seized the opportunity to peek into the bedroom, where a warm smile spread across his face at the sight of his sleeping mother. He felt as if he might melt. The graceful figure of his mother would be etched in his memory forever, the peaceful, almost childlike expression on her face, the vibrant crimson of her hair framing her features as she hugged a large pillow. He watched her chest rise and fall gently, a small tuft of her ruby hair swaying with her breath. An overwhelming sense of peace and safety washed over him, and he couldn't suppress the urge to move closer. Mindful of making no noise, he crouched beside her and gently brushed a strand of hair from her face. Examining his mother's fine features, he noted how much he resembled his father's similar eyes and hair color, but he also saw traits from his mother. His chin was more angled than Minato's, just like hers, and his mouth mirrored hers perfectly. When his fingers touched her soft skin, he felt a gentle tingle, but there was no discomfort, only a pleasant sensation. Kushina stirred in her sleep, a small frown crossing her face. He stroked her cheek again, and the frown faded, replaced by a soft smile. Her lips parted slightly as a quiet snore escaped her, causing Naruto to chuckle. Unable to hold back any longer, he leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, pulling back just in time to sense a familiar presence at the door. Turning his head, he saw his father standing by the doorframe, holding 2 cups of steaming tea. Naruto nodded, sending a soft smile toward his sleeping mother before he quietly left the room, sneaking one last glance at her before closing the door. Minato handed one of the steaming cups to his son once they settled on the couch. Naruto gratefully sipped the hot liquid, enjoying the warmth spreading through him as he closed his eyes. "You look very satisfied," the Hokage remarked, observing his son while sipping his tea. "I am satisfied," Naruto replied. Minato raised an eyebrow, though Naruto couldn't see it with his eyes still closed. Did something happen? The young shinobi shrugged and finally opened his eyes, locking gazes with his father for a moment before responding. "You could say that. It's about your memory, isn't it? About your legacy?" That caught Naruto off guard, and he exhaled loudly into his mug, splashing some of the steaming liquid onto his lap. The Hokage suppressed a laugh as he watched his son scramble to clean up the mess. "Toriku." Naruto distantly recognized the name, realizing Minato was referring to him after a moment. "The pervert talks too much." A gentle smile appeared on Minato's face. "I'm glad you've chosen such a significant goal. It's the same as mine." Naruto looked at him, surprise evident on his face. "The same? My goal is to bring peace, just like yours. However, I chose a smaller first step. My first goal is to bring peace to Konoha. Then I can extend that peace to other countries." "That's a nice goal." A half smile appeared on Naruto's face, but it faded as he continued. "However, there are many others outside the village gates who also deserve peace in the other hidden villages. Shinobi suffering because of the war, because of the hatred and vengeance burning inside them." The young ninja slowly shook his head and sipped his tea, a look of wonder crossing his face as his thoughts drifted to distant lands and the thousands of comrades he had fought alongside during the Fourth Great Shinobi War. They had sacrificed their lives for him, for the shinobi world, for freedom, and for a true life. Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, raised an eyebrow, surprised by the unusual seriousness in Naruto's voice. He listened intently as Naruto pondered how one man could bring peace to the world and change it. Naruto reflected on Minato's words, considering the vastness of their lives, likening it to an ocean. He thought about how a single drop of water could travel far before fading away, and how convincing more people could create a ripple effect. Yet, he expressed his desire for something greater, declaring he needed a tsunami. Minato chuckled softly, suggesting that Naruto simply needed to make a bigger impact, which he was already quite good at. They shared a light moment, careful not to disturb the woman in the next room. However, the atmosphere shifted when Naruto inquired about the IWA ninjas. Minato explained that they were in the interrogation and torture department, but they were merely small fry. Naruto questioned why they targeted him specifically, and Minato sighed, leaning back on the couch, a frown forming on his face. He revealed that their mission was solely to kidnap Naruto, and it troubled him that they knew of their familial connection, which was classified information. Naruto mirrored his father's worried expression, contemplating the implications of such knowledge. Minato elaborated that the IWA ninjas had not stumbled upon their target, it was a well-prepared ambush. Naruto struggled to understand what IWA hoped to gain from his kidnapping, questioning the logic behind blackmailing the Hokage during peace talks. Minato explained that such actions would not only be vengeance but also a demonstration of power to the other nations. He sighed, rubbing his forehead, and Naruto sensed the weight of suspicion hanging in the air. It seemed someone within the village had informed IWA, and Minato confirmed this with a nod. Naruto closed his eyes, leaning forward as he considered the possibilities. He pondered who might be after power in Konoha, willing to sacrifice someone for their cause. He dismissed the Hokage's council as unlikely suspects, considering their age and reluctance to take such drastic actions. The Uchiha crossed his mind, but he forced himself to set aside memories of Sasuke and Madara. He shook his head, feeling weary as he searched for answers in his thoughts. He then asked about the fate of the IWA prisoners, and Minato revealed that the council would decide after the interrogation. Naruto's mind raced, seeking a way to rectify the situation. He reminded Minato that as Hokage, he had the power to act independently of the council, suggesting that they could show mercy to IWA and the Tsuchikage, using it as leverage in negotiations. Minato considered Naruto's words carefully, his expression thoughtful. Naruto pleaded for the release of the IWA ninjas, emphasizing that he held no grudge against them and was willing to forgive their actions. He argued that showing mercy could strengthen Konoha's position, framing it as a display of influence rather than weakness. Minato's frown deepened as he weighed Naruto's reasoning, but he acknowledged the potential benefits of having the Tsuchikage owe them a favor. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed to consider Naruto's request. Gratitude washed over Naruto, and a relieved smile spread across his face. He then casually mentioned his newfound interest in politics, which sparked Minato's curiosity. Naruto expressed a desire to meet with the IWA commander, explaining that their previous conversation had been interrupted. Minato tilted his head, intrigued by Naruto's request, and the young ninja felt a sense of determination as he prepared to pursue this unexpected path. But Naruto wanted to talk to him and resolve things. Minato frowned but nodded in agreement. Naruto expressed his gratitude and moved toward the kitchen to refill their empty cups with more of the steaming liquid, trying to block out the angry and disagreeing mutterings of his tenant. Minato observed his brother with a sense of wonder. It was clear after the interrogation that Toriku had nothing to do with the IWA team, so the feeling that welled up inside him was not suspicion but awe. Awe that Naruto was willing to forgive the kidnappers who had even tried to harm him. It seemed to be the young ninja's natural instinct to save lives and rescue souls. The Hokage closed his eyes, lost in thought. He wondered if he would be so pure. No, he thought he would have used the opportunity to punish them. A deep respect grew within him for the blonde chunin, despite his young age. Perhaps Naruto really could reach his goal. Minato watched silently as Naruto refilled the pot and brought it back with a third cup. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the soft rustling of fabric from the bedroom. Minato shook his head slowly, pride sparkling in his blue eyes. Naruto grinned widely, feeling a rush of pride from his father's compliment as he placed the 3 cups onto the small table. The door creaked open, revealing Kushina, her eyes half closed and still foggy from her dreams. Naruto's heart raced as she took in his presence from head to toe. Her eyes widened, and she rushed toward him, nearly knocking them both to the floor. 2 soft arms wrapped around him, and this time he didn't hesitate to respond. He embraced her tightly, savoring the comforting scent of vanilla that filled his senses. He felt the warmth of her body, the rough spots on her hands from using kunai, the rhythm of her heartbeat, and her breath. Her ruby hair brushed against his face as she nestled closer to his neck. Naruto gently stroked her back, glancing at Minato from the corner of his eye to see the gentle smile on his father's face. Kushina's voice, smooth and comforting, reached his ears, and he brushed aside a tuft of her ruby locks to meet her gaze. He wanted to shout, to cry, to tell them everything. He wanted to declare that he was Naruto, their son, but the urge faded as rationality took over. A fleeting sadness crossed his eyes, but it was brief, barely noticeable. Kushina asked if everything was all right, and he distantly heard his own voice respond. He still felt numb. It was strange, seeing his father alive didn't evoke this kind of reaction. Kurama's snort brought him back to reality, teasing him about being overly dramatic. Naruto chuckled softly, explaining that he was just exhausted. A wide, almost mischievous grin spread across Kushina's face, and he couldn't help but mirror it. Minato stepped closer, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder and mentioning how Kushina had wanted to rush to the borders when she heard he was kidnapped. A soft smile appeared on Naruto's face. Kushina insisted she could take care of herself and that she was strong. She rolled her eyes in annoyance at Minato's teasing. Naruto laughed, glancing at his father, who playfully demanded respect as the Hokage. Kushina shot back with a cheeky remark about putting her laundry away, leaving Minato speechless and blushing, while the apartment echoed with laughter from Naruto and Kushina. Naruto navigated the familiar hallways of the interrogation and torture department, where he had spent the first 2 weeks after waking up. He descended the stairs leading to the basement, where the cells of the 4 shinobi from IWA were located. He approached a thick wooden door adorned with invisible security seals. He could sense their presence from the small amount of chakra leaking from the seals. Grasping the handle, the seals glowed faintly, examining him before fading away, allowing the door to open. He stepped into the corridor and waved to Makoto, who smiled and nodded at him. Makoto informed him that the commander was in the last cell, and when he was finished, he should signal to the ANBU. Naruto nodded and proceeded down the passage without hesitation. In his past life, he had never been in this area, and it didn't match his mental image of a dark, rusty prison. Instead, he found a bright corridor with normal-looking doors featuring large glass windows. The numerous security seals lining the passage were the only indication of the cells. He reached the last door and peered inside, finding a small, sparsely furnished room. The IWA commander sat on the bed, his arms resting limply on his thighs, his head bowed on his broad chest. The once proud commander of the 2nd Division of the Allied Shinobi Forces during the 4th Great Ninja War appeared weary and defeated. Naruto exhaled slowly and opened the door with a small surge of chakra, stepping inside the cell. He immediately felt the effects of the security seals. His chakra reserves were restricted, and his limbs felt heavy. No wonder Kitsuchi seemed so exhausted. Naruto took a tentative step forward and cleared his throat to gain the commander's attention, but the once proud leader remained slumped on the bed. The blonde rolled his eyes and moved to the chair next to a small table. Kurama let out a frustrated snort, but Naruto simply shrugged mentally and waved dismissively toward him, confident in his own plans. He doubted Kurama's skepticism. They remained in silence for several minutes until the IWA shinobi realized he couldn't shake off the blonde boy by ignoring him. Naruto leaned back, crossing his hands behind his neck, a satisfied smirk forming in his mind. He casually stated that he thought Kurama could use a companion. The commander's expression remained blank as he finally looked at Naruto. Dropping the act, he demanded to know what Naruto wanted, insisting he wasn't an interrogator. Naruto clarified that he only wanted to talk. Kitsuchi's blank expression shifted to confusion as he averted his gaze from Naruto's piercing blue eyes to the floor. Naruto's soft voice filled the small room as he asked about a name. The commander's body flinched slightly, but he remained silent for a moment before whispering, "Sumi." Naruto expressed his condolences, understanding the pain of loss. Kitsuchi responded with a skeptical sound, then braced himself as he barked that Naruto couldn't possibly understand him. He declared that IWA would become stronger and would seek vengeance against Konoha for their losses in the war. Naruto remained silent for a long moment, carefully observing the tense commander. He asserted that it didn't matter where one came from. In the end, all shinobi shared common experiences of pain and loss. He explained that in war, there were no winners, only survivors, and that the urge to protect loved ones was universal. Kitsuchi insisted they were not the same, claiming Iwa's power would lead to their victory. Naruto countered by asking why the war had started, pointing out that every nation had only weakened through the loss of its people. He argued that peace was the only thing that could end the terror of war, and that they were all shinobi, connected in more ways than Kitsuchi would admit. Kitsuchi remained silent for several minutes before finally meeting Naruto's gaze, stating that one man couldn't bring peace to the world. Naruto rose from his seat and stepped closer, suggesting that while one man alone might not achieve peace, he could start a movement that could lead to change. He emphasized that they were all part of a larger chain, questioning whether they had the courage to initiate that change in the shinobi world. Kitsuchi called him insane, but Naruto simply shrugged and walked to the door, knocking for the patiently waiting Anbu outside. As he stepped out, he glanced back over his shoulder, sending a wide grin to the former commander, declaring that perhaps he was insane, but he had the courage to take that leap. Kitsuchi blinked, staring at the closed door, lost in thought. Naruto's foot moved automatically along the thin roads toward an unknown destination, his gaze fixed on the dirt of the streets. Civilians and shinobi passed by, some waving at him. A shinobi gently tapped his shoulder with a grin, and Naruto recognized him as Shin, a special jounin. They had worked together 3 weeks prior on a mission to find a runaway child. What was supposed to be a simple C-class mission had turned into an A-class request from a businessman eager to find his daughter. They had located her near Yugakure, enjoying her time in a bathhouse, and Toriku had to use paralyzed seals to bring her back. She was just a civilian, but after a brief struggle, Toriku had ended up with a bleeding arm from her bites. Minato and Kushina had teased him for weeks afterward. Naruto grinned at Shin, and after a brief exchange, they parted ways as Naruto approached a small bakery. A young brunette girl, the baker's daughter, rushed to him, shyly handing him a warm bag of goods while chatting nervously. He recalled how, years later, she would throw bread at him in anger, yet had once kissed his cheek after he saved the village from pain. Shaking his head, he moved around the corner and into an alley, reaching a square where a group of laughing children passed by. One pointed at him, and he overheard their whispers about the yondaime. A small smile appeared on his face as he left the crowd and his Anbu guard hidden in the shadows. 2 raven-haired men walked past him, their expressions stern as they scanned their surroundings for anything suspicious. Naruto's gaze fell on the symbol on their green vests, a shuriken with an Uchiha fan in the center. He recognized it as the emblem of Konoha's military police force and let out a weary sigh, trying to push away thoughts of the impending conflict. A young genin burst from an alley, chasing a big, fat brown cat with a red bow toward Naruto. A nostalgic feeling washed over him as he easily caught the runaway animal, holding her by the nape of her neck. The panting boy stopped, sliding in the dirt and breathing heavily. The Chunin observed the disheveled boy with black hair and white bandages on his chin and cheeks as he caught his breath. Naruto smiled with a foxy grin, grateful for the help. The genin narrowed his eyes, considering the offer before nodding and extending his small hand. They struck a deal for a bowl of ramen. After a brief handshake, Naruto handed over the struggling cat, who immediately clawed at the genin's cheeks, leaving thin red lines. The boy dropped the cat, yelping in surprise and pain, squeezing his eyes shut. Naruto could almost swear that Tora's mother or grandmother grinned at him before disappearing into an alley, with the cursing boy following behind. He could hear Kotetsu informing his team about the escape from the next rooftop. Some things never change, Naruto thought, shaking his head with a chuckle as he walked toward his destination. As he reached the border district of Konoha, he glanced up at the Great Walls, observing the patrolling squads. A sad smile crossed his face as his gaze landed on a young kunoichi in her teens. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Kurenai ran gratefully toward the main gate. Naruto sighed and dug his hands into his pockets, hoping to distance himself from his dark thoughts and memories of Team 8 Kiba, Shino, Hinata. He shook his head to clear his mind just in time to avoid bumping into a tall man standing by a high wooden wall. The man turned around slowly and gave a light bow to Naruto, who returned the gesture more deeply. Recognition washed over him as he carefully observed the familiar figure. The long black hair and stern look reminded him of Hinata's father, but something felt off. His eyes fell on the Hitate on the man's forehead, and he realized who he was facing. He felt another gaze on him and glanced toward a tall, graceful woman who had just stepped out from the entrance of the compound. She gave him a light nod. Todoroki-san, he thought, acknowledging her. Hyuga-san, he replied silently. The Chunin blinked, then focused on a small figure in the woman's arms, a sleeping child with short raven black hair, gently skiing his thumb in his dreams. The woman spoke softly, urging Hisashi to leave as Niji was tired. A small smile appeared on Naruto's face as he watched the small prodigy in his mother's arms, unable to suppress a chuckle when he noticed a thin line of drool forming at the edge of Niji's lips. The tall man nodded to the woman, and they left Naruto alone after a brief acknowledgement. Inside, he roared with laughter at the image of the drooling Niji, pushing away the last memories of the black-haired teen who had leaned against him, taking his last breath with a smile. His feet moved again, taking him away from the Hyuga compound. A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled a big-eyed child with black hair dressed in a green sleeper. His thoughts wandered to a baby Tenten, imagining her playing with a rattle made from a kunai. A soft chuckle escaped him, but his smile faded as another thought crossed his mind. Naruto closed his eyes and turned back toward the center of the village, intending to check on another baby, still waiting patiently in her mother's womb. Naruto found himself sitting on a bench beneath an enormous, ancient cherry tree, waiting patiently for hours for just a fleeting moment. His head slipped from his palm, and his foggy mind cleared as the dream faded. The door finally opened, and he calmed his pounding heart when he saw what he had been waiting for. A tall, fair-skinned woman with blonde hair stepped out of the house, her round tummy evident. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and he waved at the surprised kunoichi, who left the house with a look of wonder. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Just a little bit more, Sakura, he thought. Just a little bit more, and they would meet again. Naruto settled into his familiar spot on his father's head, resting his arms on his legs as he watched his beloved village bathed in the afternoon light. His gaze drifted toward a distant area where he knew the Uchiha compound lay hidden behind large trees. He resisted the urge to check on his other friends, knowing it would be nearly impossible to sneak inside the walls, especially with those watchful eyes. They would spot him in an instant, and he doubted he could come up with an acceptable excuse for lurking around. His attention shifted to where he knew the Inuzuka compound was located. A small smile appeared as he recalled the short-tempered Kiba, their arguments, their fights, their laughter. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut and turned his head toward another comrade's compound before opening them again. The Aburames, the Naras, the Akimikis. Despair and sorrow began to creep into his mind as he gazed down at the village below. Finally, something broke through his darkening thoughts. He heard small footsteps behind the monument, deep in the woods, as someone approached his hiding place, unaware of the noise they were making. Naruto sensed the rustling of clothes, the cracking of twigs underfoot, and the rustle of dried leaves on the ground. He felt the surge of someone's chakra, a troubled, angry presence. A muffled thump and a painful yelp reached his ears, accompanied by the faint scent of fresh blood. Finally, a child emerged from the woods, cursing under his breath and clutching his hand, which bore the marks of his frustration as he attempted to strike a nearby tree. The tree stood strong, leaving only bruises and a small amount of blood on his fist. The young boy hopped down to the monument, just a few meters from Naruto, and sat beside one of Minato's stone spikes. The blonde shinobi froze momentarily but forced himself to turn his head and focus on the child next to him. The stone spike obscured most of the boy's small form, revealing only his grimacing face and the anger flashing in his eyes. Naruto's gaze was drawn to the child's dark hair, spiked ponytail, and the long scar that ran across his nose. His heart skipped a beat, and his mouth felt drier than the deserts of Suna. Iruka had returned to Konoha to look after the children who remained in the village after fleeing from Turtle Island to join his comrades on the battlefield. The child found a small stone and hurled it from the monument toward the village. He muttered angrily about his sensei, the academy, the Hokage, and the village with each stone he threw, weighing his words carefully. Suddenly, he froze when he realized he was not alone. Turning slowly, he met Naruto's wide, shocked cerulean eyes. They remained silent, each frozen for their own reasons. The moment was broken by Naruto's laughter, which startled the 10-year-old Yumino Iruka. Iruka jumped to his feet, pointing a finger at the still chuckling blonde, who simply waved a hand. The sight of his former sensei as a young child, cursing the academy, his own teacher, and the village, struck Iruka as amusing. The memory of his late teacher's lectures about showing respect to leaders and the village flooded back. Panic flickered in Iruka's dark eyes as realization dawned on him. He stammered, acknowledging Naruto's identity, but Naruto flashed a foxy grin, sensing Iruka's rising panic and the slight tremor in his small hands. He reassured Iruka that he would not tell anyone about his outburst. Iruka relaxed slightly, though suspicion lingered in his eyes. Naruto asked for the boy's name, and Iruka narrowed his eyes, growing more suspicious. When Naruto casually replied that he was just trying to start a conversation, Iruka cautiously stepped out from behind the stone spike. He decided not to tattle and sat down cross-legged next to the laid-back Chunin, still watching Naruto from the corner of his eye. Introducing himself as Yumino Iruka, the boy watched as Naruto sat up and extended his hand. Naruto introduced himself as Todoroki Toraku, which confused Iruka. He noted that people said Naruto was related to the Yondaime and questioned why he wasn't a Namikaze. Naruto smiled gently, indicating it was a long story. Iruka frowned but ultimately chose to remain silent. Naruto then asked Iruka what had caused him to curse so much. Iruka folded his arms defiantly, insisting he wasn't a girl and didn't want to be called Chan. Naruto rolled his eyes, his blue orbs sparkling with mischief, and pressed for the reason behind Iruka's frustration. Iruka, feeling embarrassed, tried to hide his bruised fist but ultimately decided it didn't matter anymore since Naruto already knew. After a moment of silence, Iruka admitted he had failed the academy pretest. Naruto listened intently as Iruka explained that his sensei had warned him that if he didn't pass the next pretest, he wouldn't be allowed to graduate with the early team due to new regulations. Naruto narrowed his eyes, studying the young boy beside him. When Naruto asked why Iruka wanted to graduate early, Iruka hesitated before revealing his desire to become stronger, to learn powerful jutsus and showcase them. Naruto's expression softened as he sensed the weight of Iruka's words. He encouraged Iruka, suggesting that strength isn't solely about flashy jutsu and that power can be found in various forms, including in one's heart. Iruka looked puzzled as Naruto elaborated that the greatest power lies within the younger generation. Iruka didn't quite understand but was told he would one day. Naruto mused about feeling like an old man for sharing such wisdom, then abruptly froze, realizing he had spoken aloud. He shook his head and leaned back, dismissing the thought. Iruka called Naruto crazy, to which Naruto replied that normal people were boring, a soft smile gracing his face. He then asked if Iruka was hungry for ramen, suggesting a shift in their conversation as they sat together, two young shinobi bound by their aspirations and the challenges they faced. It was Naruto's treat, and the child looked on in wonder, tapping his chin before nodding with a wide smile. Naruto straightened up and ruffled the dark locks of his former sensei, smoothing out the tufts in his tidy ponytail. The child followed behind, grumbling as he tried to fix his messy hair on their way back to the city center, where Naruto could finally begin to repay his debts to his sensei. A kunai flew toward the wooden post, embedding itself deep into the ground behind it, followed closely by another weapon. A furious snort echoed in the empty clearing as Naruto grabbed another kunai and a shuriken, taking a long breath before launching the weapons forward. The shuriken connected with the kunai midair, redirecting it to hit the bullseye on the log. A wide, satisfied smile spread across Naruto's face as he celebrated his success with a triumphant punch in the air, feeling a rush of accomplishment. However, the joy of victory quickly faded, replaced by memories that weighed heavily on his heart. He let out a weary sigh and ran his hand through his blonde locks, reminding himself to shake off the thoughts that haunted him. Training was his escape, and he resolved to push himself until exhaustion took over. A shadow clone appeared beside him, and they immediately jumped into a fierce taijutsu battle. Fighting against a clone had its advantages. They shared experiences and knowledge, making it an effective way to train for encounters with the Sharingan. Naruto knew he had to be unpredictable to outsmart himself, and he focused on the fight, determined to push his limits. The clone grabbed a mist kunai from the ground and aimed for Naruto's head. A sudden tug in Naruto's consciousness made him snap to the side, dropping his guard for just a moment. The clone's attack was swift and unyielding, and in the last second, Naruto broke free from his momentary daze to block the strike. But the kunai pierced through his palm, and he grimaced in annoyance as he observed the wound. With a fluid motion, he pulled the kunai from his flesh and sent it flying toward the edge of the woods, where he sensed movement. A rabbit darted out from beneath a bush, disappearing on the other side of the training ground. Confusion crossed Naruto's face, quickly replaced by annoyance. He couldn't believe he had been so distracted by a mere rabbit. A relieved sigh escaped him, accompanied by a painful hiss as the adrenaline faded, allowing the throbbing pain in his palm to register. He called out to Kurama for help, knowing he couldn't return with an injury. An irritated grumble was the only response, but soon the wound began to shrink as new tissue formed, aided by the foreign chakra. In mere seconds, only the faint pinkness of his skin remained to remind him of the incident. After examining his hand and testing it with a fist, he nodded to his clone, and the intense spar resumed as if nothing had happened. This time, Naruto concentrated fully on his clone, unaware of the amber-colored eyes watching him curiously from behind a bush. Graceful and pale fingers gripped the kunai, and the shadowy figure vanished from the training ground, a satisfied and excited grin on his face. Hours later, while sitting in his favorite spot across Tsuchi's counter, Naruto felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. The familiar warm chakra signature pulled him out of his previous argument with Kurama. Without turning around, he waved a hand in greeting, slurping the last remnants of his ramen and placing his now empty bowl on a growing pile. The ruffle of soft fabric reached his ears, and after tapping his stomach and letting out a satisfied sigh, he finally turned to the newcomer. He greeted Minato with a cheerful expression, receiving a warm smile in return. Hokage-sama, it had been a while since his last visit. The yellow flash of Konoha turned toward Tsuchi and grinned at the owner as he answered. Yes, he had a busy week, but he couldn't live too long without Tsuchi's dishes. A proud smile formed on the owner's face, and Naruto couldn't suppress the urge to roll his eyes at the overly sweet response. The usual, Hokage-sama? Minato nodded, and Tsuchi moved to the back of the small kitchen to prepare his order. Naruto, curious, wondered if Minato was still interested in politics. A wide, satisfied grin appeared on the leader's face as he confirmed his interest. Then it was a deal, he would come along. Naruto narrowed his eyes suspiciously, recognizing that grin and the cunning expression on his father's face. It was hardly different from his usual happy demeanor, but there was an invisible twinge indicating he was hiding something. And exactly where were they going? To Suna, where he would be meeting with the Kazekage this week. Naruto's right eye twitched in annoyance, though his heart warmed at the thought of the noble dunes. However, the pleasant feeling faded, replaced by sadness as his thoughts wandered to the last Kazekage in his own timeline. He mentally slapped himself to return to reality, hoping his emotional turmoil hadn't shown on his face. Based on Minato's still soft smile, he had succeeded. He eyed his leader suspiciously. And he needed him again for distraction while he chatted with the Kazekage, didn't he? Minato shrugged casually, reaching for a pair of chopsticks as Tsuchi reappeared behind the counter with a big bowl of steaming ramen, silently stepping back to give his Hokage some space. Maybe not. The blonde Chunin rolled his eyes at the answer. Fine, but no mask this time. Minato assured him he hadn't intended to order that. It had been effective the first time, but the Kazekage had already seen Naruto's face, making it useless now. So, they would march into Suna with a full delegation? No, just the two of them. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. He had never been out alone with his father before, and there was no way he would miss this opportunity. However, leaving Konoha with the knowledge that Orochimaru, Obito, and Madara were still at large gave him an uneasy feeling. Brat, don't overcomplicate things. Just keep a low profile and don't mess anything up. Naruto rolled his eyes unconsciously, and the Hokage raised an eyebrow. Everything seemed to stop for a moment. Birds appeared to freeze in flight against the blue sky. A lonely azure butterfly hovered in midair. The sounds of nature faded into dead silence across the shores of the endless desert. This frozen moment shattered with an enormous explosion, burying everything nearby under dust, soil, and sand. Gaara. A flash of gold appeared next to the Godame Kazekage, illuminating his lean form. Dilated crimson eyes locked with green orbs, the golden flames dancing in the reflection of the leader's gaze. Where is he? We haven't spotted Madara yet, Naruto. He has to show himself soon. The gold aura slowly faded, leaving Naruto weary and heavily breathing. The blonde wiped the sweat from his forehead, surveying the devastation before him. We can't hold on for too long. It became stronger with the 8 tails. How is the 9 tails? Kurama needs more time. The panting gradually subsided, and the blonde boy nodded to something only he could hear before biting his fingertip and running through a long chain of hand signs. Summoning technique. With a loud puff, an enormous amount of smoke filled with chakra erupted, and 3 giant figures appeared. The giant toads each had a pair of clones on their heads, one already in meditation to gain energy from nature, and one observing the battle nearby. Guys, we need to buy time for Kurama. The 3 toads nodded and jumped into the fray, heading toward the giant monster known as the 10-tailed beast. Uzumaki Naruto jerked awake from his bed, desperately trying to catch his breath for a long minute before his pounding heart finally settled down. He left his sweat-soaked bed and headed to the bathroom to clean his face and clear his thoughts. The first beams of sunlight reached the small bathroom window, reflecting off the mirror in front of him. The blonde eyed his own reflection with a foggy mind as his thoughts wandered back to the battle in the land of rivers near Suna's borders, almost exactly where Gaara had died for the first time. Shaking his head, he eased away the remnants of his nightmare and memories. 10 minutes later, he settled himself on the rooftop of their accommodation, watching as the rising sun slowly warmed the freezing cold of the desert night, enjoying the first warm rays on his skin. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, beyond the giant walls surrounding the village. The walls had not lasted long against the destruction and the unnatural power of the 10-tailed beast. In the end, they, along with the buildings, streets, and countless shinobi and civilians, became one with the endless sand of the desert around Sunagakure no Sato in the heart of Wind Country. I will repay my debt, Gar. Believe it. The faint rumbling of Kurama didn't reach his consciousness. He buried himself in thought for hours, watching the horizon, the rising sun, and the slowly awakening village below in complete silence. The office was filled with an awkward silence, the stoic face of the Yondaime Kazekage disturbed only by a slight twitch of his dark eyes. The Kazekage questioned why he should grant a private audience to a shinobi from Konoha. Minato stepped beside Naruto in support, glancing back to reassure himself with the confident and determined look in his brother's eyes. Naruto requested a private audience to discuss a very sensitive matter, insisting that no one but the Hokage could be present. The Kazekage's eyes twitched again, filled with irritation as he folded his arms, clearly reluctant to engage in the conversation. He stated that Naruto could speak freely in front of his guards unless the matter was for Naruto's own sake. Naruto clarified that the information concerned the Kazekage himself. The leader's stern demeanor shifted momentarily, revealing surprise, anger, and curiosity before returning to its previous state. He questioned what Naruto could know about the leader of Sand that couldn't be discussed in front of his shinobi. With all due respect, Naruto explained that he wanted to protect the future of a child, not the Kazekage's reputation, which prompted the leader to consider the request. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed to the private audience. Naruto bowed deeply and retrieved a small paper tag marked with a privacy seal from his pouch. He gestured to the seal, explaining that while he trusted the privacy seals in the office, he preferred to use his own for safety. The Kazekage nodded, and Naruto activated the seal, creating a barrier that obscured their image from outside and locked their voices within. Naruto then revealed that they were aware of the one-tailed beast and its Jinchuriki. The Kazekage's eyes flashed dangerously, and his muscles tensed as he demanded to know how they had gathered such information. Naruto shook his head, stating that their methods were irrelevant. What mattered was that Suna possessed the power of a bijou. The Kazekage insisted that every nation, including Konoha, had similar powers and refused to hand over the One Tail, regardless of the offers made. Naruto narrowed his azure eyes, clarifying that they were not there for that reason and reminded the Kazekage that they were discussing a human being, a child, not an item for trade. He took a breath to calm his rising anger before stating that the seal was weak. The Kazekage frowned, scrutinizing Naruto before shifting his gaze to the silent Hokage. He insisted that the seal was strong enough, crafted by his best seal master. Frustrated, Naruto ran his fingers through his blonde hair, expressing his disbelief at the seal's quality. The Kazekage's pride was pricked by Naruto's blunt criticism, and he demanded to know how Naruto could prove his point. Naruto explained that the nature elements on the meridian were unbalanced, allowing Shikaku to influence the vessel's mind. He offered their help to fix the design free of charge, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The Kazekage considered the implications, acknowledging that both he and the Yondaime Hokage were seal masters capable of saving the child's life and sanity. However, he expressed disbelief at the risk of handing over the Jinchuriki and the key to the one-tailed beast. Naruto felt his anger rise as he clenched his fists, the tension palpable. He reminded the Kazekage that they were discussing his own child's future, urging him to prioritize the child's life over village secrets. He warned that the seal not only threatened the child's life but also that of the child's mother, as it drained chakra from her system, potentially leading to dire consequences during childbirth. The Kazekage froze, his eyes narrowing dangerously as Naruto pressed the importance of valuing the life of the child, who was part of the village. He urged the Kazekage to consider the offer carefully, as time was running out. With that, Naruto turned and left the office, followed by the stunned Hokage. The privacy seal dissipated as they crossed its threshold. Naruto's chest heaved with heavy breaths, his pulse pounding in his temples as anger clouded his mind. He struggled to contain his frustration, questioning how the Kazekage could be so stubborn, risking his wife and child for a secret that was not even a secret. Minato advised him to calm down, reminding him that they needed to remain discreet. Naruto suddenly stopped in the middle of the spacious square and let out a long breath, trying to release his anger with little success. He felt a piercing gaze on his back and when he looked over his shoulder, he spotted the narrow eyes of the Kazekage watching him from the window. He held his burning blue gaze steady, even as a calming hand rested on his shoulder. Eventually, the Kage stepped back, breaking their connection. "You did well, Torque. Though your diplomacy needs some work. A lot of it. But you successfully made your point, and I think he heard you." Naruto finally looked away from the empty window and let out a weary sigh. "I think I ruined today's schedule." "Not that I'm disappointed about it," the Hokage said with a shrug and a grin. The blonde boy finally allowed his tensed muscles to relax as his anger and frustration slowly faded away. "I think it would be best if we return to our accommodations. But first, let's grab something to eat." Naruto responded with a wide grin as his stomach betrayed him with a loud rumble. The two blonde shinobi left the square, their departure marked by a dozen suspicious and nervous glances from various corners and shadows. A short knock on the wooden door interrupted Naruto's nap after a not-so-light lunch. Without opening his eyes, he recognized the person at the door. Baki. Another short knock echoed inside the room, prompting the blonde to finally rise from the comfortable couch and move toward the impatient shinobi. "My apologies for the disturbance, but Kazekage-sama would like to see you immediately." Naruto nodded in understanding, closed the door, and shared a glance with Minato, who had just emerged from his own bedroom, where he had locked himself away an hour ago. "That was quite fast." The Chunin nodded and let out a nervous sigh. "Let's go." 10 minutes later, the two blonde shinobi stood in front of a long wooden table. The younger one was obviously nervous and impatient, while the older maintained a stoic expression. The only thing that calmed the younger blonde's nerves was a familiar small figure standing in the background, watching them with suspicion. It was Chio, an elderly woman dressed in gray with pale purple hair, one of the honored siblings who had sacrificed herself for his friend not long ago. She was the same woman who had sealed Shikaku inside Gaara, and her poorly designed seal had contributed to Gaara's childhood struggles. She was both Gaara's savior and the source of his burden. Naruto fixed his eyes on the back of the Yondaime Kazekage, who was gazing out the window, observing the bustling activity of the people of Suna, blissfully unaware of a decision that could seal not only a child's fate but theirs as well. The leader performed a short series of hand signs, and all chakra signatures outside the room vanished. "I will do anything for the sake of Sunagakure no Sato. I am willing to sacrifice everything for this village, and my family knows this very well. Naruto tensed, clenching his hands into fists as anger began to bubble inside him once again. The village needs the power of the one-tailed beast. The Kazekage finally turned around, his dark eyes scanning the three people in the room. But I am also willing to do everything to protect my children. For a brief moment, his stern expression softened, revealing a man who cared deeply about his family and his village, before hardening back into his well-known mask. That brief glimpse was enough for Naruto to relax and let out a relieved sigh. I accept your offer. Chio will assist you during the process. The Kazekage nodded toward the teen and the Hokage before leaving the room without another word, leaving the three alone. A heavy burden lifted from Naruto's shoulders, his limbs feeling numb from the overwhelming relief and happiness. Lost in his joy, he was unaware of the piercing gaze from the old woman in the corner. Minato cleared his throat to gain his attention before Naruto began bouncing around the room, snapping back to reality. The Hokage stepped in front of Chio and made a small, polite nod toward her. Chio-san. We would like to start as soon as possible. The old woman nodded and gestured for the two shinobi to follow her to a room on the first floor. She remained silent, her narrowed eyes and piercing glare the only hints of emotion as she unfurled an enormous scroll on a long wooden table. This is the design of Gaara's seal. Naruto whistled at the sight of the design, but after a minute of silent observation, a troubled frown appeared on both his and Minato's faces. Oba-chan. This is very creative, I have to admit. Chio's eyes twitched at the informal address. Minato studied the seal for a moment before turning to the elderly woman. Is there a copy? The woman's eyes narrowed dangerously. There isn't. And you aren't allowed to bring this out of the room. Minato nodded, but Naruto couldn't suppress a snort. Oba-chan, we won't steal this design. It's not worth it. But we will need proper equipment, brushes, ink, some paper to work on. You know, that kind of stuff. The Hokage rolled his eyes and returned his focus to the scroll for further examination. After a long glare at the blonde teen, Chio made a small gesture with her hand. A sand Anbu immediately appeared beside her and left after she relayed their requests. The small group remained in silence for a long half-hour, each examining every aspect of the complex seal. Naruto felt as though his head might explode after 20 minutes of processing the vast amount of information on the fine paper. The effects, the aftereffects, and the reactiveness of each individual symbol, kanji, curl, and line, as well as the delicate balance between the two sides of the meridian and the interactions between each element. He could only compare its complexity to his own designs, now that he could see the fine details, aside from the mistakes that allowed Shikaku to communicate with Gaara more than necessary. Ero-sennin had previously stated that his designs were flawed and that it was surprising he hadn't caused an explosion yet. He had confidence in his knowledge and experience, but seeing this seal shattered that confidence into tiny pieces as he realized just how much was missing regarding the fine details of Fuinjutsu. The only areas in which he held absolute confidence were the barriers he used to conceal himself and his companions, providing them protection during the war, and in his own seal, which he knew intimately. He glanced at his father and noted with relief that Minato's azure eyes moved from symbol to symbol, occasionally nodding to himself, sometimes frowning or mumbling under his breath, while his paper gradually filled with notes. Minato Namikaze was a true master of seals with extensive knowledge. Naruto himself was not a theoretical person, and although his understanding of Fuinjutsu was advanced, it was mostly chaotic. Without a proper teacher, he had learned primarily from old scrolls and through trial and error. It had been a difficult and painful journey. An exploding seal right in his face was no small matter. Learning from his past failures had been his method back then. He had only received help with the basics, thanks to Ma and Pa and occasionally Kakashi-sensei. His mind drifted away from the room, recalling the memories of where it all began. Naruto leaned over an enormous scroll, examining the intricate black pattern on the nearly 100-year-old document. A frown crossed his face as his eyes shifted from the symbols to the specifications. The seal was designed to capture hundreds of people at once, sealing away their souls forever, regardless of their power. However, half of the pattern had been lost over the years, the ink had faded, and a large chunk of paper was missing from the left corner, taking part of the design with it. The blond man dropped his head onto the table, studying the design closely. If he could do it. If only he could. A defeated sigh escaped his lips as the ancient paper rustled in the harsh wind on the rough table, filling his nose with its peculiar smell. He sensed a soft voice behind him, but he didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Sai, the always stoic and emotionless ex-root Enbu, approached him and glanced down at the table. He expressed concern for Naruto's late-night activities. The blonde waved a dismissive hand, indicating he was fine. He shrugged and straightened himself, contemplating his lack of dexterity and his inability to hold a brush properly. After a long moment of silence, Naruto's eyes widened, and he jumped from his seat, grabbing Sai's shoulders. He urgently requested Sai to teach him calligraphy. Sai raised a curious eyebrow, acknowledging Naruto's interest in the arts but doubting the timing. Naruto insisted that he didn't want to paint flowers or anything trivial, he needed it for Fuinjutsu. Sai brushed Naruto's hands from his shoulders, stating that he lacked the patience, precision and level-headedness required for such a task. He pointed out Naruto's clumsiness, impatience, and impulsiveness, which were the exact opposites of what was needed, not to mention his subpar intelligence. Naruto was undeterred, stating that it wasn't about capability but necessity. Sai shook his head slowly, explaining that without a proper teacher and with limited time, mastering calligraphy would take years. Naruto countered that he could achieve the same amount of training in just a couple of days if he pushed himself. Sai remained skeptical, but Naruto reminded him of his ability to master 3 other elements in mere weeks, something that typically took decades for others. After a long moment of consideration, Sai let out a defeated sigh, realizing he would likely regret his decision. Within a day, every corner of Mount Myaboku was filled with blonde teens, frowning and grumbling over scrolls, papers, or soft sand with sticks. Their hands and clothes were stained with black ink, but their identical blue eyes shone with determination as they copied the kanji over and over again. Naruto blinked when he felt his father's hand on his shoulder. Looking around, he realized that Chio was no longer there. He asked when she had left, and Minato informed him it had been just 5 minutes. Noticing Naruto's disturbance, he inquired if everything was all right. Naruto rubbed his eyes and leaned back in his seat, expressing his confusion over how anyone could treat humans and bijus as mere tools and weapons without considering the consequences. Minato observed his son for a moment, acknowledging Naruto's knowledge about the biju and jinchuriki. Naruto affirmed his understanding and expressed his hope that one day they would all understand each other. Minato had never considered the situation in such a way before, realizing that for a biju and its jinchuriki to understand one another was as unlikely as Iwa and Konoha sharing a peaceful dinner. He agreed with Naruto's perspective, stating that using a child to create a jinchuriki was unthinkable to him. Naruto snorted sarcastically, suggesting that Minato would act without hesitation if necessary. Minato countered that he would cross that bridge when he came to it, but for now, he would never do such a thing. As Naruto watched his father, he noticed the irritation and anger in his eyes gradually replaced by an unnatural calmness. The blonde boy averted his piercing gaze, a soft smile appearing on his fine features. He assured his brother that if the time ever came, there would be no need for a difficult choice. He promised that his brother would have a family to care for and that he would do everything in his power to protect him. Minato remained silent for a long, awkward moment, carefully considering the weight of those words. His eyes were fixed on his brother, fully aware of the sacrifice being offered. It was clear that sealing away a biju would likely require a significant sacrifice, especially for the more powerful ones that demanded a complex seal, like the Kyuubi. In a world where destinies intertwine, a young ninja found himself caught in the web of time. He had always been fascinated by the tales of heroes and their journeys, but now he was about to embark on one of his own. With a heart full of determination, he set out to change the course of his life and the lives of those around him. As he navigated through the challenges of his new reality, he encountered familiar faces, each with their own struggles and aspirations. The bonds of friendship grew stronger as they faced adversities together. They trained relentlessly, pushing their limits and honing their skills, preparing for the trials that lay ahead. The young ninja often reflected on the weight of the prophecy that loomed over him. It was a guiding light, yet it also cast a shadow of uncertainty. He understood that the path he chose would not only affect his fate but also the fate of his comrades. With every step, he felt the pressure of their expectations, but he was determined to rise to the occasion. In moments of quiet reflection, he would sit by the river, contemplating the choices that had led him here. The water flowed steadily, a reminder that time was both a friend and an enemy. He knew that every decision he made could alter the future, and he was ready to face whatever challenges awaited him. As the days turned into weeks, the young ninja and his friends prepared for the ultimate confrontation. They trained together, their spirits intertwined, each one drawing strength from the others. The camaraderie they shared was unbreakable, and it fueled their resolve to protect their village and each other. The time for action arrived, and the air was thick with anticipation. They stood united, ready to face the unknown. With a fierce determination burning in their hearts, they charged forward, prepared to confront the trials that awaited them. The bonds they had forged would guide them through the darkness, and together, they would carve their own destinies. Complete silence enveloped the room as he pushed aside thoughts that could lead to regret, focusing instead on their task, fixing the seal to save Gaara's sanity. While he concentrated on the intricate design, he remained unaware of the piercing blue eyes watching him, filled with awe, pride, and concern. Hours slipped by, marked by minor disagreements and a flurry of ideas sketched out on paper. Eventually, exhaustion caught up with Naruto, and he succumbed to sleep, his head resting on crossed arms at the desk. The room remained quiet, occasionally interrupted by the soft rustle of paper and the gentle sound of a brush. Chio returned an hour later, observing the two blondes at work. She had to admit that Naruto was right. The seal allowed too much space for Shikaku to exert influence over Gaara. Her gaze shifted to the sleeping blonde teen, noting the peaceful, almost childlike expression on his face and the slight twitch of his eyelids as he dreamt. No shinobi would sleep so deeply in enemy territory, regardless of their companion. Fortunately for Naruto, the faint murmurs escaping his lips were inaudible. Chio's attention then turned to the visibly weary Hokage, who was finalizing the new design that would seamlessly integrate with the old seal. Disappointment and confusion clouded her thoughts regarding the Kazekage and Hokage's decisions. She broke the silence, her voice cracking with age. She questioned why he was undertaking this task, pointing out that fixing the seal offered no benefit to him. The Hokage smiled warmly and glanced at the sleeping teen. Gaining a strong ally is reason enough, don't you think, Chio-san? Chio narrowed her eyes, unconvinced. Alliances are mere empty promises on paper. In war, Konoha will act solely for its own interests, just as it has before. While it's true that alliances didn't hold much weight during the last war, the world is changing. Villages and leaders evolve. Sometimes, you must embrace change to witness a new world. Chio's eye twitched in response. Handing a weapon to your former enemy is not rational, nor is it sufficient cause for an alliance. How can you trust us? Minato fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting back to his brother. Don't misinterpret my actions, Chio-san. I don't trust you, nor does the Kazekage trust me. That is why you are here watching us. But I trust my brother. I believe in his dreams and goals. That is why I am doing this. Chio remained silent, confusion etched on her face. Minato sighed wearily and continued, explaining that he hadn't intended to bring this matter up, as it was a private affair. However, Toriku had expressed concern for the boy's future, convincing him to take action. That boy possessed great power and could one day bring significant change to the shinobi world. Minato returned to his work, finishing the final details, while Chio remained lost in her thoughts, contemplating the sleeping young man. Kazekage-sama. The two from Konoha have completed the design. We are preparing to modify the seal this afternoon. The Kazekage nodded but did not turn from the large windows of his office, observing the quiet streets of his village. Chio stepped beside him, joining him in silence. After a while, she broke the stillness, questioning why he allowed Konoha to interfere with their affairs. The Kage remained silent, his gaze fixed on a mother and child outside, before finally responding. It's peaceful, isn't it? Chio raised an eyebrow but agreed. Yes, it is. I intend to keep it that way at any cost. You can't trust them. The Kage remained silent, lost in thought, before finally admitting that he did not trust them. However, that boy made him question himself. Months ago, Jiraiya had mentioned that boy when the Hokage first sent him to distract the Kazekage during negotiations. The Kage recalled how Jiraiya had said the boy was like they once were before losing themselves in the shinobi world, still offering goodwill to everyone without reservation. Now, the Kage understood what Jiraiya meant. He turned to Chio for the first time since she entered the office, instructing her to proceed with the sealing as soon as possible. Chio nodded, recognizing that the Kage had made his final decision. She left the room, her thoughts still unsettled. Naruto surveyed the intricate black patterns sprawling across the room like a spider web. The enormous and complex seal began at the center of the ceiling, extending across the walls and floor, reconnecting on a dais beneath the starting point. Alongside Minato and Chio, they had spent 3 hours painting the seal without a moment's rest. The faint scent of the Kazekage's blood mixed with the ink filled his sensitive nose, causing him to grimace. He heard faint footsteps approaching, and the Kazekage entered the room with his wife at his side. Naruto offered a warm smile to Kurura and stepped forward to assist her in navigating the patterns on the floor. "Everything will be all right, Kurura-san." The woman responded with a weak smile, promising to comply. Naruto felt a hint of tension in the air emanating from the Kazekage, but the woman hesitated only briefly before removing her outer garments, revealing her round belly and soft skin. The blonde teen handed the clothes to the Kazekage, carefully avoiding his gaze, then gently lifted the woman and placed her on the dais, ensuring not to disturb the intricate pattern beneath her. He instructed her not to move, and she nodded in understanding. Minato and Chio soon appeared at the door. Naruto crouched down to retrieve the brush and remaining ink to complete the seal. Precise black strokes appeared on the woman's skin, tracing her arms and legs, swirling toward her belly where they formed a small, intricate pattern around her navel. He inspected the design for any errors, and upon finding none, he nodded in satisfaction. His azure eyes met Kurura's. Her calm expression masked the fear and concern he could see in her eyes. He offered her an encouraging smile, though it didn't fully dispel her anxiety. Glancing over his shoulder, he noticed the Kazekage's stern expression had softened, revealing the same worry reflected in his dark eyes. Naruto called for the Kazekage to join them. The leader narrowed his eyes but eventually moved to the center of the room, careful to avoid the pattern as he approached his wife. His rigid demeanor softened when Naruto reached out for his hand, and his anger dissipated as he gently placed it under Kurura's palm. Naruto reassured him that he was there. As a husband and father, prompting a soft smile from Minato as he stepped forward to stand beside his brother. He asked Toriku if he was ready, receiving an approving nod in return. Slowly, Naruto leaned closer to the woman before them. He warned Kurura that the process might be uncomfortable but urged her to remain still. She hesitantly nodded, locking eyes with her husband, who offered her a gentle smile. After a final nod, Naruto turned to Minato, and their identical blue eyes met in silent understanding. They began a long sequence of hand signs, perfectly mirroring each other's movements as if they were reflections in a mirror. When they reached the final sign, they froze, and the pattern around them glowed briefly with a yellow light before fading back to its original black. The seal began to shift, moving toward Kurura's belly, where a new life thrummed beneath her heart. The two blonde shinobi remained still, their expressions focused as the seal worked to overwrite the old one. The room was silent except for the soft rustling of the seal and the deepening breaths of the two seal masters. Their bodies grew weary from the effort, channeling chakra into the seal without pause. After what felt like an eternity, the pattern suddenly halted, a tremor coursing through it. A pained hiss escaped Kurura's lips, and Naruto sensed the Kazekage's muscles tense as their hands gripped each other tightly. Both Naruto and Minato clenched their eyes and teeth, pouring more chakra into the seal. Suddenly, Naruto's left eye twitched, irritation mingling with concentration on his face. He muttered under his breath, feeling the presence of Shikaku's chaotic energy. The creature's struggle against the new seal intensified, attempting to break free, attacking the seams between the old and new seals. Minato fought to maintain his focus, resisting the urge to glance at his brother. Naruto declared his determination not to let Shikaku interfere, and they both channeled more chakra into the seal. Gradually, the tremors subsided, and the seal continued its journey toward Kurura's belly. A relieved breath escaped her lips as the tension eased. The two Konoha shinobi mirrored her relief, unaware of the Kazekage's watchful gaze. The seal twitched one last time before accelerating its movement, the final symbols vanishing from the walls and Kurura's skin, absorbed into her belly. Minato stepped back to lean against the wall for support, wiping the sweat from his forehead, while Naruto dropped to the ground, finally allowing himself to rest. A small chuckle escaped him, growing into a satisfied laugh as the adrenaline faded and his muscles trembled from the exertion. He remarked on how close they had come to failure. Minato nodded and returned to the dais, gently helping Kurura sit up. He advised her to rest, and she nodded with a weak smile before her eyes fluttered closed, drifting into unconsciousness. The Kazekage stiffened, wrapping his arms around her in a protective embrace, concern etched on his face. Minato offered a reassuring smile to the leader, confirming that she was merely sleeping and that the sealing had been successful. The Kazekage nodded, lifting his softly breathing wife into his arms, wrapping her clothes around her as he prepared to leave. He paused at the doorway, bowing deeply to the two weary blondes in gratitude before departing with Chio, leaving Naruto and Minato alone in the now quiet room. Minato extended a hand to his brother, who accepted it gratefully, pulling himself up. The older brother regarded Naruto with curiosity, acknowledging that he had indeed heard Shikaku. Naruto snorted, expressing his frustration with the creature's antics. Minato chuckled softly, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder and suggesting they deserved a long nap. A wide grin spread across Naruto's face as realization washed over him. They had succeeded. Relief flooded through him, lifting a great burden from his shoulders. He felt an overwhelming urge to celebrate, but Minato's presence kept him grounded. The satisfied grin never left his face as they reached their accommodations, where the two shinobi simply collapsed onto the bed for a well-deserved rest. Four figures stood in the enormous passage carved into the yellowish rock. The desert was still chilly after the cold night, but the early beams of the rising sun began to warm the land, promising to soon heat the dunes and golden sea to an almost unbearable level. However, the early rays brought only pleasant warmth to the four individuals. After the sealing, the negotiations took a different turn. The mood lightened, and agreements were drawn up with increased speed. The discussions proved successful, indicating a fruitful alliance between Konoha and Suna. Soon, traders would fill the route between the two villages to exchange goods as per the arrangement, hopefully creating more missions for both ninja villages. The two leaders also agreed that Konoha would only accept assignments from the Wind Daimyo together with Suna, and vice versa. The dark eyes of the Kazekage locked with the azure ones before moving to another pair identical to the first. The four figures silently waited for each other, gathering their thoughts for a final goodbye before the duo left the land of wind. A sudden small smile appeared on the Kazekage's face, mirrored by his wife's fine features, her hands resting on her round tummy. The Kazekage wished the Hokage a safe journey. Minato returned the smile and offered a small bow, while Naruto did the same to Kurura. The Hokage expressed gratitude and noted that it was time for them to leave. The leader nodded, and a wide grin appeared on Naruto's face. He playfully remarked that next time they met, Kurura would hopefully be carrying a healthy auburn-haired boy in her arms. The woman responded with a warm smile, noting they did not yet know the gender. Naruto chuckled, expressing confidence that the child would be a boy with the potential to surpass the Kazekage. The leader narrowed his eyes, but a small, almost invisible half-smile appeared, softening his stern expression. Minato agreed, acknowledging the duty of the younger generation. Suddenly, a small grunt escaped his mouth as Naruto playfully slapped his back, causing him to exhale sharply and earn an annoyed glance from the Hokage. Naruto suggested that the future child would be a good friend to Minato's, imagining slumber parties when they were older. Minato narrowed his eyes and returned the playful slap to the back of Naruto's head. He insisted it was truly time for them to leave. Minato offered a polite bow, and despite rubbing the back of his head and whining, Naruto managed a small bow as well. The two figures exited the passage, stepping into the endless sea of sand. The Kazekage tilted his head, watching the two blonde men in the distance, clearly teasing each other until Naruto began to run to avoid a playful blow from the Hokage. The wind carried their voices away, but a loud laugh still reached him, bringing a smile to the Kage's face. He slowly shook his head and turned to head back to the village center, accompanied by his softly chuckling wife. The two blonde shinobi reached the borders of the Land of Fire in 2 days. The sight of endless green woods warmed Naruto from head to toe. No matter how much he enjoyed the nights in the desert, seeing green after the long week in Suna was priceless. The blonde teen stretched his arms behind his head as they walked along the narrow path deep in the woods. It felt good to finally be home. The Hokage chuckled and nodded, teasing Naruto about feeling homesick after just 1 week away. Naruto shrugged in response, and they continued their silent walk down the path. He then asked if the offer for a room in the Hokage mansion still stood. The Hokage smiled warmly, confirming it, and Naruto nodded, a wide grin spreading across their faces. As they walked side by side, Naruto closed his eyes, relying on his senses to navigate the pathway, unaware of the curious look on Minato's face as he observed him. Naruto opened one eye and glanced at Minato, who was contemplating something. He asked if Minato could help him with something. The Chunin raised an eyebrow and turned to face Minato fully, teasing that it was amusing to hear the Hokage ask for a lowly Chunin's help. A cocky grin appeared on his face, prompting Minato to roll his eyes. The warm beams of the afternoon sun caressed Naruto's skin while the breeze playfully tugged at his golden locks. He stood silently in front of an obsidian stone, his gaze fixed on the shiny surface that already bore hundreds of names. His blue eyes scanned the names carved into the stone, then unconsciously moved to the empty parts he knew would eventually be filled with familiar names if he failed. His focus landed on a specific point, where the black stone was marked with copper-colored flecks and fine curves, the place where his father's and mother's names would be carved. His hands tightened around the soft stem of a single, pure white Madonna lily he had picked up from Inoichi's newly opened flower store. A half-smile appeared on his face at the memory of the surprised and confused interrogator when he had handed over the flower. He knew he would face questions later, but he didn't care this time. He wanted to do this, and it had to be done. Naruto squeezed the stem once more before placing it gently in front of the memorial, stroking its cold surface with his hand. His teeth clenched painfully as sorrow overwhelmed his mind. Kurama retreated into the deepest part of his mind, allowing Naruto the private space to mourn. The blonde teen silently grieved for those still alive or not yet born, for those unaware of their own mortality. He mourned for his living and breathing parents, for his friends, for his precious people, for the people of Konoha and the other nations, and for the countless nameless shinobi and civilians from all over the elemental countries who had given their lives for one cause: to live free in a real world, to defeat Madara and the Jubi, to defend him. Naruto withdrew from Konoha and sank deep into the abyss of his grief to mourn for the living one last time. A lean figure stood above an unmoving form on the ground, surrounded by unnatural shapes. The chirping of thousands of birds gradually faded, and the blue glow around them dimmed. Hatake Kakashi shook his head slowly and let out a long, weary breath, his silver hair swaying with the movement. He felt someone gently place a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it reassuringly, trying to pull him back to reality. His student urged him to leave, and Kakashi nodded slowly, acknowledging the voice despite his blank expression. A piece of his heart and mind faded away alongside the shadow of his former teammate, taking with it a fragment of his sanity. He had witnessed his death once, and now he had caused it again. They needed to return, and the urgency in his student's voice broke through Kakashi's stupor. He turned to face Naruto, and for a fleeting moment he saw his own sensei before him. The vision of Minato, with his gentle hands on Kakashi's shoulders and his familiar blonde hair, faded, but the piercing azure eyes remained, watching him with concern. Those eyes were the last remnants of his former team and perhaps the only thing holding his sanity together. They reminded him of every loss, every failure, yet now they sparked hope within him, urging him to live and push forward, even as he remained hidden in the shadows. Naruto nodded in response, determination shining in his blue eyes. Four weary forms appeared beside the three commanders of the allied shinobi forces. Their gazes swept over the battlefield, some wide with shock at the loss of numbers, while others forced themselves to appear calm, hardened by years of conflict. Gaara searched the fields frantically for his people and siblings. Relief washed over him when he spotted two familiar figures still fighting in the distance. A commanding tone pulled him from his thoughts. Darui reported that Uchiha Obito, known as Tobi, had been eliminated. Their forces were now engaged with the real Uchiha Madara and the Jubi, and it seemed their enemies were slowly weakening. The sealing team was preparing to attempt a combined attack to seal them away, but they needed time. The losses had been great, more than half of their forces had fallen, and their headquarters was in disarray. Darui struggled to find words to describe their dire situation. Suddenly, two figures appeared beside them, illuminated by a golden light that revealed weary faces. A stunned Naruto swung his head around, desperately searching for someone. His mouth moved to ask a question, though he already knew the answer. He inquired about Tsunade, but silence fell among them, confirming his worst fears. A hand landed on Naruto's trembling shoulder, but he shook it off violently, clenching his fists in frustration as he tried to channel his despair. With immense effort, Naruto forced back the lump in his throat and the sting in his eyes. His gaze fell to the blood-soaked ground, landing on a small green leaf, frayed at the edge and stained crimson. He tried to look away, but he couldn't. Gaara's voice, unusually soft, broke through the silence, revealing the truth. Tsunade had used the last of her strength to save them. Naruto shook his head violently, denying the reality with every fiber of his being. His eyes remained locked on the small leaf. They were winning, but without Tsunade, his determination and hope for success began to wane. Chapter End. Chance for a Prophecy. Chapter 17. Walking on Thin Ice. Half of writing history is hiding the truth. Naruto ate as if every meal would be his last. Kushina dropped another piece of meat onto his plate, and he devoured it, oblivious to the blue eyes watching him as he finished his meal in just a few bites. He leaned back, patting his stomach with a satisfied sigh. Much better now, he thought. Toriku caught his attention, and Naruto opened one eye, showing he was listening. Toriku mentioned a conversation with Inoichi, and Naruto braced himself for what was coming. He asked about the lily, and after a moment of silence, Naruto finally admitted that he had brought it to the memorial stone. The Hokage tilted his head, his eyes reflecting curiosity rather than suspicion. But it was Kushina who asked the question that had instantly popped into the Hokage's mind. Her voice was filled with curiosity and confusion as it echoed in the empty dining room of the Hokage mansion. The teen only shrugged, his expression oddly unreadable. When he had visited the memorial stone, he had mourned for his lost friends. But right now, they would remain that way, even if he had to endure great challenges for them. There was no more need for mourning. They were alive, growing, or living inside their mother's womb. He would never forget them or everything they had done for him. He shifted nervously on the floor, then suddenly hopped to his feet, grabbed a paintbrush, and tossed it at his father with a cheeky smile, attempting to change the subject. Lunch break was over, and he reminded his father that he wanted his room painted orange. Minato complained that it wasn't a fair win, as Naruto still relied on his clones. Naruto shrugged and leaned against the kitchen counter, asserting that he had learned it and it worked, so he had won. Minato's frustrated snort echoed in the empty dining room as he straightened up and grabbed the bucket of vibrant orange paint, his eyes narrowed in mock annoyance. Kushina laughed, and the Hokage couldn't help but join in after a moment of silent sulking, his irritation melting away at Naruto's warm laughter. However, Minato's blue eyes occasionally glanced toward his brother, concern flickering within them. A worried expression appeared on the Hokage's face as he leaned over a scroll, tapping his chin with the soft brush. He hummed, lost in thought, and let out a sigh. At that moment, another blond man appeared at the open window, sticking his golden head inside the Hokage tower. His mouth opened to speak, but upon seeing the worried look on his father's face, he closed it and hopped down in front of him, observing him silently with a tilted head. He expressed his dislike for the expression on Minato's face. Minato waved a hand dismissively and leaned back against his carved chair, fixing his gaze on the ceiling. He mentioned that it was just some village business. Naruto raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued, and Minato finally explained that they were having trouble with the ranking process. During the war, they had made on-field promotions, but there were still potential genin who needed testing. They needed to hold a chunin selection, but there weren't enough genin for a proper assessment. He feared they would have to wait another year until more students graduated from the academy and gained the necessary experience to participate. A small chuckle escaped Naruto, earning a pointed look from his father. Minato reminded him that this was a serious problem, as it could reduce morale among the genin. Naruto waved a hand dismissively, suggesting they resurrect an old practice by inviting the other nations, which would ensure enough participants. He was confident that the Kazekage would be eager to send teams to showcase their skills to the Wind Daimyo. Minato tilted his head, observing his younger brother for a long moment with an unreadable expression. He questioned whether Anoki and the Reikage would send genin teams to Konoha after the recent war. Normally, it would take years before the first shared exam, possibly even a decade or more. Naruto shrugged, suggesting they invite all 5 Kage, reasoning that all villages were in the process of regrouping and restoration, needing extra income. They would have to demonstrate their power to attract new clients, and a chunin exam would gather them all in one place. Minato acknowledged that the idea was good, even if it came from Naruto, but he argued about the timing, emphasizing the need for a low profile. Naruto mentally shrugged at his ever-present companion, earning an irritated groan from Kurama. He locked eyes with Minato, searching for any hint of his thoughts. Eventually, Minato shrugged and made a contemplative face. He noted that it had been years since they last held a proper chunin exam, and perhaps having one now would bring the younger generations closer together. However, he expressed concern about the other nations, as many held a grudge against Konoha, which could pose a risk to the village. After a moment of consideration, he decided he would think about it. A wide, satisfied grin spread across Naruto's face, feeling a sense of success. Naruto glanced down at the scroll in his hands after sending another suspicious glance toward his father. Minato was wearing that cunning grin again, making Naruto wary of the contents of the scroll. He scrutinized it with cautious eyes, as if it could attack him at any moment. He asked what it was, and Minato revealed it was his next assignment, a long-term mission lasting 3 months. Naruto raised an eyebrow and slowly opened the scroll, his eyes widening as he processed the contents. His mind raced for excuses, but only Kakashi's silly ones came to mind, prompting Kurama's snicker in his mind. Minato remarked that it would be interesting, stating they reap what they sow. Naruto vehemently refused to accept the mission, feeling it was unfair. Minato maintained his sly grin, presenting it as a choice: the mission or deranked missions for the same duration. Naruto narrowed his eyes, feeling a mix of anger and disbelief, accusing Minato of blackmailing him. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly, agreeing with Naruto's assessment. Minato shrugged, insisting it was not blackmail but merely offering two options. Defeated, Naruto shook his head and groaned, burying his face in his palms, his voice muffled yet filled with irritation as he expressed his disdain. Minato shrugged again, a satisfied smirk on his face, declaring it was decided. Naruto was now welcomed into the ranks of the Chunin exam supervisors. The first 2 months were mostly about preparations and diplomacy. This PRD wouldn't fully occupy Naruto's time, so he would still receive other missions until the exam started. Naruto mumbled in frustration as he rested his forehead on the long letter he had just finished writing inside the Hokage office. That had been the last invitation letter, thankfully, which would be sent to the Tsuchikage by a small delegation the next morning. Minato pointed out the ink smudge on Naruto's nose, chuckling softly. Naruto rubbed his nose, grumbling under his breath about his father. "Don't you have a secretary for these kinds of things?" Naruto asked, trying to distract himself from the ink. "I do, but her calligraphy doesn't match your skill," Minato replied. Naruto rolled his eyes, but a small sense of pride swelled within him at the compliment. He had worked hard to master those symbols, even if it was mostly through his clones. The memories of countless hours spent practicing felt like a grueling ordeal. His thoughts drifted back to the events at Kusa, and a frown settled on his face. He hadn't received any information about Kitsuchi since returning from Suna. Concern flashed in his blue eyes as he hesitantly turned to Minato. "Who will bring the invitation to the Tsuchikage?" he asked. Minato, still focused on the papers in front of him, answered, "He will leave tomorrow morning, along with the other delegations. I thought it would be a sign of goodwill for him to hand over the invitation." A satisfied smile appeared on Naruto's face in response. As Naruto approached the group of foreign shinobi, he jumped into the circle of Anbu surrounding them, earning irritated glances from the tense guards and surprised looks from the IWA fighters. Kitsuchi narrowed his eyes at the newcomer while the kunoichi beside him trembled with suppressed fury. The commander stepped in front of Naruto, raising a hand to signal him to stop. "What do you want?" he asked. Naruto locked his hands behind his neck, a bright smile on his face. He simply wanted to say goodbye. The kunoichi raised an eyebrow and questioned his intentions, suggesting he was trying to assert superiority. Confused, Naruto wondered why he would do such a thing. The kunoichi snorted in anger, her eyes still filled with hostility, but a glance from her commander silenced her. "What do you want, Odahiroki Toraku?" the commander asked, observing Naruto closely. The teen stepped closer, raising his right hand toward the commander, who hesitated before finally shaking it. "Why are you doing this? We kidnapped you. We tried to kill you," the commander said, still skeptical. Naruto shrugged, his hand remaining steady. He believed that the past was unchangeable, but they could strive to build something better for the future. An amused expression crossed his face as he made a playful remark about falling like dominoes. The commander eyed him for a moment, recalling distant conversations about change. Finally, he shook Naruto's hand, acknowledging the boy's perspective. "You really are insane," the commander remarked. "Yes, he is. Insane and suffering from a serious hero complex," Minato interjected as he stepped into the circle, nodding at the commander, who returned the gesture with a cold expression. "Kitsuchi-san, here is the invitation letter we discussed. Despite previous events, we still look forward to seeing genin from IWA participate in the exams," Minato stated. The commander nodded again and turned to leave the village after an almost month-long stay. As they passed through the gates, an unconscious sigh of relief escaped him when they were finally far enough away. A cheerful voice called out from behind, reminding them to bring Anoki with them to the Chunin exams. The kunoichi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the boy's enthusiasm. Naruto leaned over a blank scroll, preparing to mix his blood with black ink for a new barrier seal. He made a small cut on his thumb, but the flow of blood stopped almost immediately. Frustrated, he tried again, but the cut healed as soon as he removed the blade. Irritated, he sank into his mindscape to confront the snickering fox. "You've got a very wicked sense of humor. Stop healing me," he exclaimed, but the fox only responded with more laughter. Naruto exploded in frustration, shouting a long string of colorful curses. Just then, the door swung open, and a concerned-looking redhead peeked inside the room. The blonde boy froze mid-sentence, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. He had accidentally kicked the table. Kushina shook her head slowly, rolling her eyes as her ruby-red locks danced in the air. She remarked on how he was a shinobi who could come out unscathed from a spar with Minato yet would now limp for a day because of a table. Naruto shrugged in annoyance, watching as his mother shook her head one last time before closing the door behind her. Letting out a weary sigh, he sat down next to the table once again. In his mind, he thought about how one more prank like this would lead him to arrange a karaoke night in his mindscape just for Kurama. Although he couldn't see it, he felt Kurama grimace and wince in response. Boredom settled in, and he expressed his frustration. Kurama suggested he find something to occupy himself, insisting that he wouldn't let him work. Curious, Naruto asked what Kurama was doing. The fox explained that he was creating barrier tags to mask Naruto's chakra during their training, ensuring they wouldn't be seen. Naruto's excitement grew at the thought of training together, but Kurama warned him that they could only proceed once he finished the seals. If anyone recognized Naruto's chakra, they would be in serious trouble. A wide smirk appeared on Kurama's face as he teased Naruto about tearing him into small pieces. Their relationship had evolved into a genuine friendship, but Kurama's old personality sometimes resurfaced, reminiscent of their interactions before the Chunin exam. Naruto sighed again, memories of his old friend surfacing. Unbidden, he had tried to barricade himself from thoughts of his past, but they broke through. During their first fight with the Jubi, he had sensed his friend near Konoha. It was only after they retreated to Suna that he realized he couldn't find him anymore, as if he had vanished completely. He refused to believe he was dead. Something or someone had locked him away from his Sannin mode, just as Madara had done before. He wondered aloud to Kurama if there was a connection between the two situations. The fox narrowed his eyes, contemplating the possibilities, and offered a non-committal response. With that, Kurama settled down under the trees for a nap, leaving Naruto to sigh in frustration as he grabbed a kunai to work on the seal, shutting out the memories of his raven-haired teammate. In a large office, two shinobi stood tense and alert before a short, almost childlike man who read a scroll with an emotionless expression. Once he finished, he narrowed his eyes and shifted his gaze to the two ninjas. He instructed them to tell their Hokage that Kiri would participate in the exams. The leaf Kunoichi nodded in acknowledgement, waiting patiently for further instructions. Naruto gazed out at the ink-black sky, dotted with countless stars, reflecting on the day's events. So much had happened, adding to the weight on his shoulders. The Kage would soon meet, and thoughts of Orochimaru and Danzo filled his mind. He realized he had forgotten about Danzo, and though Kurama didn't respond, he felt the fox's silent agreement. They needed to stop Root and Sai. Danzo was an unknown factor, responsible for the Uchiha massacre and the existence of Root. His actions had always been shrouded in secrecy, operating from the shadows without direct confrontation. If they interfered now, they wouldn't know the consequences. Naruto recalled Minato's warning about someone trying to undermine him from within, and he suspected Danzo was behind the ambush at the Kusa borders. Kurama acknowledged Naruto's deduction, noting that Danzo viewed him as a potential threat. While Naruto harbored resentment for Danzo's actions, Kurama pointed out that Danzo had acted for Konoha's sake in the past. However, he doubted Danzo would confront Naruto publicly after the failure in Kusa. Instead, he might resort to sending an assassin. Naruto snorted at the thought, frustrated by Kurama's casual attitude toward the potential danger they faced. Kurama advised him to be extra cautious, warning that they were safe until the end of the exams. Assassinating Naruto now would only raise suspicion among other nations and reveal Konoha's weakness. Danzo understood this and would wait until the exams concluded before taking any drastic measures. Kurama expressed concern about Orochimaru's interest in them, which sent a cold shiver down Naruto's spine. He had already received Kurama's lecture about the risks of revealing too much, listening quietly like a child being scolded. Kurama was right, it was too dangerous. The fewer people who knew about his knowledge of the future, the safer they would be. If anyone discovered this information, half of the elemental countries would be after him. But who would believe him? How could he prove he was from the future? Would he have to share things he shouldn't know? Their first thought might be that he was truly a spy. Gathering information that shouldn't be known was the essence of a spy's role. Showing them techniques? Minato had already demonstrated the Rasengan, so that was no longer an option. Even if he hadn't, techniques could be learned and replicated. Every technique could be adapted with time and skill. His Sage Mode? To HRSS, nature's energy was one of the rarest abilities, but it wasn't concrete evidence. Or revealing Kurama's chakra and his seal. Kinkaku and Ginkaku were prime examples that there were ways to obtain a Bijuu's power without being its Jinchuriki. What could he present to them to earn their belief, rather than being locked away in an asylum or a dark cell? However, he didn't want to lie to them. He didn't wish to deceive them. Perhaps it would be better to simply tell them everything, let events unfold, and see what happened. He turned in bed to face the empty wall, waiting for his troubled thoughts to settle and finally drift into sleep. 7 figures gathered in a clearing, their laughter echoing through the trees surrounding the ancient walls of Konoha. A group of ANBU lurked in the shadows, guarding their peace unseen. His parents sat side by side, their hands linked in their laps. Jiraiya's loud and enthusiastic voice filled the clearing as he shared tales of the heroes from the Second Great Shinobi War. Everyone was there, his parents, Saruobi, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Rin, all smiling and laughing. He felt truly happy. Minato cleared his throat and straightened, capturing everyone's attention. He announced that he had 2 pieces of news. He helped Kushina straighten up as well, their hands locked once more in a sweet embrace of love. They were getting married, and he was going to be a father. The joy radiated around them, and Naruto's heart swelled with happiness. Congratulations poured in from all sides, but he could only gaze at his parents, who were still sitting on the ground with soft smiles. Tears of pure happiness stung the corners of his eyes, and a lump formed in his throat. His parents crouched down to meet his gaze. Toraku, I want you to be the best big brother to our baby. I want you to protect him as you promised. I trust you with my life and the lives of my family. The tears of joy transformed into guilt, tearing him apart inside. Kushina embraced him, her warm voice filled with love as she whispered softly in his ear, and his guilt intensified. His lips parted unconsciously, and the words slipped out before he could think. I'm sorry. To all of you. I'm so sorry. I lied to you. I remember everything. I'm not Toraku. The cheerful voices abruptly ceased. Everything froze, and even nature around them fell silent. Naruto glanced up at his father, whose expression shifted from confusion to a mask of betrayal, anger, and fury. Kushina stepped back, her eyes filled with hurt, piercing into his very soul. The brawny form of Kitsuchi obscured most of the view of the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato from the curious eyes of the 4 genin teams standing patiently behind the commander, listening to their interaction. One young teen fidgeted from foot to foot, eager to catch a glimpse of the feared village leader, but every time he thought he had a chance, Kitsuchi moved, blocking his view. After several minutes of trying, he lost patience and let his gaze drift to the escort's back, unfocused. The guards in the room were tense, clearly stressed by the presence of IWA shinobi in the Hokage Tower. However, the calm demeanor of their Kage helped lighten the mood, despite the glares he received from the foreign genin fortunate enough to see him. I'm pleased to see so many applicants for the exam. I'm glad that Tsuchikage agreed to participate. A small, almost imperceptible smile appeared on the commander's mostly stern face. Minato clapped his hands, causing some of the genins to flinch at the sudden noise. One of my jounin will show you your accommodations. A training ground is reserved for your teams, he will also guide you there. During your stay, you may move freely throughout the village, but I must warn you, fights outside the exam will not be tolerated. The commander and most of the genins nodded. Minato gestured to the corner, and a figure stepped out from the shadows, greeting the IWA teams with a small nod. Before they could leave the office, Kitsuchi stepped forward. Hokage-sama, with your permission, I would like to meet with Toraku-kun. Minato observed the well-built man in front of him for a long moment, his expression unreadable, before nodding. Permission granted. I won't forbid interaction with any shinobi from Konoha. Minato's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he added, however, if there are any incidents, there will be consequences. The IWA shinobi nodded and left the room, silently following their guide. As they stepped through the doorway of Minato's office, several shadows fell in line behind them, lurking in dark corners, under bushes, or among the thick emerald trees. NBU guards shadowed them throughout Konoha. Most of the teams settled surprisingly quickly, despite their unfamiliar surroundings. When Kitsuchi finally felt it was time to leave the restless genin alone, he exited the room to search for the person he was most interested in. He wandered the streets casually, uncertain of his destination. His experienced eyes swept the surroundings, and an invisible map of Konoha began to form in his mind. The commander shook his head when one of his genin tripped over something. The boy had been trying to follow him unnoticed ever since he stepped out from their accommodation. The commander let out a long sigh, then slowly turned around to face the corner of a house where the boy had peeked over just moments before. He called out to Shiko, who slumped his shoulders in defeat and slowly approached his leader, his movement shadowed by their perfectly hidden ANBU guard. The commander observed the boy, who was in his early teens, nervously shifting from foot to foot. When asked why he was following him, Shiko looked down in shame, his chocolate-brown eyes hidden beneath his brown bangs, even though they defied gravity, pointing straight toward the sky. His simple and sincere answer was that he was bored. Kitsuchi shook his head once more and waved an inviting hand for the genin to follow him. A little while later, he finally spotted what he was looking for. Four shinobi were ahead, one with bright blonde hair and a pout on his face trailed after an older man with pure white hair, while two more figures, a young man with gravity-defying silver hair and a girl with short, mousy brown locks, watched their argument from behind. They were heading toward the outer part of the village, likely to the training grounds. Although they were quite far away, the loud argument reached his ears. The blonde shinobi insisted that it was a fair bet and urged the older man to admit defeat. The Toad Sage dismissed the argument and pointed toward the IWA commander and his companion, but Naruto was unfazed. He had sensed Kitsuchi's presence minutes ago and continued to mumble about untrustworthy old geezers and perverts until they stood before the imposing figure of the IWA commander and the young genin at his side. Each of them exchanged a quick, restrained nod as a greeting, but Naruto grinned and waved enthusiastically. He asked how Kitsuchi's trip had been, and the commander raised an eyebrow at the honorific but shrugged it off, stating it had been uneventful. Naruto then expressed hope that Kitsuchi had brought his best genin, as they planned to give them a long, tough run during the second phase. He grinned at Shiko, who was observing him suspiciously, despite the faint killer intent he was unconsciously leaking. When asked if he was one of the examiners, Naruto confirmed it, attributing his position to the sissy and his abuse of power. Kitsuchi frowned in confusion, while the silver-haired jounin struggled to contain his amusement. Naruto was reminded to behave, as these were foreign ninja and not the man he had once fought alongside. He realized he was acting immaturely and cleared his throat, focusing back on the conversation. Kitsuchi inquired about the reason for their meeting, and Naruto stated he wouldn't share any details about the exam, wanting to ensure fair play. Kakashi shot a sharp glance at the giant man, while Jiraiya and Rin observed the interaction calmly from the side. The imposing figure never met Kakashi's gaze directly, likely to avoid any potential conflict. Kakashi then directed a piercing look at the young genin, who had been staring at Naruto. The boy quickly shifted his attention, glaring at Kakashi instead. Naruto shook his head at the scene and ruffled Kakashi's silver locks, much to his annoyance. As they continued, Naruto felt the solid ground beneath his feet again and shook off the icy hand that had rested on his shoulder. He twisted to the side, but his graceful movement faltered as he bumped into a long wooden table weighed down by papers, files, scrolls, flasks, and an overwhelming number of colorful glass vials filled with various liquids. Naruto's heart raced as he felt a surge of adrenaline upon seeing an unidentifiable creature floating motionlessly in a large glass cylinder filled with a yellowish liquid. He turned to the Sannin, wanting to ask the fox in his mindscape where they were, but the question slipped out loud. Orochimaru casually replied that they were in one of his laboratories beneath Konoha, gesturing toward a door at the end of the room. Naruto narrowed his eyes but followed the Sannin into the next room, which had a similar setup, except for a metal examining table at the back. The laboratory was nothing like the dark, grim place he had imagined. Instead of a filthy cave, it was clean and sterile, resembling a hospital. The walls were covered in white tiles, and the only unsettling sight was the dissected animals floating silently in liquid. There were no bodies hanging from the ceiling or cells holding captives, and the room was devoid of blood stains. Yet, a faint metallic scent lingered in the air, stronger near a large freezer against the wall. A half-smile appeared on Orochimaru's face as he noticed Naruto's gaze. He walked over to the freezer and opened it, revealing hundreds of neatly labeled vials containing the red essence. He explained that they were blood samples, mostly from the Fire Country, and that shinobi had a tendency to bleed a lot. Naruto nodded, feeling uneasy despite the explanation. The lab looked normal, yet it made him feel on edge. He had expected to find evidence of Orochimaru's questionable experiments, but instead, he felt trapped. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, urging him to find evidence before taking action and to stick to their plan without letting Orochimaru become too suspicious. Naruto felt the tension rise, realizing that even Orochimaru's breathing felt suspicious. Orochimaru, with an amused tone, remarked on Naruto's arrogance, claiming he could easily deceive anyone, even at a Kage summit. Naruto clenched his teeth, annoyed at the truth in the Sannin's words. He had let his confidence get the better of him, acting foolishly. The pale man studied Naruto, waiting for a response, but when none came, he motioned toward the examining table. Naruto approached but leaned against it instead, refusing to lie down. He insisted he would stand and would provide a blood sample willingly, without any restraints or shots. Orochimaru, unfazed, handed him a vial, acknowledging Naruto's jumpiness with a hint of amusement. Hours later, the last of the medics left the caves, taking with them the final survivor of Orochimaru's hidden activities. The council sat in silence, grappling with shock and disbelief over the news of the legendary Sannin's demise. Members had been summoned from their beds, and none of the clan leaders knew the details of what had transpired, only that someone had killed Orochimaru. Jiraiya sat quietly in a corner, his gaze unfocused, occasionally glancing at Naruto while avoiding his eyes. Inside, Jiraiya wrestled with his emotions, feeling the weight of loss and betrayal from the death of his friend, while also grappling with anger toward the murderer and concern for Naruto's safety. Naruto, however, could see through Jiraiya's calm facade. He understood that Orochimaru had been one of Jiraiya's closest friends, and the guilt weighed heavily on him. As the trial unfolded, the focus shifted away from Naruto and onto Orochimaru's actions. At the beginning of the trial, many members cast wary glances at Naruto, including Inoichi, who scrutinized him more than ever. Only the heads of the Nara and Uchiha clans regarded him with calm, calculating eyes, their Sharingan flaring to life occasionally. Even Kurama remained silent, observing the proceedings without comment. Naruto had finished his report an hour ago, carefully omitting sensitive details, such as how Orochimaru had blackmailed him and the specifics of how he had managed to defeat one of the Sannin. It was surprisingly easy for him. He didn't have to face Jiraiya or Minato, it was Danzo who asked the questions, trying to turn everyone against him. Lying to that man was far easier than lying to his parent and godfather. The false words flowed from his lips so easily that even he felt a moment of fear before pushing the thought away. He was convinced that it was the old war hawk who had informed the council. It was a desperate and rash decision from Danzo. Even if he didn't know much about the man, he was certain that behind Danzo's calm and emotionless exterior, he was screaming inside due to his own foolish and desperate actions. But Naruto sensed that he was missing something very important. Naruto only half-listened as a shinobi detailed the evidence against the once-celebrated Sannin. The countless bodies found in another location in the heart of Konoha had been uncovered thanks to the statement of the only survivor. Somehow, the small boy, Tenzo, had provided crucial details that pointed to the lab's location when Orochimaru had moved him to his new accommodation. It was buried deep underground, hidden within the ancient sewers of the oldest part of the town, concealed by several layers of seals meticulously copied from the cave where Naruto and Orochimaru had fought. All around, bodies were displayed on wooden platforms or lying in the room, ready for examination. Naruto was relieved that Orochimaru had taken him to that cave and not to that place. He would have lost control in the tunnels if he had witnessed such a sight. It was hard enough to see people behind bars, but seeing the remains of innocent children was unbearable. Naruto shook his head and glanced toward the small podium in the center of the council chamber. The shinobi continued to list the evidence. They counted almost 100 adults and 55 children in total across the two hidden laboratories. They had discovered numerous notes, books, and scrolls filled with information and detailed descriptions of his experiments. When the man finally finished his report, a medic stepped to the center of the council room to present her findings. Her voice wavered at times as she struggled to contain her emotions. Among the dozen survivors found in the chambers, only one child's condition was stable. He was conscious and had already been questioned. The interrogator confirmed what the evidence clearly indicated. It was Orochimaru's secret laboratory. The other survivors had not been as fortunate. They had already lost 4 of the children in the last 6 hours, and there was little hope for the adults to survive the night. Silence enveloped the room as the medic concluded her report and slowly retreated to the background. It was now the lead interrogator's turn to take the small podium. The child and the medic's reports corroborated Namake's Toriku's claims that Orochimaru had restrained him with his snake summons and dragged him until they reached the main chamber. From that point, there was no witness to verify Toriku's assertion that he had managed to free himself and defeat Orochimaru with a fortunate fire jutsu. The paper rustled as Makoto checked his notes. Toraku claimed that he had struck Orochimaru with a combination of fire and wind jutsu. While Orochimaru was on the ground after Toraku had delivered a final kick to his face. Based on the post-mortem examination, the cause of death was determined to be a broken neck, while the fire jutsu was cast after his death, supporting Toraku's statement. No one moved or spoke. The room was filled with a heavy silence. Finally, Minato broke the stillness as he slowly sat up to make his decision. Naruto flinched when his father called for him to stand in the center. His slow footsteps were accompanied by an "Anbi." They had heard enough. Minato, as the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, declared Orochimaru guilty of treason and for the murder, torture, and experimentation on 169 men, women, and children. He invited any disagreement, but the room remained silent. Furthermore, he cleared Namikaze Toraku of the charges of treason and murder. Again, silence reigned. The clan leaders exchanged glances, some regarding the exhausted teen with a calculating eye. They all knew that Minato's relative was strong, even if he currently held only the rank of Chunin. But to be on equal footing with one of the Sannin both unnerved and satisfied them. Minato declared all information about the case to be an S-class secret. No one was allowed to reveal any information without the Hokage's express permission. Minato scanned each member in the chamber, one by one, before narrowing his azure eyes. The atmosphere shifted, as if something had clicked within him, causing every attendant to hunch over in fear like small children. In the next moment his stern voice echoed through the chamber. He expressed his confusion over who had been foolish enough to charge his brother without any real evidence or understanding of the situation. He promised that if he ever found out who had informed and gathered the council behind his back, that person would be the one standing on the podium instead of his brother, facing charges of treason from him. Minato shot one last glare at the still and silent members, his cerulean gaze lingering on Danzo's stoic face before moving on. After the declaration, the room gradually emptied. Some members paused to nod at the young Chunin, while Inoichi offered a small bow. Naruto carefully avoided Jiraiya's dark eyes as he and the Sandaime passed by him, but he continued to stare silently at the closed door after they left. Soon, only the two Namikaze remained in the empty room, enveloped in overwhelming silence. However, they departed without exchanging a single word. A harsh, snapping sound echoed in the dim chamber as a shadowed figure channeled his growing frustration onto his desk, gripping the edge too tightly for the wood to withstand the pressure. Shimura Danzo strained to maintain his emotionless facade. Who could have guessed that the Namikaze boy would prevent his Anbu from reaching the last surviving child? And who would have thought that the boy possessed enough power to provide such detailed information? His undercover Anbu had informed him that Orochimaru's hideout had been discovered as soon as the Hokage disappeared. He had believed that eliminating all witnesses would be enough to discredit that troublesome boy. He had acted too quickly and recklessly when the opportunity to eliminate the Namikaze boy presented itself. In the next moment he forced his muscles to relax. His old, raspy voice filled the chamber as he hissed into the darkness, low enough for only him to hear. He recognized the threat that the Toraku child posed to Konoha, a threat that others failed to see. His eyes focused sharply into the shadows, his expression stoic once again. An Anbu appeared beside him in an instant, crouching with his head bowed respectfully. They needed a new strategy. If they couldn't remove him by force, they would make him leave Konoha willingly. The boy had a good reputation among the villagers. They liked him. It was time to tarnish that image. They would spread rumors about Orochimaru's actions in the village. Disguised as civilians, they would infiltrate the market and the bars, revealing the truth about what kind of monster Namikaze Toraku was, someone who had cold-heartedly taken the life of one of Konoha's heroes. They would instill fear in the shadows and let the villagers do the rest. The morning felt awkward. Minato acted as if nothing had happened, while Kushina was unusually silent, occasionally glancing at her belly and stealing looks at the blonde leader. Her actions went unnoticed by the two men. A new presence disrupted Naruto's small world, a presence that drained his strength and drained the color from his face. Jiraiya stepped into the room, carefully avoiding Naruto's gaze but noting his reaction, the pale face and tense muscles. In the next instant, the time traveler and his godfather were alone in the dining room as his parents retreated to give them space. Naruto stubbornly stared at his empty plate, while Jiraiya leaned against the counter, arms folded across his chest. Both waited for the other to initiate the inevitable conversation, and it was Naruto who finally broke the silence. He expressed his regret, feeling the weight of the situation. Jiraiya reassured him that he was not angry, that Naruto had done the right thing. Finally, Naruto looked up to meet Jiraiya's weary eyes, dark circles under them indicating a lack of sleep and stress from the previous night. Naruto insisted he should feel remorse, but Jiraiya's humorless smile revealed a deeper understanding. He explained that his best friend had died long ago, the moment he turned against everything Jiraiya held dear. The boy had only killed a soulless shell, a shadow of the man he once knew. Naruto opened his mouth to respond but found no words, so he remained silent as Jiraiya let out a long sigh. Jiraiya reflected on Orochimaru's recent behavior, noting his obsession with immortality and the dark path he had taken. He admitted that he and his sensei had turned a blind eye to the signs, blinded by their bonds. He acknowledged that he had seen Orochimaru become antisocial, disappearing between missions, and that it had worsened after Minato became the Yondaime Hokage. Jiraiya took responsibility for what had happened, feeling guilt wash over him. But Naruto insisted it was not Jiraiya's fault. Jiraiya countered that if he hadn't witnessed the horrors Orochimaru had inflicted, he might have felt differently. But after seeing the truth, he could not be angry with Naruto. He had done the right thing. Naruto expressed his sorrow again, stating he never intended to kill. Jiraiya urged him not to be foolish, recalling a different conversation from another time and version of his godfather. A small smile appeared on Naruto's face as he softly replied that he was a moron. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in confusion but chose to let it go, silently agreeing with the sentiment. Jiraiya informed Naruto that Rin and Kakashi were waiting for him at their usual meeting place and reminded him of Minato's order for total information lockdown regarding the recent events. What had transpired was now an S-ranked secret, and the last thing the village needed during the Chunin exams was turmoil. Naruto nodded and left the room silently. He passed by his father in the living room, who watched as he dragged himself out of the house. Only when Naruto's chakra signature began to fade did Minato look up to meet Jiraiya's gaze. Minato expressed concern over sending Naruto to the training ground after everything that had happened. Jiraiya sank into the couch, explaining that exhaustion was the best remedy for troubled thoughts. He opened his mouth to say more when a new presence appeared at the doorstep. The Sannin sighed as his former teacher approached the living room, flaring his chakra momentarily to announce his presence before stepping through the doorway. Sarutobi's experienced eyes scanned the two sitting men, his hands instinctively searching for his pipe, which was not there. He let out a weary sigh and sank into an empty chair to ease his weariness. The three men sat in silence, exchanging only a few meaningful glances until the Sandaime broke the quiet. He inquired about Toriku's condition. Minato replied that physically, the boy had almost fully healed after the council meeting, but mentally, he was struggling. He was too kind-hearted and naive for the harsh realities of being a shinobi. Minato recalled seeing young Chunins during the war after their first kill. Some were unaffected, while others were deeply shaken. Though killing was part of a shinobi's life, no amount of training or stories could truly prepare one for the experience. It might become easier over time, but the memory of each life taken would always linger. Their faces would be etched in his memory forever, Minato thought, his gaze fixed on his hands. Sarutobi, sensing the heaviness in the room, shifted the topic. He inquired about Kushina, to which Minato responded with a grateful glance. She seemed to be recovering well, though a hint of weariness lingered. The seal remained strong, but the mystery surrounding it persisted. A fatherly smile crept onto Sarutobi's face, a small light in the midst of their troubles. He asked if Kushina had spoken to Minato, noticing the blank expression that followed. It was clear she hadn't. Minato then observed his mentor, noting the dark circles under Sarutobi's eyes and the deepening lines on his face. Just one night had aged them significantly, a testament to the weight of their shared burdens. He knew he would find similar signs of fatigue in his own reflection. "And how are you holding up, my friend?" Sarutobi asked, concern evident in his tone. Jiraiya crossed his arms defensively, closing his eyes momentarily before responding. He felt the same weight of grief, having lost a student to darkness. Sarutobi sighed deeply, reflecting on his own oversight. If only he had been more vigilant, perhaps they could have uncovered the truth sooner. The thought of nearly making Orochimaru Hokage instead of Minato weighed heavily on him. He still held on to hope that somewhere within Orochimaru, there remained a flicker of goodness amidst the chaos. Jiraiya broke the silence, sharing what he had learned after the council meeting. He had spoken with a survivor of Orochimaru's experiments, a boy taken from an orphanage in AIM. Orochimaru had gathered subjects from various places, often targeting vulnerable individuals. Minato grimaced, piecing together the implications. AIM's isolation meant that disappearances would go unnoticed, unlike those from larger nations, where investigations would be swift. Jiraiya continued, his expression grim. They had discovered numerous Sharingan eyes, evidence of Orochimaru's obsession with their power. Ancient scrolls detailing the Mangekyo Sharingan had been found, alongside corpses that hinted at failed experiments. Orochimaru had sought young shinobi with developing chakra systems, which explained why Kakashi's surgery had succeeded. Toraku, with his healing abilities, would have been an ideal subject. Minato's expression darkened as he listened, realizing the depth of Orochimaru's madness. Jiraiya suspected that Orochimaru had brought Toraku to Konoha for experimentation, using a transformation to disguise himself. The boy had initially believed he was trapped in a genjutsu, mistaking Orochimaru for an Uchiha. Minato felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had allowed Orochimaru access to Toraku while the boy was unconscious, unaware of the danger. The more they encountered Orochimaru, the more Toraku's memories resurfaced, filled with rage and hatred. Minato had feared for the boy's safety, knowing how volatile his emotions could become. Jiraiya remained convinced that Toraku had some connection to Nagato, as it was the only explanation for his knowledge of Jiraiya's work. However, the mystery of how Orochimaru had brought Toraku to Konoha remained unsolved. Jiraiya speculated that Orochimaru had manipulated the boy, perhaps promising him a family or a sense of belonging. Minato shook his head, unwilling to pressure Toraku. The boy had endured a difficult past, and he didn't want to risk breaking him further. If Toraku chose to share his story, he would do so in his own time. The three of them stood in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, grappling with the events of the previous night. Finally, Sarutobi broke the silence, expressing his concerns about their theories. He urged them to seek concrete evidence rather than relying on assumptions. But they needed to rest. Yesterday had been a busy night for everyone. The retired village leader suggested they set aside wild theories for the day and focus on the tasks ahead. Anko should have already arrived at the Hokage Tower, waiting for him and Minato. Both men turned toward the retired leader but remained silent, obeying his words like small children. Minato closed his eyes in the middle of his office in the Hokage Tower. The shock of Anko's presence had long faded, as had Jiraiya and Sarutobi, yet Minato's racing mind and tense expression had not found a moment of peace. The head of Konoha's medical team requested an immediate audience as soon as he was left alone. From the first moment of the report, a deep frown settled on his features. He pinched the bridge of his nose and spoke. "Are you certain about this?" The medic nodded. "Yes, Hokage-sama. The cause of death for everyone we rescued from the laboratory was poisoning. All the survivors were poisoned except for the small child, who had a slowly acting toxin. We could have easily dismissed the effects, but when the child showed no symptoms like the others, we grew suspicious. We performed several tests and one came back positive." "When?" Minato asked in a low voice, finally opening his eyes to fixate on the medic, who instinctively took a step back as the usually warm gaze turned cold and intense. "Most likely during the rescue mission. He was in the last cell. He was fortunate because someone successfully poisoned everyone in Orochimaru's laboratory, but they didn't have enough time to reach him before help arrived." Minato narrowed his eyes, his muscles tensing. With a flick of his hand, he dismissed the medic, who retreated a bit faster than necessary, feeling sympathy for the traitor if Minato ever found them. The yondaime buried himself in thought, pacing back and forth in the now empty office. 3 pairs of eyes followed him from the shadows. The ANBU guards were on high alert, sensing their leader's rising frustration. Suddenly, Minato stopped, his commanding voice filling the tower once again. "Tiger Owl." The 2 ANBU named flinched slightly despite their experience but stepped forward, awaiting orders. "Gather 2 ANBU squads and bring the 3 ANBU who were with me during the rescue mission to the interrogation department. Question them about the incident." The 2 soldiers vanished in an instant. Minato let out a weary sigh and moved toward the window, folding his arms behind his back to gaze over the still oblivious village. His silence was interrupted half an hour later when one of the previous ANBU reappeared in his office. "Hokage-sama. Report. Wolf and Sparrow were successfully captured. They didn't resist. But Boar." Minato narrowed his eyes and turned to face the nervous soldier, who continued. "Boar is dead. He took his own life during the ambush. There was a cyanide capsule hidden in one of his teeth." Minato dismissed the ANBU and ran a hand through his blonde hair, attempting to channel his growing frustration. An ANBU observed as the Hokage's anger escalated until it erupted into a fierce snarl. However, he was unaware of Minato's initial impulse to punch the wall with a Rasengan. The Hokage shook himself and straightened, his chakra flaring momentarily before settling. Crow! The previously lurking Enbu appeared in the middle of the room, cautiously eyeing his leader after the outburst. I have a new personal mission for you. The Enbu tilted his head in curiosity, waiting for the Hokage to continue. Your father? He was Shimura Danzo's teammate, wasn't he? The Enbu paused for a moment, and Minato could have sworn he saw the obsidian eyes narrow behind the white porcelain mask before he answered. Yes, Hokage-sama. Minato nodded briefly and stepped closer to the soldier. Not in a threatening manner, but the seasoned shinobi felt cornered. Without his experience, he might have gulped. Tell me, Crow, where does your loyalty lie? The Enbu tilted his head in confusion, and Minato was certain a puzzled expression crossed his face behind the smooth surface of his mask. Are you a loyal shinobi of Konoha? Yes, Hokage-sama. Are you loyal to the Hokage? Yes, Hokage-sama. Are you loyal to anyone else besides the Hokage and Konoha? Minato received no answer, only a choked sound escaped the Enbu's lips. A half-smile appeared on Minato's face. I know a lot about you. I also have my contacts. You have doubts about him and his methods, don't you? You could have been his perfect soldier, but you couldn't suppress your emotions, could you? The Enbu tensed momentarily before his shoulders slumped in defeat. He slowly raised his arm to remove the cold porcelain mask, letting it slip down to his shoulders, revealing his short, untidy dark hair. Obsidian eyes met Minato's electric blue ones, filled with regret, shame, and sorrow. That one look convinced Minato he was doing the right thing. No shinobi should carry such a burden at that age. He stepped closer to the boy in his early teens and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. I spoke only once with Uchiha Kagami, but I know he was deeply dedicated to protecting this village. He accomplished much for the sake of Konoha, and I believe his will has been passed on to his son. Minato noticed the young boy's painful wince and reassuringly squeezed his shoulder. So I ask you just one question. How far will you go for the sake of the village? The Anbu remained silent for a long moment, contemplating his leader's intentions. When he finally spoke, his voice filled the room with confidence. I will gladly sacrifice myself in the name of peace, Hokage-sama. A soft, almost fatherly smile appeared on Minato's face. However, while I appreciate your willingness to sacrifice, that won't be necessary. You're going to infiltrate the infiltrators. Minato's smile widened, but in the next moment, his expression hardened like steel, leaving the Anbu confused. Are you ready to become a double agent en route, Uchiha Shursui? But this time for Konoha? The young IW Genin pouted and folded his arms in a sulking manner as he looked at Naruto, who stared back with a strangely restrained and emotionless expression. After a long sigh, Naruto admitted that he had forgotten about their promised ramen treat. He had stumbled upon the boy on the nearly empty streets of the village, likely after Shiko had been searching for him all day, much to Naruto's annoyance. The kid reminded him increasingly of Konohamaru. If he wore a long blue scarf and placed his hitate on his forehead instead of around his neck, they could easily pass as siblings. The Chunin had the same eyes and now looked back at him with a mocking expression similar to Konohamaru's when he was irritated. A bittersweet smile crept onto Naruto's face as he observed the young IW Genin, but it was difficult to see the shadow of his former rival. Konohamaru had remained in Konoha with his Genin team to protect the nearly deserted village and its civilians. Their bodies had never been recovered, likely lost along with the walls of Konoha. Noticing the change in Naruto's expression, the child's chatter abruptly ceased, and his chocolate-brown eyes regarded him warily. Naruto quickly replaced his sour smile with a bright grin as he ruffled the boy's brown locks. He promised to treat the Genin to ramen after finishing with Jiraiya, and the boy responded with an enthusiastic nod. Jiraiya was late, and to Naruto's annoyance, none of his friends were in a talkative mood, leaving him to sink into his own thoughts. In an instant, he found himself in his mindscape, face to face with Kurama, who was watching him with calculating red eyes. Naruto muttered that it wasn't the best time, but Kurama insisted they needed to talk. Naruto grumbled about Jiraiya possibly arriving at any moment, but Kurama remained stoic, his eyes observing. The fox declared that this conversation couldn't wait. Naruto folded his arms across his chest and retorted that if Kurama wanted to discuss his actions, it wasn't necessary. He understood the need for what had happened. He also vowed not to confess to Minato until they found Madara, a topic they had discussed for months. Kurama interrupted him, stating that it was about the seal. Naruto frowned, asking if it was about his seal. Kurama explained that he had been thinking about what transpired in the cave. Even with numerous chakra suppression seals, the emotions of Kurama's other self had still influenced them when they used their full power. He believed that closing their original seal would prevent that in the future. Naruto snorted and grimaced, adamantly refusing to reclose the seal or lock Kurama away for their own good. Kurama maintained his stoic demeanor, reminding Naruto that they would need their full power and clear minds against Madara, emphasizing the importance of not making mistakes. Naruto hissed that he understood but would not change his mind. He refused to let Kurama be trapped again and suggested finding a powerful mind barrier to restrain his counterpart's emotions. Kurama sighed but nodded, acknowledging Naruto's determination while still believing that reclosing the seal was the easiest solution. Naruto's mind raced as he considered their options. Suddenly, he opened his brilliant blue eyes, feeling a familiar tug from the outside world. A giant grin spread across his face as he declared he knew what they would do about the seal. Kurama narrowed his eyes suspiciously, but eventually motioned toward the back of the mindscape, suggesting they discuss it later before Naruto was caught sleeping. When Naruto opened his eyes in the real world, he found himself face to face with a crouching Jiraiya, who was staring intently at him. Jiraiya questioned how Naruto could sleep so deeply and suggested they delay training for him to rest. Naruto shook his head, insisting he needed the training and remarked that Jiraiya looked exhausted. Jiraiya agreed, stepping aside to give Naruto space, suggesting that a small spar would lift both their spirits. Naruto quickly accepted the offer, and as they sparred, his frustration evaporated with each punch he landed on the Toad Sage. With every hit he received, a weight lifted from his shoulders, and by the end of the day, he slumped to the ground, exhausted but satisfied, his troubled thoughts nowhere to be found. When Jiraiya asked about Naruto's plan, Naruto rearranged his expression into a wide grin. He explained that he intended to use his talent for influencing people. Kurama raised a confused eyebrow, but before he could voice his thoughts, Naruto continued, stating he would speak with Kurama's other self sealed inside Kushina and ask for cooperation to save the world from doom. A long silence followed, with Naruto grinning at Kurama, who stared back with a raised eyebrow. Eventually, Kurama burst into loud laughter, declaring it the stupidest idea he had ever heard from Naruto. Naruto grimaced, his expression turning into a pout as he sulked, but Kurama's laughter soon subsided. He acknowledged that Naruto's foolish ideas had a tendency to work. Curious, Naruto asked if they could communicate with Kurama's other self like they had with the Bijou during the war. Kurama considered this before nodding, explaining that it was possible, but Kushina's seal was different. It was a true Uzumaki seal, and they would need to approach it carefully, ideally while she was sleeping, to avoid triggering any defense mechanisms. Like his own seal, Kushina's also allowed a connection between the host and Kurama's old self. She might feel their presence. Naruto responded with a wide, confident grin and a determined glint in his azure eyes. Uzumaki Naruto sat silently on his bed in a meditative pose. His ears twitched as his mother's warm laughter reached him. Her joyful voice traveled through the thick walls of the Hokage mansion, and a small smile appeared on Naruto's face. He could smell her sweet scent filling the house, the unmistakable aroma of exotic vanilla. Then he heard the bedroom door open and close, the hinges squeaking faintly. His father's scent soon followed, even through the closed doors. The smell of freshly cut grass and wet soil, with a hint of cucumber, filled the air. Naruto let out a long breath, allowing his heartbeat to slow down as he focused on calming his senses. He reached out for a small amount of senjutsu, and his previously settled senses spread out in a familiar manner. He could feel their heartbeats pulsing deep inside him. As they settled and floated closer to the edge of sleep, their two separate heartbeats slowly merged into one rhythm, aligning with Naruto's own heart. However, his unmoving form faltered when he sensed another presence in his parents' room. It was weak, tiny, and almost unnoticeable, betrayed only by a faint but quick heartbeat. A frown crept onto Naruto's face, deepening as the minutes passed, but it eventually faded away. Kurama's warm smile appeared in Naruto's mind. "Yes, that is you." Naruto did not react, his face still reflecting the same sunny expression. He reached out to nature once more, sharpening his senses further. He felt his own subtle chakra and the tiny beating of his heart. It slowly shifted, moving only mere millimeters, possibly influenced by his presence. He lost track of time until he felt Kurama's gentle tug from his consciousness. If they wanted to do this, they needed to act before Kushina drifted into a deeper sleep. Naruto hesitantly nodded, casting one last glance at his small, developing body before he reappeared among the giant ocean trees, a big, happy smile on his face. Kurama observed him for a moment before closing his eyes to reach out for his counterpart. The still grinning blonde followed suit, closing his eyes as well. Suddenly, everything became silent. The soft rustling of the flora around them vanished. He could no longer hear the branches of the osiers brushing against each other or the playful whisper of the wind. Everything was gone. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a yellowish void. He blinked rapidly, realizing that the lazily swirling mist would not disappear. A soft rustle caught his attention, and he turned to see Kurama's giant form behind him, a grimace on his face as he stared up. Naruto followed his gaze and swallowed hard at the sight before him. A giant orb filled his vision, with Kurama's other self pinned in the middle of it. Giant stalks extended from each of his tails and limbs, and one even emerged from his chest, while several chains restrained any movement. The other Kurama was stretched out, his angry and confused crimson eyes fixed on the Kurama behind him. Yet, his composure did not falter. His grimace turned into a smirk, slightly embarrassed. "You know, brat, it is true that I complained a lot in the past about your seal being small and uncomfortable, but standing here and seeing my old place makes my old complaints seem like childish tantrums." Naruto snorted, preparing to retort, but the Kyuubi in front of him was quicker, snapping in response. "What's the meaning of this?" They were there because Naruto wanted to talk to him. The Kyuubi narrowed his eyes and glanced down at the blonde boy, who returned a toothy grin and enthusiastically waved his hand. "Yo, Kurama-to." The Kyuubi responded with an animalistic growl, but Kurama observed his counterpart with calm, calculating eyes. He slowly moved behind Naruto, inspecting every aspect of the Uzumaki seal until he settled in front of him again. The orb drifted closer, bringing them to eye level. "You felt it from the very beginning, haven't you? That something is wrong, that you sensed your own presence from outside but couldn't grasp its meaning. Let me introduce this boy to you. This is Uzumaki Naruto, our third Jinchuriki, the son of our second. We came back." The Kyuubi's eyes narrowed into slits, flickering between his smaller mirror image and the blonde boy on his head. After a tense moment, his barking laughter filled the emptiness around them. "You think I'm a fool? That I'm going to believe you? No one can make a fool of the great Kyuubi no Kitsune. You are not me. I would never allow a hairless monkey to even address me, and you are letting that freak of nature on your head. Don't make me laugh, you pitiful mirage. He is worse than you were in the beginning, Kurama. But I think it's understandable, it doesn't look very comfortable." Naruto pointed out with a grimace, but both the named fox and the Kyuubi ignored him. "This boy here. It is him. The old man talked about him. Now he needs your help. The future where we came from is in great danger." The Kyuubi suddenly fell silent, while Naruto looked down at his companion's head in confusion. He stared into the fuzzy mass above, hoping to see through the thick fur and hard skull to understand his friend's thoughts and make sense of the previous statement. Naruto, standing behind his father, glanced around the enormous council chamber, which was currently occupied by the strongest people of the entire shinobi world. They all sat behind their hats, each announcing their origins. Naruto observed the aged, wrinkled face of the Tsuchikage and Kitsuchi behind him, then shifted his gaze to the Kazekage, who acknowledged him with a small nod. His eyes then moved to Yashimaru, who regarded him with calm, calculating eyes that were softer than before. Next, he focused on the delegation from the mist. Suika Zanfuguki was even larger than Kitsuchi, and Naruto could only see the hilt of Samehada firmly strapped to his back. The member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist reminded him of a pufferfish. Beside him, the Mizukage appeared almost childlike. Yugura observed him with a calculating curiosity, his pink eyes shifting between Naruto and Minato. Lastly, he glanced at the young face of Ei, whose eyes were fixed on his father's form, sending sharp glares toward the young leader. However, Naruto's attention was primarily on the young man standing behind him with folded arms, who seemed to watch him almost continuously. They stood in silence, each observing the other for their own reasons. He suddenly smirked at him, pulling him from his memories of the loud rapper. Shaking his head, he returned to reality with a wide grin, though the tension in the room was palpable, especially among the other attendees. The guards kept their hands near hidden weapons, while each Kage observed the others with calculating, sometimes cold, gazes. Only Minato and the Kazekage shared a glance that lacked suspicion, unlike some of the others, who exchanged glances filled with animosity. Despite the hostile atmosphere, There was a flicker of respect for each other's power and curiosity about what would unfold. Tsuchikige's old eyes finally met Naruto's, and he grimaced at the sight of the two blondes. Unable to suppress the urge, Naruto responded with a wide smirk. Tsuchikage muttered through gritted teeth that one yellow flash was already more than enough, and now there was a clone of him. Naruto rolled his cerulean eyes and waved dismissively at the aging man, who snorted angrily and rose from his seat, though it did little to alleviate the heavy tension in the room. The atmosphere thickened as Tsuchikage's killing intent began to seep into the air. He challenged Naruto to repeat what he had said, declaring that he could still send him to the afterlife even with his arms bound. Tsuchikage leaned over the long desk, attempting to intimidate the still grinning blonde, who remained unfazed. Minato let out a weary sigh, running a hand through his golden hair, preparing to calm the brewing storm. However, the deep voice of the Raikage interrupted him, asserting that Tsuchikage was old and should have retired long ago, just like the Sandaime. The tension escalated, and one silent Anbu began to tremble in the shadows. The Mizukage retorted that at least he didn't look like a teenage boy trying to act like a Kage. Another wave of tension surged from the now animated Mizukage, who also stood up. The guards behind their leaders tensed, ready to defend against any potential attacks, hands hovering over hidden kunai and small katana. The Mizukage hissed at the Tsuchikage, who jumped onto the table with surprising agility, contradicting his earlier claims of old age. Only Kitsuchi's hand on his shoulder prevented the Tsuchikage from rushing across the room toward Yagura. A deep snort echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention to the smirking Raikage, who seemed to enjoy the unfolding drama. He remarked that he always loved free circuses and encouraged them to continue, promising to simply watch. The Tsuchikage was about to respond when Minato's annoyed voice cut through the tension, demanding everyone to calm down. The heavy air hung ominously in the room, but suddenly, Naruto couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter, breaking the tension. The Tsuchikage snarled at him, irritation evident in his narrowed eyes. Naruto found it hilarious, pointing out that they were bickering like children. Minato muttered under his breath, expressing his frustration, but after a glance around the room, he realized the mood had shifted. The previous animosity had faded, replaced by curiosity as they observed Naruto, who wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. The scene was nostalgic, reminiscent of their arguments after the first battle with the Jubi. Even as allies, they had been unable to suppress the urge to insult one another, much like children squabbling over toys. It seemed to be ingrained in the DNA of every leader. The Kazekage finally spoke up, urging them to act their age and stop the insults, reminding them that they were there to talk, not to fight. Anoki narrowed his eyes at this. The Raikage snorted before retorting, questioning when the Hokage had become just Minato to the Kazekage, suggesting he had become Konoha's pet. The Kazekage's expression remained stern and stoic, though a slight twitch in his eyes revealed his irritation. He acknowledged that Minato and his brother had provided a great service to Suna. The Mizukage sat down slowly, his rose-tinted eyes observing the stern gaze of the Kazekage with a mix of curiosity and hidden confusion. He inquired about the service Konoha had provided. The Kazekage took a moment, weighing his thoughts before responding. He explained that Konoha had repaired the seal of Suna's Jinchuriki, saving not only the vessel's life but likely the lives of many citizens as well. The seal had been weak, allowing Shikaku to influence the Jinchuriki's mind. The implications of Konoha's intervention were significant, and silence fell among the leaders as they processed this information, their minds racing with possibilities. Naruto watched the silhouettes of the delegations with his father from the shadows of the giant gate until they disappeared into the distance. A relieved sigh escaped him, and a satisfied smile spread across his face as a warm breeze ruffled his golden locks. His moment of peace was interrupted by a sound, and he glanced at his stretching leader, his smile widening. Minato remarked that the meeting had gone better than expected, waiting for his shoulder to pop back into place. When it did, he let out a satisfied sound and turned to his grinning relative. He noted that Yagura was genuinely interested in the alliance, Anoki had accepted the new trading route, and even the Raikage seemed open to it, though he was still considering it. Naruto nodded in agreement and turned to head into the heart of the city, his father shadowing him. A crowd began to gather on the streets of Konoha for the upcoming festival. The last rays of the setting sun painted long shadows along their path, and lanterns lit up the streets with a soft yellowish glow, replacing the fading sunlight. A group of children dashed past them, playing tag and narrowly avoiding bumping into their leader. As they strolled through the crowd in silence, Naruto observed the villagers enjoying the festival. Children tugged at their parents' clothes for sweets or played games for small prizes, all under the proud eyes of their families. A small smile briefly crossed his lips before fading as he noticed something familiar at the edge of his vision, sending a shiver down his spine. Minato walked with his hands behind his back, a soft smile on his lips, until he realized his brother had fallen behind. Turning around, he saw Naruto frozen in place, staring at something in a shop. A frown crept onto Minato's face as he approached his brother and followed his gaze to an orange mask on the wall. Only one eye hole stared back at them, and Minato felt an unsettling sensation as if the mask were mockingly grinning at him. The spiraling pattern seemed to whirl around its center, and he shook his head, tapping Naruto's shoulder to bring him back to reality. Naruto acknowledged the mask, and Minato noted the familiarity of it, recalling that Naruto had drawn something similar in a book he had given him. He sensed that it held significance for Naruto, who remained expressionless as he looked back at the mask. After a brief pause, Naruto shook his head and walked away from the stand in silence, whispering to himself that it was an important reminder. He inhaled deeply, releasing the tension in his muscles. Minato's frown deepened as he watched Naruto walk away. He felt a surge of frustration, wanting to ask why Naruto didn't trust him, but he ultimately chose to suppress his disappointment and jogged after his brother. With a small slide on the soft dust of the road, he caught up to Naruto, drawing the attention of nearby villagers and earning a raised eyebrow from his brother. They walked side by side, taking in the joyful atmosphere of the festival, with happy families and laughing children surrounding them. Naruto's feet led them down a familiar path, one he had traversed countless times in his childhood. Minato noticed their direction but remained silent, choosing to follow as they made their way to the top of the Hokage monument. Upon reaching the edge of the cliff, the two blonde shinobi gracefully hopped down to Minato's stone statue. Naruto let out a long sigh and gazed up at the dark sky, where stars sparkled against the ink-black canvas. Minato turned to his son, who was also looking at the stars, and asked if he had been serious about wanting to wear his hat and become Hokage one day. Minato was unaware of the wince on Naruto's face or the shadows of guilt that dulled his gaze as he looked down at the village below. Nor could he know that he was speaking to someone who had been named the Rokudaime Hokage. A young man who had witnessed the very same vibrant village reduced to nothing but dust and debris, not once but twice. Even though he had declined the position back then, Uzumaki Naruto still carried the weight and guilt of a true Kage for allowing his village to fall. Gaara's soft, almost murmuring voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that when he felt ready to wear the hat of leadership, he could replace his Hitayate with the old one. Until that time, he was a shinobi of the allied forces. Naruto's hands moved unconsciously toward his Hitayate, tracing the fine lines of Konoha's symbol on his forehead. His fingers followed the swirl in the middle, and when the trail ended, his hand dropped into his lap. He reflected on his feelings for Konoha, the home he held dear. He acknowledged his clumsiness, his moments of idiocy, and his tendency to rush into battle without thinking. He admitted to himself that he was unsure of what the true duties of being Hokage entailed. Yet, every time he saw Gaara in the office, jealousy stirred within him. The fourth Hokage turned his azure gaze from the night sky to watch his brother for a long moment before responding. He believed Naruto would be a great leader and had already told him so, not wanting to repeat himself. He reassured Naruto that he possessed everything necessary to become a great leader one day. If Naruto felt uncertain, he could look to the Raikage, who was just as hot-headed and impulsive. The Raikage had his brother by his side, just as Minato had Kushina to guide him through challenges. He promised that when Naruto's time came, he would be there to support him. Naruto stared back, wide-eyed and surprised. He hesitated, struggling to find words, but nothing coherent emerged from his suddenly dry mouth. Instead, a soft smile spread across his face, radiating real happiness. His chakra shifted, reminiscent of the first warm sunshine after a long storm, vibrant and full of life. Even the nature around them seemed to respond. Minato glanced around, noticing the flora coming to life in early May. A small wildflower next to Naruto, resilient enough to cling to a crack in the stone, flinched as its closed buds slowly opened, revealing a soft orange blossom. As Naruto's chakra gradually returned to its original form, still warm and wild, the faint sound of approaching footsteps interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see the brilliantly shining crimson hair of Kushina in the dim starlight as she gracefully walked down to them, followed by others. Kakashi trailed behind her with a stoic expression, while Rin carefully navigated the cliff. Finally, Jiraiya landed beside them with a loud thud, grinning widely. Before they could greet one another, a loud squeal echoed over the village, followed by a booming sound that filled the night sky with millions of dancing sparkles. The faint sound of cheering reached their ears. The newcomers quickly joined the two blondes to watch the fireworks shimmering down toward the village, painting the sky in warm oranges, vibrant yellows, fierce reds, and countless other shades. A harsh string of exclamations pulled Naruto from his reading. He had been studying a long, tedious scroll about space-time ninjutsu he found in Minato's private library. With a weary sigh, he dragged himself toward the next room where his mother's voice called to him. He found her next to the wall, trying to remove a picture from a broken frame without tearing it. Naruto crouched beside her, careful to avoid the shards of glass. He asked what had happened, and she explained that it had simply fallen from the wall. With experienced fingers, she finally managed to pull the picture out without damage. Kushina's green eyes examined the picture with a sentimental glint, her lips curling into a warm smile. Naruto peeked at the picture, recognizing it immediately. Minato grinned in the center, surrounded by his genin team. The smiling Rin and two boys sulked, glaring at each other. It was nostalgic, almost a perfect match to his own team picture sealed inside his scroll. He found himself trying to reconcile the small boy in the picture with the grown, troubled man he knew. Kushina's soft voice broke his thoughts, suggesting the picture reminded him of someone. Naruto turned his head toward her, then averted his gaze back to the picture. She encouraged him to trust her, and he slowly nodded, still avoiding her eyes. In the next moment he found himself in her warm embrace, feeling her warmth wrap around him like a soft blanket. He leaned into the contact, savoring the feelings he had missed during his childhood. Words slipped from his lips without thought, revealing his feelings. He mentioned that the figures were like his old team, and he winced at the furious response from Kurama echoing in his mind. But Naruto chose not to answer, instead burying himself deeper into the comforting embrace of his mother. Kushina, curious, asked what had happened to them. She noticed him biting his lip and looking away. With a soft breath, she squeezed him tighter, understanding the weight of his past. But if anyone ever wanted to talk about it, she would be there for them. Naruto shook off his frozen state and curiously glanced up at his mother, unsure of what she meant. They didn't have many precious people, and losing them was the deepest pain someone like them could bear. The blonde furrowed his brow in confusion, but his eyes widened at her next words. After all, only Jinchuriki could fully understand each other's pain. Naruto hesitantly opened his mouth, then closed it, while Kushina giggled at his struggle to find the right words. He found himself speechless for the second time that week, staring in disbelief. Kushina explained that Jinchuriki could sometimes feel each other. She had felt a nudging sensation whenever they were together, and during his fight in the arena, she had heard him encouraging a small girl not to give up, to stay strong, and not to let the bijou take control. She gently brushed a small tuft of blonde hair from his forehead, which had escaped under his headband. Minato had told her many things, including that Naruto knew a lot about bijou and Jinchuriki, that he had heard the one-tailed beast in Suna, recognized the bijou in Fu, and even knew the name of the eight-tailed beast. It was clear to her that he possessed knowledge only a Jinchuriki should have. It wasn't hard to put the pieces together, especially for another Jinchuriki. Naruto hesitated, unsure how to respond. He didn't have to say anything, she reassured him. He then asked if Minato knew about it. Kushina slowly removed her arms from around him and led him away from the shining shards, settling him down on the bed beside her. She scanned his eyes warily, asking if he wanted Minato to know. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head. Kushina smiled, saying it would be their little secret. Just then, Naruto sensed another presence entering the house, a familiar wave of energy passing through the numerous security seals. Minato's messy blonde head peeked into the room moments later, interrupting their precious moment. Kushina stood up from the bed and placed a small kiss on his cheek, explaining that they were just chatting. Minato, curious, hopped down next to Naruto and asked what they were discussing. Kushina glanced at Naruto, who looked pleadingly at her, and sighed. There was no way to avoid Minato's questions now. He would fixate on anything interesting. She decided it was time to share something important. Naruto's eyes widened, but after receiving a reassuring glance from Kushina, he settled down. However, Kushina began to fidget, shifting her weight from leg to leg and chewing on her lower lip as she gathered her thoughts. Then, with a wide grin, she blurted out her news in one breath. She was going to be a mother. Minato's eyes widened, his mouth falling open in shock, while Naruto's face broke into the widest grin he could manage. He glanced at his father, noticing the paler features of the usually fearless Hokage. Minato stared into space, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Both of them watched him warily as his face slowly turned a slight blue, and Naruto feared his father might faint. Thankfully, Minato gradually regained color and composure, finally managing to express his thoughts, though his words were jumbled. He struggled to find coherent phrases, but eventually, a goofy smile spread across his face. It was Naruto's laughter that pulled him from his daze, along with a firm hand tapping his back. He teased Minato about asking Jiraiya for the story of where babies come from. Kushina grimaced at the thought but took a hesitant step toward her fiancé, who sat there silently. She called out to him, and when she saw the goofy smile return to his face, she mirrored it. They both exclaimed their excitement about becoming parents, rushing toward each other for a sweet embrace. Their hands clung tightly as they melted into one another, radiating overwhelming love. Even Naruto could feel the warmth they shared. He watched with a soft smile as Kushina nestled deeper into Minato's chest, sensing even the mighty demon fox within him smiling. A small movement caught his eye, pulling him from his thoughts. He noticed Minato's inviting hand reaching out to him. Slowly, he rose from the bed, unsure if he should interrupt their moment. He stepped closer, and when he was within arm's reach, Minato pulled him into their embrace, welcoming him into one of the happiest moments of their lives. They stood together like that for what felt like an eternity, and Naruto hoped it would never end. He tried to etch this sweet feeling into his memory, a single tear sliding down his face, tracing a wet line to his chin. It hesitated for a moment before dropping down to rest in Kushina's arms. Naruto softly murmured that they would be the best parents a child could ever wish for. He felt Minato's arms squeeze him a little tighter, while Kushina's gentle voice reached him, affirming that he would be the best uncle Naruto could wish for. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, grappling with a surge of uncertainty. Could he truly set aside his real name for the sake of an unborn child? Jealousy flared within him, glaring like a monster lurking in the shadows. This child would receive everything he had missed in his own childhood. He would have parents, a warm home to return to after school, and people to greet him as soon as he stepped inside. What had he received? Cold glares and an empty apartment. No one welcomed him home after a mission. But just as quickly as the jealousy had risen, it dissipated. This boy was a reflection of him. He shook his head, dispelling the remnants of his earlier thoughts. A small smile spread across his face, his eyes sparkling with determination. He would do everything to make this boy happy. He would be there to hold his small hand during his first steps, to offer a shoulder when needed, to support him when he faced challenges, and to cheer for him at his graduation. He would be the best uncle or brother this child could wish for. It didn't matter how, but he would always be there for him. Unbeknownst to Naruto, during these dark thoughts, Kurama's attention was fixed on a spot in his mindscape. The fox had been watching intently, frowning deeply as a foggy replica of Naruto began to materialize within the remnants of the seal. The transparent figure gradually solidified, though the edges remained blurry. Kurama narrowed his eyes, his muscles tensing as Naruto's once pure white eyes began to take on a gray hue. The growing jealousy within Naruto caused the gray to spread, darkening the edges until they were nearly ink black, encroaching upon his azure blue irises, which were also shifting to a crimson tint. The air around him grew colder, and his breath became visible. Suddenly, Naruto flinched. Kurama broke his gaze from Naruto's projection to look up at the darkening mindscape. A small, warm beam of light pierced through the clouds above, gradually expanding until the space was once again bright and warm. As the temperature rose, Naruto's visible breath faded away. Kurama returned his crimson eyes to the transparent boy before him. Naruto's irises sparkled blue once more, shining with familiar mirth as the darkness receded. Kurama let out a relieved sigh, allowing his muscles to relax, but a deep frown returned to his furry face as he observed his companion. He shook his head, trying to ease his growing concern. Perhaps Itachi was right. He shouldn't have forced Naruto to handle this alone. Naruto's muscles tensed as he took another careful step, trying not to make a sound. Despite his flawless movements, the ancient floor creaked softly under his weight, causing him to pause. One more step toward his destination, and the mission would be accomplished. Moments later, he reached his peacefully sleeping target. He glanced over Minato's smooth face before reaching down to retrieve a tool from his weapon pouch. With his other hand, he opened a small vial and dipped the nib into the dark liquid. Taking a long breath to avoid disturbing Minato's sleep, Naruto raised his armed hand, calculating where to strike first. When he found the perfect spot, a mischievous grin spread across his face, and he made his move. A long, thin line appeared on Minato's face with each precise slide. When he finished, he returned the brush and sealing ink to his pouch. Minato continued to sleep, softly snoring with his head resting on his folded arms in the Hokage's office. A wide grin spread across Naruto's face as he admired his handiwork. His father now sported 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Turning toward the puzzled and nervously fidgeting Enbyu in the corner, he beamed and raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. However, the youngest Enbyu struggled to maintain his composure, a muffled snicker escaping him and breaking the silence. Naruto rolled his eyes and shot an annoyed glare at the greenhorn soldier, shaking his head in disapproval. Minato slowly blinked awake, stretching his back as he yawned and rubbed his eyes before turning to his brother. He asked what Naruto was doing there. In response, Naruto grinned widely and shrugged, claiming he was just fooling around out of boredom, with plenty of time before nightfall. One of the Anbyu cleared his throat, but a warning glare from Minato silenced him. Ultimately, the Anbyu shrugged. No harm had been done, and they all deserved a bit of fun. Minato narrowed his eyes suspiciously as he surveyed the lurking shinobi. Naruto stood in the middle of the office, trying to appear as innocent as possible. The Hokage, Minato, warned him that if he was planning a prank, he should abandon the idea immediately. Naruto, with his most innocent expression, replied that Minato had simply woken up too early, though the temptation to prank him was strong. This only heightened Minato's unease. An innocent-looking Naruto often meant trouble. After a minute, Toriku had left, and Minato began searching his office for any hidden traps. He found no paint buckets above the door or window, and after half an hour of searching, he settled behind his desk. For the next hour, Chunin and Jounin came and went, each giving him odd looks before departing. By the end of the day, Minato felt drained. His paranoia had grown as he imagined traps lurking in every corner, exacerbated by the peculiar behavior of everyone who entered his office. Thankfully, the streets were nearly empty when he finally stepped outside. He considered using his seals to teleport home but was drawn in by the sweet scent of the evening air, deciding instead to walk home and enjoy the early May weather. Before he could take another step, one of his Enbyu appeared beside him, her head bowed respectfully. She informed him that she had something to share. Minato furrowed his brow and nodded, and the shinobi cautiously handed him a small mirror. Confused, he glanced from the mirror to the masked woman, and as realization dawned on him, his cheeks flushed bright red. He had been pranked by his brother. Opening the pocket mirror, Minato noticed the 3 identical whisker marks on his cheeks. He closed the mirror, and the Anbyu retreated into the shadows, anticipating his reaction. To her surprise, instead of anger, Minato burst into laughter. Nothing could dampen his spirits. Tomorrow was a special day. He would officially be a married man. However, he dreaded the thought of facing a group of excited males, particularly what his perverted sensei might have planned. He hoped Kushina wouldn't be too upset with him. Laughter and loud cheers echoed from behind a thick wooden door, marked by a rusty metal sign that read, "The Rusty Shuriken." This popular spot was known for being a place where shinobi could unwind after missions or enjoy a drink. Though usually crowded, tonight only a small group of men occupied a table in the center, surrounded by a mountain of empty cups and bottles. 2 Enbyu lurked in the shadows, their stoic expressions betraying small smiles beneath their masks. Jiraiya stood up, cleared his throat, and raised his cup of sake high into the air. His cheeks were flushed from the alcohol, and his words were slightly slurred. He toasted to the end of freedom for their fearless blonde Hokage, hoping he would enjoy his new life for a long time. With that, he downed his drink in one gulp and slumped back into his chair, a goofy smile on his face. Minato, feeling the warmth of the alcohol, sipped from his own glass. He had been careful not to drink as much as Jiraiya, but he could already feel the effects. His words occasionally faltered, and a pleasant sensation tugged at his head. Jiraiya, ever the entertainer, decided to engage with Naruto and Kakashi. He playfully accused Kakashi of not drinking enough, despite his age, and leaned in closer to Naruto, who scrunched his face at the smell of Jiraiya's breath. Jiraiya, with an arm around Naruto's shoulder, boasted about his drinking prowess, challenging anyone to a competition. Naruto, with a cheeky grin, accepted the challenge, confident in his ability to handle sake. Jiraiya raised his cup, and in an instant, Naruto found a cup in his hand as well. Minato shook his head, expressing his disapproval and concern about Kushina's reaction. Jiraiya, undeterred, jumped to his feet, and the competition began. Naruto's grin widened, unaware that his fluffy companion shared the same mischievous expression. An hour later, Minato struggled to speak clearly, his words stumbling as he attempted to articulate his thoughts. Jiraiya proudly handed a thick notebook to Kakashi, declaring it finished. Kakashi quickly retreated to the back of the bar after reading the first page, and Minato laughed heartily at the sight of his soon-to-be sensei's ears turning bright red. Naruto felt a sense of exhilaration as the night unfolded. He was carefree, his head swaying more with each passing minute and each cup of sake. The dam that had been restraining his actions was weakening. His own voice faltered occasionally, and the clear line between reality and the dreamlike world began to blur for Naruto. Suddenly, the world tilted dangerously, and he grasped the edge of the thick wooden table. Naruto slipped down from his chair, landing with a thud on the hard floor. He lay there in an awkward position, too weary to untangle his limbs. Surprisingly, he found comfort in the cold floor against his temple. Warm hands slipped under his armpits to lift him, but when he finally managed to position his limbs, Jiraiya's arms were no longer there for support. He nearly slumped again, but thankfully, his father caught him just in time. Minato urged Naruto to get up, suggesting he had enough to drink. Naruto protested, wanting just a few more minutes. Minato smiled at the playful response, but he quickly left before Jiraiya could voice any objections, dragging his half-conscious brother toward their home. He knew using his Hiraishin in this state would only cause chaos. The journey home was long, filled with Naruto's continuous mumbling. An ANBU agent hopped down from the roof upon spotting Minato swaying slightly with Naruto on his back. Naruto mumbled about not wanting to train, snoring softly against Minato's neck. Minato beamed at his soldier, cheeks flushed from the alcohol, but stumbled slightly, using the wall for support. After several minutes of struggling to enter the house, he finally laid his snoring brother in bed. Just as he was about to leave, Naruto began to fidget under his blanket, expressing his gratitude and love for his family before drifting back to sleep. Naruto awoke, frustrated with his reflection in the bathroom mirror as he tried to tame his messy sun-kissed hair. His temples throbbed, and his stomach churned. His throat felt parched and his eyes were bloodshot. Kurama, his inner demon, was uncooperative, refusing to lend any chakra to alleviate his hangover. In his mindscape, Naruto confronted Kurama, demanding to know why he was being punished. Kurama casually replied that it was simply for fun. Naruto attempted to look intimidating, but his headache intensified, causing him to groan in pain. He pleaded for help, promising to do whatever Kurama wanted. After a moment of consideration, Kurama agreed to assist him, knowing that Naruto's whining would only worsen. Just then, another blonde peeked into the bathroom, prompting Naruto to return to reality. With a sigh, Kurama released some healing chakra, enough to help Naruto regain his composure. Minato called for Naruto, indicating it was time to go. Feeling the headache subside, Naruto nodded, and in an instant, they vanished, reappearing on the other side of the village for a special ceremony. Minato's long black haori fluttered in the gentle breeze as he looked into Kushina's emerald eyes. In that moment, he was just an ordinary man, not the feared Hokage. He reached for her hand, squeezing it gently. Kushina looked radiant, her slightly rounded tummy only adding to her beauty. Her vibrant red hair flowed over her pure white kimono, adorned with a small kanzashi. It was their wedding day, and even the weather seemed to cooperate. The ceremony was short and simple, focusing on the happiness radiating from the couple. Naruto watched Jiraiya from the corner of his eye as he stared at the newlyweds, his hands clutching the same cup of sake for the last half hour. Jiraiya's gaze was distant, as if he were seeing something else entirely. But then his vision cleared, locking onto the joyful couple. Unable to contain himself, Naruto let out a small chuckle as he noticed a tear slide down Jiraiya's cheek. His godfather grunted in annoyance and quickly wiped away the small droplet before it could leave his chin. Jiraiya mumbled that Naruto was crying too, but a soft smile spread across his face as he watched his student lead his wife away for some privacy. Naruto hesitantly raised his hand to wipe away the tears of happiness from his face, but they continued to flow, and he eventually surrendered to them. He let them flow freely while laughter bubbled up inside him, filling him with genuine joy. He softly hummed the rhythm he remembered from the wedding. The blonde sat under a giant tree, his back resting against his temporary teacher, enjoying the warm beams of early summer sunlight that promised a heat wave in the coming weeks. Jiraiya turned a page in his notes, his experienced fingers scribbling down precise kanji. Suddenly, Naruto stopped humming. He suggested that Jiraiya should speak to the girl he had been thinking about during the wedding. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, not pausing his writing, and asked whom he meant. Naruto urged him to talk to her, warning that he might miss his chance, as people didn't live forever. Jiraiya snorted and shook his head, insisting that his love life was private and platonic. He hesitated, biting his lip as he sensed Naruto's searching blue eyes behind him. Naruto pressed on, asking if Jiraiya had missed the chance to declare his love to someone important. Jiraiya felt the boy's muscles tense and then relax as he leaned back, perhaps seeking comfort or encouragement. Naruto hesitantly revealed that it was his mentor who had passed away. Jiraiya turned his gaze to the side, eager to hear more, but after a long silence, Naruto didn't continue. The Toad sage sighed, realizing he might not learn more about Naruto's past. He reassured him that he wouldn't be dying anytime soon, implying he had plenty of time. Naruto opened his mouth to respond but closed it again, silently waiting for Jiraiya's next move. Kurama, the ancient demon fox within him, remained unusually quiet, observing everything without interruption. A weight lifted from Naruto's shoulders as he felt relieved that Jiraiya didn't press further, grateful for the old sage's restraint. They enjoyed the warm sun and the dancing shadows of the leaves, which painted abstract forms around them. If Minato and Kushina hadn't been there, Naruto would have jumped up and down in excitement. They strolled toward the Uchiha compound, a wide grin on Naruto's face since Minato had announced that the entire Namake's family was invited for dinner. Naruto waved to the guards at the thick wooden gates of the compound, and the stunned shinobi hesitantly returned the greeting with a nod and a bow to Minato. A merchandise cart passed by, prompting Naruto to smile at the civilian vendor. The Uchiha clan had slowly begun to open up to the village, a development he never thought would happen. The walls still stood, a testament to decades of tradition, but at least the gates were no longer closed. The villagers were becoming more welcoming, with merchants selling their goods and citizens venturing to explore the area. Children were forming bonds with those from other clans, moving freely within the clan's territory. Families were seeking companionship beyond their clan members. Although it would take time to see mixed couples, Naruto felt that day was closer than he had initially imagined. They walked along the tidy streets until they reached a small wooden fence, which stood open, unlike during Naruto's childhood when he had occasionally sneaked inside the compound. Stepping over the threshold, found himself facing a small child who bowed deeply. The child informed them that his parents were waiting inside the house. Naruto winced at the formal tone but quickly set that aside when he noticed the child's intelligent obsidian eyes. Kushina glanced at her brother-in-law and gently encouraged him to move forward. Naruto made a sour grimace but soon replaced it with a wide grin. He extended his hand, introducing himself as Namake's Toraku. The child observed the offered hand for a moment before shaking it and introducing himself as Uchiha Itachi. Naruto scrunched his nose in displeasure and leaned closer, asking Itachi for a favor. He requested that the child stop calling him Namake-sama, as it made him feel old. Itachi nodded, and when he hesitated to comply, Naruto grunted, prompting the child to amend his address to Toraku-san. With a smile, Itachi tugged on Naruto's hand, leading him further into the house. Kushina watched from the background, a hint of disappointment in her expression. She sighed, wishing she could handle children as well as Itachi did, but she felt happy to see him smile. The last time Kushina saw him, she slowly shook her head, acknowledging the weight of his experiences. Minato reached out, gently taking her hand, assuring her that she would be a great mother. They decided not to keep Fugaku and Mikoto waiting. Kushina smiled brightly as they walked behind Itachi and the cheerful Naruto, observing the two boys, one mature beyond his years and the other delightfully carefree. Naruto was the first to enter the traditional Japanese house, with Itachi guiding him to the dining room where the clan had awaited. Fugaku's dark eyes lingered on Naruto a moment longer than customary before he greeted the teen. He introduced Naruto to his wife, who stepped into the room with a warm smile. Naruto fought the urge to glance at her noticeably round belly, but after the introductions, he couldn't help himself. A smile crept onto his face as he looked down at Mikoto's belly, but the moment was fleeting. Kushina rushed to Mikoto's side, launching into a series of questions about PRDNCY. Naruto shook his head, settling next to his father at the table. Minato cast a knowing smirk toward the kitchen, where Kushina's voice could still be heard. He predicted that Mikoto would be occupied for a while. His intuition proved correct when Kushina finally released Mikoto after 15 minutes, only because Mikoto insisted she needed to prepare lunch. Eager to help, Kushina continued her barrage of questions while they arranged the plates filled with delicious food. Once Kushina received answers to her inquiries, Mikoto took a seat next to her husband, her cheeks flushed. Kushina's directness had surely embarrassed her, but Minato smiled at the scene. Although Mikoto was not yet Kushina's closest friend, she possessed a charm that could draw people in, much like his brother. The distance between them had diminished, leaving only a thin line of formality. The dinner proceeded normally, at least by Minato's standards. Living with the spirited Kushina and his brother was anything but ordinary. The lively atmosphere was a mix of excitement and potential chaos. Naruto stretched and yawned loudly, which drew a disapproving glance from Fugaku, who scrunched his nose at the boy's antics. Mikoto beamed at Naruto's compliment about the meal, her blush revealing her delight. As the dishes were cleared, Naruto began to fidget restlessly, the peaceful silence becoming too much for him. Minato savored the quiet, sipping his tea while a cicada announced the arrival of summer from the open window. The Hokage and his brother listened to the cicada's song, a sweet melody that filled the air. Suddenly, Naruto broke the silence, asking Itachi if he could show him around. A sarcastic voice echoed in Naruto's mind, teasing him about his request. Kurama dismissed the idea of a hug, but Naruto continued to engage with Itachi, who inquired if Naruto was a shinobi. Naruto proudly affirmed his strength, ignoring Kurama's snarky comment. With a playful smirk, Naruto suggested they play ninja. Minato smiled at the interaction while Fugaku raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unexpected camaraderie. After a moment of consideration, Itachi nodded, and the two boys left the room, leaving Fugaku shaking his head in bemusement as he glanced at Minato. Minato shrugged, sipping his tea, but his expression shifted to seriousness as he inquired about their ongoing project. Fugaku straightened in his seat, reporting that things were progressing better than anticipated. The elders were pleased with the new advisory body, and the murmurs of dissent had quieted. Although they were initially resistant to the new recruits in the police force, they had come to accept the positive changes. Fugaku revealed that 10 new recruits had joined their side, including 5 from other clans, and even a Yamanaka. He was quite helpful during interrogations, which pleased Minato as he looked inside his mug. Fugaku made a sour grimace and refilled his empty cup, mentioning that he had also acquired a greenhorn civilian, thanks to Minato. When Minato raised an eyebrow and gestured for a refill, Fugaku explained that he had assigned the civilian some administrative duties. Although the newcomer had been jumpy during his first week, he was adapting quickly. Minato glanced towards the open window, where Naruto's soft laughter floated in. His attention, however, was drawn to a familiar presence approaching. A mop of untidy black hair soon peeked into the room. The newcomer paused, collecting himself before addressing the two men. He apologized for interrupting, not realizing they had guests. Fugaku gestured toward the back entrance, indicating that Itachi was outside. The teen bowed to each man and quickly retreated, feeling the weight of Minato's piercing azure eyes and questioning frown. Fugaku explained that Itachi and his son shared a long history, with Shursui having been Itachi's first babysitter when he was a toddler. Now, Shursui tutored Itachi almost every second night, and Fugaku noted that Itachi was more mature than one might expect. Minato nodded hesitantly, and they continued their conversation. Meanwhile, Naruto unconsciously tensed as a new presence stepped into the backyard. The soft footsteps were nearly silent for a normal shinobi, but Naruto could hear the faint sound of soles connecting with the soft dust and the rustle of restrained shinobi clothes with each movement. He glanced over his shoulder to sneak a peek at the newcomer, who stopped in his tracks upon noticing the blonde head next to Itachi, who was busy burying his shuriken into a training dummy. The newcomer complimented Itachi on his impressive throw, which made the young boy beam with pride as he ran towards him, calling him Shursui-sensei. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized that this boy was Uchiha Shursui, someone he thought was supposed to be around Itachi's age. The young teen bowed politely upon reaching Naruto and introduced himself. Naruto hesitantly returned the gesture, introducing himself as Namikaze Toraku. The two boys stared at each other, with Naruto captivated by Shursui's presence while Itachi fidgeted under the sudden tension. However, the tension dissipated as a wide grin spread across Naruto's face, and he invited Shursui to join their game of ninja. In a dimly lit room beneath Konoha, a man sat tense behind a wooden desk, deep in thought. His narrowed eyes focused on a shadowy corner as he weighed a decision. Suddenly he found his answer. With a flick of his hand, an Anbyu appeared from the shadows, landing in a crouch before him. The man instructed the soldier to inform Crow that he had a new mission. The soldier nodded and vanished instantly, leaving the room in silence, punctuated only by the man's soft breathing. However, he was not alone for long, as another voice soon filled the space. The flickering candlelight briefly illuminated a figure in the dark corner, revealing a mismatched face. One emerald eye rested on smooth white skin, while the other half resembled carved wood, pale and lifeless. A smirk flickered across the being's face, revealing razor-sharp teeth for a moment before it melted back into the shadows. A lonely Anbu stood straight in the middle of the Hokage's private office inside the mansion. The activated privacy seals dulled the noises of the outside world, but the soldier still warily glanced toward the window from time to time, recalling a previous encounter with another lurking operative before he stepped in. Old instincts from the war never faded away. The yondaime followed the soldier's gaze and narrowed his eyes, questioning if the figure outside was one of them. The soldier opened his mouth behind his mask, but only a strange sound emerged, something between a cough and a bark. Minato's expression turned into a perfect mirror of confusion. He slowly approached the teen until they were face to face. With a single gesture, he removed the mask, allowing him to peer into the uncertain obsidian eyes. He requested the teen to open his mouth, and after a moment of hesitation, the Uchiha complied. Minato's gaze narrowed as he noticed the edge of a dark seal array at the back of Shirsue's throat. He then asked for the teen's tongue, and this time, Shirsue obeyed immediately, perhaps a bit too eagerly. Minato observed the pattern with focused eyes, mapping every aspect of the seal almost instantly. Finally, his gaze traveled back to Shirsue. He assured the young man that he could easily remove the seal if he wished. Shirsue's hands clenched into fists, but he nodded, a small, almost invisible smile of relief appearing on his face. Minato strolled to one of the cabinets and, within moments, returned to Shirsue's side with a small brush in hand, beginning to draw fine lines on the exposed skin of his throat. A swirl, a kanji, and several more symbols appeared with each precise slide. Not long after, the Hokage leaned back to examine his handiwork before giving a satisfied nod. He explained that the new array would modify the original seal, allowing Shirsue to speak freely. However, he warned that the original paralysis seal would still affect his body to some extent. If he removed it entirely, Danzo would likely notice due to the trigger mechanism he had built in. Shirsue nodded, waiting for Minato to activate the new seal. The dark pattern swirled around his throat and disappeared at the back of his neck. The Hokage observed him for a moment before forming a basic hand seal. The markings flared, and Shirsue winced, squeezing his eyes shut as the pattern began to fade from view, merging into his skin. A blink later, the seal was gone, leaving only smooth flesh visible. Shirsue exhaled the breath he had been holding. Suddenly, he froze as he attempted to take a breath. His muscles tensed with a rush of adrenaline, and he struggled to draw air into his lungs. Wide, obsidian eyes darted toward the Hokage, the Sharingan flaring to life in a moment of fear and panic. Minato assured him that it would be over soon, his gaze never leaving the crimson orbs. Anbu dropped to his knees, succumbing to gravity. He tumbled to his side as if time had slowed down. His eyes flared once more into crimson, but this time they remained that way, the three tomo swirling slowly and ominously until they transformed into a form Minato had never seen before. Shirsue desperately fought for breath, but his body refused to respond. His lungs screamed for oxygen, and he felt his vision blurring as time dragged on. His hearing dulled, and the world around him fell silent except for the loud pounding of his heart. Though only half a minute had passed, it felt like an eternity. Panic crawled up from his very soul as he sensed his consciousness fading away. The young Uchiha teetered on the edge of reality and the beckoning darkness. Just as he was about to surrender, the pressure around his throat vanished as quickly as it had come. Sweet, cold air rushed into his lungs, and he drank in every bit of oxygen. He lay there for several minutes, striving to catch his breath and make up for the lost time without access to life's essence. Finally, as his breathing slowed and his heart settled, Shirsue gradually raised himself into a half-sitting, half-lying position, his muscles still trembling from the strain. A harsh, sour taste filled his mouth, and he instinctively spat to rid himself of the unwelcome flavor. Minato grimaced as he noticed the stain on his previously spotless floor but chose to ignore it as he crouched down to the recovering teen. He asked if Shirsue was all right. The Uchiha nodded slowly, taking a deep breath before straightening up with the Hokage's help. His limbs trembled briefly, but he soon regained his composure and found a glass of water in his hands. His eyes moved up to Minato, who was scratching the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. Shirsue shot a cold glare in response, and a small amount of tension began to seep from him unconsciously. but just for a moment before he realized his slip of self-control and quickly averted his gaze in shame. His lips moved as he hissed his answer with a cracking voice, suppressing his anger. With all due respect to the Hokage, he felt it was necessary to express that a warning about the situation would have been appreciated. Minato offered another embarrassed smile before his expression turned serious again. His electric blue eyes regarded Shisui with curiosity, then he shifted his gaze. He mentioned Shisui's Sharingan, prompting the soldier to slowly raise his hand to brush over his right eyelid. Recognition flashed through him, and he deactivated his still pulsing Dojutsu immediately. He apologized to the Hokage, who reassured him that no harm was done. Minato glanced back at the imbu and ran a hand through his blonde hair, noting that he assumed it was the Manjikyu Sharingan. Shisui nodded slowly, but his gaze quickly returned to the village leader. Minato let out a humorless chuckle, mentioning that Fugaku had kindly provided him with information from the clan archives for a different reason, a tale for another time. However, he still had one question for Shisui, narrowing his eyes as he locked his gaze on the worn-down soldier. He inquired if Shisui had ever encountered his brother. Shisui frowned in confusion and firmly shook his head, stating that he had not met Minato's brother outside of his observation and bodyguard duties in ANBU. The blonde leader nodded thoughtfully, binding his hands behind his back as he examined the young man before him once more. He then asked what Shisui could tell him about Root. The sun had just risen, painting the world in soft pink hues and casting long shadows everywhere. In front of a certain brown-haired girl quietly strolling the empty streets, a long shadow followed. The paths eagerly awaited the village to awaken from its slumber. Rin Noera let out a long sigh in the chilly morning air, tucking a chocolate tuft of hair behind her ear. Her fingers brushed over the rough surface of a carefully hidden page in her pouch. After her shift with the research team, she found herself unable to rest due to her swirling emotions and thoughts. Instead of staying in bed all day, she decided to take a walk, hoping it would calm her racing mind. However, the opposite occurred. With her free time, she began to form painful theories filled with denial, suspicion, and treason. The more she thought, the stranger her explanations became. Eventually, she found herself at a loss for whom to turn to for advice. Her first thought was her sensei, but Minato was too involved. His brother had already wrapped him around his finger, and Rin knew that Minato would struggle to see the situation clearly. He was overjoyed to have found a living family member, and she feared his heart would shatter if she revealed the truth. Kushina was also out of the question, tightly bound to Minato. Kakashi, despite being a jounin, would not let go of his precious people either. Maybe Jiraiya? But even the thought of approaching him made her shake her head. The Toad Summoner was unpredictable, and she doubted he would take her concerns seriously. Only one man's image remained in her mind, someone she was sure would consider her findings with a calm and clear mind. The third Hokage had always been wise and composed, possessing the experience to navigate this mess peacefully. Despite her raging emotions, Rin still wanted to give the loudmouth one final chance to clear himself. With her decision made, she took a sharp turn at the next corner, heading toward a well-known compound near the Hokage Tower. Her footsteps were soundless on the dirt road, and only the soft ruffling of her skirt broke the perfection of her movements. Civilians began to rise as she approached her destination, and the empty roads slowly filled with life. The sweet smell of freshly baked goods wafted through the air as merchants hurried to their shops and housewives rushed by to gather fresh ingredients for breakfast. Lost in her thoughts, Rin reached her destination and looked up to read the kanji above her head, proudly announcing the owner of the compound. Taking a calming breath, she raised her hand to knock on the antique, carved wooden door. The loud knock echoed along the road, startling a nearby cat. She grimaced but waited patiently for a response, which came soon. The faint sound of graceful footsteps reached her ears despite the early hour. The door opened to reveal a woman in her late 40s or early 50s, her long brown hair tied into a high ponytail. The lines around her dark eyes and mouth were deeper than they should be, but her intelligent, searching gaze spoke of her experience as a kunoichi. Rin made a low bow and waited for the woman to grant her permission to speak. The woman asked what she could do for her at such an early hour. Rin introduced herself as Noera Rin and requested a private audience with the Sandaime. The woman frowned, asking what the matter was that required her husband's attention. Rin hesitated, explaining that it was a private matter. Rin could only convey her message to the Hokage himself. She nodded when asked if she was Minato's student, and the woman before her smiled gently, though her eyes held a hint of sadness. She explained that her husband was away training, having taken a break from his duties as Hokage, and wouldn't return for a month. Rin's expression fell and she sighed, acknowledging the situation. The woman offered to send a message, sensing the urgency in Rin's demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Rin declined but requested that the Hokage be informed of her desire to speak with him upon his return. With a nod, the woman agreed, and after a brief exchange, Rin departed to join the bustling crowd on the main street. Meanwhile, Naruto was roused from his nap by a light kick to his shin. He opened one eye to see Jiraiya blocking the sun, and with a grunt, he sat up, stretching his arms while grumbling about the timing of the interruption. Once he was awake, they set off toward the city center and the Hokage Tower. Jiraiya informed him that they had a C-ranked escort mission to wave, nothing serious, and they would be back in 2 weeks. Naruto scoffed at the idea, dismissing C-ranked missions as cursed. He expressed his concern about encountering one of the Mist's 7 swordsmen during such a seemingly trivial task. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, questioning the likelihood of such an event, but Naruto remained unconvinced. As they entered the mission room, they joined Kakashi and Rin, observing a new genin team receiving their E-ranked mission. Naruto couldn't help but smile when one of the genin complained about the assignment, only for the chunin at the desk to quickly silence the outburst. Minato approached, handing Jiraiya a scroll with the mission details. He mentioned that Jiraiya would have some time during the trip to handle other matters and suggested contacting someone for information. Lost in thought, Naruto was jolted back to reality by a familiar voice that stirred memories from his childhood. The voice was laced with sarcasm, commenting on the team he would be escorting. Naruto felt a surge of anger as he recognized the speaker, a man who had caused suffering in Wave. He felt a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, and he knew Jiraiya was equally frustrated. Kakashi's restrained presence added to the tension, but Minato's calm voice cut through the moment. Minato clarified the identities of his team members, emphasizing their skills and experience. He pointed out that Naruto was fortunate to have such an elite team for a C-ranked mission. The man who had spoken earlier fell silent, though his expression remained defiant. Naruto, feeling the weight of the situation, turned to face the man, his emotions clashing with the logic of his mission. He was to protect someone who had brought pain to many, and the thought was infuriating. A growl of frustration escaped him, catching the attention of those around him, especially Minato. Minato advised Naruto to keep his temper in check during the assignment, emphasizing the importance of their reputation. Naruto responded with a defiant expression, and Minato contemplated whether sending 2 genin teams might have been a better choice. As Naruto navigated the busy streets, lost in thought with his hands in his pockets, he bumped into someone for the second time since leaving the Hokage mansion. After a quick apology, he leaped onto the rooftops to avoid further mishaps, determined to focus on the mission ahead. However, he suddenly spotted the source of his frustration. An animalistic snarl escaped his throat at the sight of Gato, who strode through the streets of Konoha as if he were a ruler. The man cast disdainful glances at the villagers who did not immediately step aside, exuding an air of arrogance and superiority. Naruto followed him from the rooftops, a grimace etched on his face, until he reached his limit when Gato casually grabbed an apple from a grocery stand and walked away. Naruto had to resist the urge to confront him directly, and after taking a calming breath, he gracefully hopped down to land in front of the man with his arms crossed, anger evident on his face. He demanded that Gato pay for the apple. The businessman raised an eyebrow, a smug smile creeping onto his face, and feigned ignorance. The vendor, eyeing the scene with caution, looked on with concern. Naruto insisted that Gato had taken the apple without paying and warned him that Konoha did not tolerate such behavior. Gato rolled his eyes, but after assessing the situation he tossed a handful of coins toward the vendor and walked away, ignoring the stares directed at him. Naruto could only stare in disbelief. How could he act so brazenly? His hands clenched into fists, and his teeth gritted in frustration. After another calming breath, he braced himself and followed Gato from a distance through the crowded streets, keeping a watchful eye on him. Unfortunately, Gato did not do anything amusing. Naruto would have been pleased to leave him to the Uchiha's hospitality, which would mean a lengthy stay in a cell. He let out a disappointed sigh and leaned against the guard stand, still watching Gato with narrowed eyes, waiting for his companions to arrive and hopefully free him from his troubled thoughts. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. Jiraiya hopped down from the village walls just a minute later, while Rin and Kakashi arrived together with the rest of Gato's caravan members 5 minutes later. Even the usually kind girl shot a narrowed glance at their client. Naruto observed with suspicion as the small group arranged the well-packed goods in the cart, following Gatu's sharp commands, until everything was in order and the client climbed onto the cart's box. Gatu expressed his eagerness to finish the business quickly and return home. The quartet sighed and surrounded the irritating man to finally depart for their destination in the land of waves. Kakashi led the way while Rin and Jiraiya walked on either side of the cart, and Naruto brought up the rear. If one thought the journey would be uneventful, they underestimated the complaints of a grown man. It was akin to a torturous session with Ibiki. Naruto's respect for Jiraiya grew as the white-haired man calmly endured Gatu's whining and complaints. Jiraiya even attempted to engage the irritating man in conversation, and surprisingly, Gatu willingly shared seemingly trivial information. However, to a spy master like Jiraiya, these details held significant hints about pressing issues concerning both Gatu and the other elemental nations. Naruto recognized the underlying trouble and felt compelled to intervene. For the first hour, they endured Gatu's relentless complaints about incompetent mercenaries who could not defend themselves and how he felt his money was wasted on them. A group of bandits had attacked his small caravan, likely hoping to seize valuable goods from the cart. Although the mercenaries had fought hard to protect their pay, the bandits retreated, leaving Gatu to hire new guards, namely. Naruto overheard two members of the caravan murmuring that Gatu had abandoned the injured on the road and fled to Konoha. Fortunately, Gatu continued to talk, his words flowing freely. He was beginning to delve into underground trade, taking advantage of the aftermath of war and establishing his own channels within the smaller countries. What troubled Naruto most was that they were headed toward Wave, where Gatu had a meeting with the head of a shipping company. It would likely take years for Gatu to become a significant threat to the citizens of that country, but if Naruto had the chance, he would not sit idly by and wait for the consequences. The question was how he could prevent this from happening. In his mind, Kurama's frustrated voice echoed, asking for ideas. Naruto responded with irritation, warning that if Kurama called him fluffy again, he would reconsider their partnership. Kurama's sharp teeth flashed in his mind's eye, but Naruto shrugged off the shiver that ran down his spine. He asked Kurama for suggestions on how to deal with Gatu. Kurama frowned, admitting that he disliked the man as well. Naruto contemplated the possibility of taking drastic action. He was not inclined to resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. Kurama sighed, sounding somewhat relieved at Naruto's idealism. He pointed out that convincing Gatu to abandon his business was unlikely. Naruto acknowledged this reality. Kurama suggested two options: gather evidence to arrange a lengthy stay for Gatu in a cell, or let him face the consequences if someone attacked. Naruto frowned at the first option, knowing it would be a slow process with no guarantee of success. Gatu was clever and would likely evade law enforcement with bribes or hired muscle. However, Naruto considered that perhaps Gatu was not as clever as he thought, having underestimated trained shinobi in the past. His hands clenched into fists at the memory as he gritted his teeth, lost in thought for a moment before shaking his head to clear his mind. The second option lingered in his thoughts. Could he really step aside and abandon a mission? Would he bring shame to his village by allowing his client to perish? Would it be any different if he simply betrayed him while he slept? Either way, he would still be responsible for the outcome. If he chose to step aside, he would be no better than a true murderer. Naruto let out a long sigh. Only one option remained: gather evidence against him, proof that he posed a threat to the Fire Country and to Konoha. Kurama rolled his eyes in Naruto's mindscape, unimpressed. The fox spirit knew Naruto would choose the first option, despite his musings. Naruto tapped Jiraiya's shoulder to gain his attention, allowing the trio to pass them before speaking up. He expressed his concerns about their client, sensing something was amiss. Jiraiya nodded, acknowledging the unease he felt as well. He noted that beyond the man's arrogance, there was an air of trouble surrounding him. Naruto frowned, unsure how to articulate his thoughts further. Jiraiya encouraged Naruto to plant more suspicion in their investigation, reminding him that as a spy master, he had a knack for uncovering hidden truths. Naruto shared his observations about their client's unusual business dealings, suggesting that he was involved in something more significant than mere trade. Jiraiya acknowledged Naruto's insight, jogging to catch up with the cart. As Naruto watched his godfather converse with Gatu, he felt a piercing gaze from behind. He turned to see Rin, her expression thoughtful. When he inquired if something was wrong, she dismissed it, claiming she was merely lost in thought. Confused, Naruto returned his attention to Jiraiya, hoping to glean something important from their discussion. Yet, Rin's gaze remained fixed on him, her frown deepening. Days passed with little to report. The most notable event was a startled fox darting from the bushes, startling Rin. Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that Rin had been acting strangely, often watching him when she thought he wasn't paying attention. She seemed tense, especially when she missed one of Jiraiya's commands due to her distraction. They traveled through several small towns, with Gato disappearing as stealthily as a shinobi. Naruto followed him with one of his clones, observing discreet exchanges that seemed trivial on the surface. Gato interacted with seemingly ordinary vendors, yet there was an underlying tension in their demeanor. Finally, the caravan arrived at a larger village on the shores of Wave Country. They stood before a long wooden fence, waiting for the guards to finish checking their papers. After what felt like an eternity, the gate opened, and Naruto's frustration boiled over. He had been patient, but the urge to leap over the fence and urge the guards to hurry was strong, only restrained by Kurama's warnings. As they entered, Naruto was surprised to find the village thriving, a stark contrast to his childhood memories. The shops were filled with goods, and the streets bustled with people despite the looming storm. The village appeared wealthier than he had remembered, a welcome change. Once inside the hotel, the four shinobi quickly settled into a plain room next to Gato's. Naruto finally felt a sense of relief, but it was short-lived. In the dead of night, a soft creak interrupted his dreams. He opened his eyes to the sound of a door quietly opening. Gato was sneaking out of his room, and a sly smile spread across Naruto's face. He silently slipped out of bed, but Jiraiya's sharp gaze caught him. The Toad Sage whispered a question about his intentions. Naruto mouthed his response, indicating he was going to follow Gato. Jiraiya sighed but fell in line behind him, both stepping into the shadows. They didn't have to follow Gato for long. The businessman made his way to a rundown pub by the shore, seemingly unconcerned about being seen. The two shinobi quietly made their way to the rooftops and settled into a dark corner on one of the beams, taking the opportunity to analyze their surroundings. Naruto had to cover his mouth to suppress a gasp when he recognized a man standing next to a worn-down counter, sipping sake from a questionable cup. The half-face mask he remembered was now hanging uselessly at the side of the shinobi's quilted face. Gato stepped closer to the man, and the mask was back in place before Gato even reached him. Jiraiya noticed the surprise in Naruto's wide eyes and furrowed his brow as he recognized the shinobi from his bingo book. The sage muttered to himself, finding the situation troublesome. Naruto couldn't have expressed his feelings better than Jiraiya, as he felt the weight of the situation. If the man detected them, everything would become complicated. It had been difficult enough to deal with him in the original timeline, and now, without the ability to use his full strength, Naruto knew Kakuzu would be a formidable opponent. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto and asked if he knew the man. Naruto remained silent, his focus entirely on the missing nin below them. Kakuzu grunted at Gato, who had lazily taken a seat next to him, unaware of the danger he was in. Gato began to boast about his connections and the powerful shinobi he was traveling with, but before he could finish, Kakuzu's strong grip silenced him. The missing nin lifted Gato effortlessly, who struggled to free himself, but it was in vain. Kakuzu's intense gaze bore into Gato's fading eyes. With his last breath, Gato managed to mention the bounties on the two Konoha shinobi. Kakuzu released him, and Gato's head hit the floor with a dull thud. Strangely, no one in the bar seemed to notice. The bartender continued cleaning a glass as if nothing had happened. Kakuzu allowed Gato to regain his composure, waiting with arms folded until the man stopped coughing. Once Gato was ready, he proposed a deal, offering the names and locations of the shinobi for half of their bounties. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow, contemplating the offer before nodding. He agreed to give Gato 5% of the bounty in exchange for the information. Gato grimaced but ultimately nodded, knowing he had little choice. He began listing the shinobi, starting with Hatake Kakashi. Kakuzu listened, dismissing the young shinobi as not worthy of his time. He then took a sip of sake, gesturing for Gato to continue. Next, Gato mentioned Jiraiya of the Densetsu no Sannin. Kakuzu's interest peaked at the mention of the powerful sage, who had a significant bounty on his head. He contemplated the possibility of acquiring Jiraiya's heart, intrigued by its potential strength. Finally, Gato revealed the name of the Hokage's brother, Namikaze Toraku. Kakuzu acknowledged the name, noting the bounty and the whispers surrounding the young shinobi's abilities. He deemed both Jiraiya and Toraku worthy targets and decided to let Gato live, offering him his share of the bounty. As Gato smirked, thinking he had outsmarted Kakuzu, the missing nin's gaze shifted upward to the shadows where Naruto and Jiraiya were concealed. Kakuzu's expression twisted into a sinister grin, recognizing the two shinobi lurking above. Naruto, feeling the tension rise, grumbled about the cursed nature of C-rank missions as he prepared for what was to come, his eyes locked on the smirking missing nin below. Jiraiya did not respond. Instead, he shrugged and gracefully hopped down to land in a low stance. Naruto's serious expression twisted into an annoyed grimace as his teacher slowly turned, allowing his long white hair to swirl around him dramatically. His hands began to move in a rhythmic dance, preparing for his performance. With a weary sigh, the blonde landed beside his grandfather, interrupting him before he could fully engage in his flashy, unnecessary show. He remarked that it was not the right time for Jiraiya's kabuki performance. Jiraiya pouted, expressing his discontent with the younger generation's lack of respect, but he lowered himself into a graceful stance close to the ground. He then directed a glare at Gato, who had scurried to the farthest corner of the pub, trying to hide behind a brawny figure. Jiraiya declared that they were quitting and that Gato would have to face the consequences of his actions alone, as he had betrayed them to a missing ninja. A wide grin spread across Naruto's face at the thought of confronting Gato. Jiraiya assured him that the Uchiha police would take care of that. Although Naruto felt a pout forming, he had no time to respond as chaos erupted around them. The missing ninja sprang into action, and the surroundings transformed into a scene of destruction. Dust, dirt, and debris filled the air where the pub once stood. People screamed as they realized the danger surrounding them. A brunette clung tightly to Naruto's clothes, her wide gray eyes scanning the devastation that had overtaken her workplace. She whimpered, questioning what had happened to her pub, her voice trembling on the edge of a scream. Naruto protested, insisting he had saved her life, but she lamented the loss of her job. He reassured her that the boss would rebuild and that he needed to pursue the attackers. As he set the woman down, another explosion shook the ground. He cast a final glance at his clones, who were attempting to calm the panicked customers. He smirked as one of his copies delivered a playful kick to the frozen Gato, who flinched without realizing the chaos around him. Another clone swiftly incapacitated Gato, leaving him bewildered. Once assured that no one was seriously harmed, Naruto dashed into the thick woods to assist his original self. Upon reaching a large clearing, he echoed Shikamaru's sentiments about the troublesome situation. A dozen clones were engaged in a fierce battle against the missing ninja, their movements swift and coordinated. Lightning chakra tore through the ground, while wind chakra shattered trees, sending leaves cascading like snow. Earthen spikes erupted from the landscape, causing one clone to vanish in a puff of smoke. Naruto rolled to the side to evade a water dragon unleashed by Kazu, while Jiraiya dodged an earth attack. Naruto's mind raced as he recalled details from his previous encounters with Kazu. He noted the elemental affinities of the dark figures: lightning, fire, wind, and water. Realizing the last puppet represented earth, he felt a surge of confidence. With Kakashi's training, he could cover 4 elements, while Jiraiya could handle earth and fire. They just needed to strategize effectively. With a determined smile, Naruto leaped next to his sensei and proposed a plan to switch opponents. He explained that Kakuzu's real body had a water affinity, which was weak against earth techniques, while he could manage the other 4 hearts. Jiraiya expressed surprise at the mention of hearts, but Naruto clarified that Kazu had stolen the hearts of shinobi to gain their elemental powers. He warned Jiraiya to avoid Kakuzu's black strings. Despite Jiraiya's concerns about the lack of information in the bingo book, he agreed to trust Naruto's judgment. With a confident grin, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Jiraiya to engage Kakuzu. Naruto received his clones' memories and felt a surge of confidence. He rallied his clones, instructing them on their roles in the battle. As he landed in front of a dark figure with bull-like horns, a cocky smile spread across his face. He raised his palm toward the lightning user, feeling the sharp blades of wind gathering within him, ready to be unleashed. With a powerful release, wind surged from his palms, slamming into the figure and sending him flying across the clearing, cutting through everything in its path. But with Jiraiya in the way, that wasn't an option. The dark figure gathered itself from the scarred ground and leaped high into the air. Lightning chakra surged through the area from its mouth. With a single, agile twist of his torso, Naruto skillfully avoided the attack, his hands already moving fluidly through the air. The blonde moved his hand toward his attacker, and billions of razor-sharp wind blades erupted from his open palms, forming 2 fiercely spinning tornadoes. The blast shook the surrounding trees violently, causing leaves to scatter from their branches. The jutsu transformed the once proud, green woods into mere skeletal remains. A roaring fire dragon burst through the bare forest, pursuing its prey. The winged black puppet desperately tried to evade the blazing creature. The flames licked at its inky form, and with a surge of chakra, the dragon lunged at its target with an open mouth. Its fiery fangs sank into the puppet, and the jutsu's long, snake-like form began to constrict, slowly overpowering it. The inferno surrounding the puppet intensified with each passing moment until it reached its peak, consuming Kakuzu's marionette entirely. A minute later, only a charred, cracked mask remained as evidence of the creature's existence. Naruto glanced toward the fading fire dragon as it let out its final roar, then shifted his gaze back to his opponent. He flicked his fingers, stirring up dust with wind chakra. As he took a step toward the being, it retreated a step back. A fierce smile spread across Naruto's face as he lunged forward. With a surge of chakra, the creature was pinned to the ground by an unyielding gale that battered it relentlessly. Two clones appeared next to Naruto in midair, and when they landed, powerful chakra began to swirl rapidly between their palms. A shining azure orb formed between their hands, and then it shifted. The air filled with the sound of cutting wind chakra. 4 snow-white chakra blades emerged on the sides of the Rasengan. Naruto's ears buzzed from the harsh sound as millions of invisible blades sliced through the empty air above him. He raised the finish technique, silently threatening the restrained black creature. This time, the clones didn't disappear, even more appeared around the small trio. A 4th clone stepped into the triangle to replace Naruto, who carefully passed the jutsu to his concentrating copy. The technique wobbled slightly when Naruto slipped out from under it, but it held together. He raised his hand once more and brought it down decisively. At the signal, a dozen clones dashed toward the struggling being while Naruto leapt away to avoid the attack range. As soon as he landed next to the panting Jiraiya, an explosion shook the ground. Everything became white and silent for a moment as the jutsu struck, and the lightning-wielding creature vanished, torn apart by the wind technique. Jiraiya let out a harsh breath, dodging a kunai from Kakuzu's real body, who had stopped attacking. His eerily glowing green eyes were fixed on the spot where the Rasen Shuriken had detonated. The puppet with the red mouth hopped next to its owner, hissing ominously. "Your heart will be a fine replacement for the 3 you destroyed, Namikaze," Kakuzu stated confidently. Naruto glanced to the side just in time to see one of his clones destroy the earth mast with a well-aimed lightning jutsu. The black creature slowly crumbled into nothingness. Jiraiya, with a broken voice, remarked that he was hurt by Kakuzu's lack of interest in his heart, but he had already bitten down on his fingertip, summoning a man-sized, stoic-looking green toad with a katana on its back. "Gamahiro, I'll need some distraction here." The toad nodded and sprang into action. Naruto also didn't hesitate. As Gamahiro and Jiraiya engaged the missing nin in a taijutsu fight, he leaped onto the fire-wielding puppet. His breathing remained steady, and his chakra reserves were still more than half, putting him on equal footing with any Kage. A cocky smirk twisted his lips as he landed hit after hit on the struggling creature. A kunai appeared in his hands, ready to slice through the black tissue, but as soon as the blade touched it, it split apart and ensnared his arm. Snake-like black strings began to crawl up under his shirt toward his pounding heart, while more reached for his limbs and throat, attempting to restrain him. Naruto inhaled sharply as the icy tendrils touched his chest near his heart. Something roared in the distance, and when he blinked, a wild, lion-like creature bit down on his opponent. It was made from familiar white-hair Jiraiya's hair. Stinging wind chakra shot from Naruto's palm at that moment, slicing through the black strings and cutting down a significant portion of the puppet. With another twist, he freed himself and desperately tried to rid himself of the now lifeless black cords. In the next moment, Jiraiya was beside him, experienced fingers peeling the strings from his neck. "It looked like you needed a helping hand," Jiraiya remarked. "I can take care of myself," Naruto grunted, shaking off the last remnants of the black ropes from his skin. "Don't get cocky or you'll fail," Jiraiya warned with a disapproving frown before hopping back to Gamahiro. Naruto froze and glanced back at his godfather with a questioning expression. However, a flaming ball of fire interrupted him. He dodged to the side, and the remaining clones jumped beside him. "What's the plan, boss?" "We don't know too many water techniques," one clone asked, frowning as he observed the patiently waiting creature in front of them. Naruto could already feel the ink-black being gathering chakra within its coils to unleash another attack. "We will stick to the good old tactic. We will fight with quantity against quality." The clone displayed a confused expression, but he didn't have time to ask as Naruto shouted the name of his next technique. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Hundreds of identical copies flooded the area, each instantly finding their pair. Hundreds of water chakra-powered Rasengan shot toward the still black creature, while several clones erupted from the ground to grab its foot and hold it in place. This time, quantity triumphed over quality. Naruto didn't wait to see as his clones overwhelmed the puppet, impassively walking to Jiraiya's side, who was calmly watching as Kakuzu desperately struggled to escape from a swamp-like spot. His eyes shifted toward Naruto one last time before his body was drawn down and vanished into the mug. Jiraiya slowly crouched, gathering an empty scroll in his hands. In a moment, the swamp was sealed inside the scroll, along with Kakuzu's body. Jiraiya cast a disapproving glare at Naruto before turning to return to their accommodation. He remarked that Naruto was becoming arrogant and that he missed the old version of him. Naruto stood there, mouth agape as he watched his godfather's retreating figure. His expression hardened, and he folded his arms across his chest, muttering to the empty air that he was not arrogant. But there was no response. He repeated his assertion stubbornly. Kurama narrowed his eyes, directing a fierce glare at the shadowy figure lurking in the back of Naruto's mind. The silhouette had sharpened since their last encounter, the formless mess of hair now a lighter shade. The ghostly figure raised its head to gaze at the non-existent sky, its black scara and crimson orbs flashing with a menacing glint, accompanied by a sly half-smile on its whiskered face. It purred from the shadows, suggesting that Naruto was indeed becoming arrogant. Kurama growled, asserting that the entity should not be there, as it had already been accepted once. The shadowy figure replied that while darkness could be accepted, it could never be eliminated. It had been waiting for an opportunity to resurface, claiming that if it regained its full power, the connection between it and Naruto would be disrupted. The entity noted that Kurama had changed, but his heart was still tainted with hatred. It tempted Kurama with the promise of freedom and a new body. Kurama dismissed the figure's words, insisting that he was no longer interested. He lashed out, but the figure merely passed through him. Frustration replaced Kurama's earlier anger as he growled, asserting that Naruto would realize the entity's presence and it would vanish again. The figure laughed, claiming that only Kurama could sense it, while Naruto was too preoccupied with his newfound family and responsibilities to look within himself. It suggested that Naruto was becoming like Obito and Madara, obsessed with changing the world alone. Kurama argued that Naruto was different and far stronger than the entity could imagine, and that he was not alone. He would not allow anything to happen to Naruto. The shadowy figure countered that Naruto was losing faith in himself, fearing to share his burdens with others. It warned that he would break under the pressure, and when he did, it would be there to guide him down a darker path. Kurama remained steadfast, insisting that Naruto would not break and that he was stronger than ever. He was determined to protect him. Naruto let out a sigh of relief when he spotted the sign of an inn in the distance. After the events in Wave, they had turned back. Gato was under a genjutsu, and one of Naruto's clones had been carrying him, handling him a bit roughly at times. Kakashi had been uncommunicative since their return to the ravaged village, especially after learning what had happened with their client. He and Rin had tried to catch up, but Naruto's remaining clones had prevented them from doing so for their own safety. Kakashi, in this timeline, lacked the experience of the one Naruto had grown up with, and Naruto feared for his sensei's life. Rin was silent, lost in her own thoughts, her lower lip sore from chewing, and she refused to answer any questions. Naruto could sense her distance. Finally, they entered the nearly empty motel. While Jiraiya and Kakashi debated the price of the only 2 rooms available, Rin and Naruto moved toward them. Naruto quickly set Gato down in a corner of one of the plain rooms. Rin approached, scolding him for treating Gato like a sack of flour and examining the new bruise on his temple. Naruto grimaced, explaining that Gato had betrayed them by selling them to a missing nin, which was just one of his many offenses. He then hopped onto his bed, eager to rest. Despite being stronger than when he first fought Ku, his limbs ached from the strain of the battle and the long journey. Kurama had been quiet for days, showing no urgency to assist him. With a grunt, Naruto turned away from Rin, presenting his back to her. Rin observed him for a tense moment, her teeth worrying her lip, before retreating into the next room with a deep frown. The 2 males quickly occupied the plain room after casting a wary glance at Gato, allowing Naruto to finally relax and drift off to sleep. However, his peace was soon interrupted by a soft knock in the middle of the night. Annoyed, as it was rare to find oneself in a giant bowl of ramen, he slowly dragged himself to the door to open it. With a loud yawn, Naruto tried to blink away the remnants of his dream, still lingering in his mind like the taste of a delicious meal. He was startled when Rin appeared, pushing a thick book under his nose and asking for help. She reminded him that he had forgotten to sign some important papers when he had brought them to their teacher 2 weeks ago. Naruto muttered about the late hour, but he took the book from her and quickly signed it with a pen he didn't remember having, stifling another yawn. He had never had to sign anything before. Rin frowned deeply, muttering that it was just a formality, and she snatched the book back from him. In a sudden turn, the book slipped from Rin's hands and landed face down on the hard floor with a loud thud that echoed in the quiet night. Naruto let out another yawn and reached down to retrieve it, but he paused when he noticed Rin's shocked expression. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the open page in his hands. As he followed her gaze, his own eyes widened in realization. Rin's voice trembled as she called out for their teacher, but nothing happened. Naruto glanced back at Kakashi, who was softly breathing, and Jiraiya, who was snoring. He silently thanked the kami for the privacy seal Jiraiya had activated due to his own loud snoring. Carefully, he closed the door behind him. Rin whimpered Kakashi's name, and Naruto stepped closer, noticing her unease. She flinched back, her eyes darting between him and the locked door. Gathering her composure, she reached for her weapon pouch. Naruto's muscles tensed, his heart racing as he processed the situation. The adrenaline surged through him, and he struggled to control his breathing as panic threatened to overwhelm him. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, warning him not to act recklessly. Despite the warning, Naruto took a step closer to calm Rin, who was on the verge of panic. She called out for Kakashi again, her voice trembling with fear. Before she could scream, Naruto quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Rin instinctively reached for a kunai, but Naruto was faster. A surge of chakra enveloped them, and in an instant, they vanished, leaving only the fluttering curtain in the open window as a sign that something had happened. Rin's eyes widened in realization as she felt the strong arms that held her. There were too many for just one person. She could only see shades of gold around her as they raced through the night. The powerful figure held her tightly against his chest, and she could feel his heart pounding wildly. The chakra in the air wrapped around her like a warm blanket, soothing her racing heart, which felt wrong given her situation. She realized the man was far too powerful for her to confront. Panic washed over her as she reflected on her choices. She had relied on his mistake, but now she regretted freezing in fear instead of calling for help. Jiraiya and Kakashi were unaware of her plight, sleeping peacefully while she was swept away. The memory of a jutsu capable of destroying an entire village lingered in her mind, amplifying her fear as she felt utterly helpless. But Jiraiya was peacefully snoring now, and she doubted that the power of a Sannin would be enough to stop the blonde. She couldn't quite understand the reasoning behind her own panic. Toriku had never shown any ill intent, he was always kind to everyone, the only exception being Gatu. Yet, in her confusion, her mind reacted the only way it could in that situation by panicking. Her sudden fear was a gut instinct fueled by sheer uncertainty. She closed her eyes once more and tried to focus on a plan to free herself, but the warm chakra surrounding her numbed her thoughts. Suddenly they stopped. The wind no longer brushed against her skin, and everything fell silent around them, interrupted only by the man's harsh, rugged breathing. She recognized the signs: labored breaths, tense muscles, and the frantic pounding of his heart. The last wild glance he gave her reminded her of a cornered animal, and panicking individuals could be incredibly dangerous. The boy finally let her go, but only for a moment before a clone appeared and replaced him to restrain her. The clone held her hands behind her back with one strong arm while the other was pressed against her mouth. For the first time, Rin had a good look at the golden chakra surrounding him. She wished she couldn't see it. The golden energy flickered around his body like real flames, an inferno of pure power. A long coat made from the same fiery energy trailed behind him, illuminating the forest with its rich light. The boy began pacing restlessly along the edge of the clearing, his hands tangled in his blonde locks as he tried to channel his emotions. Despite her situation, Rin felt surprisingly calm. She had already given up the fight as soon as she saw this form. This boy was too strong for her. There was no way she could free herself. Naruto muttered to himself, expressing his distress as he continued pacing. He hissed angrily, urging himself to quiet down. A dangerous growl escaped his lips, and he abruptly stopped moving. He shouted into the silent night, startling a group of birds into flight. His cerulean eyes glanced at the trembling girl, and Rin flinched when she noticed the scarlet, slit-like irises. His breathing remained harsh, but his expression shifted from anger to shock as he took in Rin's wide, terrified eyes. He tried to reassure her, taking a hesitant step forward, but Rin struggled against the clone's grip, adrenaline surging through her. The clone froze for a moment, and Rin felt a shift in the atmosphere behind her. The presence felt different, and when the clone spoke, its voice was deeper than she had ever heard from Naruto. It remarked on Naruto's poor decision, and the blonde sank to the ground, rubbing his face in frustration. He admitted to panicking and apologized for messing up again. The clone pressed him for a plan, but Naruto admitted he didn't know what to do. After a tense moment, he lowered his hands, and the flickering chakra fire around him gradually faded, leaving them in darkness save for the moon's faint light. Another clone appeared and settled down against a tree in a meditative position, while others rushed into the forest to gather wood. Soon, a small campfire crackled to life in the clearing. Naruto looked up from the ground and shot an annoyed glare at the clone holding Rin. He insisted that the clone should not provoke his other selves. The clone reminded him that he still hadn't answered the question of what to do next. Naruto, defensive, reiterated that he didn't know. The clone suggested telling her everything, but Naruto hesitated, averting his gaze from Rin's trembling form. His posture revealed the inner conflict he faced. He doubted she would believe him, questioning who would. As the tension hung in the air, Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by Kurama's voice, which urged him to listen. Naruto, frustrated, tried to shut it out but eventually faced the beast within him. Their gazes met, and Kurama felt the weight of Naruto's emotions flood over him. They stood there, exposed to their emotions: sorrow, disappointment, betrayal, and finally, doubt and distrust. Naruto felt the weight of his words as he expressed his pain. He believed that the last time he had listened to Kurama, an innocent girl had suffered because of his decision. Kurama's eyes widened in realization as he processed Naruto's accusation. Naruto's expression hardened, his icy glare piercing through Kurama's defenses. He spoke with a chilling calmness, sending a shiver down Kurama's spine. He believed that Rin's death was a direct consequence of Kurama's influence, blaming the fox for urging him to confess his feelings. If he hadn't done so, Rin wouldn't have been in danger. Kurama's voice boomed in the darkening mindscape, insisting that blaming him or Madara was pointless. He argued that Madara was the true architect of the chaos, the one who had ignited the flames of war. But Naruto felt differently. He was overwhelmed by the cycle of loss surrounding him. Kakashi had warned him that everyone he cared about was in danger. First Rin, then his parents, and others he loved. He had let his guard down, and the consequences were devastating. Naruto was determined to break the cycle of hatred that had claimed Rin's life. He felt the weight of promises made to those who believed in him, including Jiraiya, his father, and Nagato. He wanted to end the madness that had caused so much suffering. Kurama reminded him of his achievements, how he had saved Gaara's mother and helped integrate the Uchiha. He had fought against Orochimaru and helped others, weaving the fates of the 5 great nations together. But Naruto remained silent, staring at the ground, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly a new presence emerged, an identical blonde teen who approached Naruto with an unsettling familiarity. This newcomer leaned against Naruto, whispering words that pierced through Naruto's heart. He claimed that Naruto had failed everyone, that nothing had changed. Naruto flinched, feeling the weight of those words. Kurama urged Naruto not to listen, reminding him that he had achieved so much. But the dark figure continued to manipulate Naruto's feelings, suggesting that Kurama had been pulling the strings all along. The tension in the air thickened as Kurama's eyes narrowed, focusing on the dark aura beside Naruto. Kurama's voice trembled as he warned Naruto about the manipulations he had faced before, but Naruto was overwhelmed and demanded silence. A faint knock echoed in his mind, and the dark figure faded away, leaving Kurama alone with his thoughts. Kurama was determined to protect Naruto from this influence, vowing to find a way to stop it. Kushina gently peeked through the vibrant orange door, responding to Naruto's silent invitation. She noticed his slumped form and the shadows under his eyes, which only highlighted the sadness within them. As she sat beside him, Naruto leaned against her, seeking comfort in the cold night. She offered her support, her hand resting on his shoulder, and he instinctively leaned into her warmth. When he whispered that it hurt, she removed his headband, allowing his golden hair to fall over his eyes. She brushed his hair away tenderly and placed a soft kiss on his forehead, assuring him that she understood his pain. The warmth of her touch brought him a sense of relief, and as he leaned against her, his troubled mind began to settle, teetering on the edge of sleep and solace. In a minute, he crossed the delicate line into a dreamless slumber, seeking an escape from his haunting demons. Warm arms wrapped around Minato from behind, and he sank into the sweet embrace. He didn't open his eyes to look over his shoulder. Kushina's unmistakable vanilla scent enveloped him. A crimson tuft of hair brushed against his shoulder, sending a pleasant shiver down his bare arm. Despite the chill of the night, Minato found comfort in Kushina's presence, which provided the warmth he longed for. It was the middle of August, and the night was anything but cool after the day's heatwave. Even so, Minato had felt cold under the bedsheet, a chill that came from within. Now, with Kushina beside him, he finally felt the warmth he yearned for. He softly asked about Toriku, and Kushina replied that he was asleep, having worn himself out at the training ground. She joked that some genin teams would curse her name for the trouble he caused, but Minato could only manage a faint, forced smile. He had to use a genjutsu on Kakashi to calm him down, and Kushina squeezed him reassuringly, sensing his tension. Kushina expressed her sorrow for Minato, but he remained silent, his muscles tensing against her. She gently urged him to look at her, but he stubbornly shook his head, refusing to meet her gaze. Yet as time passed, his resolve softened. He needed her. Gradually, he turned to face her, revealing the silent tears that had been streaming down his cheeks, glistening in the faint light. Kushina murmured her apologies and wrapped her arms around him, offering comfort. Minato nestled into her embrace, seeking solace like a child. After a while, he finally spoke, his voice cracking as he shared the grim news about the missing Nin. They had discovered his partner, who had fallen into a trap during their pursuit of Rin. The other, who had killed Rin, had met a brutal end, leaving Minato troubled by the details. Kushina let out a shaky breath, feeling that the other had deserved his fate. An oppressive silence settled between them before Minato announced his plans to leave after the funeral. He had received reports of something strange and wanted to investigate it himself, knowing he would be away for a week. Kushina frowned but remained silent, trusting that he would share more when he was ready. She inched closer, wrapping herself around him, offering comfort while also mourning her lost friend. The day of the funeral was unrelentingly hot, the summer sun shining down on those gathered to pay their respects. The ceremony was brief and modest, as was customary for shinobi. There were no extravagant displays, only a simple picture of Rin smiling down from a black frame. The attendees stood in silence, honoring their fallen comrade. Once the ceremony concluded, the closest friends gathered at the Hokage mansion, but soon, they began to leave. Only Kushina, Minato, and the remaining members of Rin's team remained. They quietly sipped their drinks around the dining table, occasionally sharing stories about Rin, the promising medic, the reliable teammate, the talented kunoichi, and the kind person she had been. Jiraiya was the first to depart, and gradually, Minato and Kushina began to clean up the remnants of the gathering. Naruto clung to a cup of lukewarm sake, handed to him by Jiraiya during the first toast. His tired eyes drifted toward Kakashi, who had been silent since the outburst. Minato had informed Kushina that she had brought him from his apartment, ensuring he would not be alone during this difficult time. The young teen, no older than 14, appeared much older than his years. Kakashi seemed broken, dark circles under his only visible eye, his gaze lost in thought as he stared at his untouched cup of tea. Before Naruto could delve deeper into his thoughts, Kakashi's raspy voice broke the silence, announcing his intention to join Anbyu. Naruto remained silent, unsure of how to respond to his friend. Kakashi didn't expect an answer, he simply needed to share his decision and lighten his burden. Naruto understood that this was a path Kakashi had contemplated for years, a way to escape the pain of Rin's death by burying his emotions in the shadows of Anbyu. Kakashi continued, revealing that he was sharing this with Naruto for the first time. He had declined the offer after Obito's death, feeling the need to protect Rin. A hollow chuckle escaped him, echoing in the quiet room. He expressed that he felt unworthy of the protection of those he cared about, including Minato and Jiraiya. Kakashi's gaze met Naruto's for a moment, and emotions surged in his dark eyes. He acknowledged that Naruto was stronger than he believed. Naruto felt a surge of determination as he locked his gaze with Kakashi, his future sensei. The inky eyes of Kakashi seemed to plead with him, and Naruto was eager to lift some of the burden from his shoulders. He could endure this for Kakashi's sake. With a determined nod, he resolved that he wouldn't let his friends die. He promised himself that he would never go back on his word. Kakashi observed the young ninja for a moment, then nodded, letting out a relieved sigh as he turned his gaze to the window. The tension in his muscles visibly eased, and they remained in silence for several minutes. The faint sound of Kushina's voice reached them as she chatted with Minato, accompanied by the soft clinking of cutlery and the sound of running water. Kakashi's voice broke the silence as he murmured about the night Rin had died. He recalled a vivid experience from his sleep that had felt all too real, the pain gripping his heart. His hands clenched the fabric of his shirt above his heart, and he struggled to keep his composure as tears threatened to spill from his eye. Naruto felt a wave of tension as Kakashi's hands moved to his forehead protector, rubbing the cold surface of the silver insignia. He quietly asked if something had happened to Kakashi's Sharingan, causing Kakashi to stiffen and turn toward him with a suspicious gaze. Undeterred by Kakashi's demeanor, Naruto slowly raised his hand toward Kakashi's face. As his fingers inched closer, Kakashi's muscles tensed, but Naruto's expression remained oddly calm. When Naruto slipped a finger under the fabric of Kakashi's forehead protector, Kakashi instinctively grabbed his arm to stop him. Their eyes locked, one filled with confusion and the other with determination, as time seemed to pause around them. Goosebumps prickled Kakashi's skin as the summer air brushed against his exposed eye. Naruto, with a low but firm voice, urged him to open it. Kakashi complied, his eyelids parting to reveal a familiar pattern. A single tear escaped from his revealed eye, perhaps due to the memories flooding back or the irritation from the air. The crimson iris met Naruto's gaze, and he felt a chill as he traced the tear down Kakashi's face. A memory flashed in Naruto's mind, the last piercing glare Obito had given him before his death. That look had haunted him, filled with a mix of hatred and regret. Naruto's voice turned dark and hollow as he muttered that it had started, causing Kakashi to instinctively move back, covering his eye. Kakashi demanded to know what had started, but Naruto either didn't hear him or chose to ignore the question. He rose from his seat and paused at the open window, advising Kakashi to deactivate his Sharingan to conserve chakra and seek Fugaku's advice. Kakashi repeated his question stubbornly, but Naruto merely cast him an empty look over his shoulder before leaping out of the window, disappearing into the shadows. In Naruto's mindscape, a darker version of himself emerged from the tree leaning against a hollow tree. The atmosphere was tense, with Kurama pacing like a caged fox. Meanwhile, Jiraiya looked into Minato's narrowed blue eyes, noticing the troubled expression on his face. Minato liked his dry lips and asked Jiraiya to repeat his earlier statement. Jiraiya, equally troubled, explained that he had planted a spy in Rain as requested. It had taken considerable effort for her to infiltrate the village, but she had managed to run a small hotel in the capital. After a moment of hesitation, Jiraiya continued, revealing that the spy had reported Danza's flight to Im and the whispers of negotiations with Hanzo. He took a deep breath to steady himself, then shared that he had received a message from Uchiha Shursui through the spy. With anticipation, he raised a hand, revealing a small scroll that he had decoded himself, awaiting Minato's consent. Danzu had allied himself with Hanzo the Salamander, and they were scheduled to meet with a growing organization next Friday at 11 near Amigakure no Sato. Shursui was unaware of the exact location, only the time, and promised to send further information after the meeting concluded. A group of young fighters had risen against Hanzo, slowly becoming a nuisance for him, prompting Hanzo to decide to eliminate them. They called themselves Akatsuki, and Danza believed he could gain an ally for his own schemes. He intended to return to Konoha and seize your position by force through a coup. A shadow flickered beneath Minato's window, carefully concealed from prying eyes. A deep frown marked its features as it focused intently on the discussion above. When Jiraiya shifted to another topic, the shadow discreetly touched a seal carved beneath one of the countless tiles of the tower. In an instant, the conversation above became muffled as the small opening in the privacy's seal closed. Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the small apartment in silence. Even 2 weeks after the funeral, Minato had not found the courage to pack and clean Noara Rin's place. Everything remained untouched, and only a thin layer of dust indicated that the space had been abandoned. The third Hokage entered the bedroom, his gaze drifting until it settled on a small desk in the corner. His attention lingered on the neatly stacked medical scrolls, but something out of place caught his eye. A scroll without a title was tucked deep beneath the clutter, its edge worn as if it had been used frequently. He carefully extracted it and unrolled it, revealing a general storage scroll. He had returned from his training trip just in time for the funeral. Although he was not close to Rin, as a former Hokage, he felt it was his duty to attend, just as he had for every shinobi lost during his tenure. Curiosity drove him to the locked apartment of a fallen comrade. His wife had mentioned that Rin sought an audience before her death, but he had set that aside for other matters until now. The persistent feeling remained. She had something important to convey, especially since she had not turned to Minato or Jiraiya. Hiruzen furrowed his brow and channeled chakra into the closing seal. It was a simple design, one easily found in any shinobi shop. The seal responded immediately, releasing its contents in an instant. A small puff of smoke cleared to reveal a lone sheet of paper, plain and jagged at the edges as if torn from a notebook. The third recognized the tidy handwriting instantly, the perfect strokes and unwavering lines reminiscent of his late student, whom he had guided for years. He studied the note for a long moment, disregarding the sudden loudness of his heartbeat as he reread its contents repeatedly. Confusion and surprise filled his eyes as he realized what he held. He released his grip on the storage scroll, which rolled to the farthest corner of the room with a thud, stirring up dust that danced in the sunlight. Yet, Sarutobi's gaze remained unfocused. He stood motionless as thoughts raced through his mind, connecting dots at an alarming speed, piecing together a puzzle that had troubled him since a blonde boy had crashed into the village. Yamanaka Inoichi was taken aback when Konoha's fastest messenger hawk knocked urgently on his window. Without hesitation, the hawk revealed a small brown package on its back, accompanied by an immediate summons from the Hokage to Konoha's torture and interrogation headquarters. Upon entering the room, he found himself face to face with Minato, who wore an expression of profound betrayal that cast dark shadows under his blue eyes. Inoichi gradually shifted his gaze to the other occupants of the room, gathering the strength to tear his eyes away from Minato's anguished face. Jiraiya appeared equally broken, weary, and deeply disappointed. Inoichi could only think of one person who could evoke such emotions in all of them, and the thought made his stomach churn. Turning slowly toward the two-way mirror, Inoichi saw the slumped figure secured to a chair. The familiar tousled blonde hair obscured the captive's face, but he knew well that azure eyes and whisker-marked cheeks lay beneath the golden locks. It was Namikaze Toraku. The realization struck him, and the expressions of betrayal around him confirmed the boy was a threat. Inoichi clenched his fists and looked up at Minato, silently pleading for him to be mistaken. But hope faded as Minato turned away from his gaze and issued his order. He authorized the use of force, demanding to know everything about the boy's past, instructing Inoichi to do what was necessary. Inoichi nodded unsteadily, attempting to harden his emotions as a veteran would, but he struggled. Anger and betrayal surged within him as he stepped into the room. He had welcomed the boy into his home, shared moments of joy with him when his daughter was born. With one last glare at the blonde head, Inoichi raised his hand, slipping it beneath the golden hair. His warm palm connected with the boy's cold forehead, and he released his jutsu to forcefully enter the boy's mind. Inoichi found himself on a familiar path he had not visited in months. What he discovered there shocked him to his core. A blonde girl stood before him, arms crossed and a stern expression on her face, blocking his way to the boy's memories. She was the very same girl whose death he had witnessed when he first entered the boy's mind. Her lengthy, platinum blonde ponytail hung freely on her lean back, and her determined eyes observed him with suspicion. They stood in silence for a long minute, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Inoichi was the first to break the silence, demanding an explanation, but the girl interrupted him before he could finish. She stated firmly that she would not allow him to proceed any further. Inoichi frowned in confusion and asked the simplest question, "Why?" The girl replied that he was there against another's will. Inoichi remained silent for another moment, his gaze fixed on the determined girl while his mind raced through various possibilities. He inquired if she was a projection of the person's consciousness. The girl raised an amused eyebrow and simply said no. When he pressed further, asking what she was, she answered that she could be seen as a projection, an echo, a memory, or a mirage, whatever he preferred. But she would not let him go any further. Inoichi's frown deepened. If she wasn't part of the consciousness, he wondered why she was blocking his way. The girl's expression hardened, yet her lips curled into a soft smile as she explained that he was one of her precious people. Inoichi narrowed his eyes, realizing he was facing a mental barrier unlike any he had encountered before. He had seen projections of consciousness fighting him in the form of actual people, but never had he encountered another person defending the consciousness. This barrier had likely existed since the girl had passed away. He questioned why she hadn't shown herself earlier. The world around them faded to black, and the small group found themselves on the flat roof of the Hokage Tower, surrounded by several people. Minato narrowed his eyes, recognizing a kunoichi among them. The crowd began to shout and point, and Minato instinctively followed their gestures, freezing at the sight of the Hokage monument. His eyes twitched as he noticed the red paint on the second's face and the colorful swirls on his own stone cheeks, wondering if he really had eyelashes. An amused snort from Jiraiya broke the moment, commenting on how it looked good on him. The loud shouts interrupted Minato's thoughts. A small child, perhaps 12, with blonde hair shouted defiantly that he could do whatever he wanted because he was the one and only Uzumaki Naruto. Minato finally spotted the source of the commotion, a small boy in orange shouting back. His heart raced as a man dressed in Konoha's traditional green chunin vest stepped through him, complete with the Uzumaki swirl on his back. He heard familiar footsteps and sensed the presence of a version of Sarutobi beside him, looking up at the vandalized monument with evident frustration. This Sarutobi had more wrinkles and liver spots, his hair now white. The chunin shouted at Naruto, demanding to know what he was doing during class time, but the scene suddenly shifted to darkness. They found themselves in a clearing next to 3 poles, where the blonde child was secured to the middle one. The man who resembled Kakashi stood before them, stating that those who broke the rules of the ninja world were trash, but those who didn't take care of their comrades were even lower. Minato felt his heart race as the scene shifted again, revealing short glimpses of the blonde child facing various challenges. Fear gripped him as the child confronted a masked hunter ninja in thick fog. Care was evident when a young girl smiled at him. Betrayal followed as a porcelain mask shattered. The newly formed team stood before 2 fresh graves, their expressions filled with determination. The older Kakashi handed them an application form for the next Chunin exam, and excitement filled the air. The blonde child slammed his palm on a desk, declaring his dream of becoming Hokage, even if it meant remaining a genin forever. Courage surged as he jumped between an Uchiha and a giant snake, driven by the urge to protect. Next, he faced an Inuzuka in a familiar battle ring, the spectators' faces filled with doubt and condescension, but he stood defiantly. As the scene slowed, they found themselves in a hospital room, where 3 boys faced each other. One was a young Nara, while the others were the blonde boy and another with short, spiky auburn hair and deep black rings around his eyes. The redhead carried an enormous gourd on his back, with the kanji for love carved into his forehead. Minato frowned as the child's eyes sparkled with a hint of madness, his voice trembling with emotion as he declared that his mother would have their blood. Sand began to flow from the gourd, threateningly hovering around the boys. The Hokage listened, horrified, as the child recounted his story. His father, the Kazekage, had attempted to harm him countless times, and he felt a real monster within him. Minato's thoughts drifted momentarily to the seal, their trip to Suno with Toraku, and Toraku's concern for the baby. It couldn't be. Jiraiya smiled proudly as the boy defended his comrade, unaware of his student's troubled thoughts. The scene shifted again, and the blonde boy was now shouting and pointing at a white-haired man. Minato couldn't help but smile smugly when he recognized the familiar wooden fence of Konoha's hot spring. Mount Myaboku's holy master, also known as the Great Toad Sennin. Remember it? Minato stumbled forward as something pushed him from behind. He glanced at the younger version of the same man, whose eyes were wide and lips trembling. Jiraiya was confused. The child didn't recognize him? Why didn't he know his godfather? What had happened? I don't care. You knocked out my teacher, and even if he was just a closet pervert, he was supposed to teach me tons of stuff. I have to become stronger for the Chunin exams. Take responsibility and help me with my training. The older Jiraiya pouted, turning away from the rude boy. But the child was persistent, a sly grin spreading across his face as he performed a technique that transformed his appearance. Minato watched, a twitch in his eye, as the older version of his sensei was momentarily distracted, almost immediately agreeing to train the blonde child. His own version snorted in amusement, shaking off his previous shock at the sight. The scene changed again, now depicting a battle arena where the blonde boy faced an older opponent with a Byakugan. The battle between the great desert monster and Gamabunta unfolded, but it slowed down until 2 children lay on the ground, bruised and battered. For a moment, everything was quiet, then suddenly, darkness enveloped them. Minato realized it was raining as he stared at a tomb before him. The air was heavy with sadness, and he focused on the picture of his predecessor neatly placed in the center of a new monument. He turned to see the small blonde child standing beside him, still wounded from his earlier battle. At least he was bandaged. A smaller child in front of the blonde began to sob, and the Chunin from the first scene crouched down to embrace him tightly. Someone behind Minato whispered of vengeance against Orochimaru for the death of the third. The scene shifted once more, the funeral replaced by the cluttered walls of a bar. The village hidden in the leaf has requested you to become the 5th Hokage. Minato narrowed his eyes as a heavy gasp echoed from Jiraiya. They waited anxiously for the familiar blonde woman to respond. The older Jiraiya, however, felt no such restraint. So, Tsunade? Will you answer the call of our village? In a dismissive manner, the woman's delicate features scrunched up in annoyance. I decline. The blond boy was beside himself, shouting toward Tsunade, but she ignored him, instead turning to the frowning Sannin and pointing at the boy. Who's the kid? My new apprentice, Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya replied, a small, proud smile tugging at his lips, though the restrained expression was only recognizable to his younger self. His attention remained fixed on Tsunade, observing how she shifted in her seat. He could sense the sweet smell he missed so much, likely from his own memories. Finally, with immense willpower, he focused back on the scene. Jiraiya, he's even worse than your last one in terms of looks, speech, and intelligence. Jiraiya laughed loudly beside Minato, but the Hokage remained unresponsive. With a heavy sigh, he turned back to the unfolding scene. What does that mean? Jiraiya's older version shrugged. It's tough for anyone to be compared to the Yondaime. He was the absolute best in the shinobi arts. But even with that, the fourth died quickly, she murmured softly. He gave up his life for his village just like Sarutobi. Her features hardened with disgust. Being Hokage is a burden. No one but a fool would do it. The young boy's body tensed with emotion, but he exploded in the next moment, jumping over the table, his anger rising as he trembled with overwhelming feelings. I won't forgive anyone who speaks ill of the old man or the Yondaime. Minato lost his composure, stepping back and bumping into Jiraiya, who stood there with a blank expression, his eyes carefully observant. Minato's mind swirled with disturbing thoughts, caught between denial and acceptance, the process dizzying. If I died, if he is why does he call me Yondaime? Why doesn't he call me Dad? In desperation, he turned to face Inoichi, whose wide eyes and pale face reflected concern. The veteran interrogator locked eyes with Minato and slowly shook his head. Those are real memories, Minato. You can feel the emotions even behind my mind barrier. They are real. Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. Ironically, that had also been Inoichi's first thought after the initial scene in the Hokage's office. He had immediately searched for signs of fabrication but found none. The boy's emotions were overwhelming and clear, leaking through his protective jutsu. There was no chance those were fabricated. The environment, the small details, Shikaku's aged image, even the small crack Inoichi knew was present on the corner of the Hokage tower. They were too vivid. And the boy wasn't resisting. The connection was stable, and the flow was smooth as he chose which memories to reveal. Suddenly, they found themselves in the midst of a battle. Minato spotted Orochimaru, the older Jiraiya, and the terrified Tsunade in the middle of a chaotic scene. The blond boy slumped to the ground in front of the concerned Sannin, the scene fading to black. As he neared unconsciousness, Tsunade's voice echoed around them, urging him to hold on, to keep fighting. The world around him became clear for a brief moment as he reached for the familiar crystal necklace. They watched as Tsunade gently placed the necklace around his neck, the voices around them becoming clearer, then muffling again as he drifted in and out of consciousness. They listened to the wavering conversation among the three Sannin, noting Tsunade's declaration of her position as the Godaime Hokage. Those were the last words he heard before his body succumbed and he slipped into unconsciousness. A series of fleeting images flashed before his eyes, memories of battles, training sessions, and moments of laughter shared with Jiraiya as they walked through distant towns. The images gradually slowed down. A group of Konoha shinobi stood before a three-person squad next to the enormous sandstone walls of Suna. Jiraiya glanced around, grimacing at the sight of the older green beast in the background, loudly proclaiming the flames of youth, while a weary Kakashi sat nearby, clearly exhausted. The blond boy stepped forward to confront the same boy from before, both appearing older by at least 2 or 3 years. Soft sand began to swirl, raising the boy's hand for a friendly shake. Minato narrowed his eyes, observing the 3 Suna shinobi. Someone shouted from the background, and a jounin rushed out from the entrance, resembling the older version of the man who had escorted them around the village during their visit with Toraku. Kazekage-sama. I'm sorry, but the village council is requesting your immediate presence. The auburn-haired boy nodded, his gaze still fixed on the softly smiling blonde. Uzumaki Naruto. Thank you. The Kage offered a deep and respectful bow to the teen, who scratched his blushing cheeks in embarrassment. Jiraiya's mouth fell open in disbelief. A Kage bowing to a Konoha shinobi? No, to his godson. A wide and proud grin spread across his face. Remember that I secured an advanced favor from you when I become Hokage. after Tsunade-chan finally admits she's too old. A soft smile appeared on Gaara's face. When the time comes, I'll grant you that favor, Uzumaki Naruto. You have my word. The scene shifted to the Hokage's office, filled with worried faces and toads? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, his eyes fixed on a small old toad. Minato's gaze wandered to Tsunade, who sat behind the table, her chin resting on her folded fingers. Her eyes were dark and haunted, lacking the sparkle he remembered and cherished. She looked as she had after Dan and Nawaki's deaths. Pa suddenly turned to the boy in the vibrant orange jumpsuit. So this boy here is Jiraiya-chan's pupil? A frown appeared on the teen's face, who was no more than 16 and slightly shorter than the blonde whose mind they occupied. Chan? Who does this guy think he is, calling Ero-senin Chan? The named pervert silently mouthed his nickname, watching with growing annoyance as the ancient toad burst into laughter. I said watch your mouth. He is Jiraiya's teacher. Tsunade snapped, but the old toad's laughter echoed in the office for a long time, unable to dispel the tension in the room. Alright, old toad. What do you want to tell me? Naruto asked impatiently, his eyes fixed on the small figure. Fukasaku immediately fell silent, and the heavy atmosphere thickened, choking everyone present as the toad raised his eyes to the blonde boy. Where do I start? He mused quietly. Fukasaku's eyes drifted to the side for a moment, his expression somber. Finally, he broke the suffocating silence with a long sigh. Jiraiya-chan was killed in battle. The room fell silent, the temperature seeming to drop. Alien emotions overwhelmed them, pushing their own feelings aside. First came denial. Then emptiness. Finally, sorrow. And an overwhelming rage. The scene shifted again, and to their surprise, they found themselves on the head of a familiar enormous toad. Gamabunta shifted through the dense smoke and dust. Visibility was limited, but the boy's silhouette stood out as he proudly balanced on a smaller toad, his scarlet coat with black flame patterns billowing beneath the enormous scroll secured on his back. The blonde looked around, confusion washing over him. Where are we? Where is the enemy? Boomed Gamabunta, equally puzzled. A new toad hopped next to Naruto, and Pa immediately turned to his wife. I thought I told you to summon us to Konoha. Take a closer look. This is Konoha. The Akatsuki members who killed Jiraiya-chan are here. The visitors froze, anxiously waiting for the dust to settle. The silhouette of the enormous Hokage monument gradually emerged from the smoke, Tsunade's fifth head boldly sculpted at the end. Devastating fury replaced their previous confusion as the boy's emotions shifted. Minato observed the enormous crater where the village center should have been. Everything was gone. Konoha had been erased from the surface of the earth. From the corner of his eye, Minato noticed movement on the ground and turned to face the memory again. 6 figures stood in the center of the crater, their bodies cloaked in black with crimson clouds. The boy and Tsunade faced them. One of the cloaked figures rushed toward Tsunade, but the blonde teen intercepted him with a powerful punch, sending him flying back. Minato could hear a muffled thud, and he averted his gaze from the fight to glance at Jiraiya, who knelt on the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief. The soundless fight concluded with the older man's defeat, his arms thrown high into the air with a frustrated snort. He questioned why Naruto was protecting that guy, to which Naruto raised an eyebrow, repeating the word, protecting, in a hushed tone. His face twisted into a grimace, as if the very idea was turning his stomach. He insisted he was not protecting him. Jiraiya snapped back, clenching his fists, but received no real answer, only Naruto's narrowed eyes filled with determination. The sage sighed, hoping to ease some of his frustration, but it did little good. He decided to try another approach. He explained the need to know every detail about that night, including the identity of the person in question. He urged Naruto to share what he knew, promising to keep it a secret. Naruto's cold response suggested he didn't want Jiraiya to know, but his pleading eyes told a different story. The sage shook off the echoing voice in his mind and sank deep into the sofa beside the wall, burying his face in his hands. He expressed his concern for Naruto's family's safety, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. He glanced at the tense teen, noticing a flicker of dread on Naruto's face. Jiraiya's horror grew as he realized Naruto might not want to save them. Naruto, filled with disbelief, questioned if he would just stand by and watch it happen again. Fury rose within him, but he managed to calm himself, folding his arms and turning away from his godfather with an unreadable expression. He warned Jiraiya not to manipulate his emotions again. Before tensions could escalate further, Minato entered the office, raising an eyebrow at the scene. His son was sulking silently, and Jiraiya looked disappointed. Minato sighed, questioning whether he wanted to know what was happening. Naruto snorted and hugged himself, while Minato's tone turned serious as he urged Naruto to join him, stating that someone was waiting for them. Naruto slowly turned, the previous strain gone from his face, though he looked pale and fragile. With a gulp, he nodded, determined to follow through. Uzumaki Kushina sat quietly on the long couch, troubled by Minato's presence beside her and the fidgeting younger blonde in the armchair opposite her. Jiraiya occupied a corner, his eyes closed, seemingly sulking. Kushina instinctively cradled her round tummy, her gaze flickering between the two blondes before settling on Naruto. She questioned why she should meditate. Naruto looked up at his father, who gave him a reassuring nod. Bracing himself, he hardened his gaze and exhaled, asking Kushina to trust him. She didn't respond, her brows furrowing in concern. After a moment, she let out a defeated sigh and closed her eyes, drifting into the state Naruto had suggested. Unbeknownst to her, he did the same. As outside noises faded away, they were replaced by a disturbing tinkling sound, reminiscent of chains. Despite not needing to, Kushina raised her head and opened her eyes, glancing at her captive and his restraints. The beast was still there, glaring at her. She noticed something odd. The fox was glaring behind her. Instinctively, she turned around, ready to attack. However, her motion was halted by an iron grip. As she recognized the man in front of her, she relaxed, and the grip on her wrist disappeared. Her eyes searched the intruders, who was focused on the QB behind her. Kushina demanded to know why he wanted to speak with her there. Uncertain eyes observed her features until she grew weary. Naruto glanced at the fox and stepped aside, his gaze unfocused. He revealed that the bijou he had been hosting was named Kurama. Kushina's brows knitted together in confusion. The QB's voice boomed, questioning if the time had come to reveal Naruto's true identity. He scanned Naruto's face with a puzzled glint, appearing somewhat amused. Naruto smiled sincerely, suggesting that secrets come with their own costs. The giant bijou remained silent, his gaze drifting to an empty spot behind Naruto. Kushina suddenly stilled, her eyes widening as the air shimmered and shifted behind him. Orange fur took shape, giant paws and sharp fangs gradually forming until a tremendous figure emerged, revealing an identical version of her captive. It happily bounced on his face, disturbing his formerly peaceful sleep. An annoyed groan escaped him as his eyelashes slowly fluttered open, and the sunlight pierced his eyes. Naruto immediately turned, covering his head with his best weapon against the sun, his pillow. However, something cold and wet soon intruded under his warm cover. Peering out from his shelter, Naruto traced the thin, black line back to the source, a toppled ink bottle. He bolted from his bed, only to land face down on the hard wooden floor. With an annoyed grunt, he slowly rose, nursing his throbbing forehead before snatching the almost empty bottle to put it back in its proper place under his night lamp. His eyebrows crinkled when he noticed something was off. He was pretty sure he hadn't switched it off, but the light bulb was definitely dark now. Scratching his head, he shrugged off the dilemma and headed into the bathroom, grabbing a towel from his chair on the way. Who cared? He had more important things to focus on. For example, breakfast. The time traveler happily munched on his early breakfast. His mother sat to his right, and his father sat opposite them. The sweet smell of freshly baked pancakes lingered in the air, filling every corner of the house and returning with increased power. His lips turned upward as the smell wafted back to him. It was as he had always imagined having a real family and enjoying breakfast together, sharing small smiles and chatting about everyday things. Then he noticed Jiraiya's face plastered against the window with a goofy smile. An annoyed grunt escaped Naruto as his godfather leaned closer to the glass, his skin touching the surface. To add to the already absurd scene, he started knocking on it continuously. A low growl bubbled up from Kushina as Minato let out a sigh, strolling to the window to let in their newest companion. Kushina hissed between clenched teeth, threateningly fingering the handle of a sharp knife as the toad summoner hopped next to her, already grabbing a dry piece of toast. Jiraiya assured her that it was important, simultaneously spraying crumbs across the table, much to Kushina's displeasure. Her grip tightened around the knife handle, something Minato noticed. To save the day or most likely Jiraiya's dignity, he stepped in. He asked Jiraiya why he was there, and the man finished his toast with a loud gulp, quenching his dry throat with a sip of coffee he had snatched from under Minato's nose. He explained that he was there to take his godson and Minato with him. Naruto demanded to know where they were going, but Jiraiya only responded with a mischievous smile. Minato glanced at his son with a raised eyebrow but received only a shrug in return. With a sigh, the Hokage rose from his seat and asked what Jiraiya wanted to do with them at that place. Jiraiya promised they would know soon but first had a little present for Naruto. He waved a dismissive hand at Minato and focused all his attention on Naruto. In the next moment, a small package appeared in front of the time traveler, wrapped in plain brown paper. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto hesitantly reached for his present. He expressed his confusion about Jiraiya's sudden generosity, recalling the summoning contract and now this gift. Jiraiya's sour smile suggested he was trying to make up for lost. Naruto eyed his silent godfather for a moment before slipping his fingers under the paper, slowly tearing it open. A blindingly colorful item momentarily dazzled him. Blinking away his surprise, he tore away the wrapping, revealing something that made his mouth drop and stung his eyes. With trembling fingers, he unfolded the package and lowered its content into his lap. Kushina leaned over her son's shoulder, curious about what it was. However, as soon as she spotted his distant expression, she retreated back to Minato's side. Naruto sat silently, but his thoughts drifted far from the heart of Konoha as he gently stroked the familiar fabric. He ran his fingers along the black side and played with the zipper, listening to the familiar noise it made. He was transported back to distant lands, recalling a small shop where he had originally received a similar-looking orange pullover. He had been no more than 14 when he first glanced at his reflection, locking his gaze on the same black pattern on both sides of the zipper. His hand clenched into a fist around the fabric as he clung to that memory, a time when he could laugh carefree. Jiraiya's disappointment showed as he remarked that Naruto didn't seem to like it. Blinking back to reality, Naruto slowly raised his head to meet Jiraiya's worried eyes. He quickly reassured him that he loved it, wrapping it around his shoulders, his previously blank expression replaced with a wide grin. He mentioned needing to find orange trousers to complete the outfit, poking at his black slacks and sending a cheeky smile to his father. Kushina raised an amazed eyebrow at the mention of orange, and in the next moment, she was next to her son, landing a smacking kiss on his cheek. She teased about what came from Konoha's yellow flash and the red-hot habanero. A small, nostalgic smile pulled at Naruto's lips as he rose and tugged on his vibrant orange attire, declaring himself Konoha's Orange Hokage. The three men silently strolled along the thin path toward the edge of the village, following the curves of the dirt road that led them toward their mysterious destination. They passed several training grounds, already far from the last numbered one. The path led them deep into the woods, under the shadows of ancient trees that had witnessed the first steps of the Shodai and even his grandfather. Naruto glanced at the back of his godfather as he led them further into the wilderness. He took a suspicious glance at a hollow tree they passed when the dead leaves rustled inside the empty shell of the once majestic oak. In the next moment, his expression softened as a small rabbit dashed across the path, sensing it was safe. Jiraiya suddenly announced that he had received news from AIM, causing both blondes to pause in their tracks. Naruto turned to face his godfather, eyes wide with surprise, while Minato raised an eyebrow at the sage, silently demanding more information. Jiraiya took his time, prolonging the moment and the tension until Naruto felt he might explode with frustration. He imagined kicking Jiraiya hard enough to send him flying, preferably into the middle of AIM or into a bathhouse filled with angry women. However, the rest of the information came with Jiraiya's next breath. Danzu is dead. Shisui is on his way to Konoha with the remnants of Root. Naruto inhaled sharply as Jiraiya continued. It seems Hanzo eliminated him due to a mysterious shinobi who disrupted an important meeting, leading to accusations of treason against Danzu and his followers. Jiraiya shot a pointed look at Naruto, who felt the urge to look away. Speaking of which, Jiraiya continued, why were you in AIM? Naruto hesitated, gathering his thoughts before meeting the demanding gazes of both men. He finally confessed that he had gone to save Yahiko and Nagato. A heavy silence followed his revelation, the sounds of nature momentarily fading as Jiraiya processed the information. But they're dead! Jiraiya exclaimed. No, they aren't, Naruto insisted, shaking his head. In my timeline, Danzu and Hanzo ambushed them during that meeting. Yahiko sacrificed himself to save the others, and that's when pain was born. Nagato lost himself. But this time they're safe. But that can't be, Jiraiya protested, his disbelief evident. Minato then asked the unspoken question, why are you so sure they're dead? Yeah, how do you know that? Naruto challenged, crossing his arms. Jiraiya remained silent, staring at the ground as he repeated, "They're dead. They died before the war ended." He finally looked up, locking eyes with Naruto. "I am a spy master. I have been since I discovered my chakra nature." Naruto furrowed his brows as Jiraiya continued, recalling his memories. "I wanted to return to AIM after the Second Shinobi War to check on them, but Hanzo was in charge, and the nation was under a heavy blockade. No one could get in or out. I didn't give up, though. I sent a toad to our hideout, but it was completely destroyed, and our markers were—" Jiraiya suddenly fell silent, clenching his teeth in frustration. "I'm an idiot." Naruto stepped closer, sensing the sage's turmoil. "What happened?" "I received a message about the deaths of 3 shinobi who fought for peace. One of them had the Rinnegan." "From who?" Minato asked, but there was a long pause before Jiraiya whispered that he had never known the sender. "And you believed it? Just like that?" Naruto snapped, reaching for Jiraiya's shoulder, but Minato's hand stopped him. The blonde glanced at his father, who shook his head, signaling him to let it go. With an annoyed grunt, Naruto stepped back, arms crossed. The 3 men fell into silence, each lost in their thoughts. Naruto cursed his godfather's naivete, Jiraiya berated himself for his foolishness, and Minato replayed the events in his mind until something clicked. "Why?" Minato's sudden question broke the silence. "Why would someone want you to believe they're dead?" Another long pause followed until Naruto's expression turned pale. "The Rinnegan," he murmured, explaining that someone wanted to separate Nagato. Madara was still watching over his own interests. "His own?" Minato echoed, confused, prompting Naruto to clarify. "Nagato's eyes aren't his own. They belong to Madara, who transplanted them into Nagato when he was young. In the future, Madara desperately wanted them back. Nagato was supposed to use a reanimation jutsu on Madara with the Rinnegan, but he was resurrected by the Edo Tensei instead. A slip in his plans. He was immortal and invulnerable, but that state wasn't enough to become the Jubi's Jinchuriki." Naruto clenched his fists, anger coursing through him. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, hoping for an explanation, but Minato shot him a knowing look that seemed to say they would discuss it later. Jiraiya nodded slowly, stepping back. Minato's brows knitted together as he processed the information. He was fortunate to understand what Naruto was discussing. It seemed that stealing his diary had been a good idea after all. Naruto's rising anger subsided as Kurama's voice broke through his thoughts, urging him to focus. "Concentrate, brat. The messenger is the only thing that matters now." It could only have been one man. Letting out a breath along with his frustration, Naruto acknowledged Kurama's point. "You're right. The messenger is the key to solving this puzzle," he mused. Madara could only have sent Zetsu. He had no one else in that timeline. "Maybe," Minato replied quietly, casting a sidelong glance at his son. No further words were exchanged as they contemplated the new revelations. They continued their journey toward their destination, grateful that it wasn't a long walk. The silence was heavy. Finally, they rounded a thick bush to find a lonely, long-forgotten training ground awaiting Naruto. No one else was around. Only the sounds of nature filled the untouched surroundings. Jiraiya walked to the center of the clearing and retrieved a small scroll from his pocket. Naruto watched his godfather's slow movements with suspicion as Jiraiya rolled the fine paper open, smoothing out the small wrinkles on the yellowish fabric. Finally, Jiraiya looked up to meet 2 pairs of questioning eyes. He asked, with a cheeky glint in his eyes, what was on their minds. His only response was 2 raised eyebrows. Naruto wrinkled his nose with a mix of displeasure and uneasiness. A single glance at the seal's design was enough for him to recognize his own handiwork, the fine strokes and the way he always curled certain characters. Memories of countless sleepless nights flooded his mind, recalling the unending practice of kanji, swirls, and symbols on every available surface. This was one of his first creations, a powerful barrier that concealed everything. No noise, scent, or trace of chakra could escape its isolation. He had crafted it to protect his people from the cursed Sharingan user. Shaking off his memories, Naruto looked at his father. They didn't need to exchange words. They both understood what would happen next. Jiraiya cleared the amused grin from his face, and with a flicker of his chakra, the barrier sprang to life around the 2 blondes, separating them from the Sannin. Naruto nodded and settled down cross-legged, his eyes fixed on the purple glow. The 2 blondes stood in the middle of the faintly purple barrier, each carefully breathing as they scrutinized one another. A gust of wind tousled Naruto's hair, tugging at his clothes, and his gaze shifted to a lone leaf that had floated into view. The autumn sun glinted off its crimson edge, and for a moment, time seemed to pause, revealing the sharp details of the leaf. The warm colors of autumn golden yellow, vibrant orange, and rich ruby red merged into one tiny, fragile leaf, embodying both the sun's vigor and serenity. Another gust of wind, a blink, and the small miracle was gone, along with his father. Naruto quickly turned, kunai in hand, ready to block an incoming attack aimed at his torso. The blades clashed with a sharp sound, and as the vibrations reached Naruto's palm, Minato had already returned to his original position, carefully observing his son. Minato furrowed his brow from the other side of the purple barrier. His scowl deepened when Naruto didn't move, sweeping his leg to gain better footing on the soft grass. In the next moment, he had to dodge a sneaky clone that burst from the ground, attempting to grab his knees. With that, chaos erupted in the clearing. Blonde clones rushed around, eager to overwhelm Minato, who desperately kicked and struck at every clone that appeared within reach. At one point, he even attempted to bite down on a clone's arm that had tried to grab him from behind. With a surge of chakra, Minato activated his technique, teleporting to the farthest point in the enclosed area. Finally able to catch his breath after delivering a well-aimed punch to a clone, he dismissed the one clinging to him. However, he had no time to rest. A lone clone charged at him, determined to distract the Kage with a flurry of punches. Minato growled disapprovingly and aimed a kunai at the clone's face, which had suddenly appeared in his hand. He grinned as the clone's blue eyes widened, hands instinctively rising to defend against the impending attack. The motion was too swift for anyone to follow, except for the attacker himself at least, he thought so. In the next heartbeat, Minato froze, his hands still gripping the kunai as it unexpectedly struck something solid, something living. Naruto let out a low growl, tightening his grip on the frozen kunai, crimson essence dripping onto the green grass beneath them. Minato narrowed his eyes, and another weapon slipped into his other hand, ignoring his son's flowing blood. Both understood that this duel would end differently than the previous ones. With a flicker of chakra, Minato reached for the marker on Naruto's back, intending to be there in an instant. However, before he could launch his attack, something unexpected happened. A surge of power rose from under Naruto's skin, halting the weapon midair and knocking it from Minato's hand. It flashed for only a fraction of a second, but it was enough to create a blinding light in Minato's vision. The Kage leaped away, creating distance between them, suspiciously eyeing his opponent. Peace is contradictory by its very nature. People long for it, speaking out to stop fighting and violence in its name. Yet, at that moment, the finest shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village were preparing to march into battle for it. The greatest irony was that peace must sometimes be protected through violence. For the sake of their future, their children, and the entire shinobi world, sometimes one must act hypocritically. Konoha envoys had spread across the elemental nations, calling shinobi into battle and asking the Kage for their champions to join the fight against a common enemy whose ultimate goal was to steal all the bijou and plunge the world into an endless illusion. Minato chose not to share more details than necessary but provided enough information for the Kage to consider his request. Strangely, the shinobi world answered the call. Fighters came from all 5 nations, not as entire armies but as the strongest warriors their lands could offer. It wasn't because Anoki had let go of his dormant hatred, but because Kitsuchi had volunteered. Nor did the Reikage overcome his stubbornness, but B was just more stubborn than him this time. The Kazekage sent a whole squad without even asking anything, hoping to repay the debt he owed to Minato and his brother. All of this was possible because of a single man. Because of the bonds he made, the friendships and alliances he had been building all over the nations during the last 11 months since Uzumaki Naruto had entered the scene. It wasn't the allied shinobi forces nor even a union, but it was a significant step toward it. For the first time since shinobi walked the earth, the great nations would fight together, not against each other for selfish goals like land, power, or resources. This time they would fight for the sake of the future kings, the children from Iw, Suna, Kumo, Kiri, and even the smaller countries. Weapons tinkled as honing stones skimmed their surfaces in the otherwise silent room under the Hokage Tower. The shinobi sharpened them to a keen edge, ready to slice through anything that stood in their way. Countless kunai slipped into pouches silently, taking their places next to hundreds of smoke, flash, and other types of bombs. At the highest floor of the tower, Naruto, Minato, Jiraiya, and Sarutobi prepared for battle in their own way, going over every small detail the time traveler could provide about Obito's abilities and strategy repeatedly. Naruto rubbed his face and let out a deep growl, which morphed into a tired sigh as fatigue overcame him. Relaying everything he could remember was pushing him beyond his limits. He had definitely been at his limits for the past few hours, balancing on the thin line between his logical and emotional mind. Recalling a past he wasn't keen to revisit felt like a kunai shoved into his heart, especially when discussing the techniques that had claimed his comrades during the war. Each detail they sought to know twisted that kunai deeper. He struggled against the memories, but the belief that this information could save their lives restrained him from shouting, "No more." Finally, Naruto reached the end of his tales regarding his last battle against Obito and shot a pleading glance at his father, who had listened with a furrowed brow. Minato examined his son's tense form until his gaze settled on Naruto's weary expression. The Kage winced and nodded, prompting Naruto to slump in the armchair like a puppet without its strings, relieved from the pressure of remembering. Jiraiya strolled to the other side of the room silently to gaze out of the window, reassuringly squeezing Naruto's shoulder as he passed by. They needed to leave B behind. Bringing another Jinchuriki into the fray was unwise. Naruto snorted in response. Octopops was a super strong shinobi, almost in sync with Yuki, and had proven to be a great asset during the war. He could take care of himself, even if he was a bit weaker now, he could still be one of their trump cards. Besides, leaving him behind would ruin the trust they had been building between their nations. Minato sighed and nodded, which made Jiraiya grimace. They would need Kakashi for this. If their Sharingan worked as a pair and they could open the same portal, they would need him to deal with Obito. But he wasn't ready yet, Jiraiya muttered with a sour tone from the far end of the room. Naruto snarled in frustration and protest, but his father was quicker. They couldn't wait until Kakashi reached that level. In Naruto's original timeline, only Kakashi had been able to follow Obito into that dimension, but here Obito was younger, slower, and inexperienced with his abilities. He was vulnerable, but so was Kakashi. Minato refused to drag him into this. They could manage without him. Naruto had told him that he was able to free Kurama from his influence, which required physical contact. Minato believed he could keep up with Obito. Naruto's only response was a weak nod, lacking the energy to even say a faint yes. The yellow flash sighed, strolled next to his son, and squeezed his shoulder encouragingly. It would be over soon, he promised. But they had to go over one more thing. Naruto glanced up at him through his bangs and slowly nodded, but only after Minato sent him a reassuring smile that charged him up a little. He needed to speak with Kurama. Naruto gathered enough chakra for a single shadow clone and released the technique. The clone's features almost instantly morphed, his canines expanded, whisker marks thickened, and the blue of his eyes turned crimson. A second later, the replica's distressed expression shifted to calm and collected, almost cold, yet still curious as it turned toward the Kage. What did he want to know? Minato took a seat on the arm of the chair next to Naruto and folded his arms. He wanted to know everything about the night Kushina died and everything about Obito and his abilities during that event. Naruto winced and squirmed deeper into the chair, but he stopped fidgeting as soon as his father leaned toward him. Their shoulders met, and the small contact and warmth immediately calmed him down. Kurama observed the exchange for a moment before answering. He wasn't entirely aware of what was happening outside while Obito controlled him, but he remembered Naruto's birth and the ceiling. However, he believed that things would not unfold the same way in this timeline due to their arrival. He could provide more information, but it would be a waste of time. What they truly needed to know was about Obito's current power, style, and techniques. That could only be achieved by inspecting the fight between Minato and Obito, between the birth and the ceiling. Unfortunately, Kurama had been busy demolishing Konoha at the time, so he hadn't actually seen any of it. The only one who could truly speak about it was Minato. The fox paused, a sly smirk spreading across his face. There was a way for Minato to obtain this information from his future version. Something cracked deep within the chamber, shaking the very core of the earth as Naruto surged through the thick dust cloud toward Obito at the far end of the cave. His mind was focused solely on the image of a limp body in the center. Everything around him stilled as he dashed past the fighting groups. Jiraiya paused mid-struggle with an underdeveloped clone, his eyes flickering to where Naruto's golden figure blurred past him. He was too slow to track the boy's movement, too slow to keep up. Before he could turn, Naruto had already passed by Killer Bee, who stood in the middle of the chamber, mouth agape as Kurama's chakra brushed against him for a fleeting moment. Unbeknownst to Naruto, someone was able to follow his movement barely, but still close behind. Minato hurtled past the Kumo Jinchuriki just a second later than his son, recognizing the stunned realization on B's face. Minato pushed more chakra into his straining muscles with a grunt, sprinting toward his son's blurring form. It had been a while since he had to push his limits, and his endurance was being tested like never before. Naruto finally breached the dust, and the thick cloud that had concealed him extinguished the golden light illuminating the entire chamber. Without that warm glow, Minato felt the weight of the ominous atmosphere pressing down on him. He reached the edge of the fog just after Naruto, and with a swift jump, he followed his son into the unknown. A flicker of chakra emerged, shrouded by the unsettling dust and debris. It felt painfully familiar yet different from what he remembered. The last time he sensed it, it was cheeky, restless, and warm. Now, Obito's chakra felt sticky, disturbing, and colder than ice. Another spike of chakra appeared, dangerously close to Obito's, but it was the opposite of his. Naruto's essence flared once more, reminding Minato of the first beam of sunshine after a long, dark storm, warm and full of life. The two life essences burst in unison, and then Minato heard a thud. Suddenly, their chakra signatures vanished, completely erased. The Kage dashed toward where he had last felt the two presences collide, only to find an empty crater. Frustration bubbled within him as he let out a growl and swept his gaze to the right, where something clattered likely to kunai. But it was gone again. He dashed to the left, where the two presences flickered back to life, and this time he caught a glint of Naruto's golden fire, feeling its warmth as he reached out to grab his son. He curled his fingers but only grasped empty air. Minato's nails dug into his fist, his arm dropping to his side in defeat. He dashed forward again, but the result was the same. With each passing second and each failed attempt, it felt less like a life-or-death battle between shinobi and more like a frantic game of tag. He wanted nothing more than to join his son's side, and he felt he was failing miserably. Fear gripped him, not for his own safety but for Naruto's reaction, as he couldn't predict what his son would do to Obito. Naruto had been shouting that he wanted to speak to him, to save him, to lead him out of the shadows, his eyes shining with determination. But in the next moment, that resolve cracked, and Minato could see the doubt seeping through. The blinding power that had erupted from Naruto frightened Minato. It was filled with rage and emotions he never thought he would associate with his son. He himself was unsure of his own feelings, but he knew one thing: he would never let Naruto sink into the pit of vengeance. Minato shook his head to clear his thoughts and concentrated. Another flare of chakra, another jump, and another failure. Minato let out a frustrated snarl, his hands blurring through the necessary hand signs, chakra swirling inside him like a tornado ready to be unleashed. He paused for the briefest moment and released it all in a single blast. The wind jutsu exploded, clearing the thick dust and debris, finally ridding him of his blindness as the air was swept clean. Minato blinked a few times to clear his vision before scanning his surroundings. The battle was nearing its end. There were significantly more clones on the ground than on their feet, with only a few left fighting, and even they were slowly being picked off. The rest could handle them. He needed to focus on finding his son. He narrowed his eyes as he searched. It was easier now that he could see. Naruto's bright golden chakra flared each time he dashed in the dim cave, leaping at Obito, but following their movements and joining his son was far more challenging than spotting him. This time, he reached for the permanent seal he had carefully crafted on Naruto's back almost a year ago, back when he was still Toraku. Free of the burdens he now carried, back when he wasn't his son from the future but his younger brother, struggling with memory loss. Minato let out a small sigh. Everything had been much simpler back then for both of them. He didn't have to worry about Kushina's and his own death, or about the downfall of the shinobi world and the rise of Madara and the Jubi. Minato shook his head to clear his mind. He had more pressing concerns at the moment. He ran through a series of hand signs and jumped high, unleashing hundreds of marked kunai onto the ground before landing softly. Then he closed his eyes, reaching for nature's energy to sharpen his senses and truly focus on his son's chakra. It flickered back and forth, disappearing and reappearing as the two bodies tore through dimensions, vanishing only to reappear a second later. This time he caught the marker. Not a complete connection, just the rhythm of the fight. But it was enough to finally join his son. A flicker of his chakra, and he was gone, only to reappear at Naruto's side. As soon as he landed, Minato immediately reached for his son, finally succeeding as he grasped the soft fabric of Naruto's sleeve, holding on as if his life depended on it. The chakra flames brushed against his skin, warming him and soothing his aching muscles. It felt similar to nature's energy, yet distinctly different. It was wild, untamed, and rough, with a density that surpassed every expectation. A Rasengan roared to life in Minato's other hand and was moved toward Obito just after he secured his hold on his son. The Uchiha let the attack pass through him and jumped backward to create some distance, landing smoothly as his body shimmered while he retreated to his dimension. Taking advantage of the brief pause in the fight, Minato raised his eyes to finally meet his son's hazy crimson gaze. He shot Naruto a disapproving look, which immediately stilled him, clearing the overwhelming rage that had dimmed the shine in his eyes. The time traveler righted himself and sheepishly scratched the back of his head, apologizing for getting carried away. Minato snorted and shook his head, acknowledging the situation. Obito mocked them from behind, his voice cold and distant. Minato quickly turned around, dragging Naruto along with him to keep their enemy in sight. Obito looked just as Naruto had described during their war council, resembling the figure Minato had seen in his future self's memories. He wore a simple black robe that obscured most of his features, but the vicious orange mask with the black flame pattern stood out. Minato clenched his jaw tightly, feeling the pressure build. Desperate to articulate his feelings of anger and disappointment, Minato opened his mouth but failed to find the words, closing it with an audible click. The boy before him was shorter than Naruto but still taller than he remembered his late student. The easygoing presence he once knew was lost, leaving nothing recognizable in the boy's chakra or posture. It was cold, distant, and arrogant, completely unfamiliar. Minato opened his mouth again, but once more found himself at a loss. He squeezed his eyes shut, hoping to dispel the growing frustration, but no relief came until he felt Naruto's gentle hand on his shoulder, giving him a light squeeze. Slowly, he pried his eyes open to face his former student. Wetting his suddenly dry lips, he managed to rasp out a single word, "Why?" Obito tilted his head in a curious, almost confused motion, repeating the word in a flat tone. Minato straightened his stance and took a step toward the Uchiha, his voice cracking as he asked why Obito hadn't come home. Obito took an unsteady step backward, his posture becoming rigid as if he had been struck. After a moment, his muscles relaxed slightly, and his previous arrogance diminished. He hesitated, chewing on his words behind the cold mask, and when he spoke, his voice was raspy with anger. He declared that he had no home, that Uchiha Obito was dead, and he was no longer that person. Naruto stepped forward, insisting that Obito was still himself and asking if he didn't remember. Obito shouted back, expressing his desire to forget and not wanting to be anyone. Minato then reminded him of his hopes and dreams, recalling how Obito had always said he would become Hokage. But Obito roared in defiance, charging toward Minato with a kunai ready to strike. Minato reacted swiftly, hurling himself to the side while still holding onto Naruto's sleeve, tossing him out of harm's way. Naruto hit the ground with a grunt but quickly sprang to his feet, ready to rejoin the fight. Minato jumped, launching a series of precise attacks, but they passed through Obito as if he were nothing but air. Naruto joined in with a roaring Rasengan, enhanced with wind and fire, glowing brilliantly like white-hot steel before being forged into the sharpest sword. He slammed it against Obito's chest, but it met no resistance, slipping through and striking the ground beneath him. One of Naruto's shadow clones appeared, sacrificing itself to intercept an attack aimed at Minato's blind spot, vanishing after being struck. The original Naruto whirled to face their opponent and launched himself at Obito. In this battle, speed was crucial, and they had the advantage. They just needed to find a way to force Obito to remain solid long enough for one of their attacks to connect. Minato glanced at his son, locking eyes for a moment before nodding as understanding flashed between them. They had discussed tactics before the battle, and now was the time to put them into action. Naruto reached into his pocket and retrieved a small piece of paper, inching closer to the fighting duo. When Minato jumped back to create space, Naruto slammed the tag onto the ground. A faint blue barrier flickered to life around Obito, electricity crackling as it danced between the barrier and his body. The energy sparked against Obito's skin, and after a moment of spasming, he stilled within the storm, his eyes darting between the two blondes with a hint of triumph. The power howled inside the barrier, which suddenly collapsed, leaving behind a faint smell of ozone and an unfazed Uchiha. Only the slight, almost invisible twitch of his right shoulder and the annoyance in his eyes indicated that he had been hit at all. Obito expressed his irritation toward Naruto while slowly moving his shoulder and testing the muscles. Suddenly, he dashed toward Naruto with the same velocity and intensity the blonde had displayed moments earlier. Naruto rolled out of the way, a half-formed Rasengan swirling in his right hand, but he was forced to halt as Zetsu emerged from the ground at his feet, momentarily disrupting his motion. In that instant, Naruto felt a twisting sensation deep inside his gut, bending his body in an unnatural way. He tried to jump, to move, but the opportunity slipped away. The dimensions around him spiraled, pulling him inside. Minato inhaled deeply and called out his son's name, rushing toward his former student. Obito followed Naruto into the other dimension with a cheeky hum. Minato froze where Obito had vanished, his mind racing to find his son's Hiratian seal. But, like in their previous game of tag, it was a lost cause. This time, they did not reappear on the other side of the cave. Obito had intentionally separated them, keeping the gates closed. A dry voice rasped next to Minato, drawing his attention to Zetsu, who was slowly emerging from the ground. This was the first time Minato faced the real creature, and it was different from what he had imagined. It resembled the other clones but was more defined and sinister. The white half of its split face grinned, while the dark half remained emotionless. Another voice chirped, contrasting the first, but was quickly silenced by the first voice's command to be quiet. Minato demanded to know where Obito had taken Naruto, but he did not wait for an answer. A kunai flickered in his hand before landing next to Zetsu. In an instant, Minato reappeared beside the stunned creature, intensifying his question with a whirling Rasengan. Zetsu twisted to the side, but the chakra ball still struck him, tearing a chunk from his side. Zetsu stumbled but managed to catch himself as he staggered backward. Minato's eyes darted to the spot where he had landed the hit, expecting to see bloody wounds but instead finding a smooth white surface beneath the torn fabric. His eyes narrowed as Zetsu straightened, the wound healing with a faint hissing sound. The lacerated edges merged until the gash was completely sealed, leaving no trace of the previous injury. Minato pressed for an answer again, raising one of his special kunai and taking a threatening step forward. Zetsu mirrored the motion backward. Zetsu remarked that Minato had ruined an extensively prepared strategy, revealing that he had observed every move. He questioned why Minato and the other shinobi were fighting together when they should have been enemies. Zetsu tilted his head, emphasizing his curiosity about Naruto's true identity. Minato mocked Zetsu, spinning one of his kunai on his finger. He offered Zetsu a choice, to answer willingly or face consequences. Naruto stumbled as he materialized in the other dimension, hitting something hard. Blinking away the sudden pain, he realized he was surrounded by cubes. He glanced around hurriedly, noting the randomly arranged cuboids. Narrowing his eyes in the darkness, he waited for his vision to adjust, but the void seemed endless. He could not enjoy the scenery undisturbed, as he had to leap out of the way to avoid one of Obito's attacks, a giant shuriken that rushed toward him and embedded itself in the ground where he had just stood. Naruto settled atop the highest cuboid, scanning for his attacker but failing to locate Obito. Narrowing his eyes, he tapped into the power that Kurama eagerly provided. His azure eyes transformed, pupils slitting into narrow vertical lines as his irises shifted through colors until settling on a brilliant golden hue. He felt a familiar nudging at the back of his head, pulling his senses toward an ominous presence that pulsed nearby. The power grew restless within him, and though he considered restraining it, he dismissed the thought. It surged under his skin, breaking through his veins, igniting a golden inferno of energy around him, flames flickering against his shoulder and blazing against his chest. Naruto let out a fierce growl from deep within. With a flicker of chakra, he surged toward Obito's hiding place. With a single swing of his chakra-enhanced arm, he demolished the unnatural formation. Dust and debris filled the air, blinding his sight but not his senses. He felt Obito slip away, settling down a few blocks away. His head felt light, and he vaguely remembered the need to breathe. He attempted to inhale deeply, but at first, nothing happened. His mouth remained closed and his chest did not move. A moment later, the world righted itself, and the stillness faded away. Muffled voices echoed around him, as if he were submerged underwater. Even the sensation on his skin was painfully familiar, an all-encompassing feeling. Something was wrapping around him, cold and scratchy, cocooning him tightly. He tried to move his mouth, but it felt bound by a hard fabric that resisted his efforts, tightening around his cheeks and throat. He attempted to draw in air, but something obstructed his mouth, blocking his windpipe. He twitched, and with a crack, a small split appeared in front of his mouth. He managed to take a breath, the air whistling as it slipped through. It provided some relief, but not enough. His mind swam, and his lungs screamed for oxygen. He jerked violently, and a harsher cracking sound followed his movement. Finally, the obstruction disappeared from his mouth. Cold air hit his exposed skin, and he tore his lips apart, his chest expanding as he gasped for breath. However, the attempt ended in a fit of coughs, his body still desperate for oxygen. He tried again, this time succeeding, but his throat felt parched. He could almost feel the dust in the air as it rushed into his lungs. He jerked again, and something cracked around him. More of his skin became exposed to the frigid air, and with each movement, something began to peel away from his body. Another violent jolt caused something to break above him. Gravity pulled him down with full force, and he collided with the hard ground, knocking the breath out of him. He braced himself and took another slow breath of the icy air, feeling it rasp against his insides as it filled his chest, chilling his already cool body. His back pressed against the hard surface beneath him, and he shivered at the sensation, letting out a groan as he tried to arch away from it. The sharp sensation lingered for 2 more breaths before fading into an itching feeling at the back of his throat. Finally, he gathered the energy to open his eyes, but all he could see was a foggy image with abstract shapes. There was something blue, spotted with white blobs, and a warm golden spot at the edge of his vision. He attempted to rub his eyes, but all he managed was a weak twitch of his arm and a jerk of his head. His body ached, not from pain but from an overwhelming numbness and cold. His limbs felt sluggish, mirroring his brain. Something fell onto his face when he moved again, and he instinctively tilted his head toward the warmth, craving it. A dark silhouette loomed above him, blocking the calming blue and the warm golden rays. He blinked again, trying to focus, but it was futile. All he achieved was another wave of dizziness and a shiver. A grunt escaped his rattling teeth as he twitched again, turning his head to the side, trying to escape the cold shadow that stole the sun's warmth. He finally succeeded, bathing his face in the warm sunlight. His moment of pleasure was short-lived. The shadow returned, now even larger. He felt a touch on him. The fingers were warm and soft against his skin at first, but then they hardened, wrapping around his throat. They lifted him from the cold ground until only the tips of his toes skimmed the surface. Not that he had the strength to stand even if he had the chance. But at least the icy ground was gone, and his back was now warmed by the sunlight, gradually dispelling some of the numbness. Sensation returned first to his fingertips, then to his arms, until it finally reached his chest. Whatever relief came was muted by the firm grip around his neck, even feeling the steady heartbeat of his captor. The pressure on his windpipe was strong, yet loose enough to allow air in. The next moment, it tightened. He blinked, raised a trembling arm, and grasped the hand holding him up. With a willpower beyond human, he forced his mind to clear, shaking his head to dispel the haze. His brain froze at the sight before him, then sped up, leaving him dizzy for a moment before settling into clarity. His eyes locked with swirling crimson, lacking the usual threatening edge. Instead, they shone with intense amusement and curiosity. Uchiha Madara tilted his head, lost in thought as he observed the shinobi hanging limply in his grasp. He tightened his fingers experimentally, and Naruto's other hand instinctively clawed at the iron grip. Half-numb fingers desperately tried to slip between his neck and the hand, but the attempt was in vain. Madara turned Naruto's head from side to side, watching his reaction until the blonde's breathing quickened, becoming harsh as he struggled to force air into his lungs through the gap. Madara paused, considering his next words, his eyes locked with Naruto's dimming but still defiant azure gaze. He finally spoke, noting the unexpected nature of the situation. He held the gaze for a silent moment, focusing on Naruto until the blonde let out a whistling breath. Gradually, both of Naruto's arms lost their strength, slipping down to hang limply at his sides, a movement that Madara observed closely. Suddenly, Madara released his grip, allowing Naruto to fall and crumble onto the ground before stepping back from the panting, coughing blonde. Naruto finally caught his breath. His mind was surprisingly calm, not peaceful but empty, still struggling to process the events that had transpired. He let out a soothing breath, closed his eyes, but immediately opened them again when he saw Minato's face, etched with worry in his last moments. With a sudden movement, he attempted to escape the sight and rolled onto his side, unconsciously squeezing his eyes shut once again. It did not help. Kushina replaced Minato in his mind, followed by Jiraiya's last smile, then Kakashi, Sandaime, the Kage, and so on, until his thoughts settled on the softly smiling faces of his father and mother. A harsh, thunderous roar echoed through the air, shaking the rocks and churning the shallow water with its force. Massive ivory claws, larger than houses, shot upward, ready to strike down where a woman with flaming red hair lay helpless. Just before the claws could reach her, a flash of gold appeared in front of her, snatching her away from certain doom. Time seemed to slow as Minato grabbed his exhausted wife's shoulder, his fingers digging into her flesh as he lifted her off the ground. He looked up at the approaching claws, noting their rough surface and the deep scars that marred them, each gash more profound than his own head, the tips still sharp. Chakra surged within him, and he was about to teleport away when another flash of gold caught his attention. He realized that the enormous claws had halted just moments before they would have struck them both. He blinked, glancing down at his wife and then up at the blazing silhouette that had appeared before him. It was a young man with hair that moved like fire, his entire body enveloped in golden light, a coat of the same brilliant gold draped over his shoulder. Minato blinked again, slowly comprehending that this was pure chakra, denser than anything he could imagine. The young man was holding back the Kyuubi's fury with a single raised arm. With a slight movement of his hand, the Kyuubi was forced back, its massive form carving a path through the landscape, devastating miles of thick woods. The demon sprang back to its feet in an instant, but then, to Minato's astonishment, the ground flashed gold beneath the fox, freezing it in place. The stranger raised a finger and shook it as if scolding the Kyuubi for misbehavior. He commanded it to settle down, and Minato watched in awe as several giant torii gates appeared, slamming against the Kyuubi and pinning its limbs, the ground trembling as its body was forced down. The stranger then spoke, urging the fox to awaken. With a flick of his fingers and another flash of gold beneath the bijou, the fiery red glow in the fox's eyes dimmed, and the overwhelming aura of killing intent surrounding it paused, as if confused. The swirling tomos in its pupils slowed and faded away. The fox blinked, its eyes widening in surprise before locking onto the stranger. It snarled and thrashed against its bindings, but the seal held firm. After one more futile attempt, the fox relented. The stranger turned to face Minato and Kushina, muttering about returning to business. Minato observed him with suspicion. The young man bore thick whisker-like markings on his cheeks, and his eyes, now a clear azure, were framed by red coloring that hinted at his connection to nature chakra, marking him as a genuine sage. The boy shifted nervously under Minato's scrutiny but soon steadied himself, offering a wide grin to both Minato and Kushina. The red markings around his eyes faded, and the golden flames that had surrounded him flickered and gradually died down, leaving only a single golden flame swirling lazily on his shoulder. Minato took a moment to assess him. The young man appeared to be around 18, with spiky blonde hair. The strange marks on his cheeks had not completely vanished but had faded into thin lines. He wore a familiar cloak adorned with black flame patterns over an orange and black jumpsuit. To Minato's shock, the insignia of Konoha was proudly displayed on the boy's forehead protector. He furrowed his brow, certain he had never seen him before. The boy shifted his hands, and Minato's gaze darted toward the small motion in alarm. He held a small, white bundle in one hand, which stirred, and a displeased cry echoed through the air, resonating against the cliffs. The boy glanced down and began to soothe the small bundle, gently murmuring into the soft fabric. Kushina stiffened, her eyes widening in horrified realization. She let out a choked sound, shoved Minato's arm away, and lunged forward in desperation, demanding the boy return her child. For a moment, Minato's breath caught in his throat as he struggled to comprehend the situation. But then understanding dawned, igniting a burning resolve within him. He sprang into action, gripping one of his kunai in a reverse hold. In the blink of an eye, he was next to the boy, slamming his weapon toward him, who clumsily jumped back to evade the attack. The stranger's voice was surprised and slightly irritated as he called out to Minato. The kunai glinted again, slicing through empty air and forcing the boy to jump back once more. Minato demanded the boy return his son, each word laced with fury. He aimed his weapon carefully, avoiding any harm to the infant. The boy leaped above Minato and landed gracefully beside Kushina, holding out one hand defensively. This proved to be a mistake, as Kushina did not hesitate. Despite the recent birth and her separation from the Kyuubi, she lunged forward, reaching for her baby in the boy's grasp, but he sidestepped to avoid her. The boy shouted for calm, insisting he would not harm the child. Minato paused, his chest heaving as he gripped the kunai tightly, his knuckles turning white. They stared at each other, anticipation crackling in the air. The boy remained unarmed, his chakra restless, but he showed no signs of aggression. Minato's muscles tensed, preparing to leap again when the boy slowly crouched down in front of Kushina, still keeping his hand raised to ward off any attacks. Finally, Minato's gaze returned to the baby, then to Kushina, and a rush of adrenaline surged through him when the boy shifted Naruto in his arm. The stranger noticed and halted his movement, unmistakable annoyance crossing his features. He assured Minato that he would not harm the child. The boy remained still until Minato slowly nodded, his eyes sharp and chakra coiled tightly within him, ready for any sign of danger. After a moment of observation, the boy carefully handed the small bundle to Kushina. She let out a relieved sob as her arms enveloped her newborn son. The boy raised his hands above his head, demonstrating a gesture of peace. Minato remained tense, his gaze shifting between his wife, the stranger, and his son. Once he confirmed that Naruto was unharmed, he turned his attention back to the boy. The boy gestured towards Kushina, stating that if she did not receive help, she would not survive. Minato contemplated the offer, narrowing his eyes before nodding once. He tensed as the stranger moved to touch Kushina, who flinched at the contact. Her eyes widened in surprise as a surge of chakra flowed into her, revitalizing her energy. Kushina blinked in astonishment and slowly sat up, still cradling her baby. The boy reassured her that the energy would help heal the damage from the extraction, reminding her that as an Uzumaki, she would recover quickly. He offered her an encouraging smile and straightened himself. Minato allowed himself to relax slightly, though he remained ready for action. He directed a stern question at the stranger, demanding to know who he was. The boy tilted his head, glancing at Minato and then at the QB in the background, a wide grin spreading across his face. However, his expression shifted as he seemed to sense something, his muscles tensing and his eyes darkening. He turned away, ignoring Minato's question, as a small flame on his shoulder flickered and grew, enveloping him in a golden cloak once more. He declared that the Moon's Eye plan would not succeed. Minato narrowed his eyes, searching the shadows for the presence the boy spoke of. After a tense moment, a crimson light emerged, revealing a pale gray mask adorned with a black tiger pattern, its single eye hole glowing with the sinister red of a Sharingan. As the figure stepped into view, Minato's anger flared. The masked man tilted his head, observing the boy with his brilliant red eye. They stared at each other for a long moment before the man acknowledged the boy's power, noting that he had freed the Nine Tails and subdued it. He asked for the boy's identity. Minato glanced between the boy and the newcomer, realizing that the boy had saved Kushina while the masked man had sought to harm her. A muscle in his stomach tightened as he instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of his wife, standing shoulder to shoulder with the boy. It was a decision made without hesitation, though it was undoubtedly risky. The boy shot a sidelong glance at Minato before addressing the masked man, accusing him of being misled by a foolish plan. He asserted that Madara had lied, claiming that the Moon's Eye plan would enslave the world rather than bring true peace. Minato was taken aback by the mention of Madara, questioning how he could still be alive when he had been thought dead for decades. The boy clarified that Madara had indeed died of old age less than a year ago, challenging the masked man on his identity. The masked man, now referred to as Toby, demanded to know who the boy was. The boy replied that he was there to save Toby, prompting confusion from both Minato and Toby. The boy explained that he was there to save Toby from himself, suggesting that it was not too late for him to break free from being a tool of destruction. Toby's anger flared as he insisted he was a savior, destined to bring peace to the world. The boy countered, asserting that Toby was merely escaping reality and that his actions would not bring back what he had lost. He urged Toby to reconsider before more blood was shed. Toby's frustration boiled over as he shouted about his loss, but the boy remained calm, asserting that Toby still had people who cared for him and for the memory of those he had lost. He warned that idolizing an idealized version of someone would ultimately erase their true memory. As Toby continued to express his rage, the boy maintained his composure, offering to show Toby the consequences of his actions and what he would become if he persisted on his current path. Minato sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra within the boy, an immense power that dwarfed his own reserves and felt closer to that of a tailed beast than a human. Yet, no technique was unleashed, no hand signs were formed. The chakra remained coiled within the boy, waiting for a command to be set free. Minato moved closer to his family, his gaze still locked on the masked man. Toby scoffed dismissively, claiming that whatever the boy intended to show would be mere illusion, asserting that his eye was sharper and could see more than anyone else's. The boy chuckled bitterly, recalling a similar sentiment he had heard from a blind Uchiha, someone consumed by vengeance and hate. This individual had ultimately sacrificed his life for the boy, for the world, in pursuit of true peace. A bittersweet smile crossed his face as he shook his head slowly, then raised his eyes once more, asking if Toby wanted to see. Toby narrowed his eye and raised his arms in a threatening manner, ready for a jutsu. The boy's expression turned grim as he declared that refusing to see was not an option. In an instant, Minato blinked, and the boy vanished, moving faster than he could track. He reappeared directly in front of Toby, touching his forehead gently at the line between his hair and mask. Minato felt the chakra the boy had gathered release in a powerful wave, directed straight at the masked man. Time seemed to freeze around them. Kushina murmured Minato's name softly, her warm hand gripping his trousers. He glanced down to see her wide-eyed, their infant son cradled in her arms, seemingly asleep. Chakra surged again, and Minato turned back, but none of them moved. The Kage narrowed his eyes and took a cautious step toward the two, feeling Kushina's hand slip down his leg. In the next moment, the boy dropped his arm, causing Toby to stagger backward, his visible eye wide with shock as he glanced from the boy to the bundle in Kushina's arms. Minato instinctively positioned himself between his wife and the masked man, becoming a protective barrier for his family. Toby's arm trembled as he reached for his temple, his gaze darting between Minato, Kushina, and the boy, finally settling back on the blonde boy. He stammered, questioning what the boy was and what he had done. The boy's expression shifted from grim to determined as he responded, noting that Toby's reaction was rude. He then asked if Toby liked what he had seen. Toby took a menacing step forward, fists clenched and chest heaving, insisting that it had all been an illusion, that no one possessed such power. The boy tilted his head, challenging Toby's belief. He asked if Toby had felt what he had felt, if his strongest genjutsu could evoke such emotions. Toby froze, and the boy continued, revealing that he had condensed his entire life into that moment. He questioned if Toby could feel the pain he had caused, the destruction and chaos left in his wake, the countless lives lost in the name of peace. His words were heavy, yet his tone remained calm and compassionate. Toby, struggling to comprehend, asked why the boy had shown him that. The boy expressed his belief that he could still save Toby, that he was not as lost as he once was. He took a tentative step closer, urging Toby to become the savior he believed himself to be, to accept reality and the losses he had endured. He explained that this acceptance was the only way to keep her memory alive, rather than hiding in a dream world. Toby hesitated, his eyes softening momentarily as he pleaded for the boy to go back and save her if he truly had the power. The boy's voice turned sorrowful as he explained that he was limited by his own existence, unable to go back in time to save her, Yahiko, or even Toby himself from meeting Madara. However, he insisted that he could still save Toby in the present, before he fell deeper into darkness. He believed that forgiveness was still possible, that Toby could still become a hero. Minato, filled with anger, felt his patience fraying. Toby had nearly harmed Kushina, threatened their newborn son, and caused the deaths of those who had protected them during the birth. Yet here was the boy, speaking of forgiveness. What was he talking about? Minato's eyes were fixed in a glacial stare as he confronted the masked man. He demanded to know if the boy understood how many lives had been lost that day. As he stepped forward, determined to end the confrontation, the young boy raised a hand to stop him. He acknowledged the gravity of the situation but asked Minato not to interfere. Minato shot a disapproving glare at the boy, pushing his arm away, but not before a tiny seal marked the boy's skin. He growled that the masked man was no hero and never would be. To Minato's surprise, the Uchiha flinched, his eyes darting nervously. Minato could see the regret and hurt reflected in the boy's dark eyes. The masked man took a hesitant step back, retreating until he reached one of the massive rocks. The boy glanced at his arm, then knowingly at Minato and winked. Suddenly, he froze as a golden flame flickered on his shoulder. He narrowed his eyes and called out into the empty space. A shadow stirred beneath the surface of the shallow water, and a strange creature emerged from the cliff beside the masked man. It had a human shape, but one half was dark as night while the other was sickly pale. Its plant-like appendages reminded Minato of a Venus flytrap. The creature assessed the situation, glancing between the Uchiha and the small group, before slowly nodding. It suggested retreating, stating they had no chance against the masked man, especially with the QB under his influence. They could regroup later. The boy clicked his tongue in clear disagreement. He insisted he couldn't let them leave and reminded the masked man that it was rude to interrupt when someone was still speaking. A cheeky grin spread across his face as he addressed the creature. The creature, confused by the boy's words, tilted its head. The boy's playful demeanor shifted to seriousness as he turned back to the Uchiha, demanding an answer. The masked man hesitated, glancing at his unusual companion, who remained focused on the boy. The creature warned him not to let the boy manipulate him, emphasizing that true peace was within reach. The boy scoffed at the idea of manipulation, then turned serious as he confronted the Uchiha. He pointed out that the masked man had been imprisoned for months, struggling to escape, only to find himself free at a suspiciously convenient time. He questioned why the former Uchiha leader, who had faked his own death and despised his clan, would suddenly become sentimental and help him. He suggested that the masked man had been used as a mere tool, a pawn in someone else's game. The boy extended his hand, waiting for the Uchiha to accept it, claiming he could save him from that fate. The creature, Zetsu, expressed displeasure as it reminded the Uchiha of their shared goal, a world where everyone could be happy, where he could see and touch her again. It knew he still dreamed of her and called for her in his sleep. A long silence followed as the boy took a shaky breath. Toby, the masked man, took a hesitant step forward, then another, growing more confident until they stood face to face. Minato's muscles tensed, and a kunai appeared in his hand. The boy remained in place, hands still raised. Was it naivety, confidence, or perhaps foolishness? Minato couldn't tell, but he sensed that something was about to happen, whether good or bad. It was inevitable. The Uchiha slowly raised his hand and grasped the boy's, his grip initially loose before a snarl escaped from behind the mask. The crimson-red pinwheel in his eye whirled with sudden rage, and his hold tightened, causing the boy to wince in surprise. Minato tightened his grip on the kunai, prepared to strike, but wooden vines erupted from the ground, forcing him to leap back. He retreated to his wife, kunai still raised. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the masked man snarling as he yanked the boy closer. 3 golden clones appeared, one rushing toward Zetsu to engage him in battle, another settling beside Minato and Kushina, watching the situation with concern. The 3rd clone moved to assist his original but suddenly froze, then turned and dashed into the woods. The original let out a frustrated snarl, wondering where the clone was going, but received no answer. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. A kunai flew toward the original's neck, and he yelped in surprise but quickly caught it, gripping the hand that held it tightly. He remained still, his fingers wrapped around the Uchiha's, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto the crimson pinwheel, which glimmered with annoyance. The boy spoke softly, acknowledging their shared experiences. He understood the pain of loss and loneliness that haunted the Uchiha. He recognized that the Uchiha once aspired to be Hokage, to be acknowledged. The boy took a deep breath, then his expression hardened as he confronted the Uchiha about his current state. The Uchiha demanded to be released, pulling his arm in an attempt to free himself, but the boy held on firmly, leaning in closer. He declared that no one, not even those dear to the Uchiha, would ever endorse the madness he was pursuing. He accused him of abandoning everything and running away, actions unworthy of a true Kage. Finally, the boy loosened his grip, allowing Toby to slip away and leap backward. Toby nursed one of his joints, his posture revealing a hint of unsteadiness and doubt, not anger or hatred, but uncertainty. Though it was subtle, Minato recognized that the boy had achieved something significant. He hadn't shattered Toby's convictions but had managed to shake their foundation. With a little more effort, it might all come crashing down. Toby narrowed his eye beneath the mask, asserting that he was doing what a Kage should do, but with the courage to go further. He claimed that a Kage's goal was to bring peace to their village, and he was striving for peace across the entire shinobi world by erasing pain with the infinite Tsukuyomi. The boy frowned, his disapproval evident. He argued that a true Kage would never resort to such shortcuts. A real Kage would face adversity head-on, enduring pain and guiding everyone toward genuine peace, rather than escaping into a dream world. A clone joined the boy's side, interrupting the conversation, holding a small open scroll. Minato followed the clone's gaze and saw Zetsu struggling against the inky blackness that bound him. Most of his white half was obscured by a dark pattern, connected to the scroll by a thin line. The clone channeled more chakra into the seal, causing the line to twitch and pull Zetsu's bound form toward the container seal with renewed strength. The boy pointed at Zetsu, urging him to ask how they knew she was in trouble, why he never helped her, and why he had lured them out. Zetsu thrashed violently against the bindings, but it was futile. For every string he broke, 2 more would ensnare him, holding him in place. He stilled, glancing at the masked man, waiting for a response as if expecting assistance like before. But Toby hesitated, remaining motionless. They exchanged glances, the crimson eye reflecting newfound suspicion. Toby tilted his head, breaking the silence with a question. Zetsu's voice was raspy, cutting through the stillness as he warned against believing the words of their enemy, who stood against their goals. He cautioned that if Tobi faltered he would never see her again. The Uchiha remained silent, observing as Zetsu was pulled closer to the seal. He then shifted his gaze to Minato. Zetsu narrowed his eyes at Tobi, who was focused solely on Minato and the boy. The black and white face displayed a frown as it searched for something in Tobi's form. Upon finding it, Zetsu sighed in disappointment. He had anticipated this moment but expected it to occur decades later. The black half of him flinched, almost like a second skin, as it melted away from the still white carrier and slithered toward the Uchiha. Tobi stepped back in surprise, but it was too late. The darkness lunged at him with a loud splash. He cried out, not in pain, but in horror, stumbling backward as the blackness enveloped half of his body, wrapping around him like something from a nightmare. Black strings sprang to life, piercing through his skin while everyone else stood motionless. Only the boy's eyes widened as Tobi howled, the twines burrowing into his chakra coils. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head, with only his harsh breathing and low whimpers breaking the silence. Minato glanced at the stunned clone and his wife before jumping forward alongside the boy. The boy landed, his chest heaving with worry as he cautiously approached the hunched figure. Minato narrowed his eyes and placed an arm against the boy's chest to prevent him from getting too close. At that moment, Tobi shook himself and awkwardly straightened, as if an unseen weight was pulling down one side of his body. When he finally raised his head, the boy's eyes widened. Tobi's face was still hidden behind his mask, but the visible eye lacked awareness. It was blank, foggy, and lifeless. Minato exhaled, his voice unsteady as he took a step back, his arms slipping from the boy's chest. He wondered what had happened to Tobi. The boy clenched his fists, demanding to know what had been done to Tobi. Zetsu's raspy voice echoed in the clearing, declaring that Tobi was no longer present, that his body now belonged to Zetsu, who was the will of Madara. Zetsu proclaimed that he would eliminate anyone who stood in his way, including Minato and the boy. He grinned, revealing that the Moon's Eye plan would succeed with or without Tobi, as Madara only needed his body. Zetsu's borrowed mouth froze, and his hand trembled slightly. Zetsu snarled, questioning how Tobi was able to resist. Tobi, with sharpened eyes, flung himself toward the boy, urging him to act quickly. The boy hesitated, expressing his reluctance to let things unfold this way, but he retrieved a small scroll from his pouch. Tobi insisted that the boy act now, or else face dire consequences. Just then, Tobi's presence faded again, his eyes dimming. The body lunged at the boy, who jumped back to avoid the attack. The boy shouted for Tobi to regain control as Tobi launched at him once more, then froze, Zetsu's dark form flinching before suddenly melting away. The darkness snaked through the shallow water, turning sharply to lunge at Minato. Just as he prepared to release the chakra he had gathered, a sharp pain shot through his leg. He looked down in shock to see one of Zetsu's tendrils piercing through him. Grabbing a kunai from his pouch, he raised it against the approaching black entity. Minato had no time to react. A figure appeared between him and the attack. Zetsu pierced through Tobi's chest, expanding from his body, stopping just short of skewering him. Without hesitation, Minato summoned a Rasengan between his fingers and moved it forward while spinning around Tobi, hitting the black mass with a loud sound. In a flash of gold, the boy appeared next to him, the long scroll flipping behind him. Minato glanced down at the intricate pattern, recognizing it as a type of container seal, similar to one the boy had used before. Golden chakra flared, and the seal pulsed like a beating heart. The ink leaped from the paper like distilled light given form as Zetsu emerged from the pierced chest, tearing out from Minato's leg in the same motion. The golden ink whirled around Zetsu, ensnaring it entirely and drawing it back into the paper with a frustrated wail, causing the seal to swirl closed. The seal tag emitted a thin line of smoke, and then everything fell silent. Minato grunted in pain, immediately grabbing his injured leg. He heard the shallow water splashing around him as the Uchiha fell to his knees beside him, one hand gripping Minato's white coat for support. Minato shook it off, flinching several steps back, eyes wide with surprise. He swept his coat where the Uchiha had touched it, as if the contact was infectious, but recoiled in disgust when his fingers brushed something wet. He raised his hand, fingertips stained red from blood that was not his own. His own blood trickled slowly along his shin, uncomfortably sticky yet still warm as it pooled between his cold toes. His gaze wandered down his coat, dimly noting the crimson stain where the Uchiha had touched him. Minato stared into the lonely eye, holding the contact for a long, unnerving second before his gaze shifted to the lacerated chest. It heaved uncontrollably, oozing thick blood that spilled into the already dark water. A gurgle echoed, and Minato raised his head toward it, staring into an eye flitting between black and crimson. It finally settled on Ebony after the Sharingan flared one last time, and the figure stumbled into the shallow water. The Kage was pushed over as the boy rushed to the prone Uchiha. The golden flames that had surrounded him vanished, revealing his real clothes underneath. The boy mumbled that it shouldn't end like this as he collapsed on his knees next to Toby. It was okay, Toby said as he would finally see her again. Shaking hands reached out to grasp the worn fabric of the stranger's cloak, one visible dark eye watching back pleadingly from behind the cracked mask. He urged the boy not to let them know, his voice weak, barely above a whisper, but the boy nodded in understanding. He would not let them know. The obsidian eye shone once more with gratitude before its inner light faded, and the man was gone. The boy let out a sigh and slowly straightened himself, taking a step back. In the next moment, his chakra flared again, hands dancing through a series of hand signs, and the corpse was engulfed in flames, the fire consuming the evidence of his existence in mere seconds. By the time the flames died out, only fine black ash remained. The boy let out a weary sigh and ran his hands through his hair before turning to face the Hokage. There was a small rustle behind Minato. He didn't need to turn around to know that Kushina had finally gathered the strength to stumble next to them with the help of the clone that had been guarding her. He turned anyway, folding his arm around Kushina's waist when she faltered. The clone, satisfied that Kushina would not fall, gave her a reassuring nod before disappearing. The boy observed them for a moment, a warm smile replacing the sadness on his face when his eyes fell upon the small, crying bundle in Kushina's caring arms. He took a hesitant step toward them but stopped at Minato's stern voice demanding an explanation. He wanted to know who they were. The boy's expression soured as he explained that Zetsu was a clone of Uchiha Madara. As for the man in the mask, he may have been misled, but in the end, he was a hero. Minato stared in disbelief and anger, questioning how he could be considered a hero after killing people from his own village. He expressed his outrage over Toby's actions, which had left Kushina in danger and threatened his family. The boy tiredly closed his eyes and opened them again, affirming that despite everything, Toby was a hero. With his last actions, he saved countless lives and should be allowed to rest as such. A sad smile appeared on the boy's face, but he was silenced by Minato's demanding gaze. Minato pressed for the boy's identity, pushing all of his authority into the question. The boy blinked, contemplating how to answer, then shrugged carelessly as a wide smile spread across his face. He introduced himself as Konoha's #1 unpredictable hyperactive knucklehead ninja, the one and only Uzumaki Naruto, the Rokudaime Hokage, the previous Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and the current Jinchuriki of all the others. He pointed toward the bundle in Kushina's arms, revealing that he was her son. His only answer was silence and a raised eyebrow from the fourth Hokage. The boy's wide smile faltered into a sheepish grin as he scratched the back of his head awkwardly, clearly unsure of what to say next. Minato held his hand in front of Kushina, who tried to step forward. The Kage narrowed his eyes, deciding to humor the boy for the moment. He asked how it all happened. The boy blinked, as if he hadn't expected the chance to explain himself. He folded his arms in front of his chest and tapped his chin. He began to recount the chaos that had unfolded. Everything had spiraled out of control with a war against a zombie army. Then there was the 10-tailed monster, a resurrected Uchiha clan head with an evil plan, and the entire mess of sealing them away. He had been caught in a genjutsu by the Uchiha, forced to relive a year with Minato and Kushina, compressed into mere minutes in the real world. But he had finally broken free, defeated Uchiha Madara with a sealing technique, and then encountered a strange elder with the Rinnegan. This elder had sealed all the bijus inside him, and with their help, he had traveled back in time to prevent the chaos from happening in the first place. He took a breath and glanced up at Minato, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. It was a lot to take in. Minato observed the young man in front of him silently, his guarded expression revealing nothing. He repeated the boy's claims. A 10-tailed monster, zombies, time travel. The boy shrugged helplessly, prompting Minato to burst out in laughter. All the stress and tension he had been holding on to exploded from him, earning a confused look from Kushina and an indignant pout from the boy. The boy demanded to know what was so funny, crossing his arms and turning slightly away. Minato's face reflected sheer disbelief, but he couldn't ignore the sudden shift in the boy's demeanor. One moment he had exuded a serious air of power, and the next he sulked like a child. Minato finally composed himself and shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. He chuckled, unable to believe the boy's story. It was simply unbelievable. The boy's pout deepened, but then it transformed into a wide grin. He challenged Minato's disbelief, offering to show him. He mentioned having a memory transfer technique similar to Inoichi's, which he had learned from Ino's mind barrier. Minato frowned, but Kushina could no longer hold back and stepped forward. She recalled how, when he had healed her, she had felt the Kyuubi's chakra within him. He had given her the Kyuubi's chakra. The boy nodded with a small smile, tapping his abdomen just above his navel. He confirmed that Kurama was sealed inside him along with the other 8 bijou. Kushina tilted her head, her eyes shining with curiosity and confusion. She asked about Kurama. The boy confirmed that Kurama was indeed his name, nodding as if they were discussing the weather. Kushina expressed her surprise that the creature had a name. The boy's eyes narrowed slightly, though not in hostility. He clarified that Kurama was male and that all 9 bijou had names. He raised his hands and counted off the bijou: Shikage, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Saiken, Chomei, Gyuki, and finally Kurama as the 9 tails. They stared at each other for a moment, and the boy watched with concern as Kushina visibly steadied herself, swaying slightly on her feet. Minato reached out to steady her, but she brushed off his hand and walked toward the boy, stopping just a few feet away. Her gaze shifted down to the sleepy face of her newborn son, taking in his tiny features and the whisker marks on his chubby cheeks. Naruto hadn't moved, but his mouth had curved into a smile. Kushina hesitantly raised her hand, her graceful fingers slowly reaching toward the boy's whisker-marked cheeks. As soon as she made contact, the boy closed his eyes, the tension in his shoulders easing. Minato watched the exchange with wide eyes, feeling a slight tension in his own shoulders as the boy gently took Kushina's small hand and pressed it against his cheek, leaning into her palm. Kushina's voice was warm, reminiscent of the first sunbeams on a cold morning, as she asked if he was really Naruto. The boy parted his lips, his voice almost failing him. It wasn't quite a whisper, but it was close. He affirmed that he was indeed Naruto. They remained in that moment, and after a while, the boy's breathing became irregular, his cheeks glistening in the faint moonlight. Kushina squeezed his hand, concerned about his tears. She wondered why he was crying. The boy struggled to speak, overwhelmed with emotion. He expressed his happiness, stating that he had succeeded and that she was truly there with him, not just a figment of his imagination. Kushina teased him, reminding him of his tendency for dramatics. Suddenly, a new voice interrupted, belonging to one of the boy's remaining clones. This clone stood with arms crossed, looking similar to the others but with noticeable differences. His eyes were a striking crimson, and the whisker marks on his face were darker, giving him a more wild appearance. His grin revealed sharp teeth that seemed almost predatory. The boy quickly wiped his tears away, expressing his annoyance at the clone's timing and urging Kurama to stop possessing his clones. When he received no response, he rolled his eyes and approached the clone, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Despite the boy's familiarity, both Minato and Kushina tensed at the sight. The clone shared the same name as the legendary beast, Kurama. The boy introduced Kurama to his parents, calling him the almighty 9-tailed demon fox. Kurama rolled his eyes in irritation, shaking off the boy's arm, insisting he didn't like being touched. The boy chuckled, reminding Kurama that he was using his clone, which meant he could touch himself whenever he wanted. Kurama shot him a pointed look, his expression shifting to one of disgust, prompting the boy to retract his statement, flushing slightly. He cleared his throat and inquired about Kurama's absence and the reason for taking over his clone. With a sly grin, Kurama mentioned he had business to attend to with the boy's master. The boy narrowed his eyes, ready to respond, but suddenly froze, his mouth agape. Minato stepped closer, concern etched on his face, but halted when the boy jerked and fell to his knees. Chakra surged around him, then vanished just as quickly. He gasped out that the other bijou were gone, clutching his jacket tightly over his stomach as if his life depended on it. Minato quickly supported him back to his feet, realizing the clone had disappeared as the boy's grip on the technique faltered. The boy clutched Minato's arm, fearing for the seal on Kurama. A thunderous roar echoed between the cliffs, causing the boy to turn his head sharply. He realized that time was running out. Kurama was free. His hands moved swiftly through a series of hand signs, but before he could complete his technique, glowing golden chakra chains erupted from Kushina, wrapping around the 9-tailed fox. She grunted as she pulled the chains tight, forcing the fox to the ground. With determination, she handed the newborn to Minato, urging him to close her seal again. The boy shook his head vigorously, stepping in front of Kushina. He warned her that her body couldn't withstand another shock and that he couldn't heal her as he had before. He insisted that Kurama needed a different vessel. Minato's gaze fell on the crying bundle in his arms, his heart feeling heavy with dread. He couldn't accept the reality of the situation. The boy pleaded with his father, stating that there was no other way. He reminded Minato that they both understood what needed to be done to stop Kurama. Minato opened his mouth to respond but quickly closed it, his eyes glazing over as he looked into the distance, searching for a way out of this nightmare. He managed to voice a desperate plea, hoping for an alternative solution. The boy shook his head in resignation, explaining that returning to the past and sealing Kurama had drained much of his energy. With the other Bijugan, he knew he had to act. He urged Minato to let him create the seal. Kurama let out a fearsome roar, breaking free momentarily and striking the side of a mountain with a single blow. Kushina cried out in despair as she sent out another chain to restrain the fox, while Minato hesitated, still struggling to believe the boy's claims. The boy clicked his tongue in annoyance, expressing his frustration with the situation. He pointed out that Minato was just as stubborn as he had been in the genjutsu and urged him to believe in him. Minato's eyes widened in disbelief as a furious roar echoed through the air. Golden flames surrounded the boy once more, and he turned back to Minato, his voice filled with urgency. They were running out of time, and he pleaded with his father to trust him. Minato took an unconscious step forward, the small baby in his arms beginning to wail. He grappled with the boy's request, questioning how he could be called a father while being asked to sacrifice his own life. As the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure, he felt it was his duty to protect the village, not to let his son take his place. The boy scoffed at the notion of fate, reminding Minato that he had already fulfilled his duty by sealing Kurama inside him. He refused to let his father make the same mistake again, insisting that he would survive this ordeal while Minato would not if he went through with his plan. His determination was palpable, and he declared that he had come back in time to ensure that both Minato and Kushina would live, even if it meant knocking them out to keep them safe. Kushina's voice cut through the tension, filled with weariness yet still strong as she questioned the boy's motives. He turned to her, explaining that he was fighting for a new chance at a prophecy. Both Minato and little Naruto had the potential to change the world and bring peace. Minato placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, feeling the warmth of the flames that surrounded him. He questioned why Naruto would choose to sacrifice himself if he truly was his son. The boy averted his gaze, struggling to articulate the reasons behind his actions. He explained that some events must unfold while others cannot, and that it was Naruto's duty to grow up, become an exceptional ninja, and eventually the Hokage, with the support of his parents. Minato searched the boy's determined eyes, realizing the weight of the truth. In another timeline, he and Kushina had died, leaving their son to grow up alone, without the love and support that every child deserved. The realization struck him deeply, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded slowly. Naruto let out a breath of relief, grateful for his father's understanding. Minato then shifted his focus to the fox, which was struggling against its bindings, and asked what their next step would be. Naruto narrowed his eyes, contemplating their options. He explained that the sealing technique Minato had used in the past to contain half of Kurama's chakra was not viable. Instead, he proposed sealing away all of Kurama's chakra using the Hack Fuin, a technique Minato had previously employed on him. He assured his father that he had enough power to accomplish it and instructed him to summon the altar. Minato observed Naruto for a moment before nodding in agreement. With a flick of his hand, a small altar appeared before him. He gently laid the baby down and crouched beside him. Naruto glanced at the fox and then back at his father, his expression softening as he reassured Minato that everything would be all right. Minato responded with an unsteady smile. Naruto expressed his intention to create a key for little Naruto, similar to the one Minato had made for him, ensuring that one day the child would be able to open the seal. He then asked Minato to summon Gamatora. Minato nodded, biting down on his finger to summon the toad. A strange creature appeared, its large scroll covering its torso. The toad panicked at the sight of the Kyuubi's roar but quickly focused on the blonde boy's flaming form, locking eyes with Minato, who directed him to listen to Naruto. Minato instructed Gamatora to keep the key safe until it was needed again. The toad unsteadily glanced up at the golden figure, who returned a bright smile. The figure's hand moved through a series of hand signs before reaching out to touch the toad, causing it to flinch. The figure encouraged the toad to proceed, instructing it to deliver the message to the sage. With one last look at Minato, The toad vanished upon receiving his nod of approval. Naruto took a calming breath, turned to the fox, and waved cheerfully. He urged Kurama to be friendly toward the newcomer, expressing confidence that the fox would come to like him. The fox snarled in response, prompting a hearty laugh from Naruto. A golden chakra arm emerged from his shoulder, lunging toward the struggling fox and holding it down. Naruto's physical hands were already moving through a long sequence of hand signs. He crouched down with a small smile and gently touched the baby's exposed stomach, whispering a sealing technique. At first, nothing happened, and Minato felt a pang of fear that something had gone wrong. But suddenly, everything around him turned white. As Minato blinked, his vision adjusted to the blinding light, allowing him to make sense of his surroundings. He looked down at the altar, where his infant son was happily playing with a fold of his blanket. He glanced up, expecting to see the towering nine-tailed fox, but there was no sign of the bijou, only remnants of its previous chaos. Kushina stumbled beside him, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, her hands gripping Minato's coat for support. A weary sigh escaped Naruto's lips, as if a great burden had been lifted. Indescribable joy and relief washed over his face, and he suddenly pumped his fist into the air, a victorious shout echoing across the landscape. Minato and Kushina stared in astonishment as the shinobi, who had commanded the nine-tailed fox with a mere gesture, jumped around like an exuberant child. He declared his triumph, gesturing toward the sky where the first rays of dawn began to break through the night, casting everything in warm shades of orange and red. Minato felt the same joy bubbling within him, bursting forth in laughter, but it quickly faded as he saw Naruto stumble, take a wobbly step back, and fall to his knees. Gasping, Naruto expressed his regret at not being able to share more. Minato rushed to his side, with Kushina following closely, cradling their infant son in her arms. Minato's eyes scanned his son's body for injuries but found nothing except for his rapidly fading chakra. It was not merely diminishing. It was rushing out of him as if it did not belong. The chakra swirled around them restlessly, reminiscent of the whirlwind his son was named after. Minato felt the Kyuubi's chakra writhing, searching for its rightful place, and finally settling as it began to seep toward the baby. Minato watched helplessly as Naruto's chakra reserves dwindled, despair gripping him as he placed a hand on his son's shoulder. He realized the gravity of the situation and expressed his regret for agreeing to the sealing. Naruto's gaze met his for a fleeting moment, revealing his own guilt and shame. He apologized, explaining that Minato would never have allowed the sealing had he known the outcome. Naruto understood that even if he hadn't been the one to perform the sealing, something would have happened to him. He had sensed the danger when the other bijou left him, knowing his time was limited. But he urged Minato not to be sad, as he had succeeded in changing the future. He would not be burdened with the other bijou sealed within him, nor would he need to return to save his father. His body could remain, but Kurama, being made of chakra, could not. Kushina, desperate to help, offered her own chakra, but Naruto immediately rejected the idea, realizing the potential consequences for her. He insisted that he had given enough for her recovery, but any more would put her life at risk, and he could never forgive her for that. Kushina sobbed as she held her dying son tightly, and Naruto gently stroked her back until she found her composure. He reassured her, reminding her that he was still alive, pointing to the baby in Minato's arms. The infant playfully grabbed at his finger, causing Naruto to chuckle softly. He then placed his hand back on his stomach as the baby began to cry. Apologizing softly, Naruto lifted his arm again to gently slide the baby's puffy cheeks, soothing him until the cries turned into small whimpers. When the infant opened his eyes, Minato realized that they shared the same gaze. Naruto addressed the baby with warmth, and his parents remained silent, cherishing this fleeting moment between their two sons, one at the beginning of life and the other nearing its end. Naruto made a heartfelt request, asking the baby to carry on the family legacy as Konoha's #1 prankster. He reminisced about his proudest achievements, like painting the Hokage monument and the hope that the bridge and wave would be named the Great Naruto Bridge once more. The younger Naruto giggled, as if he understood. With effort, the time traveler locked eyes with Minato, urgency in his voice as he shared vital information. He urged Minato to unite the ninja world to prevent another war, advising him not to blame the Uchiha for the current situation while emphasizing their importance to Konoha. He instructed Minato to speak with the Hyuga about the caged bird seal and to send Jiraiya to Rain, where Nagato and Konan still sought peace. He warned Minato about a hidden passage leading to a secret lab beneath the Hokage monument, urging him to save Captain Yamato. After Minato nodded in understanding, Naruto turned his gaze to his mother, forcing a smile to ease her pain. He encouraged her to help Naruto not fear the fox spirit, reminding her that he had the potential to help Kurama find peace. He asked her to teach his younger self his nindo, that Uzumaki Naruto never goes back on his word, and to allow him to wear orange, which he deemed the best color. Chuckling softly, Naruto began to wheeze, his blue eyes flickering back to Minato. He requested that Minato teach his younger self the Kage Bunshin technique, which he believed was made for him. He also asked Minato to speak with the Kazekage about Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, whose seal needed strengthening. Minato nodded, his voice barely a whisper as he promised to fulfill Naruto's requests. A satisfied smile crossed Naruto's face before he closed his eyes, expressing his fatigue. As Minato called out to him, he felt the weight of the moment. He wished his son a happy birthday, and a small smile appeared on Naruto's face as he thanked his father in a voice so faint that Minato strained to hear. Then, Naruto took one last breath, his chest no longer rising. Minato's heart raced as he searched for a pulse, panic rising within him. He looked up at Kushina, who held the baby close, tears streaming silently down her face. "He's gone," Minato murmured, a heavy weight in his heart. "He truly was Naruto," Kushina sobbed softly, her voice filled with sorrow. Minato slowly shook his head and rose to his feet. They might never fully understand, but he knew one thing for certain: Naruto had saved them. He had saved Kushina, saved Konoha. They owed him a great deal. Minato glanced down at the already cooling body, a frown forming on his face. The edge of a small scroll peeked out from a pocket. He crouched back down, his fingers brushing over the fine vellum before tugging at the end and rolling it open. With a flicker of his chakra, he unlocked the seal, and a small poof of white smoke revealed several items. His eyes widened as he stared at the contents, his gaze lingering on the countless photographs of people, some already born and others yet to come. Kushina leaned over his shoulder, curiosity piqued as he picked up a faded orange notebook, childish handwriting scrawled across the cover. "Property of Uzumaki Naruto," she read aloud, her heart swelling with mixed emotions. She glanced down at the baby in her arms. "Hey, that's your name. But what will happen to his name?" She looked up at Minato, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. "I can wait for another child to carry the Uzumaki name. Namikaze has a nice ring to it, don't you think?" Minato's face softened at her words. "Yeah," he agreed, a small smile breaking through the sadness. "Namikaze Naruto sounds good."